395. The W13 Conclusion. Despite the official accounts of Qin Mian and the social media platforms of Mercedes attempting to dispel the rumors, the fervor surrounding the matter remains unabated. I find myself at a loss, unable to comprehend how this news has proliferated so extensively. After engaging in conversation with Hamilton, Qin Mian expressed his frustrations, remarking that the media has its ways, and one simply grows accustomed to it. Hamilton chuckled and patted Qin Mian on the shoulder, though he feigned indifference. One might wonder if, deep down, Hamilton harbored a fleeting hope that Qin Mian might aspire to join Ferrari. It remains uncertain whether Qin Mian himself might entertain such ambitions. As the casual banter with Hamilton continued, the meeting room began to fill with attendees. Ultimately, Toto and Elliott entered, marking the official commencement of the meeting. Throughout the proceedings, Qin Mian and Hamilton exchanged few words, primarily listening attentively to the reports and explanations delivered by Elliott's engineers. While both drivers are adept at handling racing cars and could offer constructive feedback, their understanding of car design, subsequent upgrades, and solutions to existing shortcomings is rather limited. Qin Mian, perhaps slightly better off due to his daily immersion in the team's research and development factory, could grasp the discussions, whereas Hamilton found himself completely in the dark. Thus, during this process, neither driver felt compelled to contribute. For Hamilton, it may have been a trial, yet for Qin Mian, it proved to be quite intriguing. At least he gained insight into the design of the W13 he drives and identified its flaws. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Hamilton turned to Qin Mian and remarked, "You seem to be enjoying this. I lost focus halfway through. Could you summarize it for me?" Qin Mian shrugged. In short, the W13 possesses certain upgrade potential, but unless the fundamental issues with the chassis are addressed, we will never catch up to Ferrari and Red Bull. Summary: this season is a lost cause. Development on the W13 will be abandoned next season. After this exchange, both Qin Mian and Hamilton could only share a wry smile. Although the decision appeared to be promising, it meant that Mercedes would be a season behind other teams in terms of development, while they have the entire dataset from the 2022 season to support their decisions. It is unlikely that the 2023 car will contend for the Drivers' Championship. However, there is some good news. Next season, the team will entirely discard the W13's design concept. The floor will undergo significant modifications, the layout of the front and rear suspensions will be adjusted, and the issue of the driving position being too far forward, which Hamilton frequently highlighted, will also be rectified. Regarding Qin Mian, due to his extraordinary adaptability, he truly has not felt that there are significant issues with the W13. The only discomfort he experiences stems from the fact that this vehicle's tuning window is not as broad as that of the previous season's W12. Last season, the W12's tuning window was quite expansive, allowing for more extreme adjustments without substantially impacting the overall speed of the car. However, this season is different. If one exceeds a certain threshold, even a 1-degree increase in the front wheel's angle could result in a decrease of 0.2 to 0.3 seconds in the car's overall lap time. In the world of racing, a reduction of 0.2 to 0.3 seconds is nearly catastrophic, rendering one devoid of any competitive edge during both qualifying and the main race. Nonetheless, these matters are currently of little concern to Qin Mian. With the meeting concluded, the upgrade plan for the W13 has been revised, and the development of next season's new concept car is well underway. Now it all hinges on the progress from the simulator department. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Thus, despite the car's underwhelming performance this season, the morale among all team members remains high, not significantly diminished from last season. As Qin Mian departed the team, he and Hamilton exited together. Upon reaching the entrance, seeing Hamilton waiting for Angela to retrieve the car, Qin Mian casually suggested, "Lewis, it's just about mealtime. Would you care to join me for dinner at my place?" Initially, this was merely a polite remark from Qin Mian, but to his surprise, Hamilton nodded without much deliberation, responding, "Sure, I recall some drivers mentioning your cooking skills recently. Now I have the perfect opportunity to sample them." Given Hamilton's agreement, Qin Mian felt no reason to decline, promptly affirming, "All right, my home is not far. Let us walk over." "Great, I'll call Angela and have her come directly," he added, knowing that Angela was familiar with Qin Mian's address. Interestingly, this marks the first time they have dined together since Qin Mian's championship win last season, with guests at home and Hamilton having praised Qin Mian's culinary prowess. It was only natural for Qin Mian to take charge of the cooking that evening. With his exceptional culinary skills, Even if Hamilton and Angela had not extensively indulged in authentic Chinese cuisine, they were bound to be impressed by Qin Mian's talents. Moreover, considering Hamilton's British background, one might question their understanding of fine cuisine. To the British, even a simple fried rice dish could seem quite foreign. After enjoying a hearty meal, Qin Mian and Hamilton took a drive to the lakeside for a bit of fishing. Qin Mian merely observed, while Hamilton managed to catch 2 small fish. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was Wednesday, June 8th. It was race week, heralding the commencement of the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. The good news was that, as Qin Mian had learned during his recent visit with Toto, the Mercedes team indeed brought upgrades to Azerbaijan this week. However, the upgrades are not related to aerodynamics, but rather focus on the internal engine and the engine radiator, with the aim of reducing the weight of the racing car. The team has redesigned the engine casing, managing to reduce its weight by 500 grams without compromising its stability or lifespan. Although this may seem like a modest reduction of merely 1 pound, it translates to an approximate speed enhancement of 0.5 seconds per lap. Simultaneously, the team has optimized the intake structure of the radiator, resulting in a 10 decrease in its volume. This upgrade, too, is achieved without diminishing the cooling efficiency of the vehicle. Collectively, the team estimates that the car's lap time could improve by around 0.8 seconds compared to last week's performance in Monaco. Of course, this remains merely an estimation. The true measure of success will only be revealed once Qin Mian takes to the track in his car. Baku is also a high-speed circuit, notable for being the second longest on the entire calendar, a fact that most are already familiar with, so further explanation is unnecessary. Qin Mian arrived in Baku on Wednesday afternoon, and after a night's rest, he made his appearance in the paddock the following day. This time, Qin Mian approached the track with less intensity than in Monaco. After all, overtaking on this circuit is considerably easier, thanks to the extended full-throttle sections and the W13's affinity for the dolphin jump. Qin Mian did not believe he could secure a commendable result this week solely through defensive driving. After a thorough reconnaissance of the track to assess the asphalt condition and to check for any changes in the corners and barriers compared to last year, Qin Mian concluded his most critical tasks on Thursday. The remainder of his day was filled with interviews, team pre-race meetings, and driver briefings organized by the FIA. Friday swiftly arrived, marking the commencement of the first and second practice sessions. Upon arriving at the team's garage, Qin Mian noticed that the rear of the car had been fitted with a low downforce rear wing. The wing was almost flat with a minimal angle, as Baku's layout features predominantly high-speed corners and sharp turns. In such conditions, aerodynamics are less crucial. Instead, it relies heavily on mechanical grip in corners and straight-line speed. During the first practice session, Qin Mian encountered no significant issues. He was not entirely aware of Hamilton's situation, but the lighter car certainly offered improved maneuverability, resulting in shorter braking distances and reduced tire wear due to the overall lower load. However, this weight reduction did not come without its drawbacks. The tires warmed up more slowly as a result. Nonetheless, the slower warming rate would not adversely affect the car's overall speed, given Qin Mian's proficiency with Pirelli tires. Achieving rapid tire temperature rise was not an insurmountable challenge. During the first practice session, Qin Mian focused primarily on long-distance testing, collecting data while familiarizing himself with the new season's car performance on the Baku circuit. Despite the phenomenon of porpoising persisting at the end of the straight due to high speeds, it has notably diminished compared to the early season occurrences. However, as the second practice session approached and Qin Mian began simulating qualifying with a lighter fuel load, he found himself questioning his life choices. The car's top speed on the long straight reached an impressive 334 kilometers per hour. Yet, prior to and immediately after activating the DRS, the car behaved as if it were dancing in a nightclub, leaving Qin Mian bewildered. Although he achieved an impressive lap time, topping the Q2 speed chart, the intense bouncing of the car, even with his robust physique, rendered him somewhat uncomfortable, reminiscent of the chills one feels from the cold. Upon returning to the team's debriefing room, Qin Mian promptly sought the source of the issue. Consequently, the data from his Q1 testing proved to be in vain, as Reyes and the team opted to reinforce the stiffness of Qin Mian's rear suspension. With 10 minutes remaining in Q2, he returned to the track. After familiarizing himself with the car over 5 laps, he switched to a set of soft tires and subsequently completed a flying lap before the session concluded. This time, The bouncing significantly diminished, with the top speed increasing to 341 kilometers per hour. However, the overall lap time decreased by 0.2 seconds. Following the second practice, a post-session meeting was convened to discuss a crucial decision: whether to sacrifice the driver's health to ensure the car's competitiveness on track, or to compromise the car's overall speed to safeguard the driver's well-being. The meeting was brief, as it was widely acknowledged that the W13 had not performed as expected this season, with Brackley's factory already deciding to abandon its development for the next season. Moreover, McLaren, currently in fourth, lacked the capability to threaten Mercedes' third position. Ultimately, the team resolved to increase the rear suspension stiffness for both Qin Mian and Hamilton, prioritizing the driver's health. Despite this decision, Hamilton appeared somewhat anxious. During the second practice, he too adjusted the rear suspension stiffness, but what Qin Mian found bearable proved to be a strain for the 37-year-old Hamilton, whose age had softened his resilience. Little did Qin Mian know of Hamilton's predicament. The following day, Saturday, marked the commencement of the third practice and qualifying sessions. During the third practice, Qin Mian continued to familiarize himself with the car and seek optimal tuning. The adjustments made during the first practice, due to the increased rear suspension stiffness, were no longer applicable. Additionally, in the second practice, he needed to find his own setup while also assisting the team in gathering data under the new suspension rigidity. Thus, Qin Mian's performance in the third practice lagged behind his usual pace. The good news is that Qin Mian possesses commendable skills in data collection and tuning, allowing him to find the most comfortable setup before the conclusion of the third practice session. Following this, Hamilton made adjustments to his tuning settings based on Qin Mian's configuration. However, whether these changes prove beneficial will only be revealed on the track. During the interval between the third practice and the qualifying session, both Mercedes cars were fitted with the engines designated for the race. At this point, the engine in Qin Mian's car had already been utilized in 7 Grand Prix events, and today's Azerbaijan Grand Prix marked its 8th outing. Surprisingly for the Mercedes team, the overall wear on Qin Mian's engine was not as pronounced as they had anticipated. It could potentially endure for 2 more races without issue. In contrast, Hamilton opted for an entirely new engine. In fact, Hamilton's engine usage frequency is considered standard, leaving the team's technicians somewhat puzzled by Qin Mian's situation. Nevertheless, being able to race a few additional events without incurring penalties is advantageous for Qin Mian, and thus, apart from the durability research department, few paid attention to this matter. In this Grand Prix, the track featured predominantly sharp corners rather than long bends, resulting in minimal tire degradation. Consequently, the event provided the C5 and C3, the softest tires available, given the track's relatively gentle demands on tires. The prevailing pit strategy remained a single stop, barring any unforeseen incidents. Due to the length of the circuit, Qin Mian and Hamilton did not wait for other drivers to exit and begin their flying laps before leaving the pit. Instead, all drivers had congregated at the pit exit awaiting the start of the session even before qualifying commenced. The extended nature of the track also mitigated the likelihood of traffic, as drivers maintained a greater distance from one another. In the first flying lap of Q1, Qin Mian recorded a time of 1:43.539. While this time may not be remarkable, it was certainly sufficient for him to advance to Q2. On his second flying lap, Qin Mian opted not to use a new set of soft tires, instead employing an older set, achieving a commendable time of 1:43.879, which also secured him a place in Q2, albeit slower than his initial lap. Zhou Guanyu also made it into Q2 with his first flying lap in Q1. So far in this qualifying session, the Alfa Romeo team has not exerted pressure on Zhou Guanyu, affording him ample time and opportunity to showcase his full potential. Ultimately, the drivers eliminated in Q1 included Magnussen, Russell, Albon, Stroll, and Mick. In Q2, Qin Mian continued to queue early at the pit exit. However, Qin Mian's initial flying lap was far from satisfactory, as he was impeded by Tsunoda during the run. Consequently, his first flying lap time in Q1 was merely 1:43.755, a result that undoubtedly precluded his advancement to Q3. Even Qin Mian, who is seldom prone to outbursts within the team, found himself unusually agitated by Tsunoda's interference. Meanwhile, Zhou Guanyu and Bottas did not emerge from the pits immediately. Under the team's strategy, they waited until the track was less congested before commencing their flying laps. Given the minimal tire degradation on the circuit, A single set of soft tires was sufficient for 2 flying laps. Due to the lighter fuel load, the wear on the soft tires would be only marginally slower than that of brand-new tires, potentially allowing the drivers to compensate for the time difference through their performance on the track. Thus, anticipation surrounded these 2 flying laps. Tsunoda, having obstructed Qin Mian's flying lap, received a warning and would subsequently face a reprimand. The AlphaTauri team was also fined 120,000, a consequence of their failure to provide adequate caution. Although the penalty was significant, fortunately, it did not result in a demotion from the starting position. Ultimately, Qin Mian utilized one additional set of soft tires in Q2 than he had anticipated, achieving a final flying lap time of 1:43.111, which comfortably secured his place in Q3. As for Zhou Guanyu, it remains uncertain whether the pressure was too intense, or if there were issues with the car setup, or perhaps mismanagement by the team. During Q2, he and Bottas managed only 1 flying lap. Initially, they intended to complete 2, but a yellow flag emerged during the second flying lap on that set of tires, rendering their results void. Zhou Guanyu's first flying lap time was commendable at 1:43.380, placing him right on the cusp of Q3. In comparison to Alonso, he was only 0.002 seconds slower. However, due to delays in the team's release, both Zhou Guanyu and Bottas were unable to cross the finish line before the clock expired for their final flying laps, ultimately leading to Zhou Guanyu's elimination just shy of the cutoff. His heart sank once more. The Alpha team, a satellite of Ferrari, consistently disappoints in strategy execution. The incompetence of their strategy group is such that even a pig could outperform them. If they cannot grasp the nuances of racing, they should refrain from participating. Once again, Zhou Guanyu faced elimination due to the team's misguided maneuvers in Q2, prompting his fans online to express their frustration vehemently. The sole consolation for Zhou Guanyu's supporters was that Bottas suffered an even more egregious fate at the hands of the team during this race. Bottas's initial flying lap in Q2 was rather unremarkable, resulting in his elimination as he finished in 15th place. The drivers who were ultimately ousted in Q2 included Zhou Guanyu, Norris, Ricciardo, Ocon, and Bottas. As for Q3, Qin Mian approached it with a more relaxed demeanor. His first flying lap served merely as a warm-up, clocking in at 1:43.009, which placed him 6th. However, upon completing his first flying lap and returning to the team's garage for a brief respite, the voice of Frankie resonated through the team's radio. "Qin Mian, Hamilton would like your assistance in creating a tow during Q3. Without hesitation, Qin Mian replied, "Sure. When do we start?" Once it was confirmed, the team's strategy group promptly began to make arrangements. In less than half a minute, Qin Mian's crew received the notification, lifting the tire blanket off his car and releasing him onto the track. Following the team's coordination and adjustments, as Qin Mian exited turn 16, Hamilton appeared in his wake approximately a second later. Guided by the principle of reciprocity, Qin Mian had instructed Reyes and the team to adjust his front wing to its lowest angle, thereby minimizing aerodynamic drag. While the settings of the race car could not be altered once qualifying commenced, adjustments to the front wing were permissible, given that it is the most vulnerable component of the car. Should it sustain damage, a pit stop for replacement would be necessary, and the wing's settings could not revert back to their original state. This situation would undoubtedly complicate matters with the FIA, which is why they allowed modifications to the front wing settings during both qualifying and the race. This strategic adjustment by Qin Mian was easily understood. He aimed to reduce the drag on his car while assisting Hamilton in maintaining speed. His objective was to ensure that Hamilton did not close the gap too rapidly during the tow, thereby enabling both drivers to achieve a higher top speed. However, Qin Mian could not replicate the previous 2-week scenario where Hamilton had towed him, as the straight at the Baku circuit was too lengthy. Before reaching the breaking point, Hamilton was already closing in, prompting Qin Mian to concede his position early. This tow ultimately allowed Hamilton to shave off at least 0.2 seconds from his lap time. With Hamilton being a 7-time champion, his prowess was unmistakable, and he did not disappoint, finishing his flying lap with a time of 1:41.879, placing him 5th, just behind the 4 Ferrari and Red Bull drivers. During the practice sessions, the team allowed Qin Mian and Hamilton to simulate qualifying runs. Thus, they were aware that with the W13 standard performance, it would be impossible to break into the 1:41 range. Qin Mian managed to slipstream into a time of 1:41, and although neither he nor Hamilton was likely to reach the podium in this race, the team and Hamilton were quite satisfied with the outcome. Ultimately, Qin Mian completed his final flying lap just before the clock stopped in Q3. While this time may not have been sufficient to impress Ferrari and Red Bull, for Qin Mian and Mercedes, a time of 1:42.97 represented the pinnacle of his capabilities under normal conditions. The final standings from the qualifying session were as follows: 1. Leclerc, 2. Perez, 3. Verstappen, 4. Sainz, 5. Hamilton, 6. Qin Mian, 7. Gasly, 8. Tsunoda, 9. Vettel. After exiting the car, the post-race podium celebrations were hardly relevant to Qin Mian. Once he parked in the inspection area, Hamilton approached him. They exchanged a handshake, and Hamilton patted Qin Mian's helmet, expressing his gratitude. Qin Mian smiled in response, saying, "You're welcome." The subsequent post-race inspection process will not be elaborated upon here. However, upon returning to the hotel after finishing his duties on Saturday night, Qin Mian found himself in a group chat with Leclerc, Zhou Guanyu, and Norris, where Zhou was vehemently criticizing his team's strategy. As friends, they all indulged in light-hearted teasing. Both Qin Mian and Norris found the situation quite amusing. In an unexpected turn of events, Leclerc refrained from the usual mockery he would direct at Zhou's unfortunate circumstances, instead offering words of comfort. Perhaps there exists a kinship among the unfortunate, as despite Leclerc securing pole position in this race, and his team not employing any unusual strategies, memories of past qualifying sessions and races in which he had been let down by his team's strategy would have stirred feelings of empathy and nostalgia within him. After sharing a laugh, the group decided to rest, as the following day would bring the main race. And maintaining optimal physical and mental states through proper sleep was paramount for their performance. In the pre-race interviews, following the parade lap, Qin Mian spent some time in the team's hospitality suite, adjusting his mindset. Soon, the moment before the race arrived. Seated in his car, Qin Mian meticulously adjusted the fit of his gloves while listening to Frankie discuss the current conditions on the track. At this moment, both Qin Mian and his teammate Hamilton were equipped with a fresh set of medium tires. Typically, when both drivers from the same team start on identical tires, their race strategies would align closely, with only a lap or so separating their pit stop timings. However, given Qin Mian's renowned ability to maintain tire integrity within the circuit, even if he and Hamilton commenced the race on identical tires, their pit strategies during the race could diverge significantly. Indeed, this proved to be the case. Qin Mian intended to execute a single pit stop with a yellow-red strategy to complete the race. Throughout the 2 practice sessions, he had demonstrated commendable long-distance speed and tire durability with his 2 sets of tires. Thus, despite adopting the yellow-red pit strategy, Qin Mian possessed ample tire reserves to mount an offensive against the drivers ahead of him. Once the rapport between Hamilton and Qin Mian improved, he became privy to Hamilton's pit strategy for the race, a yellow-white one-stop strategy. This pit strategy was not particularly exceptional. It could only be described as conventional. Before long, all pre-race preparations were complete, and the team's personnel had withdrawn, signaling that the race was about to commence. The 5 red lights illuminated sequentially before extinguishing, marking the beginning of the race. In the initial phase, Hamilton's start was relatively lackluster, while Qin Mian executed his customary high-level launch. However, mindful of the favor Hamilton had bestowed upon him to start ahead, Qin Mian refrained from overtaking him during the start, considering it somewhat impolite. Furthermore, at that moment, he was no longer contending for the Drivers' Championship, having accrued more points than Hamilton. Thus, despite a significantly quicker start, Qin Mian eased off slightly after the launch, choosing not to pressure Hamilton unduly as they approached turn 1. Unbeknownst to Qin Mian, Hamilton had been closely observing him during the start, fully aware that in this race, he was not on the same competitive level as the 4 leading cars. Even if he managed to overtake them at the start, the performance gap would soon manifest itself during long-distance racing, allowing them to regain their positions. Consequently, Hamilton remained fixated on Qin Mian, witnessing his superior acceleration and reaction time. However, as they approached turn 1, it was evident that Qin Mian had notably eased off the throttle and braked earlier than expected. This prompted a complex mix of feelings within Hamilton as he observed the unfolding dynamics. Upon entering turn 1, Qin Mian also defended against Gasly, who was poised to seize an opportunity from behind. Stymied by Qin Mian, Gasly had no choice but to navigate the corner conservatively. In stark contrast to the calm maneuvers of Qin Mian and Hamilton, Leclerc had a poor start. Positioned on the outside, he was swiftly overtaken by Perez, who made a decisive move into Leclerc's inner line at turn 1. This single corner resulted in a position change between Perez and Leclerc, while the other drivers maintained their standings. The race then settled into a steady rhythm as they awaited the activation of DRS. By the time the 4th lap arrived, Qin Mian had already closed the gap to Hamilton to a mere 0.7 seconds. In this context, the time gap on a standard racetrack does not provide an opportunity to overtake the car ahead to mount an effective challenge. The time difference must be reduced to within 0.4 seconds. However, the lengthy straights and DRS zones of the Baku circuit complicate this endeavor. Consequently, Qin Mian chose to remain in the DRS zone during the 1st lap, leveraging the advantages afforded by the straight and DRS to initiate an attack on Hamilton, who was positioned ahead. Despite the easing of their competitive tension and Qin Mian's deliberate concession at the start, Hamilton did not capitulate. For the Mercedes team, as long as the drivers ahead avoided any mishaps or mechanical failures, it was virtually assured that they would finish in 5th and 6th positions. Rather than merely enduring the lengthy 51 laps of the race, it seemed more beneficial for the two Mercedes drivers to engage in a spirited contest on the track, thereby offering exposure to their respective sponsors. Once Hamilton discerned Qin Mian's intent to attack, he promptly defended the inside line, preventing Qin Mian from making a forceful move. Given the considerable time gap between them, Qin Mian found himself limited in options prior to entering the braking zone. He could only manage to align alongside Hamilton on the outside. As Hamilton braked late into the turn, Qin Mian was compelled to yield the optimal exit line. The palpable tension between the two Mercedes drivers quickly captured the attention of the broadcast team, who focused their cameras on the unfolding duel. This marked Qin Mian's first genuine opportunity to engage Hamilton in a direct contest on the track, a stark contrast to previous races where he either led the pack or was left trailing far behind Hamilton. Recognizing that the remainder of the race might become tedious, Qin Mian decided to relish this interaction with Hamilton, especially since he was not inclined to let the faster driver pass. With ample tire reserves due to the circuit's characteristics, the audience was treated to an intriguing display of intra-team rivalry. Unlike past conflicts among teammates at Mercedes or other teams, both Qin Mian and Hamilton felt secure in their positions. One a 7-time world champion and the other a prodigious talent, they were indispensable assets to the Mercedes team. For Qin Mian, Mercedes was eager to secure him with a long-term contract, while Hamilton remained a foundational pillar of the team. Although Mercedes hesitated to offer Hamilton a high salary due to budget constraints, they still wished for him to retire within the team, serving as a cherished figurehead. Thus, the absence of pressure regarding their positions and results allowed both drivers to race freely, knowing they would likely finish 5th or 6th regardless of their efforts. Commencing from the 4th lap, Qin Mian initiated an aggressive pursuit of Hamilton, resulting in a prolonged battle on the track. However, the nature of their contest was not one of reckless aggression. It was characterized by restraint. Neither driver engaged in perilous maneuvers unless a significant positional advantage was secured. Qin Mian's relentless attack on Hamilton persisted until the 8th lap, during which Gasly made several attempts to capitalize on their skirmish, hoping to seize an opportunity. Given that their duel inevitably slowed their pace, it provided Gasly a chance to advance. Yet, Qin Mian, deserving of his title as the master of defense, adeptly managed to fend off Gasly while simultaneously pressuring Hamilton. Thus, the track bore witness to Qin Mian pressing forward against Hamilton, trailed closely by Gasly, Tsunoda, and Vettel. With Alonso in close proximity, Gasly, thwarted by Qin Mian's defense, found himself entrapped by the train led by Qin Mian. Consequently, the moniker train conductor began circulating among spectators, a testament to Qin Mian's prowess in orchestrating such formations, especially notable during the 2022 season when he clinched a Grand Prix victory in Monaco by employing similar strategies. At this juncture, Hamilton, leading the Earth Group, had established a 6-second gap from the driver ahead, Sainz. Just as it seemed that internal strife between the two Mercedes drivers might allow their competitors to extend their lead beyond a minute, the 9th lap unfolded with Sainz, who had a 4-second deficit to Verstappen and a 6-second buffer to Hamilton, unexpectedly veering off course at T5 and into the escape route. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Sainz's car had succumbed to a loss of power due to engine failure while exiting the turn, compelling him to retire from the race. Fortunately, Sainz's retirement occurred at a location clear of debris, prompting only a yellow flag rather than the deployment of a safety car. At this moment, the leading drivers had just reached T17 and T18, with the pit lane entrance looming nearby. Predictably, most drivers, including Qin Mian, opted to pit for fresh tires. Mercedes executed a simultaneous pit stop for both drivers. Following their stops, the DRS train that had amassed behind them dissipated, signaling the end of Qin Mian's role as the train conductor. Qin Mian's tire change was relatively swift, lasting only 27 seconds. However, the time taken for Hamilton's tire change caused Qin Mian to lose an additional 2 seconds. Upon exiting the pit, Qin Mian found himself 3 seconds behind Hamilton, who had initially been within the DRS zone. As the race progressed, Qin Mian's pit stop strategy had been fully executed, allowing him to complete the remaining laps on a brand new set of hard tires. While this challenge might pose some difficulty for other drivers, potentially impacting their speed significantly, this was Qin Mian, an exceptional talent whom Pirelli had struggled to comprehend throughout the entire 2021 season. Given the tire preservation abilities of drivers like Hamilton, those who pitted at this stage would still need to make another stop for tire changes. The race then entered a cruising phase, and as Qin Mian's tire temperatures rose, he began to overtake the cars ahead from the back of the pack. On lap 15, he passed Hamilton, who offered little resistance. By lap 17, he had overtaken Ocon, followed by Gasly on lap 18 and Ricciardo on lap 19, moving up to 5th place. Ahead of him lay only Norris, who was 3 seconds in front. Just as Qin Mian prepared to accelerate and overtake Norris, a timely reminder from the team echoed in his radio. Qin Mian, Norris has not yet pitted. We are currently in 4th position. The race is still long. Please conserve your tires. Acknowledging this advice, Qin Mian began to ease off his pace. However, on lap 21, just as everyone anticipated a smooth continuation of the race, Ferrari delivered an unexpected twist. Following Perez's tire change during a yellow flag, Leclerc, who had taken the lead, suddenly encountered a significant issue on the straight of lap 21, emitting a cloud of white smoke from the rear of his car. Remarkably, Leclerc did not stop on the track, as the engine failure occurred precisely on the main straight, where his car was still traveling at over 300 kilometers per hour. Thus, despite losing power, he managed to coast into the pit lane due to the car's inertia. Fans familiar with F1 know that these cars are remarkably lightweight, easily moved by a single individual. Consequently, Leclerc parked his vehicle right at the entrance of the inspection area. With the retirement of both Ferrari drivers, Qin Mian found himself inexplicably in 3rd place after Norris made his pit stop. It appeared that Mercedes would have to rely on Ferrari's performance if they were to secure 2nd place in the championship this season. True to form, Leclerc exhibited commendable composure despite his retirement, refraining from any frantic exclamations over the team radio. From lap 23 onward, Qin Mian settled into a steady rhythm. On lap 24, as domestic fans recognized that Qin Mian's race was effectively concluded, their attention shifted to Zhou Guanyu, who was defending against his idol Alonso's advances. Suddenly, Zhou received a message from the team. We regret to inform you, Zhou, that your car has encountered a malfunction and we must retire from the race. Zhou responded in bewilderment, ultimately returning to the team's garage to withdraw from the competition. As of now, the race has only completed 24 laps. Yet 3 cars powered by Ferrari engines have retired. This inevitably raises suspicions that Ferrari's remarkable performance this season may be at the expense of its engine longevity. By the 33rd lap, Qin Mian had established a 3-second gap ahead of Hamilton, who was preoccupied with defending against Gasly behind him. Just when spectators believed that the retirement of 3 Ferrari-powered cars marked the extent of Ferrari's misfortunes in this race, Haas's Magnussen encountered a mechanical failure, coming to a gradual halt on the track. This marked the 4th Ferrari-powered car to retire from the race. Like Sainz, Magnussen also stopped at the exit of the track, and his retirement was due to a mechanical issue rather than a collision, resulting in no carbon fiber debris left on the circuit. Hence, only a yellow flag was displayed. Despite this fortuitous opportunity, Qin Mian chose not to pit, as both he and the Mercedes strategy team deemed it unnecessary. The subsequent laps unfolded with a serene monotony, with the only notable moment occurring on lap 45, when the broadcast camera returned to the Ferrari team's garage. It revealed that the entire Ferrari crew had packed up and departed, with all team technicians and engineers, including the cars, having vanished. Even the Ferrari pit wall was left with only 2 engineers responsible for collecting data from other teams' cars. Following this brief interlude, the race progressed without any further incidents. In this manner, Qin Mian inadvertently secured a podium finish gifted by Ferrari. However, by the race's conclusion, the time gap between Qin Mian and Verstappen ahead had widened to a staggering 28 seconds. It was almost as if the Red Bull cars were poised to finish half a minute faster than Qin Mian. Notably, Qin Mian completed an extensive 40-lap stint on hard tires. Although a yellow flag did mitigate some tire wear, the length of the stint astonished many fans who had only recently ventured into the world of F1 and grasped the significance of tire strategy. Is he Pirelli's favorite child? Many fans lamented. In reality, Pirelli had taken back every set of tires used by Qin Mian for testing and analysis at their headquarters in the UK. The final results left Pirelli in a quandary, as the tires Qin Mian utilized were virtually indistinguishable from those of other drivers. Meanwhile, Red Bull celebrated a resounding victory, and the Mercedes team was all smiles. Although Ferrari often finds itself in peculiar situations, opportunities for them to capitalize on others' misfortunes are not plentiful. After the race, as the top 3 drivers celebrated and prepared for interviews, the camera shifted to Hamilton, who had just parked his car and was in the process of removing his headrest. The forthcoming scenes evoke a poignant nostalgia among seasoned racing enthusiasts. After meticulously preparing for his exit, Hamilton, upon attempting to disembark, experienced a sudden sharp pain in his lower back due to the excessive bouncing of the car during the race. Initially, he struggled to extricate himself from the cockpit. After a considerable effort, he finally emerged from the confines of the vehicle, yet he did not immediately depart. Instead, he seated himself on the car's side, instinctively supporting his aching back with his right hand. After a brief respite on the car's edge, Hamilton eventually stepped down. Perhaps this is what they call the twilight of a hero. Meanwhile, after completing her pre-race interview, Qin Mian happened to witness Hamilton passing by her. Naturally, she greeted him, but upon observing his somewhat fatigued demeanor, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After listening to the Mexican national anthem on the podium, the Azerbaijan Grand Prix concluded. In this chapter, the standings and scores were as follows: P1, Perez 26, fastest lap; P2, Verstappen 18 P3, Qin Mian 14 P4, Hamilton 12 P5, Gasly 10 P6, Vettel 8 P7, Alonso 6 P8, Ricciardo 4 P9, Norris 2 P10. Ocon won. This marked Ricciardo's first triumph over his teammate Norris in the race since joining McLaren. Additionally, Perez undeniably earned the title of fastest lap, demonstrating his profound familiarity with street circuits. Leading the race since Leclerc's retirement, Perez exhibited astonishing speed, even distancing his teammate Verstappen by over 20 seconds. Notably, Hamilton received the accolade of Best Driver as voted by the live audience post-race, though Qin Mian was unaware of the specific reasons for this honor. Following this race, the Drivers' Championship standings were as follows: 1. Verstappen 1.302, Qin Mian 1.28.3, Leclerc 1.21.4, Perez 1.075, Sainz 7.06, Hamilton 51.7, Norris 42.8, Ocon 39.9, Bottas 38.17, Stroll 1. Post-race. Due to Leclerc's retirement, Verstappen ascended to the lead in the drivers' standings. Qin Mian maintained her position in second, while Leclerc, having accrued no points in this race, fell to third. If one were to consider the unluckiest of this race, it would undoubtedly be Zhou Guanyu. Indeed, one could argue that throughout the 2022 season thus far, Zhou has been plagued by misfortune, enduring numerous retirements, bewildering strategies from the team, and setbacks caused by his gearbox at the start. Zhou Guanyu, who had an excellent opportunity to secure high scores, often finds himself retiring from races due to various peculiar reasons. Consequently, despite Alfa Romeo's car performance being quite commendable this season, Zhou has only amassed a mere 6 points thus far, rendering him incomparable to his teammate, Valtteri Bottas. Qin Mian genuinely struggles to comprehend why, despite Zhou's evident capability to garner more points, Alfa Romeo chooses to allocate a greater share of resources to Bottas. Qin Mian believes that Zhou has repeatedly demonstrated his prowess on the track, while he does not dismiss Bottas's abilities. The current practices of the Alfa Romeo team appear rather biased. It is clear that many share Qin Mian's sentiments. Previously, fans could endure the situation, attributing various justifications to Alfa Romeo, considering that although Zhou possesses substantial skill, he cannot escape the label of a paid driver, thus holding a lesser status compared to Bottas, whom the team invested heavily in acquiring. However, following this week's race, domestic fans could no longer restrain themselves and launched a vehement critique of Alfa Romeo on social media. Here are the team standings. 1. Red Bull, 237-2. Ferrari, 191-3. Mercedes, 191-4. McLaren, 54-5. Alpine, T6. Alfa Romeo, 44-7. Haas, 16-8. AlphaTauri, 24-9. Aston Martin, 14. As for Qin Mian, after the race concluded, he hardly had any time to concern himself with the tumult surrounding the paddock. Following a brief meeting, he promptly boarded a flight to Canada. After the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, the Mercedes team was set to face their third consecutive race on the calendar. The journey was not short, essentially traversing half the globe. This time, Xiaoming did not accompany him. Instead, Qin Mian traveled with Barber and Hamilton. The reason for bringing Hamilton along was primarily due to his plane being sent for maintenance, and Hamilton had several engagements to attend in Canada. However, first-class tickets for direct flights from Azerbaijan to Canada had already sold out, leaving only economy class available. It is not that Hamilton is too distinguished to fly economy. Rather, given his status, the likelihood of him remaining incognito on an economy flight after a Grand Prix is virtually non-existent, especially as a black individual. Thus, to avoid causing a stir on the plane and to save time, Hamilton, aware of Qin Mian's imminent departure after the race, reached out to him via phone. Qin Mian readily agreed. Although Hamilton may not be as swift this season as Qin Mian, his extensive racing experience is invaluable, providing an opportunity for Qin Mian to seek advice and glean knowledge from Hamilton. Furthermore, the relationship between the two has notably improved, making it a suitable moment to approach Hamilton with inquiries that he may not be entirely familiar with, without feeling awkward. However, Qin Mian found himself somewhat helpless as, upon boarding the plane, Hamilton exchanged a few words with him before retreating to the airplane's cabin to rest. Only Angela remained, assisting Hamilton in organizing his belongings. Curiosity piqued, Qin Mian glanced at Angela. Although their interactions had not been extensive, they had worked together for over a year, thus becoming somewhat acquainted. Noticing Qin Mian's gaze, Angela shrugged with a hint of exasperation and remarked, "During the race, you must have observed that Lewis was not in good spirits afterward. He just saw a doctor who mentioned that due to the dolphin jump, Hamilton's soft tissue in his lower back has been strained. While it's nothing serious, he needs to recuperate during this period." Qin Mian nodded in understanding. Although it was unfortunate that he could not learn from Hamilton, upon realizing the discomfort Hamilton was experiencing due to the dolphin jump, he refrained from disturbing Hamilton's rest. After 6 hours of flying, they landed in Canada. Upon disembarking, Qin Mian parted ways with Hamilton, as he needed to check into the hotel directly. The subsequent hours would be dedicated to training, familiarizing himself with the track on the simulator, as the race was imminent. Meanwhile, Hamilton was preoccupied with attending an engagement. Watching Hamilton disappear down the plane's staircase, Qin Mian sighed and turned to Barber, asking, "Why is that?" Barber paused, then realized that Qin Mian was questioning why Hamilton, despite his immense wealth and being one of only 2 seven-time champions in history, remained so fervently dedicated to earning more. "To be honest, I don't quite understand either. Perhaps Lewis enjoys the process," Barber replied with a non-committal shrug. Qin Mian picked up his luggage and said to Barber, "Let us go to the hotel." Later that evening, Qin Mian was in his hotel room video calling Xiaoming, attempting to adjust to the time difference, when suddenly his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Zhou Guanyu calling. Informing Xiaoming briefly, he answered the call without disconnecting the video. "Hey, have you arrived in Canada?" "Yes. I'm at the hotel now. Come out and have a drink with me." Qin Mian hesitated for a moment, looked outside at the dusk, and then replied, "Send me your location." "All right, I'll hang up." "Sounds good." Sometimes, conversations among men are remarkably direct and efficient. After the call ended, Qin Mian turned to Xiaoming on the computer screen and remarked, "It seems the air has been rattled by the team. I'm going to check on him." Xiaoming, who had been following the competition closely, understood what Qin Mian was referring to and nodded in agreement, saying, "Okay, be careful." "No worries." With that, Qin Mian stood up, took his phone and hotel keycard, and headed towards the location Zhou Guanyu had sent. Upon arrival, he found himself at a local bar. Pushing the door open, he noticed it was moderately crowded, with someone on stage singing an English song that Qin Mian could not comprehend. In the room, Qin Mian surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted Zhou Guanyu seated in an inconspicuous corner. He squeezed through the crowd and took a seat. Noticing that 2 empty bottles were already positioned in front of Zhou Guanyu, while beneath the table lay a dozen unopened beverages of unknown origin. However, judging by Zhou Guanyu's complexion, he appeared to be at least somewhat sober, indicating that the drinks he had consumed were likely not alcoholic. Feeling a bit more at ease, Qin Mian inquired, "What is the matter? Any news from the racing team?" Zhou Guanyu let out a wry smile. "Yes, it's been quite bothersome. I initially intended to indulge in some alcohol, but recalling your words about the detrimental effects of drinking on the nerves, I reconsidered. Although, given my current abilities, I may never attain the title of world champion, I still wish to participate in F1 for several more years. Hence, I settled for some juice." Qin Mian nodded and opened a bottle of beverage from beneath the table, taking a sip. To his surprise, the drink was quite pleasant, with a flavor reminiscent of apples, which he found enjoyable. After setting the drink down, he curiously asked, "So, what prompted you to invite me here?" "Nothing much. I simply found this drink to be quite delightful and wanted you to try it," Zhou Guanyu replied playfully, before revealing the true reason for his visit. "I mainly wanted to ask if you have any updates from Geely." Zhou Guanyu looked at Qin Mian and continued, "Though my talent may not match yours, I believe my abilities in the paddock rank among the mid-tier. This is only my first season, and I am still in a phase of growth, with considerable potential for improvement." Qin Mian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Zhou Guanyu's words. Despite Zhou Guanyu's implicit concerns, Qin Mian understood the underlying message. How could one achieve commendable results while surrounded by the remnants of Ferrari-like Aero? Furthermore, Zhou Guanyu's rookie contract was only for a year, leading him to contemplate that if his agreement with Aero were to expire and Geely were to initiate a takeover of Aston Martin, he might be able to establish contact with Aston Martin in advance and secure a new opportunity. After a moment's reflection, Qin Mian asked, "What is the time difference between Canada and our country?" Zhou Guanyu was momentarily puzzled by the sudden shift in conversation, but soon replied, "Canada has many time zones. However, if we consider Montreal, it is 13 hours behind our country." Qin Mian pondered this. "It is currently 7:30 p.m. here, which means it is 8:30 a.m. back home. I'm not sure if President Lee is awake yet. If it gets any later, I'll give him a call. During our last conversation, I sensed his strong desire to enter F1, so Geely should be prepared." As he spoke, Qin Mian jotted a note on his memo. "Will they want me?" Zhou Guanyu wondered aloud, a hint of apprehension creeping into his demeanor. Qin Mian clinked his beverage bottle with Zhou Guanyu's and said, "Do not overthink it. If Geely truly enters the fray and you are unbound by any contractual obligations, as long as you do not falter to the extent of Mick, securing a driver position with Geely would be far easier than you might imagine, especially considering your nationality." For some inexplicable reason, despite being significantly younger than Zhou Guanyu, Qin Miao's words brought him a sense of reassurance. "However, what exactly is wrong with your car?" Qin Miao inquired curiously after taking a sip of his drink. "Is it still the same issue as last time, with the water pipe bursting?" "No," Zhou Guanyu replied, shaking his head. "It is an issue with the internal combustion engine. The team has only detected anomalies in the data, but they have yet to pinpoint the exact cause of the problem." Zhou Guanyu sighed and shook his head again. "Seeing your predicament, I genuinely feel fortunate that my first season in F1 was with Mercedes rather than a Ferrari-affiliated team. Last season, numerous Ferraris also withdrew due to engine troubles," Qin Miao remarked. "I must say, Binotto's engine development capabilities are indeed top tier. Yet the management of the team leaves much to be desired." Zhou Guanyu could only smile wryly in response. "Let's not dwell on that. Speaking of which, have you considered Geely Sentry?" Zhou Guanyu asked. With Zhou Guanyu, Qin Miao felt no need for concealment, having known each other for quite some time. And recognizing Zhou Guanyu's discretion, Qin Miao nodded and said, "If my contract with Mercedes were to expire, and they could offer me a competitive car along with a salary not significantly lower than what Mercedes provides, I would unhesitatingly choose them." Zhou Guanyu was taken aback, not so much by Qin Miao's choice, but by the surprisingly low expectations Qin Miao had regarding Geely's car and salary. "I thought you would at least require a car capable of contending for the championship, with a salary that matches what Mercedes offers you." Yet Qin Miao smiled and replied, "If it were last season, I would have indeed considered that." Zhou Guanyu raised an eyebrow at Qin Miao, and then, as if struck by a realization, his expression changed to one of enlightenment. Qin Miao nodded. "It's precisely as you think. I already hold a world championship title. While I have contemplated achieving 7 championships like Hamilton and Michael Schumacher, it remains unrealistic. After all, now that you are within the paddock, you should understand that winning a world championship cannot solely rely on a driver's individual prowess. The team must also possess a sufficiently powerful car, and luck must be on your side. Zhou Guanyu nodded and, with a hint of envy, said, I used to envy that you secured a world championship in your first year. Now, I envy that your first team in your career is Mercedes. And in your first year, you get to drive a car with championship potential, one that 1T frequently abandoned you. At this point, Qin Mian felt a tinge of nostalgia. To be honest, I owe a debt of gratitude to Ferrari. Without them, I would not have had the opportunity to join Mercedes. The chapter concludes with the motivated Zhou Guanyu. When discussing Ferrari, the atmosphere around the paddock felt rather artificial. Zhou Guanyu's statement was abruptly interrupted by Qin Mian. Have you ever considered returning to Ferrari? Zhou Guanyu asked, his yearning evident. Qin Mian hesitated, then nodded, saying, Let's not embellish things between us. I have indeed contemplated it. Who among us, having grown up watching F1, hasn't he dreamed of racing for Ferrari? If given the opportunity, would you not wish for it? Yet, you are aware of my strained relations with certain individuals at Ferrari. Even if Benotto were to summon me back and fiercely protect my position within the team, my circumstances upon returning would likely be far from favorable. They always find a way to make things difficult for me. Zhou Guanyu nodded in understanding. Though he was unsure whether Qin Mian was affirming the dream of racing or his prospects upon a return to Ferrari. At that moment, Qin Mian's phone suddenly rang. Typically, his work phone was in the hands of Qiu Meng, but he had brought his personal phone to the Grand Prix since he was attending alone. However, it was his leisure time, and he was out chatting with friends, so he would not have his work phone. Thus, it was his personal phone that rang. Upon glancing at the screen, Qin Mian raised an eyebrow in surprise. He showed the screen to Zhou Guanyu, and, under Zhou Guanyu's astonished gaze, Qin Mian answered the call. Good morning, Mr. Li, Qin Mian greeted, recognizing the caller as Li Shufu, the chairman of Geely Holding. This was precisely why Zhou Guanyu was taken aback. They had just been discussing this topic, and the call came as if to validate the adage, speak of the devil, and he appears. Seeing Qin Mian's unguarded demeanor, Zhou Guanyu understood that Qin Mian intended for him to overhear their conversation. However, Li Shufu soon spoke. Good evening, Qin Mian. Where are you? It sounds a bit noisy. It dawned on Qin Mian that he was still at the bar, although the singer on stage was performing a relatively safe ballad. A bar was inherently not a quiet place. I apologize. Please hold on a moment, he quickly replied before hanging up and beckoning Zhou Guanyu. Once they had exited the bar and found a quieter spot, Qin Mian returned the call to Li Shufu. Hello, Mr. Li. I apologize for the noise earlier. Did you have some good news to share? Li Shufu's voice came through with a smile. You will learn of the good news in due time. I wanted to ask if you have recently signed any new contracts with the Mercedes team. Qin Mian paused before responding. Toto has reached out to me several times recently, but I have not agreed to anything. However, as you know, having secured a world championship, the team did propose a salary increase. Nevertheless, my contract with Mercedes still stands for 3 years and will expire after the conclusion of the 2023 season. Haha, your choice is indeed astute. Given your talent, you could secure a far superior contract. Moreover, with Mercedes' current lack of competitiveness, should their car remain underwhelming next season, retaining your position will require considerable sacrifices. However, with your prowess, there is no need to fret about a lack of interest from teams. Whether you choose to leverage your worth or pursue other opportunities, the options will be plentiful. At this juncture, Qin Mian could discern the underlying intent behind Li Shufu's call, even if it remained unspoken. Mr. Li, to be candid, I believe that the Mercedes team will undergo a remarkable transformation next season. I have faith in my colleagues. Of course, Toto Wolff is an exceptional leader and owner, and the wealth of experience within the Mercedes team means that enhancing the car's competitiveness is merely a matter of time. By the way, Mr. Li, are you familiar with Zhou Guanyu? Zhou Guanyu, who had been curiously listening, was taken aback. The conversation had suddenly shifted to him after discussing the Mercedes team. Indeed, I make it a point to watch the F1 live broadcasts on race days. However, as you might understand, when I am busy, it becomes quite challenging to keep up, resulting in me missing many thrilling races. I usually carve out some time post-race to watch highlights, but I seldom have the luxury to catch the qualifying sessions. Nonetheless, I did watch your qualifying and the race at the Monaco Grand Prix. I must say, You executed your performance beautifully. Haha, you flatter me. The track suited me well. And luck was on my side. Qin Mian responded modestly. However, compared to you, Zhou's fortune seems somewhat less favorable. He clearly had many races where he could have scored points, yet the team's mismanagement thwarted those opportunities. I feel I could have performed better in his stead. As this topic unfolded, Qin Miao could clearly sense Li Shufu's simmering frustration. It appeared that this boss had a genuine passion for racing. After all, which true racing enthusiast in the country would not feel indignant upon witnessing Zhou Guanyu's plight? Such blunders were clearly preventable. Of course, with your intellect, not only could you lead a strategy team, but you could also helm an entire racing team without issue. Zhou Guanyu even sought me out to vent his frustrations about this matter post-race. In my opinion, Zhou possesses commendable abilities, though the underwhelming performance of the Alfa Romeo team has hindered his potential on the track. Haha, indeed. I shall keenly observe your upcoming races. Your recent performances appear somewhat lackluster, primarily spent in cruise mode. Upon hearing this, Qin Miao could only manage a wry smile. It is what it is. Currently, the speed enhancements from our engine upgrades are marginal. Under the existing technical regulations, aerodynamic improvements offer the best cost-to-benefit ratio. It is the nature of the times that shapes champions, a pattern that is unavoidable. It is hard to fathom that a young person of your age possesses such profound insight. Society is a vast melting pot. The paddock is filled with eccentricities. One simply has to grow accustomed to it. All right, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Take care of yourself. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Li Shufu, Qin Mian ended the call. Observing the curious expression on Zhou Guanyu's face, Qin Mian shook his phone and remarked, "Speak of the devil, and he calls." Zhou Guanyu, intrigued, inquired, "What did Mr. Li call you about?" As he walked into the bar, Qin Mian replied, "He shared some news and sought to inquire about certain matters. But honestly, you owe me a bow." Having overheard Qin Mian speaking highly of him to Li Shufu, Zhou Guanyu clasped his fists and exclaimed, "Father." Qin Mian nodded in satisfaction. Once they settled into their seats, Zhou Guanyu eagerly asked, "So, what news did Mr. Li convey?" After leisurely sipping his water, and under Zhou Guanyu's expectant gaze, Qin Mian, mimicking a godfather, said, "Has your attitude changed so drastically? Just moments ago, you were calling me father, and now you hesitate to address me with a respectful you. I sense a lack of respect. You do not regard me as a friend." Zhou Guanyu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his pride and said, "Please, go on." Now that's more like it." Qin Mian nodded with approval. He then continued at a measured pace, "I believe Geely is poised to take action soon. It remains uncertain whether they intend to acquire the entirety of Aston Martin or partner with those oil tycoons from the Middle East to seize the remaining shares. However, they undoubtedly aim to acquire the racing team. Given our achievements in F1, our influence domestically is considerable." Zhou Guanyu interjected, "Let us not include me. I don't deserve it." At this moment, he exhibited a remarkable self-awareness. Qin Mian pondered briefly before asserting, "As for Vettel, Aston Martin is unlikely to let him go. After all, as a veteran, he plays a crucial role in the development and tuning of new cars. However, the young master may not stay, which could create an opening." With a knowing smile, Qin Mian glanced at Zhou Guanyu and added, "If Geely truly intends to enter, it will likely be in 2024. You might consider reaching out then. I've already put in a good word for you, and with your nationality, should they have an opening and you remain contract-free, you might just find a place." Zhou Guanyu felt a surge of excitement, only to be slightly disheartened. 2024? That does seem rather far off. But do not rush. Even the most foolish team in F1 is still an F1 team. If you can match Bottas in qualifying and the race, I believe Alpha will be reluctant to allocate more resources to him. Finally, Mr. Li inquired about my contract. Likely with the intention of bringing me to Aston Martin once my contract expires, given my own influence and following. Qin Mian dusted off his clothing. Zhou Guanyu turned to Qin Mian. "What do you mean? Are we actually in contention for a driver's seat?" Qin Miao rolled his eyes, expressing disbelief. It seemed implausible that the current atmosphere within the Martin team was anything but restless. After transitioning from Racing Point to Martin, it was likely they would soon evolve into Lotus, Geely, or perhaps Link Company. Given such significant shifts in upper management and personnel, it was hard to believe they could produce a competitive racing car. Although my obsession with the title of world champion has waned, I still prefer to remain with a team that possesses speed and competitiveness. Moreover, Did I not mention that I would not consider Geely until their car was capable of contending for points in the scoring zone? Nevertheless, given the current predicament of Alro, you might indeed contemplate your options once they arrive. After all, every team experiences lows, and spending time in another low might not be detrimental. Zhou Guanyu twitched the corner of his mouth, but nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. After a sufficient discussion, Qin Miao glanced at his watch and said to Zhou Guanyu, "It's getting late, let us head back." "All right. Are you still feeling down?" "Down? What down?" Qin Miao raised an eyebrow, regarding Zhou Guanyu with a teasing expression. Noticing the latter's calm and indifferent demeanor, Qin Miao regretted not capturing a photo of Zhou Guanyu's despondent state upon arriving at the bar. "Damn, with that mouth of yours. You'll undoubtedly leave behind a pair of relics when you pass. In that case, only your mouth would remain, lying within your ashes, claiming it's not hot." Zhou Guanyu chuckled and gave Qin Miao a playful shove. Subsequently, Qin Miao drove away in the Maybach provided by the team, while Zhou Guanyu lingered beside an Alfa Romeo in the parking lot, watching Qin Miao's Maybach recede into the distance, determination flickering in his eyes. "I can't let you get too far ahead," Zhou Guanyu murmured. Upon returning to the hotel, Qin Miao deleted the memo on his phone reminding him to call Li Shufu. In the days that followed, Qin Miao kept a vigilant eye on news from the Martin team, but oddly, it felt as though Li had decided to toy with him. As the calm was unnerving, this could very well be the calm before the storm. After several days of no news, Qin Miao relinquished his curiosity and began to focus on preparations for the Canadian Grand Prix. On Thursday, Qin Miao arrived at the paddock, walked the track, and surveyed the terrain. Having participated in 2 consecutive street races, he found himself yearning for the traditional circuits. At least these tracks did not carry the same level of danger as street races, where the barriers seemed to loom threateningly close. There was an exhilarating feeling akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Despite his stunning performance in Monaco, where many hailed his final qualifying lap as divine, Qin Miao had felt uncertain at the time. On Thursday, all of Qin Miao's work processes proceeded smoothly. This week, the Mercedes team did not introduce any upgrades to their race cars. Although the factory had prepared an upgraded front wing, logistical issues meant it would not arrive at the circuit until Saturday. Consequently, no upgrades were implemented for this week's race, as the team decided to reserve these enhancements for the upcoming British Grand Prix. Additionally, the development of a new rear suspension has been prioritized, a decision made following the conclusion of the Azerbaijan Grand Prix last week. This new suspension aims to increase the rigidity of the rear, ensuring that the issue of porpoising does not manifest so readily at high speeds. The urgency of this development arose after Lewis Hamilton lodged a serious complaint about the porpoising during the post-race meeting. Given Hamilton's veteran status, it is understandable that he expressed concern, especially after nearly being thrown off balance by the car's erratic movements on the track. After the race, he struggled to exit the car unaided. The team could not allow their 7-time champion to be endangered by the very vehicle he drives, prompting an immediate response to this concern. Concurrently, the team has been applying pressure on the FIA to address the porpoising issue from multiple fronts. Fortunately, the rear suspension problem is relatively straightforward to resolve, as its primary objective is to mitigate the porpoising phenomenon. Thus, this upgrade should be implemented before the British Grand Prix. Consequently, there is a glimmer of hope for improved performance in next week's home race for Mercedes. While it may be unrealistic to expect a battle for the race win between Qin Mian and Hamilton, a podium finish is certainly within reach. During the practice sessions, familiarity with the track allowed Qin Mian to regain his previous effortless performance. The Gilles-Villeneuve circuit, while also a high-speed track, does not feature the extreme long straight seen in Baku. Therefore, during practice, the porpoising was not as pronounced, causing minimal impact for Hamilton. Both the second and third practice sessions were completed smoothly, with both drivers finding their optimal car settings. However, following the third session, Hamilton expressed a desire to adjust the position of the monocoque during the team's post-practice meeting. Although he is making an effort to adapt, his age and long-standing driving habits pose challenges in making such adjustments. Furthermore, Qin Mian's lack of reliance on specific car characteristics has led the team to move the cockpit position further back for next season's car. As a result, Hamilton has been unable to fully unleash the potential of the W13. Consequently, throughout this season, whether in races or qualifying, he has not managed to outperform his teammate Qin Mian. Nevertheless, neither Hamilton's fans nor the upper management of Mercedes doubt his capabilities. However, Hamilton still possesses a sense of urgency, which consequently leads to feelings of anxiety. Throughout the practice session, the entire Mercedes team managed to complete their tasks relatively smoothly. The only discomfort for Qin Mian arose during the third practice session, as a light rain persisted on the track. This rain continued into the qualifying session 3.5 hours later, and it lingered throughout the entire qualifying phase. During Q1 of the qualifying session, due to the heavy rainfall on the circuit, all drivers opted for full wet tires and remained on the track. As the conditions improved with each passing lap, the cars naturally gained speed. The Q1 session progressed without major incidents. Although some drivers skidded while attempting flying laps, they managed to maintain control of their vehicles. Ultimately, the drivers eliminated in Q1 were Norris, Gasly, Vettel, Stroll, and Tsunoda. However, as the competition advanced to Q2, the track began to present numerous challenges. Initially, Leclerc's car encountered a mechanical failure upon returning to the pit after Q1, preventing him from completing a single valid flying lap in Q2. Meanwhile, Perez, who had just claimed victory in the previous race on the streets of Azerbaijan, appeared to struggle with the traditional track layout, locking up his right front tire in T3 during his flying lap. This corner is a critical braking point, and as Perez's tire locked, he missed his braking point entirely. Despite his immediate attempt to release the brake to regain traction and steer into the corner, it was already too late. The seasoned Perez recognized that a collision was unavoidable. If he had forced his car into the turn at that moment, it would likely have resulted in a side impact against the track barriers. To mitigate such an occurrence, Perez gently applied the brakes to reduce speed as much as possible, ultimately veering onto the grass and colliding with the barriers. This manner of impact minimized the team's losses. After all, the collision only damaged the front wing. Had he collided sideways, the potential damage could have extended beyond the front wing to include the rear wing, side pods, and even the front and rear suspensions. One cannot help but marvel at the reflexes of F1 drivers. However, due to the perilous location of Perez's crash, just before the braking point of T3, and with the rain still falling, his car became lodged against the barriers, requiring a tow truck for removal. In light of these circumstances, the race officials promptly displayed the red flag. Despite the red flag persisting for over 20 minutes, the expressions on the faces of the Ferrari crew remained grim, as such a brief interval was insufficient to repair Leclerc's engine. Consequently, Leclerc remained unable to exit the pit until the conclusion of Q2. Certainly, misfortune does not solely afflict Leclerc. Although Norris was not utilizing the same engine as Ferrari, he too encountered mechanical failure during the race, causing his car to remain in the team's garage throughout Q2. Ultimately, the drivers who were eliminated in Q2 included Bottas, Albon, Russell, Perez, Norris, and Leclerc. Notably, it seems that a conversation on Monday may have ignited Zhou Guanyu's competitive spirit, or perhaps he sought to showcase himself before the yet-to-enter Geely. Regardless, Zhou's performance in this race was commendable, marking his first foray into Q2 in his career. In contrast, Perez, Norris, and Leclerc failed to achieve a valid flying lap on the track. One could assert that Zhou Guanyu's luck in this qualifying session was finally on the upswing. Furthermore, it was Zhou's inaugural victory over his teammate Bottas during the qualifying phase. However, Qin Mian felt little joy upon witnessing Zhou's results. As rain had long been a persistent challenge for him, the rain dampened his spirits, particularly since the team had informed him early on that the downpour would persist throughout the qualifying session. At this juncture, Qin Mian had resigned himself to fate, merely hoping for dry conditions during the race the following day. As for Q3, it is worth mentioning that a racing line had emerged on the track. Although some lower-lying areas still bore puddles, the racing line at position 95 was dry. Nonetheless, all drivers, including Qin Mian, opted to continue using intermediate tires rather than switching to slicks. Qin Mian initially recorded a valid lap time that placed him third using dry tires, subsequently entering a cool-down lap. Just when onlookers presumed that Qin Mian would continue to push for a flying lap after the cool-down, he was unexpectedly called back to the pits. With 5 minutes remaining in Q3, he emerged once more to attempt a flying lap. At this point, no one detected any irregularities, and Qin Mian continued his qualifying routine. However, with 2.5 minutes left on the clock, he once again entered the pit lane. Under the watchful gaze of all, the Mercedes pit crew rushed out, each member carrying fresh soft tires. After Qin Mian parked in the tire change area, Hamilton also entered the pits. At this moment, Both Red Bull and Ferrari recognized Mercedes' intent to allow Qin Mian and Hamilton to switch to slicks before the conclusion of Q3 to test their pace. At this stage, both drivers occupied the third and fourth positions in qualifying, with Hamilton third and Qin Mian fourth, maintaining a 0.7-second gap to Alonso in fifth. The team anticipated that the performances of Qin Mian and Hamilton would suffice for them to finish the race in their current standings. Consequently, with two competitors sidelined, the team opted to take the risk of fitting both drivers with dry tires. Regarding the act of yielding to the vehicle behind, both drivers maneuver their cars equipped with dry tires onto the wet sections of the track, addressing the issue of tire temperature. By completing their warm-up lap during the race, they prevent the pursuing car from gaining an advantage while strategically seeking an opportune moment to advance. With only 10 cars currently on the track, such chances should be readily available. Indeed, this is the very moment for a pit stop. As Qin Mian emerges, he accelerates and, where possible, makes slight adjustments on the racing line to warm his tires, exerting every effort to elevate their temperature. Despite some teams promptly recalling their drivers to switch to dry tires upon noticing Mercedes' intentions, Mercedes has timed their pit stop impeccably. They called their drivers in less than 10 seconds after Verstappen and Sainz passed the pit entrance. This timing implies that if dry tires are indeed advantageous, and if Verstappen and Sainz are preparing for a tire change, they would not have enough time to complete a lap and return to the pits for a new set of dry tires. Should this strategy prove effective, the drivers behind would be unable to match the speed of the two Mercedes cars. This represents a cunning maneuver devised by the Mercedes team. You can discern my intentions the moment I act, yet even if you recognize it, there remains no recourse but to watch helplessly. Ferrari and Red Bull have been closely monitoring Mercedes within the team communications, yet prior to this incident, Mercedes exhibited no signs of activity. It seemed as if this decision had arisen spontaneously within the team. Consequently, the two teams that have effectively sidelined Mercedes as competitors this season found themselves somewhat taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Their minds inevitably began to harbor concerns. What if Qin Mian and Hamilton indeed secured the first and second positions in qualifying? Furthermore, the rapport between the two Mercedes drivers has been quite amicable. Should they collaborate during the race, Qin Mian could benefit from Hamilton's support, making any attempts at an undercut exceedingly challenging. They would undoubtedly compress the field significantly. In such a scenario, even if you start in third place, a pit stop could potentially drop you to 20th. Typically, one would merely need to conserve tires behind the leading drivers, waiting for them to pit first. However, Qin Mian's tire conservation abilities are remarkably exceptional, rivaling the durability of medium tires and even surpassing that of hard tires managed adeptly by other teams. This situation is truly exasperating for anyone observing. Thus, amidst the anticipation of on-site fans and the anxious gazes of Ferrari and Red Bull supporters, Qin Mian and Hamilton completed their respective warm-up laps and commenced the final flying lap of the Q3 qualifying stage. During the warm-up lap, Qin Mian inevitably encountered some wet patches on the corners, leading to signs of tire cooling and potential skidding. Fortunately, he managed to maintain control of his vehicle, although that bend cost Qin Mian at least 0.2 seconds in comparison to Red Bull and Ferrari. Both Qin Mian and Hamilton maintained an undeniable speed advantage on the straights and the corners already traversed. As the flying lap commenced, Qin Mian immediately set a purple sector time, surpassing Verstappen by a remarkable 0.5 seconds. Hamilton, exhibiting an extraordinary performance, swiftly followed suit, snatching away the fastest sector time from Qin Mian. At this moment, whether among domestic commentators, Mercedes fans, or the personnel in the Mercedes pit, genuine smiles adorned their faces. However, just as everyone in the Mercedes pit believed they had calculated every possible outcome and felt victory was within grasp, a yellow flag suddenly appeared on the circuit. This unexpected event startled everyone in the Mercedes team, but upon closer inspection, they realized that the yellow flag in the first sector would not affect Qin Mian and Hamilton, who had already progressed to the second sector. They felt a slight sense of relief, yet soon began to silently urge the broadcasting crew to display footage of the incident that had triggered the yellow flag. The unsettling scene swiftly materialized on the broadcast. Mick Schumacher's Haas was stationary on the grass beside the track, having crashed at the same location as Perez. The barrier, recently struck by Perez, had now been hit again by Schumacher. The difference lay in the fact that Schumacher was on soft tires, and unlike Perez, who had made a split-second decision. Mick, upon realizing he could not brake in time, instinctively attempted to turn right to save his car. This erroneous decision resulted in Schumacher's car losing control, crashing sideways into the track's protective barrier. Fortunately, as it was a braking zone, Mick's car wasn't traveling at high speed, and the four tires somewhat mitigated the impact as he veered into the grass. Thus, this collision, akin to Perez's, did not result in debris littering the track, and Schumacher's car sustained only minor damage. However, crucially, like Perez, Mick's vehicle became lodged in the barrier marked by the collision. Despite the differing positions of the two cars, the nature of Mick Schumacher's accident was nearly identical to that of Perez. Toto immediately recognized that the car would require a tow truck to be removed. Since the incident involving Bianchi, anytime a tow truck entered the circuit, a red flag would inevitably be raised. Realizing this, a thought flashed through Toto's mind. Qin Mian must complete this lap as quickly as possible. Hamilton was still about 10 seconds behind Qin Mian, and given this situation, there was no way he could finish this lap. At this moment, Qin Mian had completed the second-timed segment, achieving a remarkable purple sector that even eclipsed Verstappen's lap time by a full second. Unfortunately, fate often plays cruel tricks. Just as Qin Mian prepared to break into T12, the race officials displayed the red flag. If a red flag appears before crossing the finish line, even if one is a mere 0.0001 seconds from it, the lap time will be nullified. At that juncture, only 1 minute and 30 seconds remained on the Q3 clock. This duration proved insufficient for drivers to exit the pit and complete another flying lap once the red flag was lifted. Even with 1 minute and 50 seconds available, the track would likely be in suboptimal condition, allowing Red Bull and Ferrari drivers to also secure a clean flying lap. The strategy for Mercedes was derailed solely by Mick. Bravo Mick! Fans of Red Bull and Ferrari would have eagerly pulled Mick Schumacher from his car to express their gratitude. In light of this unforeseen event, everyone at Mercedes could only sigh in resignation. They had done everything within their power, yet destiny was not in their favor. Ultimately, qualifying concluded, and the starting grid for the top 10 in the race tomorrow is as follows. 1. Verstappen 2. Alonso 3. Sainz 4. Qin Mian 5. Hamilton 6. Magnussen 7. Zhou Guanyu 8. Ocon 9. Ricciardo 10. Mick Schumacher. To everyone's surprise, the seasoned veteran Alonso found himself among the top 3 in qualifying, largely due to an impressive flying lap prior to the red flag, combined with the track conditions being quite favorable at that moment. Consequently, both Qin Mian and Hamilton had to settle for 4th and 5th places, respectively. However, what delighted domestic fans was Zhou Guanyu's stellar performance in the rain, securing a commendable 7th place. Many believe that Zhou's current standing is not his limit, but rather the limitation of the Alfa Romeo machine. Particularly notable was Zhou's performance, especially in contrast to his teammate Bottas, who failed to progress to Q3. Upon returning to the paddock, both Qin Mian and Hamilton were visibly disheartened as they made their way to the scale together. In the post-qualifying interviews, the frustration of both drivers was palpable. After the race, details emerged about the damage to Mick's car, which turned out to be minor, with only the front wing affected, leading to a direct financial loss of around 200,000, a far cry from the costly incident Mick faced in Monaco. Back at the team for post-race analysis, Mercedes was equally perplexed, questioning how Mick had crashed when T3 was perfectly dry. In truth, both Qin Mian and Hamilton shared the same bewilderment. If Mick had veered off during the T8 and T9 corners, Hamilton and Qin Mian might have been able to comprehend the situation, as those two bins are situated at a lower elevation, with water accumulating at the apex. Indeed, Qin Mian himself suffered a slip of the rear wheels upon exiting the corner, costing him approximately 0.1 seconds. However, now that the incident had transpired, both Qin Mian and Hamilton could only exchange a wry smile before each began to prepare for the race the following day. On Sunday, Qin Mian arrived on the island early, greeted by numerous fans, and even found time to participate in a 30-minute pre-race autograph session. Following this were the pre-race interviews and the driver's parade. When Qin Mian returned to his lounge, only 2 hours remained before the race commenced. Seizing the opportunity, he opened his laptop to review the onboard footage from the qualifying rounds of other drivers, as well as to watch recordings of past races on this circuit. Due to the peculiar timing of Qin Mian's entry into F1, many circuits had been cancelled owing to the pandemic. The Gilles-Villeneuve circuit, for instance, had been suspended since 2019 and only resumed hosting the Grand Prix in 2022. Consequently, Qin Mian's familiarity with the Gilles-Villeneuve circuit was primarily derived from the team's simulator and video games. Moreover, he was uncertain whether it was a result of his championship win last year, but his enthusiasm for new circuits seemed to pale in comparison to the previous season. Last year, he had encountered virtually every track for the first time, meticulously traversing each new layout, analyzing every curb and angle, and mentally simulating his racing lines through each corner. Reflecting on this, Qin Mian let out a sigh. Of course, if his fellow drivers were aware that he was using the time before the race not only to avoid adjusting his state of mind, but also to watch race footage while lamenting his own laziness, they would likely scorn him. How could he be so brazen? Did they not wish to review footage before the race to better familiarize themselves with the circuit? Without adjusting their state of mind prior to the competition, how could they expect to perform well? Before long, the time arrived, and Qin Mian donned his racing suit, making his way to the track. Today brought good news for him. The weather was favorable, with no rain and abundant sunshine, leading to a track temperature of 43 degrees, ideal racing conditions. After completing a photo session on the circuit, Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu walked together, engaging in casual conversation without any last-minute cramming on Zhou's part. After all, Qin Mian was aware that the Mercedes could navigate corners a bit more aggressively, which shows Alfa Romeo might not be able to manage. Thus, it was prudent to refrain from adding unnecessary stress to Zhou during this time. Upon returning to his car, Qin Mian and Zhou parted ways. Meanwhile, Hamilton had already suited up and entered his vehicle. Qin Mian stretched his body and, after a few warm-up exercises, donned his helmet and entered the racing car. As he settled in, Frankie, observing through the camera, initiated a radio check. "I can't hear you. Please repeat." Qin Mian joked lightly. "What?" Frankie was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing he needed to contact the technician responsible for the radio to check on Qin Miao's car. However, it dawned on him that Qin Mian was merely jesting. After all, how could he know he was speaking on the radio otherwise? It was quite amusing, and Frankie responded with a wry smile, thinking about how tense he had been moments before. The lighthearted exchange came to an end as the Reyes team withdrew, signaling that the race was about to commence. After the warm-up lap concluded, Qin Mian returned to his designated spot. Habitually, he glanced at the cars around him before awaiting the red lights to illuminate. One by one, the 5 red lights lit up, only to extinguish in an instant. The race had begun. With the start, Qin Miao's acceleration was even swifter than Alonso's. He quickly positioned himself right behind Alonso and lined up side by side with Sainz in third place. The first turn, a left-hand bend, was not particularly favorable for Qin Mian, who was on the outside line. Nevertheless, thanks to his initial advantage, he maintained his position alongside Sainz. As they approached turn 2, a 180-degree right-hand hairpin, Qin Mian found himself on the inside line. Exiting the corner, he surged ahead of Sainz. But the proximity of the wall meant he did not force Sainz off the track. He merely provided him with scant room, just enough to keep Sainz on course. The two cars continued side by side into turn 3. Here, Qin Mian took a more assertive approach, cutting across the inside line and entering turn 4 without yielding any space to Sainz. Consequently, Sainz found himself having to navigate beyond the apex of turn 4. Upon rejoining the track, Sainz did not ease off the throttle, maintaining his position alongside Qin Miao's car. As they transitioned from turn 4 to the faux turn 5, Sainz, leveraging the power of his formidable yet somewhat unstable Ferrari engine, managed to close the gap with Qin Mian. Upon reaching turn 6, however, Qin Mian found himself in a predicament. This left turn saw Sainz squeezing into Qin Miao's inside line. With a late braking maneuver, Sainz forcefully inserted himself ahead, leaving Qin Mian with little recourse. Following turn 6, the subsequent turn 7 did not afford Qin Mian the opportunity to cross lines, as the length of the track was insufficient for his engine to fully express its potential. Ultimately, at turn 6, Qin Mian chose to concede and did not attempt a forceful maneuver. He then stabilized his position in third place, awaiting the activation of DRS. Hamilton successfully maintained his starting position, not losing any ground at the beginning of the race. Although his competitiveness during the race itself has been somewhat lacking in recent events, he has not faltered during the starts. Meanwhile, Zhou Guanyu had an impressive start in this race. Following a smooth launch, he surged from 7th to 6th, overtaking Magnussen and positioning himself right behind Hamilton. The attention of the spectators soon shifted to Leclerc and Perez, who, unlike the relatively uneventful frontrunners, were slicing through the competition with remarkable agility. Without even activating the DRS, they commenced their overtaking maneuvers with fervor. As the race approached the fourth lap, the DRS was activated, allowing Sainz to effortlessly overtake Alonso in the designated zone. This was hardly surprising, considering Alonso's car performance positioned him fortuitously rather than competitively. By the fourth lap, Qin Mian also managed to surpass Alonso in the DRS zone. Although Alonso attempted to mount a defense, the Mercedes cars this season outclassed the Renault, making it a straightforward task for Qin Mian. He utilized his speed and Alonso's slipstream to execute a clean pass, quickly asserting his dominance and extinguishing any hopes Alonso had of reclaiming his position. By the sixth lap, Hamilton too had overtaken Alonso. While Alonso typically possesses a wealth of experience in defending against Hamilton, the latter had observed Qin Mian's maneuver closely and replicated it to overtake Alonso with relative ease. However, once both Qin Mian and Hamilton had dispatched Alonso, it became clear to the Mercedes team that their race was effectively over, provided the pit stops proceeded without incident. Nonetheless, the eighth lap brought unexpected drama as Perez's Red Bull suddenly lost power and came to a halt at the T8 exit. The replay revealed the engine's roar as Perez attempted to accelerate, yet the car provided no thrust. Experienced observers quickly deduced that a gearbox failure was at play, preventing the engine's power from reaching the tires. The race officials promptly waved the yellow flag, which soon transitioned into a virtual safety car situation. Qin Mian intended to take advantage of this virtual safety car to pit for fresh tires. However, having already passed the pit entrance when the virtual safety car was deployed, he found himself unable to enter the pits. By the time he returned, the gap to the cars behind him had diminished significantly, leaving him with no choice but to continue racing on the track. However, fortune often favors the determined. In the 20th lap, Mick Schumacher's Haas car came to a halt in the same position as Perez's vehicle, which had suffered a malfunction. At this juncture, Qin Mian had no hesitation. He promptly opted to pit and donned a set of hard tires. Although there lingered a slight animosity towards Mick due to the prior incident where his pole position was usurped, at this moment, all Qin Mian wished to convey to Mick was gratitude. Truly, he is a commendable individual. As the chapter concludes, in the 400th segment titled Defying Fate, despite emerging from the pit lane behind Alonso, both Qin Mian and Hamilton found it manageable to overtake Alonso, who had been utilizing medium tires for 20 laps. Thus, in the 25th lap, they reclaimed their positions ahead of Alonso. From that point onward, neither Qin Mian nor Hamilton garnered much attention, as Qin Mian's fresh set of hard tires was capable of enduring the entirety of the race, with ample reserves to spare. Hamilton's tires were in a similar state, albeit Qin Mian's cruising speed was evidently superior. By the 33rd lap, the time gap between Qin Mian and Hamilton had expanded to 5 seconds. Simultaneously, the time differential between Qin Mian and Sainz ahead was also 5 seconds, while Sainz trailed Verstappen by an alarming 8 seconds. It was evident that without Leclerc, Sainz was unable to carry the weight of responsibility. If Leclerc were present, he might have applied some pressure on Verstappen. However, with only Sainz in contention, Verstappen cruised ahead in solitude. Meanwhile, Leclerc, having reached the DRS zone behind Alonso, commenced his attack. Yet, he did not pit at this moment, thereby maintaining only a temporary advantage. His attempts to overtake Alonso proved arduous. After 3 laps in pursuit, he struggled to find a suitable opportunity. Ultimately, Leclerc was compelled to pit for new tires, relegating him to the back. In the 49th lap, a yellow flag was displayed, swiftly transitioning into a safety car situation. When the camera shifted, it revealed Tsunoda's car stranded on the grass outside T2, its front nose embedded in the barrier. Coincidentally, the 48th lap coincided with the pit window for many teams, resulting in several drivers pitting prior to the emergence of the safety car. This fortunate turn of events benefited both Qin Mian and Hamilton, who were intent on completing the race. By this point, the time gap between them had widened beyond 10 seconds, allowing for seamless pit stops without interference. Consequently, Qin Mian promptly pitted for a fresh set of soft tires. Conversely, Hamilton, lacking Qin Mian's exceptional tire management skills and not accustomed to conserving his tires, opted for a set of hard tires that had already completed 7 laps. After all, he had exhausted his spare tire reserves, and this particular set of tires was the fastest among all he possessed. For Hamilton, The sole piece of good news was that with the installation of this tire set, he no longer needed to concern himself with tire longevity in the ensuing race. He could unleash his full potential. Once Qin Mian and Hamilton had completed their tire changes, the broadcast shifted to a first-person view of Tsunoda's collision. The commentators from 5-Star Sports were both surprised and delighted to discover that Tsunoda's crash occurred due to excessive speed upon exiting the pit, leading to an inability to brake effectively and resulting in understeering off the track. In that moment, the three commentators were nearly overwhelmed with laughter, yet they restrained themselves. Acutely aware of the numerous viewers tuning into the race due to Qin Mian's influence. From this point onward, it was all favorable news for Qin Mian. The introduction of the safety car significantly narrowed the time gap between him and Verstappen as well as Sainz. Although the two frontrunners also switched to new tires during the safety car period, like Hamilton, they too had exhausted their supply of fresh soft and medium tires, opting instead for hard tires. It is important to note that on this circuit, the lap time advantage of soft tires over hard tires was 0.6 of a second. This meant that Qin Mian's lap speed was now over 0.2 of a second quicker than Verstappen's, and even more so compared to Sainz, by at least 0.4 per lap. The safety car was deployed from lap 49 to lap 54, leaving 16 laps until the race's conclusion. Qin Mian's tires were perfectly adequate, and he no longer needed to conserve them. The race start was relatively smooth. Despite Verstappen's pressure, the introduction of regulations meant that, barring particularly slow-reacting drivers, it was nearly impossible to lose positions at this stage. Upon entering T12, Verstappen began to accelerate, with Sainz and Qin Mian promptly following suit. However, Qin Mian refrained from rushing into action, as it was unnecessary. His car lacked an advantage over the two ahead in the straights. Rather than squander his limited soft tire resources in a battle through the corners, it was wiser to stay close behind Sainz, applying minimal pressure and preventing him from being distanced by Verstappen. Once DRS was activated, he could utilize it along with the superior grip of his soft tires to overtake Sainz decisively. Only then would he have the opportunity to contend with Verstappen ahead. In contrast to the top three, who followed closely behind one another after the start, Hamilton found himself immediately distanced by Qin Mian, who had created a gap of a full car length. This was an inevitable outcome, as the speed of soft tires compared to hard tires was virtually guaranteed. Watching Qin Mian gradually pull away, Hamilton had never wished for an additional set of soft tires in his inventory as fervently as he did at that moment. Alas, there was only one Qin Mian in the world, just as there was only one Lewis Hamilton. However, the astonishing top speed of Ferrari is undeniably impressive. Once the DRS was activated, Qin Mian consistently maintained a distance of 0.5 seconds from Sainz. Consequently, even with his DRS engaged, he found himself unable to overtake the car ahead in the DRS zone. Each time, he nearly aligned alongside Sainz just before the braking point, while Sainz adeptly maneuvered along a defensive line. Though this strategy effectively stifled Qin Mian's attempts to advance, Sainz gradually fell behind Verstappen in the latter stages of the race. The layout of the Villeneuve circuit offered no opportunity for an alternate line, leaving Qin Mian at a loss for a viable strategy to challenge Sainz. While the fierce contest between Qin Mian and Sainz captivated the audience, with broadcast cameras fixated on their duel, Qin Mian himself preferred to remain out of the spotlight. By the time the race reached lap 60, he felt a sense of resignation, as Verstappen had established a 4-second lead over Sainz. Considering the speed of Verstappen's Red Bull, Qin Mian realized that the championship title was slipping from his grasp. "Damn it, Sainz, I'll show you." In lap 61, during turns T8 and T9, Qin Mian navigated with extreme precision, nearly grazing the right side wall upon exiting T9. This aggressive driving style carried a high risk of error, a level of audacity he had not displayed even in qualifying. Yet, this very boldness allowed him to closely tail Sainz between T9 and T10, and as they approached T10, Qin Mian remained resolutely behind Sainz. Upon realizing Qin Mian's proximity, Sainz contemplated allowing him to pass the DRS detection point first. However, Qin Mian had no intention of conceding, maintaining his position directly behind Sainz without a hint of intention to overtake. Exiting T10, Qin Mian found himself just 0.3 seconds behind Sainz, a position ripe for an attack. Yet, one could not help but admire the formidable power output of the Ferrari engine. Even before the DRS was activated, Qin Mian had already tapped into Sainz's slipstream, but the time gap between them remained largely unchanged. It was only upon entering the DRS zone that he visibly began to close the distance. Finally, just before T12, Qin Mian succeeded in overtaking Sainz. To thwart any potential retaliation from Sainz in the corner, he chose the inside line for his braking. Sainz, acutely aware that if their speeds were equal, overtaking him on the track would be akin to a 3-year-old child attempting to defeat Tyson in a fistfight, knew the challenge would be monumental. Thus, after Qin Mian surpassed himself, Sainz could only sigh inwardly and concede that he had lost second place in the race, despite there being 10 laps remaining. This epitomizes the dominance Qin Mian has exhibited on the track throughout the season, leaving a profound impression on everyone in the paddock. Moreover, Qin Mian's speed on soft tires was markedly superior to that of Sainz. Just in the consecutive combination corners T12 and T13, the time gap between Qin Mian and Sainz had already stretched to 0. For seconds, it is noteworthy that Qin Mian had not taken the optimal line into T12, opting instead for the inside line. In the ensuing period, despite Qin Mian's relentless pursuit of Verstappen ahead, the 4-second time deficit proved to be quite substantial. When the race reached lap 69, the gap between Qin Mian and Verstappen had only narrowed to 2 seconds. Ultimately, upon completion of the 70 laps, Verstappen crossed the finish line first, having experienced little pressure throughout the race, followed closely by Qin Mian and Sainz. The Canadian Grand Prix concluded with the waving of the checkered flag, and the final standings and points were as follows: P1, Verstappen 25, P2, Qin Mian 19, fastest lap, P3, Sainz 14, P4, Hamilton 12, P5, Leclerc 10, P6, Ocon 8, P7, Zhou Guanyu 6, P8, Alonso 4, P9, Bottas 2, P10, Stroll 1. Despite the Mercedes team's diminished competitiveness, domestic fans were quite satisfied with the race. On one hand, the appearance of the safety car allowed Qin Mian to stage a remarkable comeback during the race's most tedious phase, seizing second place from Ferrari and securing the fastest lap of the day. Achieving the fastest lap on soft tires in the latter part of the race was almost inevitable. Another source of joy for domestic fans was Zhou Guanyu, as this marked the first occasion he triumphed over his teammate Bottas during the race. Aside from instances of Bottas's retirement, simultaneously, he engaged in a thrilling battle with his idol Alonso in the latter stages of the race. Alonso's defensive prowess is elite, having proven himself against Hamilton in the past. However, ultimately, Alonso succumbed to Zhou Guanyu's offensive efforts due to tire degradation issues with the Alpine car, finishing in 8th place. Zhou Guanyu, on the other hand, achieved his career-best result, finishing 7th. After crossing the finish line, Qin Mian felt a genuine sense of joy and relief. After all, regardless of the circumstances, his rightful position in this race should have been 3rd. Yet, he ultimately triumphed over Sainz in the Ferrari and secured 2nd place, which was undeniably a cause for celebration. To speak boldly, had he not departed from Ferrari and driven for them this season, the championship title could very well have been his in this race. Well done, especially during the overtaking, truly impressive. Frankie's voice rang out. Haha, of course. Qin Mian responded with a smile. After the race, he naturally celebrated once more with the staff of his team. Laughter filled the air as everyone patted Qin Mian on the shoulder. Once the celebrations concluded, Qin Mian noticed Sainz stepping out of his car, leaning against it with a fatigued and disheartened expression. After exchanging greetings and a handshake with Verstappen, Qin Mian approached Sainz. After shaking hands, he patted Sainz on the back and remarked, "Honestly, your defense put immense pressure on me. Without any emotion, you are currently the one who has defended against me the longest. If it weren't for you, I might have contended for the race victory. Verstappen should certainly take you out for dinner." Sainz, who had been somewhat downcast, instantly brightened at this. "It seems I must call Verstappen after the race." They shared a smile, and Sainz joined the Ferrari team staff to celebrate. Following their conversation, the post-race interviews ensued. There is little need to elaborate here. After ascending the podium, receiving awards, and listening to the Dutch national anthem, the formalities concluded, marking the end of the Canadian Grand Prix. After this race, the driver standings were as follows: 1. Verstappen 155-2, Qin Mian 147-3, Leclerc 131-4, Perez 107-5, Sainz 84-6, Hamilton 63-7, Ocon 47-8, Norris 42-9, Bottas 40-17. Stroll 2. The team standings were as follows: 1. Red Bull 262-2, Mercedes 222-3, Ferrari 215-4, Alpine 66.5, McLaren 54.6, Alfa Romeo 52.7, AlphaTauri 24.8, Haas 16.9, Aston Martin 15p. Apologies for not providing an update today. This chapter concludes. With respect to Mercedes, their performance primarily relied on the consistent contributions of Qin Mian and Hamilton, while Leclerc struggled due to a car malfunction during qualifying, which caused him to lose significant time amidst slower cars, resulting in a disappointing finish. Additionally, Qin Mian executed a last-minute overtaking maneuver against Sainz to secure second place. As a result of these two factors, Mercedes has now ascended to second place in the standings, leading Ferrari by 7 points. This 7-point advantage was solely earned through the stability of their car. Following the conclusion of the Canadian Grand Prix, the eagerly anticipated British Grand Prix awaits, which is considered a home ground for the Mercedes team. The sport of Formula One originally flourished in the United Kingdom, which remains the primary hub for professionals in the field. Numerous teams have their factories and research and development bases situated in Britain, establishing it as the home ground for most F1 teams, including Mercedes. For Hamilton, this locale serves as a dual home. Simultaneously, following a commendable second-place finish at the Canadian Grand Prix, Qin Mian received delightful news. The team's 3 upgrades had been fully developed and were confirmed for application at the British Grand Prix. Adjusted simulator data indicated that these enhancements would yield at least a 0.2-second improvement in lap times. While this increment may seem modest, the upgraded rear suspension and new floor design significantly enhanced the car's consistency and predictability. Most crucially, they broadened the tuning window, affording both Qin Mian and Hamilton diverse tuning options across various circuits. Meanwhile, the simulator department continued its methodical work. However, final adjustments and debugging would not reach completion until the eve of the British Grand Prix. Although time may be somewhat constrained, the team's access to the simulator would facilitate an accelerated pace in the development of car upgrades. This week, Zhou Guanyu displayed a newfound confidence, engaging amicably with fellow drivers in their group chat post-race. It is worth noting that Zhou's performance this week indeed warranted such boastfulness. He had triumphed over both his teammate and Bottas, a testament to the prowess of a rookie driver. After the race, Qin Mian opted not to return to Monaco, but instead took a flight with his technicians directly back to the UK. Being part of the Mercedes team, all members of Qin Mian's crew predominantly reside in Britain, with those living elsewhere situated nearby. Although the technicians enjoyed accommodations and meals provided by the team, along with round-trip economy class tickets, the flight was scheduled for Tuesday. The choice of flying out on the Tuesday following the Grand Prix, rather than Monday or the same day, was primarily due to the team's logistics. All materials required to be packed and shipped by Monday evening, naturally leading to a Tuesday departure. This arrangement allowed everyone to travel together, ultimately resulting in cost savings for the team. In the past, prior to the introduction of budget caps, the Mercedes team operated with far more flexibility, allowing personnel to leave at their convenience post-race, simply submitting invoices for reimbursement. However, times have changed, and all teams now adhere to strict budgetary constraints, necessitating frugality wherever possible, with comfort being a lesser priority. Following the conclusion of the race, it is only natural for everyone to desire an early return home to rest or spend time with their families. The salaries of the team technicians are not particularly high, and purchasing a flight ticket from Canada to the UK is quite costly. A single trip could consume 15 of their monthly wages, which is understandably distressing. Coincidentally, Qin Mian planned to return to the UK after the Sunday race and casually inquired during the evening dinner who would like to accompany him. Consequently, he returned to the UK with all the staff from his team. Upon disembarking, Qin Mian bid farewell to each of his colleagues and then took a car back to his residence in Brackley. He enjoyed a comfortable 2-day rest at home. However, by the 3rd day, he was back at the team, resuming his duties as a professional driver. Notably, while at the team headquarters, Qin Mian overheard a conversation between Hamilton's nutritionist and barber regarding Hamilton's recent schedule. It resembled a bustling market, with morning engagements at a company gathering, simultaneous participation in a fashion show, a lunch with a celebrity, an afternoon magazine shoot, and an evening gala. This intense workload persisted for several consecutive days. Qin Mian was taken aback upon hearing this. Is it any wonder that the British take such pride in their presence in Formula One? Even before the home Grand Prix officially commenced, the busyness was already overwhelming. Suddenly, Qin Mian felt a sense of foreboding. If the domestic Grand Prix were to be held next year or the year after, would he find himself similarly occupied? Would he land back home only to have his schedule filled with various activities, meetings with diverse individuals, social gatherings, chats, and interviews? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. He silently resolved that if the domestic Grand Prix were to take place, he would not partake in any activities or interviews, instead focusing on preparing himself to perform exceptionally on the track. After all, for a driver, the most crucial aspect remains the results and performance on the circuit. On August 29th, Qin Mian was busy with the team. He rose in the morning, completed his daily workout at the gym, showered, and after lunch, made his way to the team. To his surprise, a considerable number of people had gathered at the team today, including Hamilton, who had been incredibly busy lately. Observing the crowd, Qin Mian sensed that something significant was about to transpire. Sure enough, upon arriving at his office, Barber soon came to inform him that a meeting was scheduled. After tidying up briefly, Qin Mian proceeded to the team's conference room, a place he had grown quite accustomed to. Unlike the usual team meetings, today's gathering included many familiar faces, though such meetings were rare. These individuals were the team members responsible for the simulator. Previously, they seldom attended meetings, as it was unnecessary. Typically, only one representative would suffice. This time, the entire department was present. The primary role of the simulator department is to assist in testing the performance of new components, providing evaluations, and verifying data. Upon seeing them in the conference room today, Qin Mian felt a sense of assurance. It was evident that the simulator department had successfully completed the upgrades. The issues concerning the team's simulator had likely been rectified. For some inexplicable reason, Qin Mian suddenly began to feel a sense of anticipation. The subsequent content of the meeting confirmed this sentiment. As the head of the simulator department personally delivered a report, he briefly outlined the issues discovered with the Mercedes team's simulator, detailing when the corresponding modifications were made and the expected effects of these changes. Ultimately, amidst the applause and cheers of the entire team, he declared that all bugs and issues with the simulator had been resolved, and that the development of the Mercedes racing cars would soon return to its intended course. Following the head of the simulator department's address, other senior members of the team presented their reports and outlined their departmental work arrangements for the upcoming period. Finally, Qin Mian and Hamilton took to the stage to invigorate the team staff. Although the primary decision-makers within the team are still the team principal and the chief technical officer, it is undeniable that in the eyes of most of the lower-level employees, the influence of the world champions Qin Mian and Hamilton surpasses that of Toto and his associates. In fact, many individuals joined the Mercedes team primarily to work alongside Qin Mian and Hamilton. After a round of encouragement, the meeting drew to a close, with Toto providing a summary before everyone returned to their respective tasks. Qin Mian, Hamilton, and the team's test driver, W13, eagerly made their way to the simulator department. Under the astonished gaze of the two drivers, Qin Mian deftly entered the car setup from his previous Canadian Grand Prix into the computer, becoming the first to engage with the team's simulator, testing the consistency of the simulator's data with the real-world performance on the track. After all, even someone as adept as Hamilton would not recall the precise settings he had initially applied to his car. To Qin Mian's delight, after completing 2 flying laps on the simulator, he found no discernible difference between the simulated data and his experience from the previous week on the actual track. The car's speed remained consistent, and the simulator accurately provided feedback to Qin Mian. This effectively resolved foundational issues that had developed during the ground effect era, laying a solid groundwork upon which the team could construct a towering success. However, the remaining budget for the season was limited, and the team was not prepared to abandon the development of the W13 for this season. Consequently, the already scarce resources would be halved. Nonetheless, this was not a concern for Qin Mian and Hamilton. It was a matter for Toto and Elliott to address. Having briefly indulged in a simulator that had lain dormant for quite some time, Qin Mian emerged from the confines of the simulator shell. Hamilton offered a supportive hand to Qin Mian, and once he had steadied himself, he inquired with curiosity, "How was the experience? Your lap times were quite impressive." With a smile, Qin Mian gestured for W13 to take his turn before replying to Hamilton. "The results should speak for themselves, don't you think? I achieved these times without much acclimatization, which only indicates that the simulator has indeed been improved." "Excellent," Hamilton exclaimed, clenching his fist enthusiastically. Then casting a glance at W13, who had just settled into the racing shell, still fumbling with his safety harness, Hamilton's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Qin Mian sensed that. At that moment, Hamilton harbored a strong urge to dash over and yank De Vries from the shell, taking his place for a couple of laps. However, Hamilton ultimately restrained his impulses and took a seat alongside Qin Mian, awaiting the conclusion of De Vries's test. De Vries did not remain in the simulator for long, emerging after approximately 10 minutes. In truth, having never piloted an F1 car, De Vries was unable to discern whether the simulator's performance had genuinely improved or if it mirrored the car's consistency. Nevertheless, having just tested it himself, Qin Mian trusted the judgment of a world champion, and thus De Vries provided the team with affirmative feedback regarding the new simulator. Next came the eagerly anticipated Hamilton. With the simulator issues resolved at an unexpectedly swift pace, Qin Mian returned to the routine of balancing team duties and home life, reminiscent of the previous season. It was as if a wave of intensive development had swept through. Barely had Qin Mian resumed his regular work rhythm than he found himself working tirelessly alongside De Vries, assisting the team in testing new components and gathering data. Qin Mian observed 4 distinct designs for sideboxes and floorboards. Although he was aware that many components were being prepared for the upcoming season, he was nonetheless astonished by the efficiency of their work. Consequently, his rapport with De Vries improved significantly. While they did not reach the camaraderie of Zhou Guanyu and Leclerc, they had certainly forged a solid friendship. Time, when consumed by the fervor of work, always seemed to slip away swiftly. By the time Qin Mian became aware of his surroundings, it was already Thursday, heralding the commencement of the British Grand Prix. As the host nation and one of the birthplaces of F1, the streets of England were imbued with the spirit of the sport. Advertisements, events, and posters promoting F1 were ubiquitous throughout the country. Even Qin Mian, who typically shunned public appearances, found himself persuaded by the team to participate in numerous activities, such as television interviews and variety show recordings. Fortunately, the team had not overlooked the necessity of granting him 2 hours to familiarize himself with the track. Despite being well acquainted with Silverstone, which lay not far from his home, the anticipation still coursed through him. He has also come here to test Mercedes MG1, and he himself has participated in races with his own racing car. However, as the ancients wisely stated, reviewing the old to understand the new can make one a teacher. Thursday swiftly passed, leading into Friday, the day when the first and second practice sessions commenced. This week, the Mercedes team implemented 3 upgrades. The first was to the rear suspension, enhancing its rigidity to improve high-speed stability, expand the tuning window, and most importantly, reduce porpoising. The second modification involved the floor, optimizing the shape of the Venturi tunnel's entrance and the design of the edge vortex generators. This upgrade could slightly reduce drag while better managing airflow beneath the floor, increasing the strength of the edge vortex generators and guiding the vortices to adhere more effectively to the floor's edge, thus enhancing its sealing properties and mitigating porpoising. This was also interconnected with the forthcoming upgrade of the car's front wing. However, Qin Mian had already received notice that this would be the last upgrade for the car's floor this season, given that F1 cars are predominantly constructed from carbon fiber. Once molded, they cannot be remolded like steel. Once carbon fiber is set, it retains its form indefinitely. Thus, this floor modification involved fabricating a new floor for both drivers, along with 2 spare floors. The total cost for the 4 floors reached nearly $3 million, a significant investment given the team's current budget for the W13. The final upgrade pertained to the car's front wing. While the overall appearance remained largely unchanged, the most noticeable alteration was the removal of a wing element from the root of the front wing. Typically, a standard Mercedes front wing consists of 4 elements, arranged at an upward angle on both the inner and outer sides to provide robust downforce. Conventionally, removing this element would inevitably reduce the downforce at the front of the car. However, after nearly a quarter of a season, the team gained a deeper understanding of the current ground effect cars, realizing that the total downforce provided by the floor is not merely 60, but rather 75. Upon re-evaluating the W13, the team discovered that their engine was not as inferior as previously thought. In fact, it only lagged behind Ferrari's engine by approximately 5 horsepower. The reason Mercedes struggled in straight-line speed and acceleration against Ferrari and Red Bull was primarily due to their excessive downforce design, particularly at the rear. Simultaneously, the downforce generated by the team's custom-designed ground effect floor was somewhat imbalanced, with the center of downforce positioned too far back. Consequently, the car displayed characteristics of a light front end and overly sensitive steering, which naturally posed challenges for Hamilton's driving style. At this juncture, one might wonder why. If the issue stems from excessive downforce at the rear, the team opted to modify the front wing instead of the rear wing. This brings us to the holistic nature of racing cars. The components of an F1 car are not independent. Rather, they coalesce into a cohesive unit, each exhibiting its unique characteristics and advantages while complementing one another. This synergy is what yields a competitively viable vehicle. The rear wing, however, is constrained by FIA regulations, leaving minimal scope for modification, and the complexity of changes is exacerbated by their substantial cost. A new rear wing, from design to production, entails an expenditure of at least $1 million. For the Mercedes team, now operating under a budget cap, this constitutes a significant sum, especially considering that half of this season's budget for car upgrades must also be allocated to the development of next season's vehicle. In contrast, the front wing is considerably less expensive, and adjustments primarily involve reductions rather than enhancements. Crucially, the diminished wing area corresponds directly with the Venturi channel's entrance on the Mercedes car. This reduction can enhance the airflow capacity of the Venturi channel, resulting in improved airflow within the underbody, as well as enhanced quality, velocity, and sealing of the vortices generated by the flow. Moreover, the weight of the underbody is greater than that of both the front wing and the rear wing. Consequently, for the aerodynamic designers at Mercedes, among the 3 upgrades this week, only this particular modification has genuinely brought them satisfaction and joy. Upon witnessing their new car, Qin Mian and Hamilton convened to examine it for over an hour following the pre-race meeting, discussing their insights and objectives regarding the car's design and determining the direction for fine-tuning. As practice commenced, Qin Mian and Hamilton immediately took to the track. The moment they hit the tarmac, they sensed a marked difference in the car's performance. Qin Mian noted a significant alleviation of the previously excessive sensitivity at the front end, resulting in a much more comfortable driving experience. Hamilton's immediate observation was that the car exhibited enhanced grip in high-speed corners and under light throttle conditions. The dolphin hopping phenomenon only manifested after the car reached a speed of 310 km per hour on the straight, and the amplitude was minimal. Moreover, the hopping only occurred when the track was bumpy, and it was brief, ceasing after a couple of instances. In summary, at the conclusion of the first practice session, both drivers provided exceedingly positive appraisals of the upgraded car. Encouragingly for all Mercedes fans, during the first and second practice sessions, the 2 Mercedes cars remarkably claimed the first and second positions. However, in terms of intra-team competition, Qin Mian edged out Hamilton with a lap time advantage of 0.5 seconds, securing the top spot in the first practice. After a brief respite, Qin Mian and Hamilton exchanged their impressions from the track and discussed the intricacies of car setup as the second practice began. If in the first session Qin Mian was immersed in excitement and joy, the second practice proved to be a sobering experience for him and the Mercedes team. As the second practice session commenced, Qin Mian had just entered the track and initially felt no issues with his car. However, as he continued to race, his instincts alerted him to an overheating engine. Just as Qin Mian attempted to communicate the problem to his team, flames erupted from the exhaust, accompanied by a plume of white smoke. Typically, drivers are unaware of such incidents occurring behind them. Yet, despite the fire, the flames were relatively minor. Thanks to his unique skill of merging with the vehicle, Qin Mian sensed the fire at the very moment it ignited. He promptly maneuvered to a designated exit and halted the car, resulting in a yellow flag being displayed on the track. Thus, Qin Mian's second practice session came to an abrupt end, marking his first retirement due to mechanical failure since entering F1. In Chapter 402, titled Johnny Silverhand at Silverstone, Qin Mian, seizing the fire extinguisher from the hands of the track marshal, sprayed the flames at the rear of his car. He felt a wave of relief, grateful that his vehicle had not failed during the main race. This issue appeared to be an internal flaw, as he should have detected it earlier through his skill. Nevertheless, throughout the second practice, he remained alongside Toto, observing Hamilton complete his testing. Meanwhile, Qin Mian's team opened the engine cover to investigate the engine's condition. There was no rush to replace the engine. After all, they had at least another day. Both Qin Mian and Hamilton would require an engine change between the race and qualifying, making the procedure familiar. The cause of Qin Mian's car troubles was soon identified. A fuel line had ruptured, leaking oil, which, combined with the high temperatures in the engine compartment, ignited. Fortunately, The car's backflow valve had effectively contained the flames, preventing any damage to the engine. However, the root cause would need to be determined after the Grand Prix. Toto nodded and instructed Hamilton's chief mechanic, who had come over to observe, to check Hamilton's engine lines post-session to avert a recurrence of similar issues. The mechanic readily agreed, knowing that, even without Toto's reminder, he would diligently monitor Hamilton's car. Before long, the second practice session concluded. Following this, drivers typically have around 20 minutes for rest and to recalibrate their focus before the post-race interviews. During this interlude, Hamilton approached Qin Mian, sharing insights on the issues he observed during the session, discussing the limits that could be pushed in certain corners, and analyzing tire degradation on the vehicle. In response, Qin Mian promptly produced his recording device, capturing the details articulated by Hamilton while diligently jotting them down in his notebook. During the post-race interview phase, Qin Mian lavished praise upon the upgraded car, yet expressed his concerns regarding his absence from the second practice and whether he would be able to gather comprehensive data during the third practice. It appeared that the Mercedes team had truly found their stride. The enhancements to the front wing and alterations to the floor had seemingly unlocked the car's potential, leading to significant improvements across various performance metrics. However, the true extent of this upgrade's impact would only be revealed during the qualifying session the following day. On Saturday, Qin Mian's car had been fitted with the engine typically reserved for the race and qualifying stages. The old engine had been discarded by the team, relegated to spare status. Although the recent incident had merely resulted in a ruptured fuel line, the team could not guarantee the integrity of the engine's other components against undetected latent damage. Should any issues arise during qualifying or the race, it would be a scenario that no one associated with Mercedes wished to witness. Moreover, given that Qin Mian's current engine had already completed 9 Grand Prix events, surpassing a third of the season, it was indeed time for a replacement. During the third practice session, Qin Mian reviewed footage of Hamilton's performance from the second practice and garnered a wealth of valuable data. Subsequently, he fine-tuned his car's setup, diligently testing fuel consumption and tire degradation. Once the team acquired the desired data, the third practice concluded, leading to the installation of a brand new engine in anticipation of the qualifying session. However, perhaps due to the pressure Qin Mian had exerted on Hamilton throughout the season, the weather in the UK appeared less than favorable. The third practice was marked by gloomy skies, with meteorological services failing to detect the presence of rain clouds. Yet, as qualifying approached, rain began to pour down heavily. Though Hamilton shared his insights on handling wet conditions at Silverstone with Qin Mian before the qualifying session, he couldn't suppress his own delight. If there were any chinks in the armor of the youngest F1 world champion in history, it was a trepidation towards inclement weather. It seemed that, under the rain, the almost overflowing talent and intuition within Qin Mian were extinguished like a flame doused by water. Indeed, Qin Mian stands as the youngest world champion in history. Even amidst the rain, his prowess surpasses that of the majority of F1 drivers present on the track. However, in comparison to his remarkable innate talent, his performance appears somewhat diminished. Fortunately, the rain during the qualifying session was not overly intense, allowing the drivers to utilize intermediate tires. Qin Mian emerged from the pit lane ahead of Hamilton. In his first flying lap, Qin Mian adopted a conservative approach, failing to achieve a particularly impressive single lap time. Nevertheless, the members of the Mercedes team, who were eagerly anticipating a commendable performance, understood that Qin Mian would likely take a cautious approach in the wet conditions. Therefore, they accepted his first flying lap time of 1:43.219 without concern. In stark contrast, Hamilton swiftly clocked a time of 1:42.627 on his first flying lap. For the drivers, the initial flying laps in Q1 generally serve as a baseline, lacking substantial reference value when compared to practice session results. Given the durability of the intermediate tires, drivers do not immediately return to the pit for a rest after their first lap. Instead, they complete a cool-down lap before attempting another flying lap, alternating between cooling and flying laps until the tire's grip is completely exhausted. When Qin Mian's second lap time of 1:40.159 was revealed, it astonished everyone. Typically, after securing a commendable time, Qin Mian would forego further runs in Q1. However, wet conditions differ from normal races. As drivers continue to circulate, track conditions improve. Thus, the strategy during wet qualifying is to remain on the track as long as the tires possess sufficient grip, consistently striving to better one's fastest lap time. When the clock stopped in Q1, Hamilton and Qin Mian secured the second and third positions, respectively, advancing to the next round. The eliminated drivers in Q1 included Russell, Magnussen, Vettel, Mick, and Stroll. After a brief intermission, the competition proceeded to Q2. Qin Mian and Hamilton maintained a similar strategy, remaining on the track for extended periods to achieve optimal lap times. Ultimately, both drivers advanced to Q3 with relative ease. The eliminated drivers in Q2 were Gasly, Bottas, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, and Ocon. Indeed, Zhou Guanyu once again triumphed over his teammate Bottas in the qualifying session. However, it must be noted that the Mercedes drivers have exhibited a lack of competitiveness in wet conditions over the past 2 years. Both Bottas and Qin Mian fall into this category. As Q3 commenced, the rain had ceased, yet some water remained on the track, although higher elevations had begun to dry. Qin Mian commenced his first flying lap in Q3, posting a time of 1:42.111. This raises a question: why, despite the absence of rain in Q3, did Qin Mian's speed not surpass that of his earlier performance in the rain-soaked Q1? This indeed touches upon a common misconception regarding the grip of racing cars. During rainfall, the track becomes saturated with water, leading drivers to hesitate in applying full throttle upon exiting corners, and they are cautious about braking too early or too late. However, when the track is uniformly drenched, the predictability of the car's grip remains consistent. Regardless of the corner, the grip is uniform, and drivers know how to navigate it. The real challenge arises shortly after the rain ceases, when certain sections of the track dry while others remain wet. This inconsistency renders the car's grip unpredictable. At times, a driver may find themselves exiting a corner at full throttle on a dry patch, only to encounter a small puddle just 5 meters ahead. In such a scenario, applying full throttle will inevitably cause the rear wheels to skid. For instance, if the braking point of a corner has dried, a driver may successfully brake. But upon entering the corner, they may discover water at the apex, leading to a spin at that speed. Thus, the unpredictability of grip under these conditions prevents drivers from achieving fast lap times. Unfortunately, Qin Mian is particularly ill-suited to such track conditions. Consequently, compared to Leclerc, Hamilton, and Verstappen, Qin Mian's performance in the first flying lap of Q3 was subpar. Following that, Qin Mian's pace remained lackluster, resulting in a 6th-place finish by the end of Q3, while Hamilton secured 5th. Despite the similarities in qualifying positions between Qin Mian and Hamilton, it seemed as if the upgrades brought by the Mercedes team had little impact. In reality, the time gap between Hamilton and the driver ahead, Perez, was a mere 0.9 seconds. Qin Mian's potential was compromised by the rain at Silverstone. Under normal circumstances, given Qin Mian's performance this season, he would undoubtedly have surpassed Perez in this qualifying session and even posed a challenge to Leclerc for 3rd. Alas, the weather was not in his favor, leaving him to start from 6th. Nevertheless, the upgrades from Mercedes were evident to astute fans and industry professionals, at least in terms of single-lap speed. The gap between Mercedes and both Red Bull and Ferrari has significantly narrowed. Mercedes fans were elated. With such promising upgrades, and with the season still not at its midpoint, the points difference between Qin Mian and Verstappen stands at a mere 2 points. There remains a possibility that Mercedes could provide Qin Mian with a competitive car this season, leading him to successfully defend his title and secure a consecutive championship. However, while the fans of Mercedes dream happily, the atmosphere within the team is tinged with a hint of melancholy amidst the joy. This season, as everyone is aware, the team has allocated the majority of its resources intended for upgrades to the next season's car. The upgrade in the UK may very well be the only significant enhancement of this season. Subsequent upgrades will primarily focus on the car's handling and tuning window, with upgrades likely occurring only once every 2 Grand Prix. In summary, the situation for the Mercedes team is rather bleak. Following the conclusion of the qualifying session, the drivers' rankings are as follows: 1. Sainz 2, Verstappen 3, Leclerc 4, Perez 5, Hamilton 6, Qin Mian 7, Norris 8, Zhou Guanyu 9. Alonso. Zhou Guanyu possesses an unwavering confidence in wet conditions, demonstrating superior performance on the track compared to Qin Mian. During the qualifying phase, he secured an admirable 8th position. Although not as impressive as his previous race, it remains a commendable achievement for the Alfa Romeo team. After the qualifying session, Qin Mian faced a barrage of questions from reporters during the post-race interviews. His lack of proficiency in wet conditions was not an excuse, and the disappointing qualifying performance was an undeniable reality. Qin Mian, maintaining his usual composure, braced himself for the scrutiny. Following the race, he participated in an event to meet fans, joining Hamilton in the endeavor. He gained a thorough understanding of the local audience's enthusiasm. After concluding his work, Qin Mian returned home early to rest. The following day, after a brief workout, he arrived back at the paddock. Qin Mian had numerous obligations and activities to partake in. However, he was pleasantly surprised to encounter Keanu Reeves, who was present to watch the race. Reeves was alone, navigating through the back staff passage of the paddock, heading towards the VIP viewing area above the Ferrari team's garage. At first, Qin Mian did not notice him, as the area behind the team garages was bustling with activity. Having spent considerable time in the paddock, Qin Mian had grown accustomed to ignoring the crowd. Yet, for someone like Qin Mian, who had immediately acquired and completed Cyberpunk 2077 despite its bugs, Reeves' distinctive hairstyle was unmistakable. Such a hairstyle is quite rare for a man, prompting Qin Mian to steal a few glances to ascertain who was cosplaying Keanu Reeves within the paddock. With his keen eye, even with the sunglasses, Qin Mian recognized him instantly. Goodness, he is cosplaying himself. Strong Keanu. Excitedly, Qin Mian approached to greet him. Oh, Qin Mian, good morning. Clearly, Qin Mian has gained a degree of recognition among these celebrity actors, especially after winning the World Championship. Upon seeing Qin Mian approach, Keanu Reeves promptly recognized him. Greetings. I have taken a great liking to your films, particularly your portrayal of Johnny Silverhand in Cyberpunk 2077. I must admit, I almost thought I heard you call me Johnny. Keanu chuckled in response. You may find it hard to believe, but I also enjoy watching your races, especially your defensive maneuvers, which can truly be described as art. Having frequented the circuit for quite some time, Qin Mian often hears compliments about himself, as who among us isn't a prodigious talent? Thus, he has grown accustomed to such praise, responding to it with poise and humility. However, faced with Keanu Reeves' commendation, Qin Mian unexpectedly felt a wave of happiness wash over him. Ah, you flatter me. It's merely the superior performance of the car, and I am merely riding on the team's coattails. To this modesty, Keanu seemed entirely unperturbed, displaying no surprise. Just as Qin Mian and Keanu were poised to converse further, Barber beside Qin Mian cleared his throat and glanced at his watch. Noticing this, Qin Mian understood that Barber was subtly reminding him of the time constraint, as he had an interview with a local British media outlet to attend. Qin Mian, not one to arrive late or leave others waiting, turned to Keanu with a hint of reluctance. I apologize, Keanu, but I must take my leave. As you know, the UK serves as our team's home ground, and it is considerably busier than other venues. If possible, do come to the Mercedes team's paddock to catch the race. Keanu nodded in understanding but politely declined the invitation, saying, I appreciate it, but I must decline the invitation to the Mercedes paddock. I am here on an invitation from the Ferrari team, though I should have time for the upcoming U.S. Grand Prix. I look forward to your performance then. Qin Mian smiled. Perfect. Let us exchange contact information, and I shall reach out to you. After acquiring Keanu's phone number, the latter departed with an effortless grace, his silhouette strikingly handsome. To be candid, Qin Mian does not have many male celebrities he admires, but Keanu undoubtedly ranks among them. Following this encounter, Qin Mian resumed his duties, conducting interviews and participating in the pre-race driver parade. After completing the entire process, he was granted over an hour of respite. This time, Qin Mian chose not to linger idly in the lounge, for his familiarity with the Silverstone circuit is unparalleled. According to the system, Silverstone is the track where Qin Mian boasts the highest proficiency, with the second being the previous race. This assurance from the system, coupled with the team's reliable performance, instilled in Qin Mian the confidence to unwind before the race commenced. As the time drew near, Qin Mian donned his racing suit and returned to the team's paddock. After exchanging greetings with Tom Cruise, the actor from Mission Impossible, he proceeded to gather his equipment. Tom Cruise, a fervent admirer of Hamilton, naturally found himself in the paddock of the Mercedes team, a fitting venue given his stature and nationality. Unlike the usual VIPs, he stood beside Toto Wolff, witnessing the race unfold. However, Qin Mian was not particularly acquainted with him. After exchanging pleasantries, he gathered his equipment and proceeded to the track. Upon completing all pre-race preparations, Qin Mian returned to his car, meticulously testing the various systems to ensure everything was in order before awaiting the commencement of the race. Both Qin Mian and Hamilton opted for medium tires, yet it was clear that Qin Mian intended to pit significantly later than Hamilton, well aware of his tire preservation skills. The race officially commenced at 3 p.m. local time, with signs leading the warm-up lap, closely followed by the other drivers. After the warm-up lap concluded, Qin Mian positioned his car appropriately. The 5 red lights illuminated sequentially before extinguishing, signaling the start of the race. Qin Mian's launch was relatively standard, neither slower nor faster than the drivers adjacent to him. In contrast, buoyed by the home advantage, Hamilton exhibited heightened excitement and an impressive start. By the time they approached Turn 1, he found himself side by side with Perez. Silverstone's Turn 1, a right-hand bend, allowed Hamilton to gain an advantage on the exit after positioning himself on the inside line. However, Perez's start was commendable, and he was not about to concede his position easily. Thus, as Hamilton darted into Perez's inside line, Perez leveraged his earlier entry into the corner to claim a significant portion of the apex, pushing Hamilton onto the grass. Once on the grass, Hamilton's car's acceleration was undoubtedly compromised, and as a result, his position remained largely unchanged post-start. Qin Mian's launch was steady, as he neither lost nor gained any positions due to the start. The other drivers experienced a smooth launch, with Zhou Guanyu also faring well. Starting from 8th, he, like Hamilton, positioned himself on the inside of the driver ahead, Norris. However, Zhou's start was not as advantageous as Hamilton's, as he entered the inside line. Only his left front tire aligned with Norris's right rear tire. His strategy in Turn 1 was primarily to utilize Norris's car width to defend against Alonso, who had a noticeably better start behind him. Zhou's tactic proved effective. Upon realizing that his entry line was obstructed by both cars, Alonso had no choice but to ease off the throttle. Thus concludes this chapter, the formidable performance of Mercedes. However, at Silverstone, the performance of Red Bull cars is essentially on par with that of Ferrari. This is not an auspicious situation for Ferrari, as at the beginning of the season, the performance of Red Bull cars was conspicuously inferior to that of Ferrari. However, as the season approaches its midpoint, Ferrari's cars have now matched Red Bull's, indicating that Ferrari's pace of upgrades has not kept pace with that of Red Bull. Subsequently, Leclerc and Verstappen engaged in a fierce battle on the track. Nevertheless, by the end of the first lap, as the order of the 6 cars was established, there was no change in their rankings. However, Leclerc's left front end plate was damaged during his tussle with Verstappen. Perez also suffered a similar fate due to his skirmish with Leclerc at the start of the race, resulting in the loss of his right front end plate. Despite this, both drivers persisted on the track with their damaged components. As the race reached the 3rd lap and the DRS was activated, Leclerc had already distanced himself from Perez by 47 seconds, clearly indicating that Perez's car sustained more significant damage than Leclerc's. Consequently, Hamilton closed the gap to Perez to within 4 seconds. With Qin Mian trailing Hamilton by an additional 5 seconds, both poised to capitalize on Perez's misfortune. However, before Hamilton and Qin Mian could make their move, the severely impaired Perez was called into the pits on the 5th lap to switch to medium tires. Given that the race had only recently commenced, Perez emerged from the pit lane in last place. Prior to Qin Mian's entry into F1, Perez was renowned as the tire preservation master, and it is believed that Red Bull intended for him to undertake an extended stint while awaiting a safety car. The disparity in lap times between the 2 damaged cars can be attributed to Red Bull's superior aerodynamic design this season. Once the overall aerodynamic efficiency of their car is compromised, Red Bull's speed diminishes significantly. On the other hand, Ferrari's remarkable pace this season stems from their engine output exceeding that of other teams by at least 20 horsepower. Ferrari has directly emulated the design philosophy of Mercedes, emphasizing sheer power. Thus, even with Leclerc's left front wing end plate damaged and the car's aerodynamic layout affected, it does not significantly hinder his speed. After Perez's pit stop, both Qin Mian and Hamilton advanced 1 position from 5th and 6th, respectively, establishing their final standings for the race. By the time the race reached the 7th lap, both Qin Mian and Hamilton recorded faster lap times than Perez. It is possible that Perez was conserving his tires. Regardless, he had effectively forfeited his chance to contend for a top 4 finish. In the 8th lap, Qin Mian, who had been trailing Hamilton within a second in the DRS zone, finally seized the opportunity to challenge his teammate. At this moment, Hamilton no longer benefited from the DRS provided by the cars ahead, and his overall speed lagged behind Qin Mian's. He still struggled to adapt to the current W13, despite numerous modifications made to the car in his favor, which evidently proved futile. Within the DRS zone between T5 and T6, Qin Mian reduced the time gap with Hamilton from 0.7 seconds to 0.3 seconds. However, upon reaching the DRS zone between T14 and T15, he found himself trailing Hamilton by 0.5 seconds again. This, however, did not deter Qin Mian from his assault. As he entered the DRS zone, he activated the DRS and unleashed his battery power, which had reached 70. On Hamilton's side, although they had broken the ice in their personal relationship, on the track Hamilton would not indulge in camaraderie with Qin Mian. Faced with Qin Mian's advance, Hamilton's defensive maneuvers were resolute. Noticing Qin Mian's intention to overtake, he began to weave on the track. Yet, Qin Mian chose not to follow Hamilton's rhythm. Instead, he accelerated along the racing line, skillfully avoiding any potential bumps on the track to provide optimal conditions for the car and engine. After a few feints, Hamilton realized that Qin Mian was not making a move and thus ceased his weaving. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of Qin Mian's extraordinary late braking ability, so he firmly maintained his position on the inside line. The two cars approached each other at an unexpected speed, and ultimately, Qin Mian positioned himself alongside Hamilton at the braking point. The two Mercedes entered T15 almost neck and neck. However, T15 is a long right turn, granting Hamilton, on the inside, an advantage in terms of line. While Qin Mian would face some disadvantage on the outside, T16 was a left turn, where he would then have the inside line. As long as he could stay alongside Hamilton through T15, he would gain the upper hand entering T16. As they exited T15, Hamilton, eager to leverage his more advantageous position to push Qin Mian off the track, hesitated for a brief moment while accelerating. Consequently, Hamilton's car traveled a longer distance before regaining its balance and beginning to accelerate. Yet he left enough space on the outside for Qin Mian to utilize upon exiting the corner. Qin Mian had braced himself for being pushed out by Hamilton. Yet he was taken aback when Hamilton actually provided him with room. Despite some confusion regarding Hamilton's thoughts at the time, Qin Mian seized the splendid opportunity as he exited the bend, with his left front wheel nestled against Hamilton's sidebox. The two accelerated towards turn 16 in unison. Just before the braking point of T16, Qin Mian slammed on the brakes, increasing the front brake bias by 15. This adjustment enhanced the braking effect, allowing for later braking. However, it also posed the risk of locking the front wheels, potentially causing understeer during trail braking. Nonetheless, in the heavy braking zone of this acute corner, the increased front brake bias proved to be perfectly adequate. Consequently, although Qin Mian was positioned behind Hamilton on the inside line, his late braking maneuver propelled him ahead of Hamilton as he entered the corner first. Yet, Hamilton was far from conceding defeat. After being overtaken by Qin Mian, he took a wider line through the apex of T16, while at T17 he crossed paths with Qin Mian, preparing to capitalize on his car's straight-line speed to reclaim his position on the subsequent long straight. It was now Qin Mian's turn to shine. Fortunately, the length of the straight was not substantial, and as they approached T18, Qin Mian strategically obstructed Hamilton's optimal exit line, preventing him from achieving a parallel position. Ultimately, after an enduring 2 timing sectors of intense battling, Qin Mian successfully surpassed Hamilton, finishing in 4th place. Following this overtaking maneuver, although Hamilton felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, he acknowledged in the team's radio communication, "Good time." This was an implicit recognition of how adeptly Qin Mian had blocked him at the crucial moment, effectively sealing off his path to acceleration. For Qin Mian, overtaking Hamilton was a source of great satisfaction. After all, Hamilton had been the dominant force in the paddock for 7 seasons, a 7-time world champion. Even though Hamilton was no longer at his former peak and was beset by relentless challenges, as long as he remained in the paddock, his titles and accolades would forever endure. After surpassing Hamilton, Qin Mian's race settled into a rhythm, as he began to close the gap to Leclerc ahead at a pace of 2 seconds per lap. Although this pursuit was gradual, with over 40 laps remaining in the race, Qin Mian still held a glimmer of hope, as the time gap to Leclerc dwindled to a mere 5 seconds. Coupled with Qin Mian's tire management skills, he could still aspire to a podium finish this season, reminiscent of his earlier performances. In the 10th lap, Sainz, leading the race for the first time in his career and with a substantial chance of clinching the victory, made an unforced error at T4 under pressure, while Verstappen trailed him by 15 seconds. Since joining Ferrari, Sainz had often been compared to Qin Mian, the driver he had replaced. He acknowledged that he fell short compared to Qin Mian, yet he yearned for a race win to validate his own abilities. Thus, he too committed the same error as Leclerc, exhibiting an excess of concern. As Sainz exited the corner, he evidently accelerated prematurely, resulting in a brief episode of oversteer that nearly led to a loss of control. Fortunately, Sainz's composure remained intact, and he swiftly regained command of his vehicle. Consequently, the repercussions of his miscalculation were mitigated. He merely veered off the track, surrendering the first position to Verstappen. This blunder widened the time gap between Sainz and the leading Verstappen to 1 second. In the 11th lap, the two Red Bulls engaged in a rather clumsy internal skirmish at T3. Tsunoda intended to brake late on the inside line of T3, aiming to overtake his teammate. But upon entering the corner, his rear wheels locked. Consequently, while he was alongside his teammate at the apex, his left rear wheel collided with Gasly's right rear wheel, sending both Red Bulls spinning off the track in unison. Gasly's rear diffuser sustained damage from the impact, leaving behind a scattering of carbon fiber debris on the track, though minuscule. It remained invisible unless closely inspected. In the 12th lap, the leading Verstappen, while navigating T3, inadvertently grazed the curb, causing his tires to come into contact with the debris from Gasly's earlier incident. Although the carbon fiber fragments were not substantial enough to puncture Verstappen's tire immediately, his acute sense of the car alerted him to something amiss. The vehicle exhibited slight lateral instability, and its speed noticeably declined. Consequently, on the relatively short straight between T15 and T16 of the 12th lap, Sainz, lacking DRS, managed to overtake Verstappen before the braking point. Leclerc, trailing Sainz, was also eager to capitalize on the situation. However, Verstappen denied Leclerc the opportunity to execute a pass, opting instead to pit as he approached the entrance to the pit lane, where he switched to a set of medium tires. Simultaneously, Qin Mian and Hamilton ascended a position each, with one securing third and the other fourth. Upon exiting the pits, Verstappen found himself in 7th place, directly behind Zhou Guanyu. While Zhou was not in direct competition with Verstappen, he had a vested interest in his battle with Qin Mian. Thus, Zhou deployed all his defensive strategies against Verstappen, employing tactics learned from Qin Mian to fend off the Dutch driver. For a fleeting moment, Verstappen perceived the car ahead not as a mere alpha, but rather as last season's W12, nearly inducing a bout of PTSD. Remarkably, Zhou managed to fend off Verstappen for an entire lap. As the race approached the conclusion of the 14th lap, Verstappen adeptly maneuvered through the T16 and T17 corners, leveraging his car's superior low-speed cornering capabilities to surpass Zhou Guanyu, thereby ascending to 6th place. However, Verstappen found himself hindered by Zhou for no less than 15 seconds, which left him somewhat exasperated. It seemed perplexing to him that amidst the competitive fervor of racing, personal sentiments could intrude upon the task at hand. As a relentless machine on the racetrack, Verstappen could not fathom this distraction. By the 21st lap, Qin Mian passed the entrance to the pit lane, his heart racing as he caught a glimpse of an Alfa Romeo stationed within. An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Could Zhou Guanyu have fallen victim to the Alfa team once again? Yet, as he emerged from the pit exit, he still saw Zhou's name occupying the 7th position. It turned out that it was Bottas from the Alfa team who had retired from the race. Evidently, the Alfa team had discerned who truly mattered to their campaign, focusing their resources on ensuring Zhou's continued participation. At times, Qin Mian found it difficult to comprehend the inadequacies of Alfa's logistics. Was it truly the case that they could only guarantee one car's performance while the other faltered? Meanwhile, the time gap between Qin Mian and Leclerc had stretched to 37 seconds. As the race progressed, Qin Mian's tire advantage began to manifest. While other drivers' lap times in the first stint tended to decline, with only the final stint benefiting from reduced fuel loads, Qin Mian maintained a consistently stable pace, even improving as the race unfolded. Consequently, the time disparity between him and Leclerc diminished from 2 seconds to around 4 seconds per lap. It is worth noting that I wish to retain Zhou Guanyu's car, as it represents the pinnacle of performance he has experienced in his F1 career. Furthermore, Russell's position had been overtaken by 3 competitors, rendering his qualifying performance less concerning, and thus I shall refrain from detailing that incident. As the race reached the 22nd lap, Sainz opted to pit for fresh tires, having realized his pace no longer matched that of Leclerc. Yet, due to the parity in their car performances, Leclerc found himself trapped behind Sainz, with a mere 0.5-second gap. If this situation persisted, the time difference between Leclerc and Qin Mian could potentially shrink to the DRS zone before the first pit window. Nonetheless, Sainz showcased commendable performance that week, prompting Ferrari to refrain from exerting undue pressure on him. They were also reluctant to issue team orders that would compel him to cede his position to the faster Leclerc. Consequently, they called Sainz into the pits instead. Ferrari often navigates such complexities in a rather convoluted manner. It could have seamlessly allowed Sainz to relinquish his position to his swifter teammate, a commonplace occurrence in racing. Yet, Ferrari chose a different path entirely. After switching to hard tires in the maintenance area, Sainz naturally found himself in fourth place, with 30 laps remaining in the race. The intention was to have Sainz complete the remainder of the race on a single set of tires. By the 24th lap, Qin Mian had closed in on Leclerc, entering the DRS zone behind him. Yet Leclerc made no effort to defend against Qin Mian. At that moment, Leclerc's soft tires had begun to rapidly degrade, while Qin Mian's car, equipped with medium tires, maintained a consistently stable pace. Consequently, Leclerc opted to pit for new tires. One might wonder why Leclerc did not attempt to hold off Qin Mian on the track to afford Sainz more time advantage. Surely, Leclerc could have delayed Qin Mian by a couple of seconds, allowing Sainz a better position, and if necessary, Leclerc could have pitted after Qin Mian overtook him. However, Ferrari chose otherwise and promptly called Leclerc into the pits. Thus, as Qin Mian continued racing, he suddenly found himself in first place. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed Hamilton, maintaining a steady pace, trailing him by a significant 14 seconds. There were no opportunities for an attack. Yet Qin Mian felt confident that Hamilton's soft tires would eventually begin to wear down. Returning to a familiar position brought Qin Mian a sense of comfort. While racing, he inquired through team radio about Sainz's and Leclerc's lap times following their pit stops. After switching to hard tires, Ferrari's pace was not significantly slower than Qin Mian's. Their lap times were nearly equivalent. This revelation made Qin Mian somewhat anxious, but with the team's reassurance, he regained his composure. He planned to switch to soft tires for the next stint, confident that his lap times would be at least 5 seconds faster than the two Ferraris on hard tires. Moreover, his tires would be newer, rendering their current speed less of a concern, as the long straights at Silverstone would provide ample opportunity for overtaking. By the 33rd lap, Hamilton, who had fallen 24 seconds behind Qin Mian, chose to pit. Like Qin Mian, Hamilton had completed a long stint of 33 laps on soft tires, achieving commendable lap times. Although there were still 18 laps remaining, Hamilton lacked the audacity to switch to soft tires and instead opted for hard tires upon entering the pit. While this choice might not offer him a significant advantage over the two Ferraris ahead, it ensured that he would no longer have to worry about tire wear for the remainder of the race. He simply needed to monitor his tire temperature and focus on establishing a long-distance rhythm. However, it was a source of frustration for Mercedes fans that Hamilton's pit stop would see him emerge 15 seconds behind Sainz, where he could then elevate his tire temperature and mount an attack on the two Ferraris ahead. However, during the tire change, Hamilton's pit crew exhibited a certain intensity, resulting in a tire change that took 46 seconds. Consequently, upon his return to the track, Hamilton found himself a daunting 34 seconds behind Sainz. This significant time deficit effectively rendered Hamilton's chances of securing a podium finish at his home Grand Prix nearly impossible, unless the Mercedes team were to intervene on his behalf, perhaps by impeding Qin Mian and subjecting him to a protracted tire change of half a minute. Meanwhile, at the initial stages of the race, Perez, having sustained damage to his car, had already ascended to 6th place thanks to an extended stint, positioning him directly behind Norris. It must be acknowledged that Red Bull's car remains formidable, and Perez's tire conservation skills are nothing short of remarkable. Nonetheless, at this juncture, Perez's standing is merely aesthetically pleasing. Despite reaching 6th place, he is still 20 seconds adrift of Hamilton ahead. Absent a safety car, Perez's best bet after overtaking Norris would likely be to secure a 5th position. Remarkably, Qin Mian continues to defy expectations, as his pace remains comparable to that of the two Ferrari drivers behind him, both on hard tires, and at times even slightly faster. It is hard to believe that Qin Mian is utilizing a set of medium tires that have already completed 33 laps. By the 37th lap, however, his tires began to wane, with his lap times slowing by approximately 0.2 seconds compared to the Ferraris trailing him. Yet, the advantage he had built up earlier still lingered, prompting Qin Mian to delay his pit stop. Intending to wait until Leclerc exited the pit to be within 2 seconds behind him before considering a tire change, thus maximizing the remaining life of his soft tires. Just as Qin Mian gritted his teeth to endure, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the track. After overtaking Verstappen, who had encountered a malfunction, Ocon, who had swiftly gained over a second on Verstappen, suddenly suffered a power failure on lap 39. This misfortune allowed Verstappen, Mick, and Magnussen to overtake him. Ocon did not coast into the pits, but instead came to a halt directly on the track, positioned in a most precarious location, far from any nearby assistance, effectively ensuring a safety car deployment. This development was undoubtedly fortuitous for Perez, who was in 5th place and 24 seconds behind Hamilton. However, for Hamilton, the situation was less favorable. For Qin Mian, this news was not entirely unwelcome. Although the emergence of a safety car would nullify the time advantage he had painstakingly built over the Ferraris, it would at least guarantee that he would not lose his leading position upon his pit stop. Fortunately, when the yellow flag was waved, Qin Mian found himself on the straight between T15 and T16, just a couple of corners away from the pit entrance, allowing him to avoid missing any opportunities. At this moment, with 13 laps remaining in the race, it seems that Ocon's car will face some difficulties in clearing the track, likely requiring 2 laps plus the lap for the safety car to exit. When the safety car concludes its period, only 10 laps will remain in the race. During the team's assessment, Qin Mian, running normally without conserving or burning tires, demonstrated that under light fuel conditions towards the end of the race, his soft tires could endure 14 laps on the Silverstone circuit, which is more than sufficient for him. Although the commentators from 5-Star Sports were unaware of such intricate details, they became increasingly excited upon observing the situation on the track. The safety car is out. Qin Mian, he can pit and change tires now, exclaimed Brother Bing, whose enthusiasm nearly propelled him from his seat. Following his words, Qin Mian naturally chose to pit. Based on my rudimentary understanding of Qin Mian, I anticipated that he would switch to the red tires. Of course, he must change to the red tires, remarked Fei Gu with a smile. The only concern is that the team had just given Hamilton a 4-second tire change. Could anything unexpected occur this time? Interjected Zhou Hauran. As Qin Mian precisely halted at the tire change spot, the team indeed did not provide any surprises for him or the Mercedes fans intently observing his every move. With brand new soft tires, the tire change took 24 seconds. Once completed, Qin Mian accelerated out, leaving a plume of white smoke in his wake. He emerged directly behind the safety car. However, what puzzled Qin Mian was that during this pit window, Ferrari had only called in Sainz for a tire change, leaving Leclerc unpitted. When Qin Mian heard the Ferrari situation being communicated by Frankie within the team radio, his mind was rife with questions. What on earth were those Ferrari personnel thinking? Why was Leclerc not brought in? This was no longer a matter of discussing potential losses in positions due to a double pit stop for Sainz. If Leclerc remained out, he would be left to contend with a plethora of competitors on new soft tires, while his old hard tires would be at a significant disadvantage in the latter stages of the race. The crucial aspect was that with the safety car, the time gap between Leclerc and Sainz behind him would not exceed 1 second. Moreover, no matter how well the hard tires perform, they simply cannot outpace new soft tires. It is foreseeable that Leclerc will soon find himself overtaken by those trailing behind. A well-functioning team would have a clear assessment of the current situation. Even if Sainz, positioned behind Leclerc, might lose a position to Hamilton due to a double pit stop, that was a matter for the drivers to manage. The team must consider how to maximize points for both drivers. However, with Leclerc not pitting, he might not even secure a 4th-place finish. After all, Qin Mian, Hamilton, Perez, and Sainz were all on soft tires. At the very least, Sainz could clinch 4th. But given Leclerc's pace, he could have mounted an attack on the leading Qin Mian after switching to fresh tires. Although the Mercedes cars exhibited commendable speed in this race, it is evident that their overall velocity cannot compete with that of Ferrari. Qin Mian's presence in 1st place relies significantly on his adept tire management. After discerning Ferrari's pit strategy, Qin Mian's mind was awash with perplexity. However, it is not surprising that Ferrari often executes maneuvers that leave spectators in disbelief. It is merely a facet of corporate culture. Ultimately, the safety car led the race to lap 42, indicating that it would withdraw at the start of lap 43, thus resuming the competition with merely 10 laps remaining. Qin Mian's tire reserves were ample for sustained acceleration throughout the remainder of the race. As the race was on the verge of restarting, I found myself marveling once again at Qin Mian's extraordinary talent for tire management. Concurrently, it seems prudent to extend early congratulations to Qin Mian for securing his second podium victory of the season at the Mercedes home circuit. Zhou Hauran, on his part, implicitly acknowledged Qin Mian's impending triumph. Yet, upon hearing Zhou's remarks, Bing Gu and Fei Gu quickly interjected, Hey, Hauran, let's not jump the gun. The race isn't over yet, and anything can happen. At this moment, Qin Mian only has a slightly greater chance of winning. Despite the reluctance of the three commentators from Wuxi Sports to accept or believe in the existence of fate, there is an old Chinese saying, concern breeds chaos. They eagerly anticipated a stellar performance from Qin Mian on the track, and, if one were to be audaciously optimistic, they hoped he might lead the Mercedes team towards a resurgence. However, in such a critical moment, they also exhibited a characteristic of the Chinese spirit. Regardless of the efficacy of any divine intervention, it is wise to pay homage first. After all, what if it works? When the race resumed, Qin Mian felt little pressure. Conversely, the four drivers behind him were anything but composed. Hamilton, upon the race's restart, seemed disinterested in pursuing his ahead rival, Sainz, instead focusing his attention on Perez trailing behind him. Meanwhile, Sainz initiated an overtaking maneuver against his teammate Leclerc, who was on older hard tires. As the race reached lap 44, Qin Mian recorded the fastest lap of the day. The driver behind him shifted from Leclerc to Sainz. Perez successfully capitalized on a misstep from Hamilton to overtake him. The time gap between Perez and third-placed Leclerc had expanded to 14 seconds. This significant separation was primarily due to the intense battle between Hamilton and Perez, which resulted in a considerable loss of speed for both. After overtaking Leclerc, Sainz quickly distanced himself by 15 seconds and began, albeit steadily and not too rapidly, to reduce the time gap between himself and Qin Mian. In the subsequent laps, Qin Mian's focus was primarily on defending against Sainz. Although fending off Sainz was no trivial task, Qin Mian successfully prevented him from drawing alongside his car. Subsequently, Leclerc, hindered by tire issues, gradually found himself embroiled in a fierce contest between Hamilton and Perez. During the defensive skirmish with Perez, he inadvertently set the stage for Hamilton to seize the opportunity and emerge victorious. After surpassing the duo, Hamilton ultimately secured his place on the podium. Perez, unable to capitalize on Hamilton's heightened vigilance, failed to find another overtaking opportunity. Meanwhile, Leclerc, plagued by tire troubles, fell further behind both Hamilton and Perez. In the end, Qin Mian claimed his second victory of the season, patiently waiting for a safety car after an extended stint, which propelled him to the top of the driver's standings. In second place was Sainz, who valiantly attempted to overtake Qin Mian for 8 laps. Hamilton, having benefited from the situation, firmly established his position in third. The final standings and points were as follows: P1, Qin Mian 26, fastest lap; P2, Sainz 18, P3, Hamilton 14, P4, Perez 12, P5, Leclerc 10, P6, Norris 8, P7, Zhou Guanyu 6, P8, Verstappen 4, P9, Mick 2, P10, Vettel 1. Leclerc, having been dealt a harsh blow by his team, could not even secure his familiar fourth position. The misfortune he experienced was beyond description. In this chapter, the unfortunate Leclerc, Qin Mian, mused that Leclerc, having spent so long with Ferrari, must have grown accustomed to such feelings. After all, throughout a season, Ferrari often engages in several bewildering maneuvers, with Leclerc frequently bearing the brunt of these decisions. It seemed as though the strategy team was incapable of executing their tasks without creating chaos. Zhou Guanyu also delivered an impressive performance in this race, capitalizing on his familiarity with the Silverstone circuit, alongside the satisfactory performance of his car and his exceptional long-distance speed, securing a commendable 7th place. Undoubtedly, the highlight for domestic fans was Qin Mian's return to the top of the podium, marking another triumph since Monaco. Congratulations are in order for Qin Mian. The trio of commentators at 5-Star Sports, who had stayed up late to cover the race, felt their efforts were not in vain. Clearly, Mercedes upgrades had yielded remarkable results, significantly enhancing the car's speed, as Fei Gu remarked with a smile. However, Bingo held a contrasting view, asserting that apart from the performance boost from Mercedes upgrades, much of the success relied on Qin Mian's individual prowess and the timing of the safety car. Without the safety car, though Qin Mian's podium position was assured, clinching first place would have proven quite challenging. Indeed, Qin Mian's long-distance performance was commendable, once again showcasing the durability of the hard tires. Zhou Hauran also praised Qin Mian with a smile. On the circuit, after crossing the finish line, Qin Mian was met with jubilant cheers from everyone in the Mercedes team and all the crew members celebrating along the barriers. Toto, watching the race from the team's hospitality suite, radiated joy, his smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. In a season fraught with challenges, securing a victory on home soil was a delightful surprise for him. As Qin Mian exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart rate, which had maintained a rapid pace of 140 beats per minute, began to slow. Soon, the voice of Frankie echoed through the team radio, filled with excitement. P1. Qin Mian. We are P1. Well done. That was a splendid race. In truth, prior to the race, Qin Mian had not entertained the notion of achieving such a position. During a phone call with Xiaoming, he had merely hoped for a podium finish, longing to return home with a trophy. This unexpected triumph filled him with immense happiness. Everyone performed brilliantly. The key was that the upgrades brought by the team were a resounding success. Driving now feels less like maneuvering a car with its own whims. Frankie and Toto chuckled at Qin Mian's jest, yet Elliott, observing data remotely from the Mercedes factory, rested his chin on his hand, arms crossed as he pondered deeply. The W13 was, after all, the first car he had designed since his promotion. To be honest, parting with the concept of a zero sidebox after just one season was somewhat disheartening for him. The design concept had been a labor of love, painstakingly developed alongside numerous team members. Initially, due to the team's poor performance and several mid-season meetings, he had contemplated abandoning the design. However, witnessing the two Mercedes drivers excel on the track sparked a sudden realization within Elliott. The design concept of the W13 was not inherently flawed. It merely suffered from an excessively large deficit in its undercarriage design. Could it be possible to retain the zero sidebox concept while redesigning the floor to address all the issues currently encountered? Such thoughts inevitably began to occupy Elliott's mind. Yet, with the British Grand Prix concluded, the next race was the Austrian Grand Prix at Red Bull's home turf just a week later, leaving the team unable to convene or gather their thoughts. It seemed that discussions on this matter would have to wait until after the Austrian Grand Prix. In the meantime, he could consult with the two drivers to gauge their insights, as they were the crucial players battling on the track. Now, observing the jubilant team members, who were busy celebrating while he remained focused on the car data, a smile broke across Elliott's face. It was indeed time to celebrate. On the circuit, Qin Mian and Hamilton completed a celebratory lap together. The station race champion, Qin Mian, joined Hamilton, soaking in the cheers of the British crowd. Hamilton was unfazed by this. As the two leisurely circled the track, basking in the cheers of over 140,000 spectators before slowly returning to the podium below the pit area. After parking their cars at the podium entrance, the two Mercedes vehicles flanked a Ferrari in between. The final standings of the race were not 2-1-3, but rather 1-2-3. However, that did not diminish the moment. Once parked, Qin Mian exited his vehicle and stood atop it, waving to the audience. Following Qin Mian's celebration, Hamilton approached, and the two embraced. Well done. I felt immense pressure when you were attacking. I nearly made several mistakes, Hamilton remarked with a smile. What do you think? Was my defense satisfactory in the eyes of a master defender like you? Qin Mian felt compelled to touch his nose, but with his helmet still secured, he instead lifted the visor of his helmet. To be frank, Qin Mian was uncertain how to respond to Hamilton's compliment. If he were to say that Hamilton's defense was commendable, it would leave him with a pang of guilt, as Hamilton's defense could only be described as adequate. Qin Mian had not felt much pressure, but speaking the truth at that moment could easily hurt feelings. After a moment of contemplation, considering his relationship with Hamilton, Qin Mian jested, well, after the race, you can come to my lounge, and I can teach you a few tricks. Shut up, Hamilton playfully nudged Qin Mian. The two Mercedes drivers exchanged knowing smiles, seamlessly shifting the conversation. They then made their way to the bustling crowd of Mercedes team personnel. Qin Mian executed a standard high jump pose, throwing himself into the throng. Amidst the laughter of his colleagues, he celebrated heartily before emerging from the crowd. He then greeted Sainz, who finished second, Before heading to the scales to shed his gear, sip some water, take a moment to compose himself, and prepare for the post-race interview. Qin Mian took a bit longer to celebrate, so by the time he arrived, Sainz had already completed his interview, while Hamilton stood before the host, basking in the roaring cheers of British fans. After answering a couple of questions, Hamilton concluded his interview amid applause. And it was Qin Mian's turn. As Qin Mian stepped before the cameras, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Although many of Hamilton's fans were somewhat displeased with Qin Mian for overshadowing Hamilton at Mercedes, it was well known that the relationship between Hamilton and Qin Mian had softened. And these spectators recognized the importance of showing basic respect for a formidable opponent and the champion of the event. Thus, Qin Mian could bask in the applause, though the volume of the cheers was evidently not as resounding as that for Hamilton. Nevertheless, Qin Mian did not dwell on it. Congratulations, Qin Mian, on a splendid performance and a significant victory at this station race. Following this event, like last season, you once again lead the driver's standings. Thank you. Ultimately, I must express my gratitude to the team's supporters. Without their encouragement and backing, the team could not have developed such a perfect racing car. Hamilton, to some extent, gleaned insights into defensive strategies from Qin Mian, while Qin Mian also learned much from Hamilton regarding post-race interviews. Their relationship could be described as one of mutual advancement. As for the entire team staff, this victory in the station race belongs not only to me but also to them. This week's upgrades were exceptional. Qin Mian deftly sidestepped the topic of the driver's standings, deeming it unnecessary to address at this juncture. The fans remain unaware that Qin Mian is privy to Mercedes' plans for the season. He understands that his position may only last a few days, next week. With Red Bull's home race approaching, Verstappen will undoubtedly reclaim his lead in the standings. Discussing this matter now would imply to the Mercedes fans that the team might return to the pinnacle of racing this season. A notion Qin Mian does not wish to instill in the fans only to have their hopes dashed. Thus, he chose to remain silent on the subject. The subsequent questions in the interview were rather conventional, revolving around the qualifying session and the team's future plans, before concluding. The post-race award ceremony is a familiar affair for Qin Mian, who navigates it with ease. However, as he descended from the podium, drenched and fatigued, he spotted a jubilant spectator on the track proudly displaying a white DRS sign. With a wry smile at this scene, Qin Mian couldn't help but reflect. This is indeed the birthplace of racing culture. The local spirit is remarkably genuine. Meanwhile, the broadcast captured a moment featuring the unfortunate Leclerc, who was initially poised to win the station race. However, this moment appeared akin to a replay. At this time, Leclerc's hair was still wet, and he held a helmet in hand. Binotto had detained Leclerc, seemingly imparting words of counsel. To emphasize his point, Binotto gestured emphatically at Leclerc. Yet, Leclerc's face bore the marks of fatigue and disillusionment, responding to Binotto with a palpable sense of indifference. Following this competition, the driver's standings are as follows. 1. Qin Mian, 154-2. Verstappen, 134-3. Leclerc, 131-4. Perez, 119-5. Sainz, 88-6. Hamilton, 65-7. Norris, 58. Ocon, 39-9. Bottas, 38-17. Mick, 2. The team standings are as follows. 1. Red Bull, 278-2. Mercedes, 262-3. Ferrari, 243-4. Alpine, 66-5. McLaren, 62-6. Alfa Romeo, 58-7. AlphaTauri, 24-8. Haas, 18-9. Aston Martin, 16. After the race, Qin Mian has established a significant lead of 20 points over the second place Verstappen in the driver's standings. For domestic fans, the British Grand Prix has been a source of immense joy. Not only has Qin Mian surged ahead in the rankings, but Zhou Guanyu's 7th-place finish has also propelled him up the standings to 15th, surpassing Tsunoda. Deep within the hearts of the Chinese, it is believed that in competitive sports, one may lose, but as long as life is stable, one must always strive to come out ahead. Of course, this does not apply to the national football team, which is regarded as a disgrace. Moreover, due to Mercedes' commendable performance, the gap in points between them and Red Bull has narrowed to just 16 points. Following the post-race interviews, Qin Mian returned to the team lounge, where he organized his belongings. After finishing for the day and heading home, he noticed that Hamilton had not sought him out. In fact, upon leaving the lounge, he found that Hamilton's space was deserted. Unfazed, Qin Mian departed the paddock in his AMG GT. Upon returning home, he was greeted by Qiu Ming, who had prepared dinner. The moment he stepped through the door, she enveloped him in a warm embrace. After a heartfelt reunion, they shared their thoughts, and Qin Mian took a shower before settling down to eat while checking his phone. His messaging app was inundated with various greetings and congratulations. While he had grown accustomed to such attention, having been overwhelmed by messages during his championship-winning season, this year, amid the struggles of his team's car performance, he found joy in receiving these well wishes after the race. However, he did not have the luxury of time to respond to each individual message. Thus, after sending voice replies to those he was closest to, he handed his phone to Qiu Ming. She, unfazed, took it upon herself to reply to his friend's congratulations after they finished their meal. Yet, after a brief rest at home, Qin Mian found himself busy the following day. With hardly a moment to spare, as the British Grand Prix is considered Mercedes' home ground and garnered significant attention, a considerable number of senior executives from the Mercedes team, as well as high-ranking officials from the company and even Daimler, attended this event. Naturally, Qin Mian and Hamilton were obliged to dine and engage in various activities with their employers. Under normal circumstances, had they not achieved commendable results, their schedules would not have been so packed. However, the pivotal factor this time was that the Mercedes team triumphed, with Qin Mian even surpassing Verstappen in the driver's standings. Such an accomplishment warranted grand celebrations, despite the risk of excessive champagne toasting. At least the higher-ups had something to report back to the parent company. Consequently, Qin Mian and Hamilton had no respite following the race. They were busy with various engagements on both Monday and Tuesday. This bustling lifestyle continued for Qin Mian until Wednesday. Initially, there was to be a banquet that evening, attended by local government officials from the UK. However, Qin Mian declared that he felt there was still much to study about the Red Bull Ring and, having heard of the recent drop in temperature, decided to arrive a day early to acclimatize to the local environment. He promptly boarded a flight, leaving the team at a loss for words. Some team members, being somewhat obstinate, checked the weather and were bewildered to find that recent days in Spielberg, Austria, had seen persistently high temperatures. Nonetheless, there was little the team could do. With Qin Mian already departed, they could not fly to Austria and forcibly retrieve him. Moreover, his contract bore no clauses obligating him to participate in such events, leaving the team powerless in this regard. Even if, hypothetically, his contract did include such provisions, Qin Mian's refusal would leave the team with no recourse. After all, he was the heir apparent of Mercedes, and for at least the next 5 years, he represented the team's competitive edge. They could not afford to jeopardize their relationship over trivial matters. Thus, the team had no choice but to extend apologies to those affected. Upon arriving in Austria, Qin Mian had no intention of actually inspecting the track. Due to systematic reasons, he was already well acquainted with it, rendering his excuse somewhat superficial. Once at the hotel, he refrained from venturing out, for it was the home ground of the Red Bull team, and given his status, it would be ill-advised to roam freely. Furthermore, the safety of foreign locales often hinges on one's personal circumstances. If one possesses a strong disposition, safety tends to favor them, and vice versa. Thus, on that day, aside from exercising in the hotel gym, Qin Mian spent most of his time playing video games. After a day of leisure, he recognized the need to return to the regular rhythm of competition. As Thursday approached, his daily routine reverted to the norm expected for race day. The Red Bull Ring, host of the Austrian Grand Prix, is a high-speed circuit favored by all drivers, including Qin Mian. It is renowned for being the track with the most full-throttle sections throughout the entire season. However, on this predominantly high-speed circuit, it is evident that Mercedes cars lack the formidable competitive edge that Red Bull possesses. Moreover, competing on home turf, Red Bull has introduced upgrades, while in stark contrast, Mercedes has not provided any enhancements for their vehicles this week. Additionally, the overtaking difficulty at the Red Bull Ring is not excessively challenging, leaving the team to rely solely on Qin Mian's potential for a stellar performance in this race. While a victory in the form of a podium finish may be an unrealistic expectation, achieving a top 3 position would be deemed a triumph. As for Hamilton, the team has indeed not assigned him any specific tasks for this race, fully aware that this season's car is not ideally suited to his driving style. Thus, their expectations for him are merely to finish within the top 5. After concluding Thursday's activities, Qin Mian initially intended to return to the hotel for dinner. However, just as he was preparing to leave the paddock, Hamilton approached him. Surprised to see Hamilton, who had just knocked and entered his lounge, Qin Mian remarked. "You haven't left yet?" Hamilton smiled and replied, "There's no rush. By the way, I wanted to speak with you about something. Are you available?" After contemplating for a moment. Since the hotel dinner service extends until 9 p.m. and time was still ample, Qin Mian nodded. "I have time. You're not actually here to ask me about defensive techniques, are you?" Hamilton rolled his eyes in jest. "Of course not. It's something else." To be candid, Hamilton harbored a tinge of envy for Qin Mian's defensive skills, believing him to be the most adept driver in the paddock regarding defense and tire preservation, without exception. Yet, reflecting on his status as a 7-time world champion, Hamilton found it inconceivable to approach Qin Mian for guidance. What would become of his pride if word got out? "Let's go. We can chat and have dinner at the same time." Qin Mian nodded in agreement. After a moment, he remembered he was still carrying a bag and inquired, "Are we coming back? Should I leave my bag here?" "Not far, just in the paddock. Leave it in the lounge. No one will take it," Hamilton assured him. The two then ventured within the paddock to a restaurant that was open but devoid of customers, as the paddock had not yet officially opened. The staff initially intended to ask the two to leave, considering they had yet to begin service. However, upon recognizing them as Mercedes F1 drivers, they promptly approached with smiles. After some discussion, they ordered a meal and found a discreet corner to converse. "How does the car feel at the British Grand Prix?" Hamilton initiated the conversation. "Quite well. Actually, the overall balance of the car is the strongest it has been this season, though the overall drag remains somewhat excessive," Qin Mian responded after giving it some thought. Before and after the upgrade, they were like two different vehicles. Qin Mian spoke frankly, expressing that he shared similar sentiments. Hamilton snapped his fingers, adding that he believed the design concept of the W13 still possessed merits, and this upgrade served as the best proof of that. Qin Mian raised an eyebrow, awaiting Hamilton's further elaboration. He mused that with a few more upgrades in the right direction, the W13 could potentially regain its former competitiveness, allowing the team to reclaim its rightful position. Qin Mian shrugged, yet remained silent, his thoughts clearly indicating his skepticism. Noticing this, Hamilton chose not to prolong the suspense and stated directly, "It pertains to the matter of abandoning the W13 design philosophy for the next season." Qin Mian inquired, puzzled, "Wasn't there already a conclusion to the discussions on this issue? I recall you initially supported the team's plan." "Yes, that is indeed correct," Hamilton nodded, then continued. "However, the success at the British Grand Prix has demonstrated that this car still has its strengths. At the very least, that upgrade earned us a race victory. And although your efforts contributed significantly to that triumph, you must acknowledge the effectiveness of the upgrade." Qin Mian conceded, as there was little to dispute on that front. "Look," Hamilton spread his hands and added, "Therefore, I intend to approach Toto with a proposal to reallocate resources and continue developing the W13. I firmly believe that with the team's current development capabilities, we can elevate the W13 to new heights." Qin Mian rubbed his temples in frustration and responded, "That seems inappropriate. Moreover, hadn't the W13 already been evaluated? The design flaws are quite apparent. The previously identified flaws stemmed from excessive overall downforce and the limited upgrade window due to the floor issues," Hamilton explained. "Thus, this season, the team could focus on enhancing aerodynamic design and the floor, or even undertake a significant redesign of the floor." Qin Mian was about to argue that if a major redesign of the floor were to occur, it would necessitate reconfiguring the entire engine layout, overall length of the car, suspension angles and positions, and the installation of the monocoque, which would essentially be akin to building a new car. After all, the floor of an F1 car serves as its foundation. A single alteration could have far-reaching consequences. Yet, observing Hamilton's growing enthusiasm, Qin Mian realized that even if he voiced his concerns, they might not be heeded. Furthermore, he sensed Hamilton was exhibiting a sense of urgency. But what was he so anxious about? After contemplating, Qin Mian finally said, "I'm sorry, Lewis, but I still believe the W13 is not a good car." At the moment of Hamilton's evident disappointment, Qin Mian added, "However, should the team decide to revisit this matter for a vote, I will not cast a dissenting vote. After all, you know me, I can adeptly handle any type of car." Despite not receiving the desired answers, Hamilton nodded in acceptance of Qin Mian's stance. However, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Qin Mian. For the innate talent to effortlessly master any racing car and fully exploit its capabilities is something that even someone as accomplished as Hamilton finds admirable. Are you truly certain about not reconsidering? I genuinely believe that the W13 holds potential for upgrades, Qin Mian interjected, interrupting Hamilton, who was poised to elaborate further. That's my perspective. However, I understand your position. Thus, I shall not oppose your proposed improvements, provided the team can furnish me with a competitive car. At that moment, Qin Mian and Hamilton were at entirely opposite ends of the psychological spectrum. For drivers entering prestigious teams like Mercedes, Red Bull, and Ferrari, the aspiration to clinch a championship is universal. After all, in competitive sports, victory and titles remain the unchanging pursuit and truth. Qin Mian, endowed with natural talent and youth, could afford to wait, even for the new regulations in 2026. Conversely, Hamilton, acutely aware of his advancing age, felt the decline in his physical abilities and reaction times. He understood that the longer he delayed, the more elusive the opportunity to surpass Schumacher would become. After all, who wouldn't he wish to be the first in history, eternally etched in the annals of time? Though the honor of being a 7-time champion allows Hamilton to stand alongside the legendary Schumacher, he finds the notion of merely being one of the celebrated few unacceptable. Simply put, Hamilton is anxious. His visit to Qin Mian is somewhat desperate, akin to a patient seeking a remedy in a state of distress. While Qin Mian may not fully grasp Hamilton's internal struggles, he can only refrain from opposing Hamilton's suggestions under the influence of that mindset. Very well, Hamilton sighed. Let us have a meal first. By the way, has there been any news regarding upgrades for the car from the team? This week, I was preoccupied with the team's activities and didn't even visit the factory before heading straight to Austria. At this juncture, Hamilton cast a somewhat resentful glance at Qin Mian. You, having left on Wednesday, are enjoying a leisurely time, while I'm the one left to deal with the aftermath. However, Hamilton refrained from elaborating further, well aware that the disparity in their salaries, nearly $40 million, was largely due to Qin Mian's reluctance to partake in such activities. Thus, it stands to reason that Qin Mian's assistance in sharing the workload during the earlier part of the week should be met with gratitude. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Hamilton finally spoke. Yes, but it's merely a minor adjustment, specifically concerning the position of the floor's vortex generators to enhance the sealing of the floor. Upon hearing this, Qin Mian nodded, but Hamilton immediately added, in addition, Toto approached the FIA this week, intending to request the introduction of a new technical directive. Does that mean the FIA will comply with his request? Qin Mian pondered. In the course of their routine work, he had not observed any particularly frequent exchanges between Toto and the FIA personnel. Was it possible that Toto maintained a cordial relationship with Ben Sulayem, yet refrained from displaying it publicly in the paddock to avoid any appearance of impropriety? While Qin Mian was still lost in thought, Hamilton interrupted his contemplation, clarifying, Toto does not wield such influence with the FIA. During the period of Mercedes' consecutive 8 championships, the FIA essentially regarded Toto as a thorn in their side. It felt as though they would have preferred to eliminate him altogether to impede our team's racing performance. Every technical regulation and modification they introduced during that time was aimed squarely at us. Intrigued, Qin Mian looked at Hamilton, who shrugged in response. Although our car lacks the competitiveness it once had this season, for the reason I just mentioned, it is unlikely that Toto has any significant pull with the FIA. So, because of me, Qin Mian replied with confusion, don't look at me like that. I don't have much influence over there either. Hamilton waved his hand dismissively and explained, do you remember the Azerbaijan Grand Prix? Qin Mian nodded, recalling how Perez proved himself within the Red Bull team, securing his first career victory and solidifying his title as the king of street races. However, the most striking aspect was not the triumphs of Red Bull, but rather the failures of Ferrari's engines. The widespread retirements of cars utilizing Ferrari engines sent chills down the spines of all customer teams, fearing that their own vehicles might be the next to retire. Of course, Hamilton's mention of this was not due to the mass retirements of Ferrari cars, as it was unrelated to their current discussion. If it had any relevance to today's topic, it could only be the image of Hamilton, after the race, leaning against his car, taking a moment to recover before dismounting. Realizing this, Qin Mian suddenly understood, applying pressure on the FIA regarding the driver's safety? Precisely, Hamilton affirmed with a nod. With this justification, the FIA would be compelled to issue a new technical directive. What remains uncertain is whether this measure will effectively target Ferrari and Red Bull's vulnerabilities. Qin Mian shrugged. That remains to be seen, as it could inadvertently hinder our car's performance. However, Hamilton shook his head. That seems unlikely. If Toto is proactively engaging the FIA, he will certainly have contingency plans in place. More than this, I would prefer to. Never mind, it's nothing. Observing Hamilton, who seemed hesitant to speak, Qin Mian understood what was on his mind, yet he refrained from responding. The two shared a meal that, to be frank, could only be described as mediocre. However, for the two drivers, who had expended considerable mental and physical energy throughout the day, culinary preferences were of little consequence. After dining, they each returned to their hotels to rest. The Austrian Grand Prix follows the sprint race format: practice and qualifying on Friday, a second practice and sprint race on Saturday, and the main race on Sunday. To be honest, had Qin Mian still been an ordinary racing enthusiast, he would have anticipated the excitement of sprint races, as they allowed for action-packed viewing across 3 consecutive days. Yet, after becoming a driver himself, he developed a profound aversion to the sprint race format. The addition of a sprint race further reduced the already limited practice time available to drivers. Most critically, during the qualifying phase on Friday, drivers and teams were often still unfamiliar with their cars on this particular track, making it immensely challenging to fine-tune their setups for qualifying within the limited practice session. Despite Qin Mian's distaste for such a format, he personally harbored no concerns. He could effortlessly identify his qualifying setup during practice. Wednesday marked the day for practice and qualifying. The weather was splendid, with temperatures exceeding 30 degrees Celsius and track temperatures soaring above 50. During the practice session, Qin Mian dedicated approximately half an hour to discovering the setup that felt most comfortable for him. With an additional 30 kilograms of fuel in the car, his fastest lap time was only 0.9 seconds slower than the team's anticipated speed. Strictly speaking, Qin Mian's performance on this track remained quite commendable. However, unlike Qin Mian's smooth experience during practice, the latter part of the session was marred by 2 red flags, which severely disrupted the rhythm of other drivers. Qin Mian even overheard Hamilton's complaints over the team radio. The implications of red flags during practice differ from those in qualifying and the main race. When a red flag occurs in practice, the countdown does not cease, thereby hampering drivers' pacing. During this period, Hamilton's grievances with team personnel over the radio became increasingly frequent. As the practice session concluded amidst these interruptions, Qin Mian switched to an engine designated for qualifying and the main race. In the past few days, the expressions of Reyes and his team had been less than pleasant, as they faced the need to replace engines twice within 3 days. Although the team had accounted for the necessity of frequent engine changes, the design department had implemented several comfort features to facilitate such replacements. Nonetheless, changing an engine is not merely a matter of removing the old one and installing a new one. Meanwhile, the team's personnel were required to meticulously inspect the connections of the engine wiring, ensuring they were secure and properly affixed, while also assessing whether the overall balance had been affected by the engine's installation position. In essence, replacing an engine is a rather intricate undertaking. The installation position and the torque of the bolts necessitate precise measurements with sophisticated instruments. After all, an incorrect installation position could render the driver's entire setup from practice utterly futile. During the period when the team was replacing the engine, Qin Mian and his fellow drivers were obliged to attend various events. However, given that this was Red Bull's home turf, the opportunity for Qin Mian and Hamilton to interact with fans was curtailed. The audience's jeers and derogatory remarks echoed incessantly as they laid eyes on the duo. To prevent any adverse impact on the driver's mindset before qualifying, the team would inhibit even their own drivers from participating in fan meet and greets, regardless of their desire to do so. Therefore, Qin Mian and Hamilton primarily engaged in pre-race interviews. After the interviews concluded, on his way back to the team's lounge, Qin Mian spotted Leclerc. Drivers, particularly those in direct competition, often find themselves preoccupied. Although both had been in the paddock recently, opportunities for interaction were scarce. Even when they did cross paths, they would merely exchange nods due to their busy schedules. Upon noticing Leclerc, Qin Mian approached him, eager to exchange pleasantries. However, upon closer inspection, he noted that Leclerc appeared somewhat unwell. "What's the matter with you? Has something happened?" Observing the lack of his usual spark and the weariness etched on his face, Qin Mian inquired with curiosity, "Did a thief break into your house? Did they steal your brain too?" Typically, Leclerc would roll his eyes at such comments. But to Qin Mian's surprise, He responded with an unexpected calmness. "It's nothing." "Why do you ask?" Qin Mian, stroking his chin, remarked, "I sense something is amiss. It seems as though your vitality has been drained away. Has Sini arrived? Did she keep you in bed all night, exhausting you?" At this, Leclerc could not help but roll his eyes. "What are you thinking? Sini didn't even come to Austria, and as a professional driver, I would never engage in such activities before a race. Moreover, if anything, it is she who should be languishing in bed devoid of energy." Charlotte Sini, Leclerc's girlfriend, was currently pursuing her studies at university, which is why Qin Mian had yet to meet her despite their long acquaintance. They had consistently missed each other for various reasons. However, Qiu Ming was quite familiar with her. The two often exchanged gifts and enjoyed outings together. Furthermore, Sini was a local from Monaco, a quintessential rich kid. With her family owning a hotel in Monaco, and her father serving as a director at a local gambling company, earning significantly more than Leclerc. "Are you certain you're all right? How many times must I ask? I shall make a call to Sini and inform her to show more concern for you. Depart." After exchanging a few words, Qin Mian discerned that Leclerc was troubled, albeit unwilling to disclose his concerns. Nevertheless, Qin Mian was confident that he need not intervene at present. After all, Leclerc had spent more time in Formula One than he had, and while F1 drivers might exhibit low emotional intelligence or lack physical appeal, they possess an exceptional resilience, standing at the pinnacle of their profession. Of course, there are exceptions within this realm that do not conform to this standard. In any case, Leclerc, having endured considerable pressure from Ferrari for an extended period, is an F1 driver with commendable mental fortitude and stress management. His ability to jest with himself indicates that he has not yet reached a point necessitating psychological intervention. He should be able to regain his composure. On their way back to the team, Qin Mian turned to his companion Barber and inquired, "What do you think is troubling Leclerc?" Barber, who spent most of his time alongside Qin Mian, was quite familiar with his social circle. Typically, he remained silent, observing. And Qin Mian sensed that Barber possessed some insightful perspectives. Indeed, Barber did not disappoint. It's quite simple. If you consider the situation from his perspective, enduring a season marked by the team's baffling pit strategies, various tactical missteps, and mechanical failures, this has happened not just once or twice, but 7 or 8 times. Repeating each season. The most crucial aspect is that you cannot secure the driver's championship. You can only see glimmers of hope while wasting time within the team. What thoughts would arise in your mind? Qin Mian contemplated this scenario. It is indeed rather daunting. He mused before continuing. Were it me, I might directly switch teams. Even if this team cannot secure the championship, I would not wish to endure such torment. Moreover, I do not believe that other top teams would be disinterested in acquiring me. This highlights the distinction between you and Leclerc. You are aware of your own capabilities, having already demonstrated your talent on the track. Therefore, should you choose to change teams, many would vie for your inclusion. However, Leclerc has deeply ingrained ties to Ferrari, making a switch improbable. He is currently wagering on the hope that Ferrari will one day flourish unexpectedly. Qin Mian shrugged as they approached the entrance to the team's lounge. Ready to part ways, he turned to Barber and said, he certainly has a long wait ahead of him. Indeed, during the qualifying session, although it merely determined the starting positions for tomorrow's sprint race, a stage that awarded minimal points, the outcomes would ultimately influence the starting positions for the main race. Thus, Qin Mian had no reason to relax. After a brief intermission, when Qin Mian reappeared on the broadcast, he had donned his racing gear. Absent were the encouraging glances and words from his peers that he had previously received during his novice days at the opponent's home grounds. Following a brief exchange with Reyes, Qin Mian settled into his racing car. It was not that the team was indifferent to Qin Mian's emotions or his performance on the track. Rather, this situation stemmed purely from trust. Everyone was well aware of Qin Mian's capabilities and believed in his ability to deliver his consistent performance. As the qualifying session commenced, both Qin Mian and Hamilton refrained from unleashing their full potential during Q1. Nevertheless, they both advanced without difficulty. During this phase, there were no flags on the track. However, given that the Red Bull Ring is relatively short and fast, many drivers encountered traffic during their final flying laps. Ultimately, no one failed to achieve a competitive time due to congestion. Meanwhile, while Qin Mian successfully progressed, Zhou Guanyu found himself eliminated in Q3, finishing in 15th place. Although he was ousted at the closing line of Q3, the reason behind this could be easily surmised. Upon learning of the sprint race regulations for the Austrian Grand Prix, Qin Mian anticipated that Zhou Guanyu might not replicate his impressive performances from earlier races during today's qualifying session. Undeniably, Zhou Guanyu's current speed positions him among the mid-tier of all F1 drivers. His skills are commendable, and even his defensive abilities, honed under Qin Mian's guidance, rank among the best in the F1 circuit. Aside from Verstappen and Qin Mian, Zhou Guanyu has been one of the least overtaken drivers this season. If this data does not sufficiently illustrate the point, it is worth noting that Zhou Guanyu has never allowed any competitor in his category to overtake him on the track this season. However, perfection is an elusive pursuit. Even someone as formidable as Qin Mian possesses weaknesses, and Zhou Guanyu is no exception. His most significant flaw lies in his slow acclimatization. Generally, during practice sessions, Zhou Guanyu requires time to familiarize himself with the car's characteristics on a given track and to elevate the vehicle's speed to meet the team's expectations. Thus, it becomes evident why he struggled in today's qualifying session. One practice session was insufficient for him to fully grasp the nuances of the track and the car's performance therein, resulting in an inability to showcase his full speed during qualifying. The drivers eliminated in Q1 included Zhou Guanyu, Norris, Ricciardo, Stroll, and Vettel. With Zhou Guanyu out in Q1, Qin Mian found himself with limited solutions, as such nuances cannot simply be learned. They are akin to intrinsic traits. After a brief respite, the focus shifted to Q2. In Q2, Qin Mian achieved the desired results with just a set of new soft tires, securing a stable entry into Q3. Initially, upon returning to the team's paddock, he had no intention of going back out, as it seemed unnecessary. He was already well acquainted with the track and did not require an additional flying lap to gather further insights. However, just as Qin Mian was preparing to stretch his limbs, Frankie suddenly inquired over the team radio, "Since there is still time, Qin Mian, would you like to try switching to hard tires and test their long distance wear with a heavier fuel load?" Taken aback, Qin Mian hesitantly asked, "Is this allowed under FIA regulations?" "They haven't prohibited it. The FIA's rules are akin to law. As long as something isn't explicitly banned, it is permissible," Frankie replied. All right then. What ensued was a peculiar scene. While all other drivers competed in the qualifying session, Qin Mian, in his Mercedes, boldly switched to hard tires and commenced a long-distance test on the track. The broadcast team also played along, capturing the moment as the other drivers returned to the paddock for adjustments after completing their initial flying laps, leaving Qin Mian as the sole car on the circuit. They focused the cameras on Qin Mian's vehicle, recording his lap times with the hard tires in the context of the qualifying session. To everyone's surprise, Qin Mian's lap times were remarkably competitive, consistently registering 3 sectors in green. In fact, his performance was nearly on par with the closing times of Q2. However, since he was on hard tires, he ultimately did not improve his fastest single lap time. Ultimately, the drivers eliminated in Q2 included Gasly, Russell, Albon, Bottas, and Tsunoda. Soon, it was time for Q3. To avert any traffic issues, Mercedes waited until all other drivers had completed their flying laps before returning to the track to begin their own. However, just as Hamilton finished his warm-up lap and initiated his flying lap, he made a mistake and veered off the track at T7, resulting in a red flag and a suspension of the qualifying session. The collision was severe, with Hamilton's front wing shattered, both right-side tire suspensions compromised, and even the right front mirror lost in the incident. Yet, the most dramatic image was not merely the collision itself, but rather the moment Hamilton came to a halt against the track's barrier. A fervent cheer erupted from the sea of orange-clad Red Bull fans in attendance, encapsulating the audience's enthusiasm for the 7-time champion. Of course, Hamilton was not the only unfortunate soul in this incident. Qin Mian had been following closely behind Hamilton during his flying lap. Consequently, with Hamilton's crash triggering a yellow flag in the 3rd timing sector, Qin Mian's lap time was rendered invalid as he was forced to reduce his speed. Thus, both Hamilton and Qin Mian found themselves unable to achieve the results they desired within this flying lap. Indeed, Hamilton possesses formidable control over his racing machine. However, the limited practice time afforded to him during this event proved insufficient. Concurrently, Hamilton harbored hopes of securing a commendable position in the race, leading to a sense of urgency that ultimately culminated in the present outcome. Following the incident, Hamilton's participation in this race was effectively concluded, with merely 5 minutes remaining. Even if his vehicle were to be miraculously restored, it would still be irreparable. On the other hand, despite Qin Mian not having clocked an effective flying lap during the qualifying phase, he remained undeterred by the aforementioned mishap. He executed a remarkably aggressive final flying lap, achieving a time of 1:05.067 that greatly pleased his team. This accomplishment positioned Qin Mian fourth on the starting grid for tomorrow's race. Meanwhile, the final standings for the qualifying session were as follows: 1. Verstappen, 2. Leclerc, 3. Sainz, 4. Qin Mian, 5. Perez, 6. Ocon, 7. Magnussen, 8. Mick, 9. Alonso, 10. Hamilton. It is not difficult to ascertain the reason for Hamilton's 10th place finish. During Q3, he failed to secure an effective lap time. Moreover, the most surprising aspect of the results was the performance of both Haas drivers, Magnussen and Mick, who claimed the 7th and 8th positions, respectively. Under normal circumstances, given the capabilities of Haas racing machinery, it would be improbable for them to attain such standings during the qualifying phase, regardless of the track's suitability. Evidently, the rules governing today's sprint race have greatly benefited the Haas drivers. Their presence in these elevated positions can be attributed to the fact that, during the practice sessions, not only Zhou Guanyu, but many drivers struggled to fully acclimatize to their vehicle's characteristics on the Red Bull ring. Conversely, the Haas drivers possessed an in-depth understanding of their car, largely due to Mick Schumacher's involvement, which led Haas to allocate a greater portion of their budget towards repairs rather than upgrades. Consequently, the consistency and predictability of their racing machine remained remarkably stable. Thus, after a brief familiarization with the track, they were able to leverage their vehicle's capabilities to achieve commendable results. Of course, the surprises did not end there. The Red Bull Ring is notorious among all Grand Prix circuits for its propensity to invoke track limit violations. The T9 and T10 sections of this track feature high-speed downhill right turns. T9 is a swift downhill right turn where cars with slightly enhanced downforce can navigate without braking, simply coasting through the corner by easing off the throttle. T10, upon exit, features a flat outer curb, compelling drivers to widen their racing line and utilize more of the curb upon exit. Consequently, it is inevitable that track limit infringements occurred during the qualifying session. One unfortunate instance involved Perez, who had his 2 flying laps in Q3 invalidated after exceeding the white line at T10 with all 4 wheels. Even in the final flying lap of Q2, Perez exceeded the white line with all 4 wheels. Consequently, his Q3 result was annulled, leaving him with only the baseline qualifying time from Q2. As a result, Perez was forced to start the sprint race from 13th position. Simultaneously, the drivers starting behind him gained a position. Thus, the correct starting order for tomorrow's sprint race is as follows: 1. Verstappen 2. Leclerc 3. Sainz 4. Qin Mian 5. Ocon 6. Magnussen 7. Mick 8. Alonso 9. Hamilton. After the race concluded, Qin Mian, not having placed in the top 3 of the qualifying session, encountered fewer complications and participated in a brief post-race interview before promptly returning to the team's hospitality area. The post-race meeting unfolded routinely, adhering to the established workflow that Mercedes has refined over the years. Following its conclusion, both Qin Mian and Hamilton were free to leave. However, as they were preparing to depart together, Toto approached them, and the 3 subsequently retreated to Qin Mian's lounge, where Toto closed the door behind them. With a solemn demeanor, he urged both drivers to prioritize the protection of their cars during the sprint race due to budget cap constraints. Toto expressed that he did not wish for them to secure an advantageous position or accumulate significant points in this sprint qualifying. His primary concern was that their cars return unscathed apart from any minor paintwork. In contrast to the main race, which carries substantial points, the sprint race's rewards are modest, with a mere 8 points available for first place. Furthermore, the FIA had previously discussed with the teams the possibility of amending the budget cap regulations to exempt any damages incurred during the sprint race from the budget considerations. Essentially, this would mean that any accidents or damages occurring during the sprint race would be accounted for separately, outside the budget cap. However, negotiations faltered as the larger teams, possessing ample financial resources, were not averse to competing aggressively during the sprint, using vehicle damage as a rationale for upgrading their cars without impacting their budget cap. The FIA, cognizant of potential exploitation of this loophole by teams like Mercedes, Ferrari, and Red Bull, alongside opposition from smaller teams with limited resources, ultimately allowed the matter to fade away. It was in light of this situation that Toto sought to communicate his concerns to the Mercedes drivers after the meeting. Both Hamilton and Qin Mian expressed their respect for Toto's wishes, acknowledging that the single point awarded for a position in the sprint race did not warrant an all-out effort. With that, Qin Mian's work for the day concluded. On his way back to the hotel, he encountered Leclerc, who appeared to have regained his spirited demeanor. During the qualifying phase, although Leclerc found himself in second place, the time difference between him and pole sitter Verstappen was a mere 0.029 seconds, indicating that their speeds were remarkably close. This performance provided Leclerc with a sense of reassurance for the upcoming race. However, it is worth noting that Ferrari has never managed to perform consistently well in consecutive races, suggesting that Leclerc still harbors a chance to ascend to the highest podium. After a day's respite, Saturday arrived. During the second practice session, Qin Mian efficiently completed the majority of the testing work, reserving less impactful adjustments for the ensuing sprint race, thereby collecting valuable data. Soon, the sprint race approached, with its preparatory procedures resembling those of a standard Grand Prix. As everything was set for the warm-up lap, a yellow flag unexpectedly waved across the track. Alonso's car came to a halt on the circuit, just as everyone presumed that Alonso's vehicle had malfunctioned. The camera shifted to reveal a rather bemused audience. Alonso's car was indeed stationary on the track, devoid of smoke or surrounding traffic. Yet the tire warmers remained affixed to all four tires. Meanwhile, other drivers had already ventured out onto the circuit. Consequently, with the tire warmers still enveloping his tires, Alonso was unable to start his vehicle. Nevertheless, Verstappen had already begun to move, making it impossible to halt the sprint race due to this incident. Thus, the other drivers had no choice but to proceed, while the Alpine team had to await the departure of all other competitors before they could return to the track to address Alonso's car. Yet, this was not the only unforeseen event. Concurrently, as all drivers completed their warm-up laps and returned to their positions, Zhou Guanyu's car suddenly decelerated, ultimately stalling at the apex of turn 10. His vehicle had shut down. Domestic fans, witnessing this unfolding drama, erupted in criticism towards the Alpine team. Since the establishment of the team's social media presence in China, apart from Zhou Guanyu's few successful finishes, the comments section during each Grand Prix has been rife with sarcastic remarks and outright condemnation. The presence of Qin Mian had already sparked a surge in domestic fans, many of whom were relatively inexperienced and had grown accustomed to the stability of the Mercedes team on the track. After Zhou Guanyu joined Alpine this season, the team repeatedly delivered unexpected results, much to the dismay of the fans, prompting them to voice their frustrations. Fortunately, after being stationary on the track for over 20 seconds, Zhou Guanyu, with the guidance of his team engineer, managed to restart his car. Although the commencement of an F1 car typically resembles the initiation of a tractor, involving a specialized starting rod that is inserted through the rear light into the car's interior to connect to the engine, it is important to note that the teams must certainly consider the possibility of Zhou Guanyu's engine unexpectedly stalling on the track, as well as the scenario where all cars are halted on the circuit in preparation for the race, and then a car suddenly loses power. Consequently, F1 vehicles possess the capability to restart their engines utilizing the Internal Energy Recovery System, ERS, or an external power source. However, Alonso's antics successfully relegated Zhou Guanyu's starting position in the sprint race from 15th to the pit lane. It must be said that Qin Mian also believes Alonso's struggling car deserves some criticism. Meanwhile, due to a car halted behind, all vehicles were required to complete another warm-up lap. As they re-embarked, the track experienced fewer unforeseen incidents. However, for reasons unknown, Alonso did not return to the track after entering the pit, presumably preparing to abandon the race. Starting from the pit lane, Zhou Guanyu's position was predetermined to be at the back for a race that could potentially be completed without a pit stop, with a total length of merely 100 kilometers. Once all cars were in position, the 5 red lights illuminated, signaling the race's commencement. At this juncture, Qin Mian's race had effectively concluded, as he was utilizing medium tires. Additionally, in accordance with Toto's remarks regarding conserving resources for the development of next year's car, both Qin Mian and Hamilton were undoubtedly set to adopt a conservative pace during the start and throughout the race. After all, the most likely moments for incidents in an F1 Grand Prix occurred during the initial phase of the race. Nonetheless, the two Ferraris ahead ignited a long-awaited internal rivalry. During the start, Although Leclerc's speed did not match Verstappen's, his advantageous position allowed him to steer towards the inside line of the track, preparing for a late braking maneuver in an attempt to overtake Verstappen. Given the comparable straight-line speed of the Ferrari and Red Bull cars, and considering that the inside line at turn 1, T1, is also the inside line at turn 3, T3. If Leclerc could seize the inside line from Verstappen without being pushed aside, he had a significant chance of securing the lead by T3. However, Verstappen's defensive prowess was formidable. Upon sensing Leclerc's intent, he staunchly guarded the inside line, constraining Leclerc's entry angle significantly. At that moment, Leclerc found his front wing parallel to Verstappen's. And should Verstappen not veer towards the outer line for the turn, Leclerc would risk being trapped. It could be said that Leclerc found himself in a precarious situation, ultimately necessitating an early brake as he approached T1. Thus, it was evident that Perez, who had a less advantageous start than Leclerc, seized an opportunity on the outside of turn 1, as Qin Mian adopted a rather cautious approach, matching Sainz's initial acceleration, coupled with the inherent performance deficit of the car. By the time they reached turn 1, Sainz had already established a half-car length lead over Qin Mian. With opportunities ahead and no pressure from behind, Sainz capitalized on his superior entry speed and angle to overtake his teammate Leclerc on the outside. Aside from the swapping of positions between the two Ferrari drivers during the start, there were no further changes in the standings among the top 4 drivers. However, as the race progressed to turn 4, Leclerc managed to reclaim his position by exploiting Sainz's slower exit speed, a consequence of Sainz's attempt to attack Verstappen at turn 3. Observing this thrilling exchange from behind, Qin Mian could hardly contain his excitement, almost wishing to spur the two into a more intense battle. Nevertheless, both drivers exhibited restraint. Once Leclerc surpassed Sainz, the latter refrained from any further maneuvers. After regaining his original position, Leclerc swiftly extended the time gap between himself and Sainz. The remainder of Qin Mian's race unfolded rather uneventfully due to the inherent performance disparity of the cars, and the team's decision not to switch Qin Mian to soft tires for an offensive attempt on the drivers ahead. Consequently, he found himself trailing Sainz by a 14-second margin, settling into a cruising pace. While the team claimed they could not afford any risks, Qin Mian undoubtedly aspired for a better starting position for the following day. Thus, while following Sainz, he decided to impose a negative buff on him. Overwhelming pressure, gold lock onto a driver ahead, continuously applying pressure that does not diminish, and will escalate with increasing lap times and attempts to attack, until the targeted driver is overtaken or makes an error due to excessive pressure. The intensity of the pressure increases based on the opponent's psychological attributes, and the pressure metrics of the selected target driver are visualized. Sainz's current pressure level, 34, there was pressure, but it was evidently manageable. After numerous races, Qin Mian had attempted to overtake Sainz on several occasions. Humans are remarkably adaptive creatures, and it was only natural for Sainz to acclimatize to Qin Mian's attacking rhythm over time. Yet, it remains true that in the presence of Qin Mian's system, such factors are rendered inconsequential. As Qin Mian enhanced his skills, Sainz's pressure visibly intensified, albeit at a gradual pace. Qin Mian quickly deduced that this was likely due to the insufficient proximity between himself and Sainz, which meant that the pressure he exerted was not substantial enough. Reflecting on this, Qin Mian began to utilize his tires more aggressively, boosting his lap speed by approximately 0.2 seconds. After all, the medium tires had ample endurance to last throughout the race, allowing him the liberty to burn them as he pleased. Thus, Qin Mian's speed has significantly increased, allowing him to directly enter the DRS zone behind Sainz. Although this position is affected by the turbulent air from Sainz's car during the turns, by the third lap, the DRS had been activated, enabling Qin Mian to regain the speed lost in the bends. Indeed, upon closing in on Sainz, the pressure on him intensified, resulting in an immediate enhancement of speed. Essentially, Sainz experienced a pressure level increase of approximately 1 unit with each lap. However, Qin Mian had no intention of pursuing too closely at this juncture. A closer pursuit could provide an opportunity for overtaking, and Qin Mian was uncertain whether he could restrain himself under such circumstances. Furthermore, the point gap between the third and fourth places was merely 1 point. Despite Qin Mian's overtakes being stable, it was a risky endeavor to gamble with the competitive edge of next season's car for the sake of a single point. Currently, Qin Mian was consistently applying pressure on Sainz, and should the conditions permit, he would further exert pressure from behind. He sought to observe whether Sainz could maintain his composure and secure third place under the immense pressure he was applying. Interestingly, while Qin Mian was pressuring Sainz, Leclerc found himself in a comfortable position. Due to Qin Mian's presence, Sainz was no longer a threat to Leclerc, allowing him to comfortably maintain a consistent pace on the track. Consequently, as the race approached the 10th lap, the track engineer from Leclerc's team informed him, "Charles, your lap time is 0.9 seconds faster than Verstappen's, which is a promising sign. Keep pushing." Meanwhile, as Qin Mian toyed with Sainz ahead, Perez had surged to 5th place by the 15th lap, with Qin Mian in his sights. However, at this moment, there was still a 3-second gap between Perez and Qin Mian, and with only 8 laps remaining, based on Perez's current displayed speed, it seemed unlikely that he would catch up to Qin Mian. In stark contrast to Perez's formidable performance, Qin Mian's teammate Hamilton was encountering significant difficulties during the race. 2 Haas cars ahead of Hamilton were blatantly forming a DRS train, preventing him from gaining a sufficient positional advantage despite being within 0.4 seconds of Mick and possessing an overall speed advantage of 0.6 seconds per lap over the 2 Haas cars. It wasn't until the 22nd lap that Hamilton managed to painstakingly overtake Mick, finally entering the scoring zone of the sprint race and securing a single point. Given the brevity of the sprint race, the event concluded swiftly, with Verstappen starting from pole position and clinching first place. Qin Mian was somewhat astonished to witness that Sainz, under immense pressure with a value of 74, remained remarkably composed and successfully completed his task, crossing the finish line. When did this young man cultivate such a resilient mindset? Despite bearing such significant pressure, he had not made any errors on the track. Although it was somewhat disappointing that Sainz did not falter during the race, Qin Mian was nonetheless satisfied with the outcome. At least the car had not encountered any issues on this circuit, had it? The rankings and points following the conclusion of this race, which will determine tomorrow's starting positions, are as follows: P1, Verstappen 8 P2, Leclerc 7 P3, Sainz 6 P4, Qin Mian 5 P5, Perez 4 P6, Ocon 3 P7, Magnussen 2 P8. Hamilton 1. It is worth noting that Qin Mian initially believed that Zhou Guanyu, starting from the back of the grid, would struggle to secure a favorable position during the sprint race. To his surprise, by the time the positions were finalized, Zhou Guanyu had surged to 13th place, indicating that he would commence tomorrow's race from that position. Regardless, it was clear that Zhou Guanyu would not be earning any points in this race, so advancing from 19th to 13th was indeed a commendable achievement. In a light-hearted remark, one could say that Zhou Guanyu compensated for the car's disadvantages entirely by his own efforts. The post-race procedures for the sprint race are quite similar to those of the main event. The top 3 drivers are awarded their respective prizes. However, unlike the trophy for the main race champion, they receive medals instead. Additionally, the fastest lap during the sprint does not accrue points. After completing the car inspections, Qin Mian returned to the team's headquarters, where Toto warmly patted his shoulder during the post-race meeting. At least in this relatively inconsequential sprint, Qin Mian had safely brought his car back and earned 5 points, which pleased Toto. Regarding Hamilton, during the early phase of the race, he collided with Gasly on his right, resulting in Gasly's left rear while striking Hamilton's right front wheel. The outcome was predictable. Gasly's car was sent flying. From Hamilton's perspective, he bore no responsibility for the incident. After all, from his first-person view, Albon was on his left and Gasly on his right when Gasly encroached. Hamilton had no opportunity to evade, having already reduced his speed in advance. However, a distant view from behind reveals that there was indeed a gap between Hamilton and Albon. Nevertheless, it must be said that Hamilton's culpability was minimal. The primary responsibility lay with Gasly, who brought this upon himself. Following the collision, Mercedes' right front suspension exhibited the characteristic resilience of their vehicles. After launching a small Red Bull into the air, Hamilton's car's right suspension remained unscathed. In fact, upon returning to the team, inspections revealed that Hamilton's right front suspension did not even require a realignment. Prominent among the concerns was the rigidity of the situation. However, Hamilton's car did sustain some damage. A section of the underbody was scraped away, and there were notable abrasions on the front right wheel blade. Regardless of the circumstances, it was inevitable that Mercedes would have to take the car for repairs. Replacing the tire blade was a trivial matter, as the team had spare parts readily available. Yet, the damage to the underbody posed a greater challenge. Although the team had spare parts, the cost of a new underbody was not insignificant. The team felt the pinch, prompting Hamilton's technicians on site to assess whether a repair could be executed. Some may argue that once carbon fiber is damaged, it cannot be repaired. This is indeed true. Once carbon fiber is compromised or broken, it cannot be restored to its original strength or characteristics. Nevertheless, the damage to Hamilton's underbody was limited to a small fragment along the edge, approximately the length of the middle and ring fingers combined. After a brief meeting at the factory, the decision was made to reproduce a carbon fiber piece similar in size to the damaged area, utilizing strong adhesive and filler to smooth and level the surface. Following this repair, the aerodynamic performance of the underbody would be comparable to that of an intact carbon fiber component, with the only drawback being a potential increase in weight of around 10 grams at the damaged location. It is indeed surprising that a team as affluent as Mercedes would be so frugal in this regard. Of course, the team proceeded with this plan only after obtaining Hamilton's consent. In summary, although the sprint qualifying session caused a moment of alarm for Toto, with his heart racing and brow furrowed, he was ultimately satisfied with the outcome. There were losses, yet they remained within an acceptable range. Hamilton had initially desired to replace the underbody entirely, as there was a spare available, but considering the implications for the following season's car development, he reluctantly agreed to the repair. Furthermore, the impact of the repair on the car's speed was negligible, leading Hamilton to ultimately acquiesce. After the meeting, Qin Mian returned to the hotel, unburdened and ready for rest. The following day, after completing pre-race interviews, preparations, and the driver parade, Qin Mian returned to the team's paddock. At that moment, Frankie and the others were conducting the final checks on Qin Mian's car. The checks were not overly complex, as the tuning of the car could not be altered following the previous day's sprint qualifying session. Thus, the setup for the main race would be identical to that used in the sprint qualifying phase. At this moment, their inspection of the racing cars primarily focuses on identifying potential failure points that may arise during the competition, particularly emphasizing the previous issues with Qin Mian's engine fuel line. Once all preparations are finalized, and with the event's notification, the cars are pushed onto the track. Today, the weather in Austria is delightful, and the picturesque mountainous scenery surrounding the circuit is captivating. Although clouds occasionally drift by, there are currently no rain clouds moving toward the track. However, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of rain during the main race phase. After all, the Red Bull Ring is nestled within the Austrian mountains, where the weather can change unpredictably. It is not uncommon for a cloudless sky to transform into a downpour within mere minutes. Simultaneously, Bottas will start the race from the pit lane due to a new internal combustion engine. While his change in starting position does not directly affect Qin Mian's grid position, this information serves as a reference for the Mercedes team, indicating that Ferrari's engines have begun to exhibit signs of wear. Bottas is the first driver this season to start from the pit lane due to an engine change at the beginning of the race. This suggests that Ferrari's engines may be the least durable among all competitors this season, providing Mercedes a significant opportunity to secure second place in the constructors' standings by capitalizing on this weakness. As for Red Bull, it is true that they encountered numerous stability issues at the beginning of the season. However, as the races progressed, Honda has evidently invested more resources into enhancing engine stability. Consequently, in recent races, Honda's engines have shown no stability concerns, with only minor issues arising on the track that do not jeopardize race completion. The overall speed of Red Bull's cars is commendable, and given their inherent aerodynamic advantages, the likelihood of Mercedes successfully challenging and surpassing Red Bull in the latter part of the season appears minimal. Additionally, Zhou Guanyu has benefited from his teammates' repositioning on the grid, moving from 13th to 12th place. Having raced nearly half a season in the F1 paddock, Zhou's mindset and skills have matured significantly. His starting position is not particularly unfavorable, especially as he is ahead of a McLaren team that has struggled for competitiveness due to financial constraints in recent seasons. Provided the team does not impose excessive demands on him, Zhou has a substantial chance of scoring points for the team in this race. Even if we consider the worst-case scenario, the McLaren team, though faltering, remains formidable compared to Zhou's current standing. Furthermore, there are still 2 Haas cars ahead. Therefore, Zhou has a realistic opportunity to secure at least a 10th-place finish and earn a point. As the camera panned to the racetrack, the team began to lower the cars from the jacks, having already removed the tire blankets. This time, Alpine did not forget to take off the tire blanket from Alonso's car. For this race, Qin Mian opted for soft tires. Having preserved an additional set of soft tires from yesterday's sprint race, he entered the main event today with 2 sets of soft tires, 1 set of medium tires, and 1 set of hard tires. Thus, the strategy team at Mercedes aimed to devise a 2-stop pit strategy for Qin Mian, with a tire strategy of red-yellow-red. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during the mid-race, hard tires would remain a viable option. The Red Bull Ring is a high-speed circuit characterized by numerous bends, which naturally results in greater tire wear than a standard track. Therefore, the prevalent pit strategy for this race remained a 2-stop approach. Soon, amidst the orange-yellow smoke ignited by the spectators, all drivers commenced their warm-up laps under the lead of Verstappen. It is noteworthy that Alonso, the seasoned competitor, engaged in a bit of mischief prior to the race start. Typically, drivers arrive at their starting positions to await the others before the race begins. However, as Alonso did not participate in the sprint qualifying yesterday, he started from the back of the grid. He leisurely made his way, taking quite some time. Verstappen, for nearly a minute, remained stationary in his position while Alonso slowly arrived at his designated spot. In that minute, Verstappen's already moderate tire temperature dropped by at least 20 degrees. Indeed, not only Verstappen, but all drivers who started ahead experienced varying degrees of tire temperature reduction. Nevertheless, Alonso eventually positioned his car correctly. The 5 red lights at the venue illuminated one by one, signaling the imminent start of the race. Quickly, the 5 red lights extinguished, and the race commenced. This time, Qin Mian's start was devoid of the hesitation he exhibited during the sprint qualifying. He launched off the line swiftly, noticeably faster than Sainz, who was positioned directly ahead to his left. This was attributed to Qin Mian's rapid reflexes, coupled with the advantages of the soft tires. Consequently, as they approached the braking point, Qin Mian found himself side by side with Sainz on the inside line. Demonstrating extreme control, Qin Mian's left tire arch closely grazed Sainz's car. When Sainz veered left, Qin Mian followed suit, and when Sainz drifted right, so did Qin Mian. However, Sainz, having reached his limit before braking, was taken aback to see Qin Mian apply his brakes approximately 5 meters later. In that moment, Sainz's first thought was that Qin Mian had made a grave error, likely missing the braking point and risking a straight run off the track. End of chapter 409. Ferrari, have I turned my luck around? A wave of exhilaration swept over him, for they were at the nascent stage of the race, with nearly all the cars bunched together. If Qin Mian managed to break free at this moment, there was a considerable chance he would find himself at the back of the pack. At that point, no matter how formidable Qin Mian's tire preservation skills were, he would be unable to exert any pressure upon himself during the race. However, just as Sainz reveled in his thoughts, envisioning the splendid track conditions that lay ahead, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. To his disbelief, Qin Mian, having braked late on the inside line, successfully brought his car to a stop without any signs of losing control. The tires remained intact and did not lock up. He then navigated the corner ahead of him, but upon exiting, he inadvertently forced himself off the track. Sainz, though astonished by Qin Mian's seemingly unscientific braking maneuver, noted that he had not heard of any recent upgrades to the Mercedes brakes. The most perplexing aspect was that Qin Mian had braked on the inside line, a place not typically conducive to optimal grip and cleanliness compared to Sainz's outside line. Furthermore, the angle at which Qin Mian braked seemed incorrect. Even with soft tires, one would not expect to achieve such an extraordinary stop. Regardless of how much Sainz racked his brain, he could not fathom how Qin Mian's braking position could have possibly halted his Mercedes. Yet, astonishingly, Qin Mian accomplished it. Despite being pushed onto the escape route, Sainz did not ease off the throttle. This season, Ferrari boasted the fastest straight-line acceleration in the paddock, and thus, by the time Sainz re-entered the track, he found himself half a car length behind Qin Mian. However, at least they were still side by side, giving him a chance to reclaim his position before T1. As a Mercedes and a Ferrari surged forth side by side into T3 amidst the orange smoke ignited by the Austrian spectators, Sainz had perhaps underestimated the upgrades brought by Mercedes at the British Grand Prix, as well as the soft tires on Qin Mian's car. With the optimized air intake structure of the floor and improved airflow management, the W13's overall drag had significantly diminished. Although T3 was a left-hand turn and Qin Mian's slight advance had reverted to a side-by-side position with Sainz, the latter's acceleration capabilities were accelerating impressively. Nevertheless, before reaching the braking point of T3, Sainz had yet to completely overtake Qin Mian, who still held his ground alongside him on the outside line. At this juncture, a foreboding sensation washed over Sainz. Soon, his apprehensions materialized. Qin Mian executed yet another late brake on the inside line. Even as Sainz reached the limits of his braking point, astonishingly, Qin Mian's braking position remained ahead of him. Sainz found himself perplexed. Although the T1 and T2 corners could slightly warm the tires, the distance was too short to significantly enhance performance. How on earth did Qin Mian manage to halt his vehicle under such extreme circumstances? What was the secret? In truth, Qin Mian executed this feat through sheer skill. His technique was indeed audacious, particularly as both T1 and T3 are heavy braking zones. Qin Mian adjusted the brake balance towards the front wheels. Some may argue that this approach risks locking the front wheels. Thus, during braking, he dynamically shifted the brake balance back towards the rear wheels. This meant that the front wheels were tasked with the most critical portion of braking, and due to the thermal radiation from the brake discs, the tires were also warmed in the process. Just before the front wheels were on the verge of locking up, Qin Mian adjusted the brake bias rearward, enabling the front wheels to contribute efficiently throughout the braking phase. Simultaneously, the rear wheels provided consistent braking force, thereby minimizing the car's stopping distance. However, the pivotal factor was Qin Mian's choice of soft tires, which naturally offered shorter braking distances compared to medium tires. Moreover, upon reaching the apex of the corner, the braking force on the front wheels diminished, allowing for a smoother entry into the turn. This technique is well known among drivers and can even be considered the optimal method for corner entry. The only drawback is its complexity. Without an electronic control system in F1 cars, the driver must manually adjust the brake balance. It is worth noting that during braking, the instantaneous pressure on a driver's neck can reach up to 4G. Maintaining mental clarity while executing such intricate maneuvers elevates the risk of error to alarming levels. Consequently, this cornering method is not widely adopted. Even if drivers are aware of it, they often refrain from using it due to its difficulty. Even if successful, the speed gain from this technique might only be a mere 0.1 to 0.2 seconds. Conversely, a mistake during this process could result in veering off the track or locking up the tires, leading to a loss of over a second. Thus, the cost-benefit ratio of this maneuver is quite low, even for someone as physically capable as Qin Mian. He would only dare to employ this strategy in the early laps when his stamina was at its peak. As the race progressed and fatigue set in, he would adhere to more conventional racing strategies. Nevertheless, amidst Sainz's confusion, the two cars that had been racing side by side from T1 to T3 ultimately determined a victor, with Sainz being forced off the track by Qin Mian at T3, where the curb was notably higher than at T1. Thus, when Sainz once again veered off the track, the wooden plank of the car's floor scraped fiercely against the yellow curb, igniting a shower of sparks. Sainz, however, remained unconcerned about any potential damage to the car's undercarriage. With the advent of the ground effect era, the chassis of all teams' cars appeared notably higher than they actually were. Consequently, even when coming into contact with a high curb, the only likely damage would be to the wooden plank beneath the chassis, leaving the rest of the undercarriage unscathed. Of course, this excludes instances where the immense downforce of the car inadvertently lifts manhole covers. Unlike T1, T3 offered no escape route. Upon returning to the track, Sainz found himself devoid of ample acceleration space, as the junction between the painted area of T3 and the track was lined with grass. Thus, when he rejoined the circuit, he fell behind Qin Mian, who was notably resolute in defending his position against Sainz. At 5-Star Sports, having successfully overtaken Sainz and stabilized their third position as they entered the second lap, the three commentators finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Qin Mian's start was as exemplary as ever. I had observed his performance during the sprint qualifying yesterday, where he exhibited no remarkable prowess throughout the race, leading me to speculate that perhaps external factors at Red Bull's home ground had affected his mindset. In retrospect, I realized that my concerns were unfounded. Having spent considerable time in the paddock, I had never witnessed Qin Mian's state being influenced by external circumstances. Perhaps he was merely cautious during the sprint qualifying phase, opting for a more stable approach, remarked Xiaogu. Today, due to an unexpected commitment, Fei Gu could not attend the race, leading to Xiaogu stepping in, while the other two commentators remained unchanged. Yet, Qin Mian's defensive maneuvers against Sainz were indeed perilous, as he had pushed Sainz off the track on 2 occasions. commented Zhou Haoran. How can this be deemed risky? Explained Bingo. Qin Mian had the racing line on both occasions. Signs being pushed off is solely his own issue. Zhou Haoran nodded in agreement. According to FIA track regulations, that is indeed the case. My concern lies in the proximity between Qin Mian and Signs during their tussle. Their wheels were dangerously close. In such scenarios, even a minor miscalculation could precipitate a severe track incident. The discussion among the commentators regarding Qin Mian's overtaking concluded there. On the track, having surpassed Signs, Qin Mian swiftly leveraged the advantage of his soft tires to extend the time gap between himself and Signs. Furthermore, after overtaking Signs, his momentum did not wane. He began to close the gap with Leclerc ahead. Meanwhile, Signs, despite his desire to reclaim his position, found himself powerless, especially as Perez behind him also began to contemplate overtaking. The time gap between the two competitors has narrowed to 4 seconds. With such a margin entering the DRS zone, Perez's attempt to overtake Signs should not pose a significant challenge. As the fourth lap commenced and the DRS was activated, Qin Mian finally managed to catch up to Leclerc. However, Leclerc's pace today was commendably swift, leaving Qin Mian barely within the DRS zone behind him. Though Qin Mian easily reached this position, he faced a formidable challenge due to Leclerc's advantage from Verstappen's DRS. Despite employing soft tires, overtaking would prove to be quite arduous. Crucially, Qin Mian's soft tires, while comparable in durability to other drivers' medium tires under light fuel conditions, are not expected to sustain their performance for long, given that the race has only just begun and the fuel tank is nearly full. According to the team's strategy analysts, Qin Mian's soft tires are projected to last approximately 12 laps before reaching a critical degradation point, after which his speed would significantly diminish. Consequently, time is not on Qin Mian's side. Setting aside any personal camaraderie with Leclerc, Qin Mian decided to exert pressure directly on him. He closely tailgated Leclerc, applying pressure at every potential overtaking opportunity. Leclerc, being somewhat familiar with Qin Mian, was well aware that once on the track, personal friendships would take a back seat. Thus, he felt considerable pressure, registering a stress level of 29, especially given that the race had only just commenced. Just as Qin Mian was preparing to intensify his efforts, the routine update from Frankie came through. Qin Mian, you are currently in third place, 7 seconds behind Leclerc, 19 seconds behind Verstappen, and 21 seconds ahead of Sainz. You're doing well, keep it up. Qin Mian paid little heed to Sainz behind him, acknowledging that Sainz's lap times were not as competitive as his own on soft tires. Instead, his focus was drawn to Verstappen's position. Calculating, he noted that Leclerc was now 12 seconds ahead of Verstappen, having exited the latter's DRS zone. Up until that point, Leclerc had been benefiting from Verstappen's DRS. Qin Mian entered this race with aspirations of clinching the championship, yet once he surpassed Leclerc, his ability to utilize his skill would enter a cooldown phase. Consequently, his only means of countering Verstappen's potential attack would be through his car's raw speed for an overtaking maneuver from behind. However, this season, the Mercedes car's performance is evidently inferior to that of Ferrari and Red Bull. Qin Mian's presence in this competitive space can be attributed to his exceptional tire management skills. Thus, overtaking Verstappen on the track presents considerable difficulty, necessitating a strategic undercut. Upon grasping this insight, Qin Mian proactively disengaged from the skills he had been employing against Leclerc, slightly increasing the temporal gap between them, maintaining it within a range of 0.811 seconds. It sufficed to close in on Leclerc, remaining within 1 second prior to reaching the DRS detection point. Leclerc had initially intended to focus more on the pursuing Qin Mian, yet inexplicably, he felt a sudden alleviation of pressure, with Qin Mian slightly widening the distance behind him. Although uncertain whether Qin Mian was grappling with issues concerning his car or other complications, Leclerc understood that Qin Mian had ceased to exert pressure for reasons unknown. Nonetheless, his primary objective remained to keep pace with Verstappen ahead and strive to seize that coveted first position. However, owing to Qin Mian's earlier offensive maneuvers against Leclerc, by the time Leclerc caught up to Verstappen and initiated his own assault, they had already entered the 10th lap. Despite the skirmish between the two drivers ahead, Qin Mian found himself unable to capitalize on their entanglement. His soft tires were deteriorating at an alarming rate, quicker than both he and the Mercedes team had anticipated. Even as the two cars ahead engaged in a relentless battle, Qin Mian could only manage to remain approximately 3 seconds behind Leclerc, ensuring he was not left behind. After persevering on the track for 2 more laps, Qin Mian finally entered the pits to change tires at the team's behest. He switched to a brand new set of medium tires, and the tire changers applied a bit more intensity, resulting in a total pit stop time of 34 seconds. During the first tire change, there was a minor hiccup with the right rear tire that delayed the process by just 1 second. Fortunately, this was the only error during the tire change, and the time lost was minimal. Most importantly, when the team called Qin Mian back, he had ample space behind him and did not lose any significant positions upon exiting the pits. After the tire change, Qin Mian found himself in 8th position, with Mick Schumacher and Magnussen ahead, and Zhou Guanyu trailing closely behind. In today's race, Zhou Guanyu's performance was exceptionally commendable. Starting from 12th, he exhibited remarkable acceleration, resembling anything but an Alfa Romeo. He overtook 2 cars right off the line, capitalizing on a mistake from Ricciardo to surge from 12th to 9th position. However, aside from Zhou Guanyu's impressive display, 2 other drivers also drew attention. Mick and Magnussen, humorously dubbed the Haas duo. They astonishingly showcased a speed that matched their current standings on the Red Bull ring, making it hard to believe such performance was achievable by Haas cars. Upon his return to the track, Qin Mian found Lando Norris trailing just 1 second behind him. Meanwhile, Qin Mian had just emerged from the maintenance area. Before him, the fierce contest between Ferrari and Red Bull, which had been evenly matched, suddenly yielded a clear victor. Leclerc, having utilized the DRS zone before turn 4 to latch onto Verstappen's slipstream, found himself just 0.2 seconds behind Verstappen as they approached the braking point at turn 4. With a late braking maneuver, Leclerc forcefully inserted himself on the inside line, positioning his car ahead of Verstappen's by the apex of the corner. Although Leclerc experienced a brief bout of understeer as he exited the turn, having applied the throttle a tad too eagerly, he swiftly regained control, averting any potential loss of stability. Leclerc executed this overtaking maneuver against Verstappen with remarkable finesse, much to the delight of the 60,000 Austrian fans in attendance. However, upon receiving this news through the team radio, Qin Mian could not help but smirk in dissatisfaction as he began to entertain doubts. He speculated that Leclerc might have been capable of overtaking Verstappen much earlier, but had chosen to hold back until his soft tires had begun to degrade before making his move. Of course, this was merely unfounded conjecture on Qin Mian's part, lacking any factual basis. In truth, Leclerc had not entertained such thoughts. His overtaking of Verstappen was simply a matter of seizing the opportunity that presented itself at that moment. After surpassing Verstappen, Leclerc swiftly extended the time gap between them to a remarkable 15 seconds, clearly demonstrating Ferrari's superior pace compared to Red Bull in this race. Having been overtaken, Verstappen opted to pit on lap 13, switching to a set of hard tires. On one hand, he had been defending against Leclerc for quite some time, and his tires were beginning to struggle. On the other hand, he sought to prevent Qin Mian from executing an undercut from behind. Yet, as is often the case, things did not unfold as anticipated. Despite the team imposing a rigorous pace on Qin Mian and the presence of other drivers ahead, Qin Mian demonstrated exceptional speed on the neutral tires on this track. Meanwhile, the tussle between Verstappen and Leclerc had consumed a considerable amount of Verstappen's time. Consequently, upon exiting the pits, Verstappen found himself directly behind Qin Mian. Before Verstappen could mount an offensive, Qin Mian, having elevated the temperature of his neutral tires in the DRS zone on the main straight during lap 13, overtook Mick Schumacher ahead of him. Though Schumacher benefited from the DRS provided by his teammate Magnussen, he was constrained by a set of neutral tires that had already completed 13 laps, which resulted in a lap time deficit of approximately 0.3 seconds compared to Qin Mian's fresh neutral tires. Additionally, Qin Mian's car was inherently faster than the Haas. Thus, his overtaking of Mick Schumacher was a natural progression. Now, for Verstappen to reclaim his position, he must first find a way to surpass Mick, who stands before him. In the same lap, Leclerc overtook Verstappen, while Qin Mian executed a similar maneuver with the same entry line to overtake Magnussen. At this juncture, only Ocon remained ahead of Qin Mian. Once he surpassed Ocon, a clear expanse of 7 seconds awaited him, allowing Qin Mian to unleash his pace without reservation. Unlike the Haas duo, Ocon exhibited a vigorous desire to resist Qin Mian's advance. It took Qin Mian an entire lap to finally overtake him just before the braking point at T3. At times, Qin Mian found it perplexing There was no conflict of positions or standings between him and Ocon. Why not simply let him pass? What was the point of obstructing him for an entire lap? Had the race been so long and devoid of pressure that one felt compelled to hinder another? Such action seemed entirely counterproductive. After overtaking Ocon, as he exited T3, Qin Mian did not accelerate immediately. Instead, he steadied his vehicle before gradually applying the throttle, confidently applying pressure on Ocon towards the track's outer edge. At this moment, Ocon faced two choices: to decelerate and concede the position, allowing Qin Mian to exit the corner smoothly, or to maintain speed, blocking Qin Mian's line, which would result in being forced off the track. Ocon was neither foolish nor naive. After witnessing Qin Mian's maneuver, he decisively relinquished his position. "You're impressive. You go ahead," he seemed to convey as he yielded. Observing Ocon voluntarily ceding his position in the rearview mirror, Qin Mian felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he should have slowed down a bit more. Had Ocon retreated willingly, he would have lost even more time. Nevertheless, having now surpassed Ocon, that chapter was behind him. There was no need to indulge in petty vengeance by deliberately slowing down to annoy Ocon. He simply wasn't worthy of such consideration. With Ocon behind him, Qin Mian was now greeted with over 7 seconds of clear air, allowing him to comfortably settle into a long-distance rhythm. Such opportunities were rare during the race. As the 16th lap approached, the pit window opened, leading numerous drivers to make their stops. However, the positions of the drivers ahead of Qin Mian remained unchanged. By the 24th lap, Verstappen, who had pitted on the 13th lap, had successfully escaped the clutches of the slower cars and found himself behind Qin Mian. Coincidentally, Qin Mian had also caught up to his teammate Hamilton. Without hesitation, Qin Mian directly communicated to Frankie within the team radio, "Give me DRS, Frankie." Being one of the most familiar with Qin Mian within the Mercedes team, understood his request immediately and turned to Hamilton's race engineer. After an exchange between the two, Hamilton maintained his speed, yet when Qin Mian entered the DRS zone behind him, Hamilton made no defensive maneuvers, instead adhering to his usual racing lines. Qin Mian comfortably utilized Hamilton's slipstream and DRS on the straight, while simultaneously blocking Verstappen on the inside line during the turns. It was now Verstappen, who had previously criticized others, that found himself in a position of discontent. After all, Qin Mian faced not only Verstappen but also Leclerc and even Sainz. By obstructing Verstappen, Qin Mian was inadvertently surrendering the highest podium position to the two Ferrari drivers. Verstappen could not fathom Qin Mian's motives for his actions. As for Qin Mian's intentions, they were rather straightforward. At that moment, his teammate Hamilton had yet to pit for new tires and was positioned behind him. Rather than overtaking Hamilton and subsequently confronting a Verstappen whose car performance was evidently superior, it was more prudent to remain behind Hamilton for the time being, using his DRS to defend against Verstappen. Given Verstappen's aggressive nature, any slight opening from Qin Mian would prompt him to seize the opportunity with reckless abandon. Such an approach would inevitably lead to increased tire wear for Verstappen, even with his hard tires, due to the relentless pursuit. When Hamilton eventually pitted, Qin Mian would find himself in a more manageable position to defend against Verstappen. Regarding Verstappen's concerns about allowing the two Ferrari drivers to benefit from their standoff, Qin Mian had indeed contemplated this. However, the dynamics of Formula One racing often resemble warfare. One cannot merely focus on isolated victories or losses. Setting aside the ultimate standings of the race, Sainz's total points stood at a mere 88. Even if Sainz were to win several consecutive races, he would require at least 3 races to catch up to Qin Mian, during which Qin Mian would need to score no points. Furthermore, Sainz's teammate Leclerc demonstrated superior skill and capability, further complicating matters. Thus, in comparison to allowing Sainz to accumulate more points, Qin Mian preferred to suppress Verstappen's scoring. As for Leclerc, Qin Mian recognized that his car lacked the speed to compete with him, and, at the present moment, he had no effective strategy against Leclerc. Returning to the track, Verstappen found himself increasingly frustrated by Qin Mian's tactics. Qin Mian consistently revealed just enough vulnerability during exits to suggest a potential overtake, tempting Verstappen. While he might have been able to endure this bait once or twice, repeated instances would inevitably lead to Verstappen losing his composure. Either being squeezed out of the race by Qin Mian or having his racing line obstructed, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that throughout this entire process, Qin Mian maintained a state of poised readiness, his tires experiencing minimal wear, while Verstappen was engaged in a relentless cycle of acceleration, deceleration, and hard braking. In the 27th lap, Leclerc entered the pits to switch to medium tires. Thanks to the efforts of the Mercedes duo, Leclerc emerged from the pit lane positioned a full 15 seconds ahead of Hamilton, who was trailing closely behind him, followed by Qin Mian and Verstappen. This meant that Mercedes effectively assisted Ferrari by ensnaring Verstappen behind Leclerc. The broadcast mischievously showcased team Principal Binotto of Ferrari immediately after Leclerc's exit from the pits, capturing him unable to contain his grin. In the 28th lap, Hamilton finally reached his pit window, liberating his teammate and fierce rival Verstappen. Once Hamilton had entered the pits, Verstappen believed an opportunity to overtake Qin Mian had presented itself. However, to his astonishment, he quickly realized that Qin Mian's speed had noticeably increased. Verstappen soon comprehended that Qin Mian had activated his ERS for full acceleration, and once the battery was depleted, he could still pursue Qin Mian. By the 29th lap, Verstappen was disheartened to witness Qin Mian slipstreaming behind Leclerc, who was using hard tires. As it turned out, both Perez and Sainz had completed their pit stops ahead of them, placing Leclerc in first, Qin Mian in second, and Verstappen in third. This was essentially a form of undercut against Verstappen. Despite having Qin Mian as a buffer, Leclerc could momentarily disregard any offensive maneuvers from Verstappen, while Qin Mian, due to the performance of his car, posed a minimal threat to Leclerc's position. Nonetheless, Leclerc showed no intention of easing his pace or forming a steadfast alliance with Qin Mian. He understood that Qin Mian's offensive capabilities were nearly as formidable as his defensive skills. Once Qin Mian entered the DRS zone behind him, there was always a possibility for an overtaking maneuver. The best strategy to defend against Qin Mian was to create distance. As Qin Mian's ERS power dwindled, Leclerc began to visibly extend the time gap between them, increasing by approximately 0.4 seconds per lap. While Leclerc could afford minor setbacks in private, he remained determined to leverage every tactic available to establish his dominance during the race. Qin Mian was well aware of Leclerc's competitive nature and had anticipated his actions. His primary motivation for staying close to Leclerc was to benefit from his slipstream, thereby distancing himself from the pursuing Verstappen and alleviating defensive pressures. The ensuing laps promised to be quite intriguing. Originally, Qin Mian's single lap speed could not compare to Verstappen's. However, due to Qin Mian causing Verstappen to squander considerable tire performance before Hamilton's pit stop, Qin Mian's lap time surprisingly matched Verstappen's in the short term. Although Qin Mian was utilizing medium tires, his set had already completed 18 laps. Subsequently, Leclerc began to pull away, and Qin Mian's speed began to decline, quickly allowing Verstappen to enter the DRS zone behind him. Nevertheless, Verstappen was unable to muster decisive speed, making it relatively easy for Qin Mian to defend against him, as he was quite familiar with Verstappen's attacking strategies. Behind them were Sainz, Hamilton, and Perez. Finally, in the 37th lap, after an extended period of fruitless attempts, Verstappen could no longer tolerate the situation. With Qin Mian blocking his path and Leclerc extending his lead, Verstappen realized that without making changes, he risked finishing third in his home race. Thus, he opted to pit this lap, switching to hard tires and initiating a two-stop strategy. Given the gap he had created with the drivers behind, he emerged from the pit's position fourth, right behind Sainz. Remarkably, after switching to hard tires that had only completed 3 laps, Verstappen's lap time was substantially quicker than Leclerc's and naturally faster than Qin Mian's as well. In fact, the team had inquired about Qin Mian's strategy following Verstappen's pit stop, asking whether he preferred to push for a lap to secure his position before switching to soft tires or to remain on track and await his own pit window. After a brief contemplation, Qin Mian ultimately chose the latter. His reasoning was straightforward. During his first pit stop, the team had taken 34 seconds to change his tires, and he was concerned they might replicate this delay. Therefore, he wanted to allow the tire changers a moment of respite, so they could be adequately prepared for the previously agreed time to pit. It was not until the 50th lap that Qin Mian opted for his second pit stop, naturally switching to a brand new set of soft tires. With 21 laps remaining in the race, the overall weight of his car had significantly decreased due to fuel consumption. The load on the tires was now considerably lighter compared to the beginning of the race, enhancing the durability of Qin Mian's soft tires. According to the team's calculations, a new set of soft tires could last for 25 laps in the latter stages of the race. However, due to the excessive degradation of his soft tires during the first stint, the team called him in 4 laps later than planned. Simultaneously, Leclerc also pitted during the same lap. Unlike Qin Mian, who switched to soft tires, Leclerc opted for hard tires upon his pit stop. Following this, Leclerc would begin his relentless pursuit of the drivers ahead. Upon exiting the pits, Leclerc found himself behind Verstappen, while Qin Mian emerged just 2 seconds ahead of Perez. As the race approached lap 51, Sainz also made his pit stop, leaving only Verstappen in the Red Bull ahead of Leclerc. Meanwhile, Qin Mian was clocking a lap time that was a whole second faster than Leclerc, who was on fresh hard tires. Initially, the time gap between him and Leclerc was merely 6 seconds, but it had now dwindled to 5. However, Leclerc's pace in pursuit of Verstappen, who was on older hard tires, was swifter than Qin Mian's pursuit of Leclerc, given the relatively close distances between them. Thus, by lap 53, Leclerc had caught up to Verstappen and initiated his attack, while Qin Mian remained 3 seconds behind Leclerc. During this period, Qin Mian managed to secure the fastest lap time. As lap 55 arrived, Qin Mian found himself behind the 2 contenders, but refrained from attempting to capitalize on any potential mistakes. This was largely due to Leclerc, who had learned a great deal from Qin Mian and denied him any opportunity to exploit. Each of Leclerc's assaults on Verstappen were executed from the inside line. Consequently, Qin Mian's best strategy was to draw as close as possible to Leclerc and await the moment when he overtook Verstappen, hoping for a chance to gain on both. That opportunity soon presented itself. On lap 57, Leclerc finally found a chance to position himself just 2 seconds behind Verstappen before the breaking point of T3. Naturally, Verstappen defended the inside line, while Leclerc braked late from the outside and entered the corner earlier than Verstappen. Observing this, Qin Mian discerned Leclerc's intent to attack and prepared to execute a crossover maneuver. Given that Verstappen's angle of entry was quite narrow, he would inevitably exit the corner at a slower speed than Leclerc, who had approached with a more conventional line. Realizing this was his chance to seize an advantage, Qin Mian also braked late from the outside. His car's front wing was nearly touching Leclerc's diffuser, exiting the corner in synchrony with Leclerc. Upon exiting, Leclerc, benefiting from a significant acceleration distance due to Verstappen's delayed exit, swiftly overtook him. Moreover, Qin Mian, seizing the opportunity from Verstappen's lapse in concentration, also managed to overtake him on the right side, executing a clean pass. This was not the end, however, as Qin Mian exited the corner closely behind Leclerc. A slight gap formed due to their differing acceleration points, but it was a mere 2 seconds. This stretch between T3 and T4 was a DRS zone, and the 2-second distance was just sufficient for Qin Mian to rapidly build up his car's speed. Thus, Leclerc had just surpassed Verstappen, and before he could even relish the moment, he noticed with a hint of dismay that Qin Mian had arrived closely behind him, almost glued to his tail. The critical factor was that during T3, he had employed late braking. Not only had he passed through the DRS zone ahead of Qin Mian, but he had also done so in front of Verstappen. Leclerc was not overly concerned about Verstappen, even with DRS. It seemed implausible that Verstappen could close the gap of 0.6 seconds on the straight. However, Qin Mian was currently on soft tires and not only had DRS, but also the benefit of his slipstream, which posed a formidable challenge. Throughout the season, the Ferrari, renowned for its acceleration and top speed, found itself outpaced by the Mercedes on the straight. Before reaching the breaking point of T4, Qin Mian had completely overtaken Leclerc. As they entered T4, a series of continuous curves awaited them, and taking advantage of Leclerc's unstable mindset following the overtaking, Qin Mian effortlessly propelled Leclerc out of the DRS zone. "Damn thief!" Leclerc exclaimed in frustration as he realized that despite his defenses, he had ultimately been usurped by Qin Mian, who now claimed the first position. The entire Ferrari pit was in disarray, heads cradled in hands, mourning their misfortune. Binotto, too, found little to smile about at that moment. In stark contrast, the Mercedes team and Qin Mian's supporters wore beaming smiles, barely able to contain their elation. Qin Mian, seizing the opportunity for a double overtake, "Now in first place," exclaimed a commentator from 5-Star Sports, rising from his seat. Initially, the race had drawn attention primarily to the duel between Leclerc and Verstappen, with little focus on Qin Mian. Yet, much like a thief in the night, Qin Mian had surged past them both, delivering a delightful surprise to the commentators. "Stunning. Absolutely magnificent. Qin Mian's opportunistic prowess is extraordinary," marveled Xia Ge, who stood in awe of Qin Mian's maneuver. I believe Qin Mian's overtaking can be considered among the best of the season, remarked Zhou Hauran. It's worth noting that Pirelli had indicated post-qualifying that the Mercedes had a lap time slower than Ferrari's by 0.2 seconds. Qin Mian's presence here is largely attributed to his exceptional tire management skills. Upon taking the lead, the voices of Frankie and Toto resonated through the team radio. Well executed, Qin Mian. However, you must be cautious with tire preservation. We await your good news, Frankie advised. Nice job, Qin Mian. You truly excelled, just like that. Toto added. However, as Qin Mian transitioned from offense to defense on the track, a yellow flag suddenly appeared. As the live broadcast camera panned over, Sainz's car, which had been running its own pace on the track, abruptly veered into the buffer zone at the outer side of turn 4. The camera captured a plume of white smoke suddenly emanating from the engine of Sainz's vehicle. Naturally, despite the car coming to a stop at the outermost entry of turn 4, propelled by its own inertia, a yellow flag was waved on the track. Within the TR team, Sainz's response was an emphatic no. Perhaps this is the fate of a Ferrari driver. Once you take the wheel of this tractor, you are destined to find yourself weeping within it one day. As Sainz's car finally came to a halt, flames erupted violently from the engine compartment, quickly engulfing the entire side of the vehicle. When Sainz exited the car, the flames licked at his hand. However, the primary function of an F1 driver's race suit is fire resistance, allowing Sainz to leap from the vehicle seemingly unscathed. Subsequently, he sat despondently at the side of the track, lamenting the lost opportunity to significantly close the points gap between himself and Leclerc. Anyone in his position would undoubtedly feel disheartened. Despite Sainz's retirement, which saw his car positioned at the entry of the track, extinguishing the fire was not a monumental task, and thus the officials opted for a virtual safety car rather than taking further action. However, the deployment of the virtual safety car came rather late, only appearing after Qin Mian, Leclerc, and Verstappen had passed the pit entrance. Upon seeing the virtual safety car indicator on his monitor, Qin Mian immediately inquired with his team, "Do I need to pit? What is the situation on the track?" The strategy team began calculations the moment the yellow flag was waved. Nonetheless, there was still some time before Qin Mian and the others could return to the pit entrance, so the team was not overly anxious. Nonetheless, Frankie spoke quickly and clearly. "Hold on, there's still time. The team is currently evaluating whether you should pit." Qin Mian understood the need for patience, but couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror at the Ferrari and Red Bull behind him, wondering if they would pit. At that moment, the tire change crews for Ferrari and Red Bull had already positioned themselves outside the team garage, prepared for action. After some deliberation, Frankie ultimately advised Qin Mian, "Stay out. We believe your soft tires are in good condition and can last until the end of the race." The team was acutely aware that Qin Mian's ascent to the lead was primarily due to his divergent strategy compared to Leclerc and Verstappen, with his key advantage lying in tire durability. At this moment, Qin Mian's supply of new tires is limited to hard tires. While the newest set of medium tires has completed 11 laps and the latest soft tires have run for 6 laps, the durability of these two types of tires is comparable to the ones currently employed by Qin Mian. However, should he opt for hard tires, the inherent weakness of his car's speed compared to Ferrari and Red Bull would become glaringly apparent, making it exceedingly difficult not only to contend for victory, but even to secure a place on the podium. After careful deliberation, the team ultimately decided to keep Qin Mian on the track. This strategy would afford him a 10-second advantage, coupled with the speed of his soft tires. And with only 12 laps remaining in the race, the virtual safety car would likely extend for another lap, leaving approximately 11 laps to the finish upon the race's resumption. Qin Mian's tires are undoubtedly capable of withstanding the consumption during this final stretch. Consequently, the Mercedes team issued a directive in line with this strategy. Qin Mian harbored no objections. He had faith in the team's tactical decisions, as thus far, they had not led him astray, unlike the strategy group of a certain red team. He could hardly fathom the level of misfortune he would encounter if he were to join that particular team in his inaugural season. As the 60th lap commenced, the race resumed. At this juncture, Qin Mian held an 11-second lead over Leclerc, who was behind him. Both Leclerc and Verstappen had just fitted medium tires that had completed 4 laps. They now faced the formidable challenge of catching up to Qin Mian and overtaking him within the remaining 11 laps of the race. However, to the chagrin of Ferrari and Red Bull, Qin Mian's soft tires exhibited no significant decline in grip. In the lap immediately following his pit stop, Both Leclerc and Verstappen found themselves unable to match Qin Mian's pace, with Qin Mian clocking a lap time that was 0.3 seconds faster than Leclerc's. Verstappen, whose lap time was already inferior to Leclerc's, lagged even further behind. This disparity can be attributed to tire temperature. Leclerc and Verstappen had just exited the pits, and, despite their efforts to maintain tire warmth during the virtual safety car phase, the reduced pace meant their medium tires had not reached optimal operating temperature. Conversely, Qin Mian's soft tires consistently maintained an ideal temperature, enabling him to accelerate and decelerate strategically to leverage the heat radiation from his brakes to sustain tire warmth without excessive wear. Thus, at the start, Qin Mian's tire grip was notably superior to that of his competitors. However, as the race progressed to the 63rd lap, Qin Mian no longer enjoyed a speed advantage over Leclerc and Verstappen. At this point, Leclerc was able to close the gap by 0.3 seconds per lap. Yet the time difference remained at 12 seconds, allowing Qin Mian to feel secure in his position for the time being. Currently, Qin Mian, our soft tire wear status remains within expectations. We must maintain this pace, allowing us to finish before Leclerc catches up. Acknowledged. In each subsequent lap, Frankie will communicate via team radio the time gap between Qin Mian and Leclerc. In truth, Qin Mian harbors a hope that Verstappen behind him might attempt an offensive against Leclerc, as this would significantly alleviate the pressure on him. However, the Ferrari car this race is exceptionally swift, and Verstappen poses no threat to Leclerc on this track. The time gap between them remains unchanged at 27 seconds. By lap 65, Qin Mian received a piece of news that, while not particularly favorable, still held promise. Qin Mian, it seems there is an issue with Leclerc's throttle. It appears to be stuck, maintaining an output around 20 for an extended duration. We suspect mechanical failure on the Ferrari, and we will inform you immediately should any further developments arise. Qin Mian paused, wondering if Ferrari was once again encountering difficulties. Once on the straight, he inquired, "What is his speed like?" Frankie hesitated momentarily before responding. His speed has indeed decreased, but not significantly, dropping from 9 seconds per lap to 7 seconds. However, there is no need for concern. At this rate of pursuit, Leclerc will not catch you before the race concludes. Understood. Please continue monitoring. By lap 69, with only 2 laps remaining, Leclerc has reduced the gap to 4 seconds behind Qin Mian, and due to the continuous degradation of Qin Mian's soft tires, the rate of closure has reached 11 seconds per lap. At this juncture, many of Qin Mian's and Mercedes fans finally exhaled in relief. In the final 2 laps, with a 4-second differential remaining, it appears Qin Mian must persevere. As the saying goes, the last stretch is the hardest. He must hold on for the final push. On the side of 5-Star Sports, what was initially a preemptive congratulation for Qin Mian's anticipated victory abruptly shifted. Zhou Hauran and Xiaogu exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing this. In the past, 5-Star Sports was indifferent to the potential jinxing of a driver. As there were no particular favorites among the competitors, different commentators favored different drivers, leading to a rather reckless attitude. However, with the emergence of Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu, commentators have learned restraint when a driver is on the brink of victory, wary of the unforeseen. In these final 2 laps, Qin Mian's lap times remain commendable. The pressure he feels originates primarily from Leclerc's much fresher medium tires. In the final lap, although Qin Mian wishes to unleash his full potential, the team radio advises, "Do not act recklessly. Simply maintain a steady pace to complete this final lap." Leclerc cannot catch up. With a heart tinged with urgency, Qin Mian managed to suppress his inner emotions and completed the final lap with steadfast determination. Ultimately, amidst the fluttering of the checkered flag, Qin Mian surged across the finish line ahead of the pack. At that moment, Toto and the entire Mercedes team exhaled in relief, followed by a spontaneous celebration. The commentators from 5-Star Sports also breathed a sigh of relief, applauding and exuberantly proclaiming, "Let us congratulate Qin Mian." After enduring a lackluster half-season, the team had finally returned to its rightful position, thanks to Qin Mian's extraordinary tire management skills, clinching victory at the Austrian Grand Prix. Most importantly, this marked Qin Mian's first consecutive wins of the 2022 season. It was no small feat. Throughout the race, he had closely followed Leclerc and Verstappen. Fortunately, it was Qin Mian's remarkable tire preservation that allowed him to emerge victorious in the end. Congratulations to Qin Mian, and congratulations to Mercedes. The final standings and points for the race were as follows. P1, Qin Mian 26, fastest lap, P2. Leclerc 18 P3. Verstappen 14 P4. Hamilton 12 P5. Perez 10 P6. Ocon 8 P7. Zhou Guanyu 6 P8. Mick 4 P9. Norris 2 P10. Magnussen 1, including points earned from the sprint race. The total points for the drivers were as follows. 1. Qin Mian 31-2. Leclerc 25-3. Verstappen 22-4. Hamilton 13-5. Perez 14-6. Ocon 11-7. Zhou Guanyu 6-8. Sainz 6-9. Mick 4-11. Norris 2 following this race. The Drivers' Championship standings were as follows. 1. Qin Mian 185-2. Verstappen 156-3. Leclerc 156-4. Perez 1385. Sainz 946. Hamilton 77-7. Norris 52-8. Ocon 59. Bottas 38-19. Stroll 1 after this race. Qin Mian widened the points gap between himself and Verstappen as well as Leclerc. On the other hand, Hamilton found himself with a score that felt both familiar and foreign. Simultaneously, Zhou Guanyu's commendable performance during the race earned him a respectable position in the overall standings. Regrettably, Russell's plight remains the most disheartening. Having participated in 11 Grands Prix thus far, he has consistently hovered near the points zone, never having had the opportunity to breach it, making him the only driver this season without a single point to his name. After this race, the team standings are as follows. 1. Red Bull, 314-2. Mercedes, 305-3. Ferrari, 274-4. Alpine, 77-5. McLaren, 64-6. Alfa Romeo, 64-7. Haas, 25-8. AlphaTauri, 24-9. Aston Martin, 16. Despite the commendable performances of both Mercedes drivers in today's race, they have yet to surpass Red Bull in the overall standings, with the gap now reduced to merely 9 points. On another note, due to Zhou Guanyu's impressive display, Alfa Romeo's total points have now matched those of McLaren. Should Zhou Guanyu and Valtteri Bottas maintain their early season form in the upcoming races, Alfa Romeo may have the potential to achieve their best team result in recent seasons, at least securing 5th place in the standings. It is noteworthy that the point difference between Alpine and Alfa Romeo is a mere 13. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that Zhou Guanyu has recently outperformed his teammate Bottas in both qualifying and the race stages. Alfa Romeo has clearly expressed their admiration for Zhou Guanyu and indicated a willingness to offer him a long-term contract upon crossing the finish line. Despite Max Verstappen finishing in 3rd place, the Austrian fans celebrated with the signature orange smoke of Red Bull around the circuit. Regardless of the outcome, Verstappen ascended to the podium. However, during the post-race parade, Qin Mian distinctly sensed that the cheers from the crowd were significantly quieter compared to last season when Verstappen secured 2 victories at his home race. Even in some local areas, the cheers were sparse. P1, Qin Mian, we are P1. You performed exceptionally well in this race. Congratulations, enjoy your well-deserved success. The first to communicate with Qin Mian in the team radio was not Frankie, but Toto. It was evident that Toto was quite pleased with the 2 consecutive victories following the rocky start for the Mercedes team. In addition to Toto, the entire team was jubilant, celebrating with clenched fists and applause. The upgrades from last week proved effective, greatly enhancing the driving experience of the car, to which Qin Mian responded with a smile. However, to be honest, prior to the race, Qin Mian had not anticipated clinching another victory. He merely aimed to secure a spot on the podium and continue to outshine his teammate Hamilton. This championship was a delightful surprise for him. Returning the car to the pit area, Qin Mian parked it in the central position. Once the car was secured, the broadcast cameras focused on him. As he detached the steering wheel from the racing car and unfastened the headrest to emerge from the vehicle, he stood on his flip-flops, raising his right hand to display a gesture of unity. In that fleeting moment, every photographer and journalist present turned their cameras toward this reigning champion from China. After celebrating for a brief while, balancing effortlessly on his flip-flops, Qin Mian leapt down, inadvertently sending the steering wheel, which he had neglected to reinstall, flying behind him. Careful! Careful! Bing Gu exclaimed, startled by the sight, fearing that Qin Mian might accidentally step on the steering wheel and fall. Although the physical prowess of F1 drivers like Qin Mian surpasses that of the average individual, he remains the cherished heartthrob of domestic racing fans, and no one wishes for any mishaps that could jeopardize his performance. Qin Mian, momentarily bewildered by the steering wheel that he had sent tumbling with his foot, rushed over to retrieve it. The steering wheel of an F1 car is surprisingly lightweight, primarily constructed from carbon fiber, save for the electronic components and display screens inside. Naturally, its weight is minimal, though the steering wheel had rolled a couple of times upon hitting the ground, resulting in some scuff marks. A quick inspection revealed that aside from these minor blemishes, it was otherwise intact, saving at least $100,000 in repair costs. With a sigh of relief and a lesson learned, Qin Mian promptly turned to reinstall the steering wheel on the racing car. Of course, this small accident and momentary distraction did not dampen the celebrations of Qin Mian and his team. In fact, when he dashed into the crowd, Frankie and the others erupted in even louder laughter. After sharing a hearty embrace with Reyes, Qin Mian made his rounds to greet the members of his team before reaching Toto. Well done, but do be a bit more cautious next time. Steering wheels are rather costly, Toto remarked with a chuckle, playfully patting Qin Mian on the back. Qin Mian could only smile and shrug helplessly, replying, I'll be more careful in the next race, or perhaps the team could invest more resources into steering wheel protection, so I can use it as a dartboard. I'll consider proposing this at the post-race meeting when we return to the team headquarters this week. After exchanging some playful banter with Toto, Qin Mian intended to greet Lewis Hamilton before heading off for the post-race interviews. However, he caught sight of his mother at the edge of the Mercedes team crowd. Initially, when she had resigned from her job, she had expressed her discomfort with the sudden change, complaining about the idle days. Yet, as she acclimated to her new lifestyle, she clearly began to relish it. After spending a few months familiarizing herself with the foreign environment and honing her English to a conversational level, she had taken to exploring various destinations. Certainly, Qin Miao was well aware that conditions abroad differed significantly from those at home, which is why she had arranged for a female bodyguard, reportedly a retired member of the domestic armed police. However, Qin Miao lacked the connections to investigate further. Engaging in a hand-wrestling match with her was quite taxing. Although she emerged victorious, it required considerable effort. Ultimately, Qin Miao acquiesced. At this moment, her mother should have been traveling, and Qin Miao genuinely did not anticipate encountering her here. P.S. I have been rather busy lately. Today only 4K words. But I will resume the usual pace of writing tomorrow. The chapter concludes with 412. Marriage pressure? Baby pressure. Mom, when did you arrive? Qin Miao embraced her mother briefly. Given Qin Miao's disposition, opportunities to hug her mother in daily life were scarce, usually reserved for moments like this. It was not that she did not love her mother. Rather, she often felt constrained by pride or other unspoken reasons in her everyday life. In essence, there was a lack of occasions prompting such affectionate gestures. Patting Qin Miao's back, her mother laughed after releasing her. I happened to be traveling in Austria, and, knowing you had a race today, decided to visit. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Her mother rolled her eyes. What purpose would that serve? Would it affect your performance? Or do you expect me to cater to you? Qin Miao chuckled softly. You know, no matter how tense I am. All right, I know your temperament. I just happened to be in Austria. I was in Vienna a few days ago and arrived here today. But I must say, you performed splendidly in today's race. Heh, of course. Just look at whose son I am, Qin Miao declared, hands on her hips. Her mother smiled, then said, All right, you have post-race interviews to attend to. Go on. All right, the team should have a celebration dinner tonight. Be sure to join us. After saying this, Qin Miao turned and spotted Leclerc approaching. Having already removed his helmet, his expression a mixture of complexity. However, when Leclerc reached Qin Miao, he smiled and embraced her. You ran well. But how on earth did you manage to sustain that cursed C5 for so long? In this race, Pirelli had provided 3 tire compounds ranging from C5 to C3, the softest trio in the entire season. Thus, the C5 Qin Miao utilized was the softest tire available. Consequently, during the main race, no other driver had opted for soft tires, as, in the hands of other teams, this tire could only last 6 or 7 laps at most before losing durability, making it an impractical choice. However, Qin Miao had employed 2 sets of soft tires during the race, achieving astonishingly long distances that left other teams, drivers, and Pirelli astounded. I aimed to minimize the entry and braking distances for each turn, exploiting the softest areas of the curbs, Qin Miao explained earnestly. Leclerc rolled his eyes dramatically. Are you pulling my leg? Qin Mian shrugged, stating that he had explained himself, but if one chose not to believe, It was no longer his concern. In essence, Qin Mian was merely reiterating the most fundamental methods of tire preservation, which, to most drivers, were as basic as the necessity of eating when hungry, an elementary truth. Thus, to Leclerc, Qin Mian's words bore no distinction from silence. It felt as though he was merely offering platitudes. "I am simply fortunate," Qin Mian remarked, waving his hand dismissively. Leclerc rolled his eyes, thinking it absurd to trust Qin Mian's words. Observing Leclerc's expression, Qin Mian resolved to speak candidly. "All right, I confess, I have an advantage. The car possesses a spirit that actively assists in reducing tire wear." Leclerc's eyes widened further, and he chose to ignore Qin Mian entirely. However, Qin Mian remained tight-lipped about the matter. Such fanciful musings were not new to Leclerc, who had long grown accustomed to them. He proceeded to prepare for the post-race interview. Qin Mian also removed his gear and tidied his appearance. After celebrating with the team staff, he had encountered his mother and spent a bit more time conversing with her, resulting in a slight delay. By this time, both Leclerc and Verstappen had completed their post-race interviews, leaving only Qin Mian. Once he had composed himself, Qin Mian approached the camera for the interview. The interviewer was quite an intriguing figure, Nico Rosberg, the former champion and lifelong rival of Hamilton. For Rosberg, the ultimate satisfaction would likely stem from witnessing Hamilton defeated by a teammate. Consequently, during his commentary for Sky Sports, Rosberg's style evidently favored Qin Mian, praising him profusely and speaking highly of his performance. There was no denying that he saw much of his younger self in Qin Mian, especially when recalling the 2021 season when Qin Mian ascended to the highest podium. The resemblance was striking, though Qin Mian lacked the same charm. Thus, when Qin Mian stood before Rosberg, the former champion couldn't help but beam with delight. "Congratulations, Qin Mian. Today was yet another victory marked by your distinctive flair. How do you feel?" Rosberg inquired with a smile. With a grin, Qin Mian responded, "I feel splendid. I have always relished racing on the Red Bull ring, particularly during the second and third sectors. As you know, navigating those corners is quite enjoyable. Coupled with this championship, all my joys converge in this moment. Today's race was simply magnificent." Qin Mian also took a moment to express gratitude to the audience present, even though many may not have been there to support him. However, having learned from his teammate Hamilton's approach, Qin Mian now garnered a considerable number of fans who previously held little regard for him. Although this also led to an increase in detractors, he mused that even the most critical could harbor hidden admiration beneath their surface. After the post-race interview concluded, Qin Mian made his way to the preparation area behind the podium. At that moment, Leclerc and Verstappen were seated in their respective spots, resting as they awaited the commencement of the awards ceremony. Qin Mian plopped down into his seat, and Leclerc, without hesitation, handed Qin Mian his water bottle. After taking a sip, Qin Mian inquired, "Why did your proximity to me diminish in the final 5 laps? I had anticipated you would finish just 17 seconds behind me." Leclerc shook his head in resignation, explaining, "During the race, my car encountered mechanical issues. The throttle remained stuck at 20, regardless of whether I eased off the pedal. As you can imagine, under such circumstances, it was impossible to exploit the maximum speed of the car and tires while entering and exiting corners." Qin Mian nearly shook his head in astonishment at the remarkable instability of the Ferrari. However, considering that even in this post-race downtime the television cameras were fixated on them, he restrained his impulse, merely patting Leclerc on the shoulder and jesting, "Don't be disheartened. Even if your car hadn't faced such issues, you still wouldn't have been able to catch me." "Shut up," Leclerc retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Though he recognized the truth in Qin Mian's words, being mocked to his face still irked him. Meanwhile, Verstappen, who had been silently observing, couldn't help but chuckle. Despite harboring an intense rivalry with Qin Mian on the track, his off-track personality was quite likable to him. "How is Sainz doing? I noticed a significant fire on his car as I passed by," Verstappen asked Leclerc, still smiling. Qin Mian, curious as well, turned to Leclerc, having seen the flames himself. To be frank, the fire on Sainz's car was considerable, engulfing nearly half of the side box. Qin Mian deduced that such a blaze must have stemmed from a fuel leak, exacerbated by the rapid spread of the flames. Leclerc scratched his head and remarked, "Yes, fine, no injuries or burns, but this race certainly won to be a memorable one for him." After a brief exchange, an official from the Austrian Grand Prix approached to inform the 3 drivers that the podium was ready. The The team staff and spectators had gathered, and they could now proceed to receive their awards. The trio set aside their water bottles, donned their Pirelli champion caps, and walked towards the podium. And so, the post-race awards ceremony commenced, with our Chinese driver, Qin Mian, being crowned the champion of the Austrian Grand Prix. Notably, the design of the podium for this event was quite unique, deviating from the traditional setup where all three drivers stood on the same platform at different heights. The podium ceremony following the race featured a champion's platform that stood independently, elevated at least 1 meter above the second and third places. It was evident that the Austrian organizers had tailored this arrangement specifically for Verstappen, given his remarkable performance throughout the season. Moreover, with this being the home ground of the Red Bull racing team, they presumed that Verstappen would possess a significant familiarity with the circuit. However, they could not have anticipated that the fierce battle on the track would be between Leclerc and Verstappen, with the ultimate victor being none other than Qin Mian. Such is the nature of this world, where meticulous preparations often yield unexpected outcomes. Not every situation unfolds as desired. When Qin Mian emerged from the paddock, he wore a cheerful grin, but once the national anthem commenced, his expression instantly turned solemn as he removed his cap and placed it behind him. The commentators from 5-Star Sports fell silent, their discussions ceasing in reverence. As the anthem concluded, Qin Miao's demeanor softened, and applause erupted throughout the venue. He donned his cap once more and was subsequently presented with his championship trophy, marking his inaugural victory at the Red Bull Ring in Formula One. Last season, the Red Bull cars had dominated this circuit, while the characteristics of the Mercedes vehicles proved ill-suited for the high-speed corners. The W12 had required braking to navigate turns T7, T8, and T9, whereas this season, a mere lift of the throttle sufficed for effortless cornering. The sole advantage of the previous season's car had been its exceptional straight-line speed. Qin Mian acknowledged Red Bull's unique prowess in aerodynamic design. After the three drivers and team representatives received their trophies, the much-anticipated champagne celebration commenced. As the saying goes, those who aim high often strike low. During the celebratory moment, Qin Mian vigorously shook the champagne bottle before standing atop the podium, looking down upon Leclerc, Verstappen, and Elliott, unleashing a torrent of bubbly upon them. The trio, realizing Qin Miao's lack of sportsmanship, sought to retaliate. However, given his elevated position, their attempts could only drench his chest, failing to reach his face or head. Leclerc, undeterred by the unwritten rules, circumnavigated the platform, champagne in hand, and approached Qin Mian from the right staircase to spray him directly. The other two quickly followed suit, dousing Qin Mian in bubbly. Amidst Qin Miao's playful exclamations, the four drivers gathered atop the highest podium for a group photograph, thus concluding the Austrian Grand Prix. It could be said that Mercedes, represented by Qin Mian, emerged victorious. The next race, the French Grand Prix, is scheduled for 2 weeks hence, allowing Qin Mian and his team a well-deserved period of respite. The celebration concluded, and after arranging a dinner with Leclerc for the upcoming Sunday, Qin Mian made his way back to the team's hospitality area. At that moment, the space was bustling with activity, as everyone had gathered at the entrance, eagerly awaiting the triumphant return of the station race champion. As soon as Qin Mian appeared at the doorway, applause erupted from the crowd, with many individuals raising cameras and phones to capture the moment. Having grown accustomed to such attention, Qin Mian chose to disregard the lenses focused on him. Upon entering the hospitality area, the team staff engaged in yet another round of celebration. Qin Mian reveled in the joy, and soon afterward, all the personnel present came together for a group photograph, marking the conclusion of the Austrian Grand Prix. Later that evening, Qin Mian took his mother to the team's post-race dinner. After the meal, he prepared to leave. Despite the back-to-back races and one being held at the team's home turf, he did not feel physically exhausted, although he was mentally fatigued. However, his mother remained in Austria, having come solely to witness Qin Mian's racing and to explore the country, as there were still many places she had yet to visit. Before heading to the airport, his mother seized his hand and earnestly remarked, "Son, you are aware of the nature of your profession. While I believe you are the most skilled driver on the circuit, racing is, after all, a perilous sport." At these words, Qin Mian flinched, sensing an ominous premonition. "Although you are still young, you and Xiaoming have been together for quite some time now. I think it is time for you both to consider having a child." Qin Mian was taken aback, never expecting his mother to broach such a topic. Truthfully, at just 21 years of age, If he had not ventured abroad to pursue F1, he would still be attending university in his homeland. The thought of having a child had never crossed his mind, nor did he possess any notion of it. Although his mother did not articulate her thoughts completely, Qin Mian understood her implication. Should anything happen to him while racing, it would be prudent to secure a legacy. Caught unprepared, Qin Mian took a moment before responding. "Mother, why are we suddenly discussing this? It has caught me off guard." She explained, "There's no particular reason. I just recently came across a compilation of racing accidents while watching videos." Gazing into his mother's concerned eyes, which concealed an underlying worry, Qin Mian contemplated and finally replied, "I will discuss it with Xiaoming and see what she thinks." He refrained from mentioning the extensive safety measures provided by modern F1 car designs, such as the monocoque chassis and crash protection structures, opting instead to tacitly express his dissent. Upon hearing Qin Miao's response, his mother felt somewhat dissatisfied but understood that this conversation was part of a long-term plan to gently persuade him. Since Qin Mian had already made her statement, she chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Nodding, she remarked, "I hope to manage it sooner rather than later. While I can still handle the children, if you go out to compete and Xiaofeng has to work, I can help take care of both of them at home. Don't you wish to travel?" She continued, "Why stay home with the children? If I could turn back the clock 10 years, I would indeed relish the opportunity to explore the world. However, now that I am older, I find solace in remaining in familiar surroundings. And caring for the children also alleviates my boredom." Qin Mian felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, thinking, "So, in your eyes, children are merely toys? Well, I will do my best," she sighed. "All right, I shall continue to take Xiao Zhao out for some fun." After waving goodbye to Qin Mian, her mother departed. Once her mother left, Qin Mian tidied her belongings and headed to the airport with Babo. After waiting for over an hour at the airport, Zhou Guanyu arrived, and together they returned to the UK. Upon their return, Qin Mian naturally shared the news with Xiaofeng. In truth, Qin Mian was contemplating waiting a few more years. The dilemma remained. Despite having gained some recognition within the F1 arena, Qin Mian still perceived herself as a child and worried about her ability to raise a child well at such an early stage. Xiaofeng, on the other hand, was rather indifferent to the idea. She was open to it if Qin Mian desired, and was even willing to entrust Qin Mian's management company to a professional manager while she focused solely on raising the children at home. That day, Qin Mian rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache. She had just concluded a fortnight of back-to-back competitions and had anticipated some much-needed rest. Yet, this unexpected issue had arisen. Fortunately, the following day, her headache subsided. Upon waking, Qin Mian glanced at her phone and stumbled upon a news article. Geely Holding and the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund had initiated investment negotiations with Lawrence Stroll's W13 Investment Group. Geely and the Saudi fund aimed to acquire all shares held by Stroll. Simultaneously, Geely was engaged in discussions to fully acquire the former Racing Point, now Aston Martin team. Although Aston Martin is the factory team of the brand, the distinction lies in the fact that Lawrence Stroll is both a major shareholder of Aston Martin and the owner of the racing team. However, the team and the manufacturer are two distinct entities. Therefore, Geely's interest in entering F1, driven by Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu, primarily hinged on acquiring a team. While they could attempt to establish their own team to join the F1 family, the process would be excessively cumbersome and would require an entry fee of at least $200 million. Consequently, Geely deemed it more prudent to purchase an existing team outright. The negotiations with Aston Martin also tied into Geely's broader commercial strategies, aspects that Qin Mian had not inquired about with General Manager Li. However, this news undoubtedly detonated a significant bombshell amidst the recently tranquil discussions within the paddock. Once this information was released, everyone both inside and outside the paddock began speculating whether Qin Mian would pivot to join a Chinese team following the entry of Chinese manufacturers. After all, his contract is set to expire in 2023, devoid of any additional options, compounded by the current underwhelming performance of the Mercedes cars. Many believe Qin Mian may indeed part ways with Mercedes. Contrarily, the sentiments regarding Zhou Guanyu are largely uniform within the paddock. Should Geely successfully acquire the Aston Martin team, it is almost certain that Zhou Guanyu would transition directly from the Alpha team to embrace the Chinese team. After all, his contract with Alpha is merely a one-year rookie deal worth $1 million. Regardless, this bombshell has left many teams in the paddock in a state of astonishment. It is anticipated that the dynamics within the paddock will undergo substantial changes due to these negotiations. Of course, these discussions have only just commenced, and the final outcome remains uncertain. When Qin Mian finally regained his composure after absorbing this news, he completely forgot about his mother's insistence on him having children. Today, he also found himself devoid of time for gaming, as he opened various social media platforms to catch up on related news. In truth, he contemplated calling General Wang to inquire about the situation, but Qin Mian, no longer the naive rookie he once was, recognized that such a call would convey an impression of his interest in Geely. However, should Geely indeed enter the fray, and given their recent initiation into F1, their lack of familiarity with the racing development tempo could jeopardize his previously stable relationship with them if he did not join Geely after making the call. Thus, Qin Mian refrained from succumbing to his impulses. Yet, while he held back, some could not. Not long after, Zhou Guanyu's call came through. With little hesitation, Qin Mian answered the phone. As soon as the connection was made, Zhou Guanyu's voice burst forth. Qin Mian, did you see the news? The latest developments. Geely is really entering. Qin Mian nodded, replying, didn't I inform you of this news earlier? Why the excitement? Qin Mian understood the source of Zhou Guanyu's exhilaration. Although he may not have experienced it himself, within the predominantly European F1 paddock, individuals like him, Zhou Guanyu, and Tsunoda, do not enjoy the same popularity as their European counterparts. When an Asian driver is compared to a European driver of equivalent skill, or even slightly superior, teams in need of drivers are more likely to gravitate towards the European driver. This preference is not solely rooted in racial bias, but rather because a European driver tends to garner greater fan engagement during the majority of F1 Grand Prix events, consequently increasing revenue from fans. For Zhou Guanyu, the inclusion of a Chinese team signifies that as long as he maintains commendable performance, he need not worry about his position as a driver. Although I was already aware of this, the official announcement still brought me immense joy. The first Chinese F1 team in history. We are witnessing a landmark moment that certainly deserves celebration. Honestly, I must admit that I played a significant role in this achievement, Qin Mian declared with hands on hips. Zhou Guanyu, initially ready to scold Qin Mian, found himself momentarily speechless when reminded of the remarkable accomplishments earned within the F1 paddock. The truth is, F1's influence in China has now reached parity with traditional sporting events like the NBA, largely due to Qin Mian's stellar debut season in F1, where he clinched the championship title, drawing considerable attention to the sport domestically. After all, it is well known that the Chinese are results-oriented. Following Qin Mian's victory, F1's viewership in China surged sixfold in 2022. Moreover, last year, thanks to Qin Mian's presence, Mercedes-Benz sales in China experienced a 20% rise. Even amidst a market where electric vehicles dominate and traditional fuel cars are faltering, it can be said that while the sales growth of conventional fuel car manufacturers has slowed, Mercedes-Benz is one of the few brands witnessing an increase. With F1's growing popularity, naturally, there are financial gains and enhanced promotional opportunities, which explains why Geely is hastening its entry into F1. Thus, Zhou Guanyu exclaimed, indeed impressive. You deserve the credit. Sometimes, a humble admission from Zhou Guanyu sounds far more gratifying to Qin Mian than the praises of Frank, Toto, and others. Qin Mian, though puzzled by this dynamic, felt genuinely happy. However, are you truly considering departing from Alfa Romeo now? The car's performance is decent, and barring any unforeseen mishaps, you could consistently finish in the points. Yet, the performance of Geely's car remains uncertain. What if you find yourself at the bottom upon joining? Zhou Guanyu, not one to be easily fooled, replied. How could that be? With you as a rather unfortunate role model here, I'm bound to be plagued by bad luck. While I have no aspirations for the championship, I do wish to experience the thrill of winning a race. Qin Mian scratched his head in confusion. Even if you aspire to win a race, it seems improbable with Alfa Romeo. As for Zhou Guanyu's comment about being a bad example, Qin Mian chose to overlook it. Their playful banter and exchanges of friendly jabs had become a daily occurrence between them. Well, I have no other teams to choose from. At present, I find myself awaiting a rudimentary bumper car, akin to a racing circuit like Hungaroring, hoping for the arrival of a benefactor who would unceremoniously eliminate all of you from the competition, allowing me to contend solely against the likes of Hülkenberg and Mick. It is advisable to retire early. In dreams, anything is possible. Qin Miao rolled his eyes. What is termed as a dream? Reality is invariably more fantastical than one could ever imagine. Such occurrences are not beyond the realm of possibility. Zhou Guanyu remarked. Indeed, it's best to rest early. Following his words, Qin Miao's phone rang again, revealing a call from Toto. As it happened, Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu had almost concluded their conversation. So Qin Miao promptly stated, Toto is calling me. He rarely reaches out, and this sudden call must pertain to the Geely matter. Thus, I must conclude our discussion for now. We shall meet in France. All right, I shall hang up. Zhou Guanyu too was decisive. After all, his visit to Qin Miao was spurred by excitement over this news, eager to share his fervent emotions with a friend. Without Qin Miao, there were still Leclerc and others. After terminating the call, Qin Miao answered Toto's phone. Good morning, boss. Good morning, Qin Miao. Are you at Brackley now? Yes, I am at home. Very well. I shall come over shortly. There are matters I believe we need to discuss face-to-face. Qin Miao picked up the phone that Xiao Meng had forgotten to take, noting that it was only 9:17 in the morning. All right, I shall await your arrival. After hanging up, Qin Miao scratched his head. It was evident that Toto's purpose for visiting was to express concern over his potential departure due to Geely's entry. Given a season's performance and numerous external factors, Qin Miao had become an indispensable part of the Mercedes team. His presence had significantly elevated the commercial value of the team, especially in the Chinese market, where in just 2022, sales of team merchandise such as car models, apparel, and caps surged by 120, with an astonishing 300 increase in the domestic market. Moreover, the fan economy driven by Qin Miao had greatly boosted Mercedes vehicle sales. Beyond these commercial aspects, it was Qin Miao's innate talent displayed on the racetrack that the team truly valued. Most importantly, he was still remarkably young, merely 21 years of age, and had yet to reach the pinnacle of a driver's career. Hence, with the allure of a Chinese team attracting him, Toto naturally harbored concerns regarding Qin Miao's future. After all, he intended to maintain the current Mercedes lineup until the conclusion of the 2026 season before making any adjustments in light of new regulations. However, what Qin Miao did not anticipate was Toto's prompt approach. He had imagined that Toto would wait until his 2 days off had concluded before seeking him out. However, regardless of how Toto would advise himself later, Qin Mian had to rise from bed. After pulling off the covers and donning a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, he slipped into his slippers and made his way to the restroom. Once he had finished his morning routine, a knock echoed at the door of his home. Addressing Qiyun, who peeked her head out from the study, he remarked, Toto will be coming over shortly to discuss some matters. Oh, then I'll prepare some fruit for you both. Qiyun nodded, returning to the study, where she gathered her slightly disheveled hair into a ponytail with a hair tie. Such was the nature of a long-standing couple. They seldom bothered with their appearance when at home, having grown accustomed to each other's unkempt states. Nevertheless, Qiyun, with her innate beauty and flawless complexion, effortlessly regained her grace with her hair tied back, even if it was a bit tousled. Nodding, Qin Mian proceeded to open the door. To his surprise, Toto was not alone. He was accompanied by his wife, Susie Wolf. Susie Wolf was indeed a legend on the racing circuit. As one of the few female drivers, her prowess was on par with her male counterparts during her racing career. At the pinnacle of her career, she became a test driver for an F1 team, a position that many male F2 drivers found elusive. Additionally, she holds the distinction of being the second woman in F1 history to join a team as a driver. Although she never competed in a race, primarily serving as a DTM driver and a test driver for Williams F1. Even after stepping back from the driver's seat, her work remained closely tied to the F1 paddock. She had served as the head of an FE team and currently held the position of executive director at the F1 Driver Academy. Thus, Qin Mian, having risen through the ranks of F2, was somewhat familiar with his boss's wife, having encountered her at various driver meetings during his F2 tenure and team gatherings at Mercedes. Welcome, good morning, boss, and Mrs. Wolf. Good morning, Qin Mian. I hope our visit hasn't disturbed your day of rest, Toto said with a smile, handing Qin Mian a bottle of red wine. Although it was well known within and outside the paddock that Qin Mian did not drink, Toto's gesture was simply a customary offering in Europe, not intended for Qin Mian to consume. Naturally, Qin Mian accepted the bottle with a smile, replying, "How could it? Hosting friends is a form of relaxation, is it not?" Amidst laughter, he ushered the couple inside. At that moment, Qiyun had also prepared fruit and hot tea for their guests, and, after greeting Toto with a smile, joined Qin Mian in attending to them. Toto did not immediately broach the subject he was most concerned about. Instead, he tactfully inquired about Qin Mian's current living conditions and whether there were any ways the team could assist him. They then conversed about various amusing anecdotes from within and outside the paddock, given that both were entrenched in the world of racing and shared numerous common topics to discuss. Under Toto's guidance, the atmosphere among the attendees remained relatively amicable. Soon, as Susie expressed her desire to see the renowned F2 champion trophy wall, which Qin Mian had meticulously curated, Xiaoming took her leave with her. This left Qin Mian and Toto alone in the living room. Qin Mian understood that it was time to address the matter at hand. Leaning against the back of the sofa, Toto inquired, "Did you catch the news this morning? Geely is preparing to acquire the Aston Martin team. To be honest, I was quite astonished to learn that a Chinese team is entering the fray. However, I am more delighted, as this signifies an increasing influence in the Chinese market, to which you have contributed significantly. There is nothing to conceal." Qin Mian replied with a nod. "I did see it. Zhou Guanyu called me as soon as I woke up. While I do not deny my role in this matter, I must admit that my involvement was quite serendipitous." Toto nodded, then further queried, "Have you considered joining them? After all, working in an environment where everyone speaks your native language would surely be less taxing. If everyone at Mercedes spoke German, I believe many communication barriers between myself and the team would dissipate." Before his employer, Qin Mian was not inclined to speak candidly. Despite Toto's amiable demeanor and genuine concern, their relationship was fundamentally hierarchical. Discussing the possibility of switching teams before one's boss felt inappropriate, and a misstep could jeopardize his resources within Mercedes for the upcoming seasons. However, gazing at Toto, Qin Mian ultimately chose to be forthright. "To be honest, I have indeed considered them." Toto raised an eyebrow, as if a thought had occurred to him, feeling somewhat reassured. In Toto's eyes, Qin Mian had always been an earnest individual who eschewed superficiality, typically speaking the truth. "Considered? Does that imply you've dismissed the notion?" Toto asked with curiosity. Qin Mian shrugged, responding, "Although the identity of Geely as a Chinese manufacturer is appealing, aren't they still merely in the negotiation stage? Moreover, even if they do enter the scene, their competitive edge may not align with my current capabilities and requirements. Therefore, at least until I lose my competitive edge or our team's car becomes uncompetitive, I have no intention of switching teams. After all, I still have the potential to win the championship again, don't I?" "Then it seems my hurried visit to you was a bit unnecessary," Toto admitted, shrugging. "You should have guessed my purpose for coming. I was concerned that Geely's entry might prompt you to consider a move." Having collaborated with Qin Mian for a year, Toto had recognized his sincerity in work. Since Qin Mian had commenced with honesty, Toto felt no need to beat around the bush. "You are now an inseparable part of the team, and the future development of racing technology will increasingly align with your driving habits and insights. As Hamilton's prowess diminishes, the team's resources will gradually shift towards you. Frankly, the whispers in the paddock may not be entirely baseless. You have become the prince of the Mercedes team, awaiting the abdication of the old king." Toto's abrupt candor took Qin Mian aback, as he was accustomed to Toto's more nuanced expressions. However, at this moment, Qin Mian harbored no intentions of departing from Mercedes, despite the weight of a system task pressing upon him. "Toto, titles of prince and king do not concern me. Moreover, setting those aside, I find myself quite comfortable within the Mercedes team. You need not worry. I genuinely have no plans to switch teams. Trust me, I will not leave. Most of us Chinese are deeply appreciative of kindness, and you offered me an opportunity to enter F1 when I was at my lowest. I would not abandon the team during its trials," Qin Mian assured Toto earnestly. Toto looked at Qin Mian with a touch of emotion, expressing, "With your words, I find solace. I have often reflected on my decision to invite you to join Mercedes, and once again, I am grateful for that choice." Qin Mian smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It is merely a matter of sincerity. Upon introspection, I realized that since joining Mercedes, I have been treated well, and thus, I have no reason to leave." Toto chuckled, shaking his head. "It seems my prepared arguments regarding the team's resources, advanced infrastructure, engineering team, and the design team's deeper understanding of your needs are unnecessary." Hearing this, Qin Mian could not help but roll his eyes inwardly. Was this not directly stating the obvious? Nevertheless, Toto's remarks held truth. Though Geely aimed to acquire Racing Point, it remained an established team, with infrastructure and wind tunnels that could not compare to those of Mercedes, Ferrari, or Red Bull. Should Geely enter the fray, it would inevitably necessitate changes within the engineering and technical teams. Consequently, if Geely aspired to achieve commendable results in F1, it would require substantial investment in the team's infrastructure. Thus, during the first season, Geely could not be expected to deliver outstanding performance, enduring a significant period of upheaval before gradually revealing its competitive edge. Yet, despite his internal eye-rolling, Qin Mian maintained his composure. In truth, I believe it is somewhat premature to discuss this. Let us consider an alternate scenario. What if old Stroll has no intention of selling the team? After all, the valuation of F1 teams has soared along with the increasing viewership. Moreover, in the foreseeable future, the valuation of F1 teams is destined to rise significantly. It is highly probable that Geely will choose to terminate negotiations due to Mr. Stroll's exorbitant asking price. Toto nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, all of this remains uncertain. However, let me reiterate, you are the cornerstone of the future Mercedes team. The team will do everything within our power for you. Please have faith in our capabilities and determination. Once the serious discussions had reached a satisfactory conclusion, Toto gestured towards the room where Xiaoming and Suzy had just departed, saying, I must admit, I am quite curious about what your collection of F2 championship trophies looks like. Qin Mian, seizing the opportunity, remarked, perfect timing, let us go take a look together. This was, in fact, Toto's first visit to Qin Miao's residence. Given his role as a superior, it felt somewhat inappropriate for him to visit an employee's home, which fueled his curiosity about the trophy wall. Upon rising, the two of them made their way into Qin Miao's honor room. Inside, Xiaoming and Suzy were still present, with Xiaoming enthusiastically recounting to Suzy the details of the race in which Qin Mian had triumphed, leading by mere seconds. The trophies displayed in Qin Miao's storage room were not the authentic F2 trophies. Rather, they were meticulously replicated one-to-one by a contact from Ferrari. The material and appearance of these trophies were virtually indistinguishable from the originals, which had been sent to Qin Miao's residence in Monaco. Monaco's security is generally superior to that of the UK, as it is a haven for the affluent. Should anything go missing, the wealthy residents would be deterred from settling there, which would tarnish Monaco's reputation. Moreover, Qin Miao's residence in Monaco is situated at a higher elevation, equipped with security measures both inside and out, significantly reducing the risk of theft. Conversely, in Brackley, as Qin Miao's prominence within the F1 paddock grew, many influential fans, as well as those with connections within the paddock, became aware of his home being in close proximity to the Mercedes team. Indeed, several astute fans even knew his exact location. To enhance security, Qin Mian decided to relocate all of his trophies. However, given his extended stay in Brackley, he could not entirely prevent friends and family from visiting. Thus, he commissioned a new batch of trophies. Fortunately, the cost was not exorbitant, due to the bulk order. He received a discount, ultimately spending around 500,000. Additionally, since the Ferrari team had previously replicated Qin Miao's trophies, the process was relatively straightforward. As for Qin Miao's F1 World Championship trophy and the trophies from various F1 races, they were all securely housed in Monaco. In truth, even when placed before Qin Miao's collection of F2 race and championship trophies, the F1 World Championship trophy appeared somewhat less commanding. Thus, when Toto beheld the cabinet filled with Qin Miao's trophies, admiration inevitably gleamed in his eyes. It is difficult to fathom how you amassed such a plethora of trophies during your time in F2. Was there truly no competitor in that season capable of posing a threat to you? Observing the wall of honors belonging to Qin Mian, Toto could not help but express his amazement. Qin Mian shrugged nonchalantly, pondering, could it be that I was simply too formidable? During my F2 tenure, I frequently utilized a differentiated tire strategy to score points, consistently clocking laps over 0.3 of a second faster than my contemporaries. Coupled with my inherent prowess, it is only natural that I would collect such accolades. Of course, I must also extend my gratitude to the Prema team. In my inaugural and sole season in F2, they did not subject my car to the frequent issues that Ferrari was known to impose. Upon hearing this, Toto cast a bemused glance at Qin Mian. How could the most historically significant team in the paddock be likened to a jester by this individual? The chapter concludes with 414, the Child King. Despite Ferrari's tendency to execute moves that left the Tifosi in disbelief over the past few seasons, they remain an iconic F1 team deserving of respect. Toto mused silently on this matter without probing further, acknowledging that Ferrari's current reputation was largely self-inflicted. Redirecting his attention to the wall before them, Toto reflected for a while. In fact, I recognized your potential during your very first F2 race, he suddenly reminisced, standing beside Qin Mian. Qin Mian looked at Toto in surprise. So early? Toto nodded, and then turned to inquire. I recall the second place in that race was Elliott, correct? You clinched victory in your debut F2 race, finishing 10 seconds ahead of your competitor, which left a profound impression on me. After pondering for a moment, Qin Mian shrugged and admitted, to be honest, I was largely isolated by most F2 drivers back then. Aside from Zhou Guanyu, I had virtually no friends in F2. I momentarily forgot who Elliott was. Even recalling it now, he could not remember the exact margin by which he won against him. Toto's lips twitched slightly. He now had reason to suspect that Qin Mian was merely posturing in his presence, when he himself was a driver. He vividly remembered the details of his first regional karting championship victory, including the participants and the exact seconds by which he outpaced the runner-up. He could even recall the emotions he felt at that time. While the significance of an F2 race victory does not quite rival that of an F1 race, it remains an extraordinary achievement for a newcomer to F2. Many professional drivers in F2 may never reach such heights, yet for Qin Mian, it seemed almost trivial. Although the accolades Qin Mian has achieved now far surpass those of the past, his earlier accomplishments seem rather modest in comparison. Shaking his head, Toto chose not to delve further into this topic. Such a prodigious talent, akin to a rare beast, is beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person like myself. One must simply acclimate to it, Toto reassured himself internally. After admiring Qin Mian's trophies, Toto requested one of his helmets from the current season. There seems to be an enchanting allure about Qin Mian that particularly captivates children. In recent seasons, whenever a broadcast features children, it is highly likely that they are adorned with Qin Mian's cap or dressed in the Mercedes team uniform. Toto's son is among them, harboring great admiration for Qin Mian, and he often implores Toto to seek out Qin Mian for an autograph. He even entrusted Toto with his cherished W13 model. However, due to the complexities and busyness of Mercedes' internal affairs during this period, especially with the team's competitiveness markedly elevated this season, Toto found himself overwhelmed. He was not only managing the team's operations, but also soothing the staff's emotions and communicating with sponsors and Daimler, the parent company. Consequently, he neglected this matter. And by the time he remembered, Qin Mian had already finished work, having fewer hours than Toto. Thus, the items Toto brought home were predominantly posters or caps signed by Qin Mian, which, given their mass signing, diminished their sentimental value. Unfortunately, Toto had not managed to secure an opportunity for Qin Mian to sign his son's racing model. Although he had arrived at Qin Mian's residence, he had forgotten to bring his son's model, as Qin Mian's impending departure was evidently more pressing. However, knowing his son would likely throw a fit upon learning this, Toto resolved to request a spare helmet from Qin Mian. Notably, prior to the new season, Sky Sports had conducted a poll inviting fans to select their favorite helmet design for the season. Remarkably, 40 of respondents chose Qin Mian's helmet. Among 20 designs, the majority favored Qin Mian's. While his status as the defending champion from the previous season may have contributed to this support, the high approval rating clearly reflects the excellence of Qin Mian's helmet design. Consequently, Qin Mian's helmet has achieved the highest sales among all drivers. From the sales of helmet merchandise alone, Qin Mian's earnings exceeded a staggering $100,000. Thus, Toto believed that securing an autographed helmet from Qin Mian for his son would quell the child's fury. This helmet, surely, would hold greater value than the model car. Given the intrinsic worth of an F1 driver's helmet, further amplified by Qin Mian's signature. Upon hearing Toto's request, Qin Mian felt no objection. He rummaged through the warehouse and retrieved a white porcelain helmet from this season. After signing his name on the visor, he carefully packaged it and handed it to Su Shi. Subsequently, Xiaoming prepared a meal, and after Toto and his partner enjoyed lunch at Qin Mian's home, they departed. Once Toto had left, Qin Mian washed the dishes and tidied the dining area before reclining on the sofa. Xiaoming sat beside him, resting Qin Mian's head on her lap, and curiously inquired, "Is it true that you won't consider switching teams until Geely possesses sufficient strength to compete for the championship?" Qin Mian nestled his head closer to Xiaoming's abdomen, inhaling the familiar scent of his beloved, and murmured, "I don't hold Geely to excessively high standards." I simply hope the car can consistently secure points and avoid basic errors during races. Should my contract happen to expire around that time, I would contemplate the possibility of a switch. So, if Geely enters next season and manages to consistently score points, and your contract ends after next season, you wouldn't renew with Mercedes? Not necessarily. I've mentioned considering it, but it largely depends on whether Mercedes can enhance the car's performance this year. If they continue to decline, I genuinely might contemplate a change. Qin Mian adjusted his position slightly. Although Xiaoming's thigh was soft and fragrant, the height at which he rested his head was uncomfortable. After settling into a more comfortable position, he continued, rather than accompany a decaying team, I would prefer to join a burgeoning one and grow alongside them. What do you think? Would it be ungrateful of me to leave Mercedes? He lifted his gaze to catch a glimpse of Xiaoming's face. But all he could see were two towering peaks and the shadows beneath them, obscuring everything else. After a moment, Xiaoming's voice emerged from the other side of the peaks. I believe it is a bit premature to discuss this, considering half the season remains. Anything could happen in that time. However, should you decide to leave Mercedes, I will wholeheartedly support your decision. In the following days of rest, Qin Mian ultimately decided to call General Manager Li. Their conversation naturally gravitated toward the heated topic of Geely's impending entry into F1. Li's stance was unequivocal. The group's strategy would remain unchanged unless significant developments occurred. Essentially, Geely's resolve to enter F1 was steadfast and unlikely to waver easily. Of course, Li subtly inquired about Qin Mian's thoughts on potentially switching teams once his contract expired. Qin Mian hinted at his own intentions, and though neither spoke explicitly, their unspoken understanding was clear. After this incident, Qin Mian let out a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, the impact of this news remained undiminished. In the past couple of days, during his live gaming sessions, numerous viewers from China frequently inquired about this matter. After all, those who revel in the spectacle were eager to witness a collaboration between Chinese teams and drivers in the realm of Formula One. Faced with these incessant questions, Qin Mian found himself somewhat overwhelmed and resorted to ignoring them. Some individuals, however, grew increasingly insistent, utilizing the interactive chat to pose their queries. After a few perfunctory responses, Qin Mian, thoroughly exasperated, abruptly ended his live stream. Following a rather uncomfortable 2 days at home, Qin Mian resumed his regular work schedule on Wednesday. However, on his first day back, as he arrived at the team factory in the afternoon, having not yet settled his belongings in his office, he received a notification on his phone regarding an impending meeting. Although taken aback by the timing, he nonetheless organized his items and proceeded to the team's conference room. Initially, Qin Mian presumed the meeting would be modest in scale. In reality, it was indeed small, comprising merely a dozen individuals. Yet these attendees were primarily high-ranking officials from the Mercedes team. Aside from Qin Mian, both Hamilton and fellow test driver De Vries were present. Qin Mian scratched his head in confusion, recalling that he had not seen Hamilton's car that day. Despite his puzzlement, he found a seat in a discreet corner. Recognizing that being summoned for the meeting warranted his attendance regardless of where he sat. Soon, others arrived, predominantly department heads and chief engineers, individuals with considerable influence within the team. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mian sensed that the meeting's content might be significant. Once everyone had gathered, the meeting commenced, with Elliott taking over the role of facilitator from Toto. As the meeting began, Elliott initiated discussions with the Mercedes executives about the challenges the team faced on the track this season. After eliciting empathy and capturing everyone's attention, he remarked, while the current W14 upgrade plan appears promising, it is essential to understand that the design and data are based on our existing car's performance. I do not believe our current comprehension of the car enables us to create a W14 that meets our expectations. I trust everyone is aware of the associated risks. Thus, I contend that the W13 is indeed the best platform we can achieve at present. Half a season of racing has provided us with ample data and insights into the W13's characteristics, and we can address the car's upgrade potential by redesigning and enhancing the W13's floor. Though this endeavor is indeed substantial, addressing the myriad issues following the enhancement of the floor is certainly preferable to the daunting task of constructing an entirely new W14. Most importantly, we are aware that new technical regulations are on the horizon, allowing us to design a vehicle in advance, based on these forthcoming rules, to gain a competitive edge over Red Bull and Ferrari, striving to restore the car's former prowess in the latter half of the season. for an extended period. Elliott has been articulating his thoughts and objectives to the team personnel. Meanwhile, Qin Mian nudged an engineer specializing in aerodynamics beside him and inquired, "Are you aware of the new technical regulations? I have never heard of them." The engineer leaned closer to Qin Mian, lowering his voice. "I only just found out. Toto has been in contact with the FIA, working towards the issuance of a new technical directive aimed primarily at preventing the porpoising phenomenon on the track. The team anticipates that the FIA will require us to raise the floor height of our car to mitigate this issue." Qin Mian nodded thoughtfully. After all, it was Toto driving this initiative, so the team would likely be prepared in advance. With this in mind, he turned his attention back to Elliott on stage. "Given our recent performances in the last 3 Grands Prix and our current standings, I propose that we halt the development of the W14. Instead, we should utilize its existing design achievements as technical reserves and continue to refine and develop the W13. That concludes my remarks," Elliott stated. Qin Mian was taken aback. He had merely sought some information from the engineer beside him, and now the discussion had come to an abrupt end. At that moment, he felt a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his middle school days, picking up his pen and realizing he could no longer comprehend the teacher's lecture upon raising his head. Setting aside these thoughts, Qin Mian pondered Elliott's proposal with great care. He recalled a conversation he had with Hamilton after the Austrian Grand Prix, where he had expressed no objections to such a plan. This was indeed the most genuine sentiment he harbored upon hearing Elliott's presentation. Although this matter was intrinsically linked to Qin Mian as a driver, he found himself at a loss for any immediate solutions. He resolved to await the team's decision regarding this news. What lay ahead for Qin Mian was the traditional procedure of the Mercedes team, where other senior members would voice their opinions and pose questions. Elliott, equipped with prepared documents and testing data, addressed each inquiry in turn. Finally, the moment arrived for everyone to cast their votes on the proposal at hand. Aside from Qin Mian, several others also abstained from voting. Ultimately, the resolution passed with a tally of 5 votes in favor. Qin Mian was somewhat taken aback by this outcome, which bore the unmistakable signs of capriciousness, especially considering that the last significant meeting had only recently occurred at the Canadian Grand Prix. It has only been a month since then. Naturally, Qin Mian merely expressed her dissatisfaction internally. This was the decision of the team. Since she had chosen not to participate, she would not voice any objections at this juncture. Following the approval of the agenda, Hamilton took the stage once more. This time, Hamilton primarily aimed to postpone other upgrades for the W13 and to redesign the driving position of the W13. Given the current characteristics of the race car, Hamilton felt immense pressure while driving. This pressure came not only from the track, but also from external public opinion. After all, it is rather unbecoming for a 7-time world champion to be overshadowed by a sophomore driver on the track. Moreover, aside from Hamilton's home race, the British Grand Prix, he has not ascended to the podium in any other races this season. It is somewhat disheartening to articulate, as a decline in performance is a phase that every aging F1 driver inevitably encounters. However, one has seldom witnessed a decline as rapid as Hamilton's. The subsequent meeting revolved primarily around the upgrades to the car. Halfway through, Qin Mian found her attention drifting. Were it not for the fact that this internal team meeting pertained to the development of the new season's car, a closely guarded commercial secret from Mercedes, prohibiting phones, she would have certainly taken out her phone to indulge in some videos. The meeting lasted for 2.5 hours, and by the time Qin Mian emerged from the conference room, it was nearly time to clock out. Nevertheless, she proceeded to the team's simulator department to complete several laps. This was not due to an overwhelming passion for work. Rather, it was simply that Qin Mian had not touched a race car for nearly 3 days, and her hands were itching to drive. The experience of racing is akin to fishing. It is addictive. The thrill of navigating a corner at the brink of danger, fully aware of the risks involved, yet successfully gliding through with a sense of exhilaration, ignites a surge of adrenaline and dopamine. This intoxicating feeling is irresistible to Qin Mian and all drivers like her, even if one becomes somewhat complacent due to prolonged racing. A brief respite allows for a swift rekindling of that initial thrill. Upon returning home, Qin Mian established a more regular routine in her daily life. However, while working at the team, she noticed the peculiar gazes of other team members directed towards her. Qin Mian was aware of the reason behind such looks. It seemed that someone had irresponsibly leaked a comment she had made during a live stream. At the time, Someone had inquired via the chat whether she would join Geely after their entry into the sport. Frustrated by the question, Qin Mian had responded rather dismissively, "We'll see." This offhand remark was subsequently misinterpreted and led to rampant rumors circulating in the paddock that she would immediately switch to Geely once her contract with Mercedes expired. Toto has yet to reach out for clarification on the situation, as he has already consulted with Qin Mian, who provided him with a definitive response. Nevertheless, numerous individuals, driven by the belief that there should be no rumors circulating in the paddock, speculate that Qin Mian will indeed join Geely following the conclusion of 2023. Presently, the paddock is rife with such conjectures. To be candid, Qin Mian himself feels quite helpless in this matter. Autumn Meng and the others are preparing a public letter of explanation, aiming to contain the impact of this situation, which is essential for both Geely and Mercedes-Benz. It is imperative that this issue is clarified promptly. The reason for this urgency lies in the fact that Qin Mian's commercial value ranks among the highest of all drivers within the paddock. This is attributed both to his status as a reigning world champion and to the immense market potential he represents in China. Therefore, should rumors of Qin Mian's imminent transition to Geely surface, the astute businessman Lawrence Stroll will undoubtedly leverage this in negotiations with Geely. Aware of Qin Mian's current significance and commercial worth for the Mercedes team, rumors regarding Qin Mian's departure could result in a substantial decline in merchandise sales and potentially impact the sales of Mercedes automobiles. Furthermore, this could adversely affect Qin Mian's public appeal. Hence, utmost caution is required in releasing this statement to ensure that no inadvertent slip occurs. After working with the team for 4 days, Qin Mian boarded a flight back to Monaco on Saturday morning. Upon his return, he intended to take a day to rest. However, he was taken aback when he received a call from the royal family, indicating that Princess Charlene would be visiting him with Prince William. Dressed only in shorts and bare-chested, Qin Mian found himself somewhat exasperated upon receiving this message. Just when he thought he could enjoy a brief respite, another obligation presented itself. Nevertheless, given that the royal family had facilitated his accommodations significantly, he felt compelled to comply. Being a member of the royal household, Qin Mian could not afford to slight them. Thus, he took it upon himself to prepare a meal for the 2 guests. As he cooked, Autumn Meng assumed the responsibility of tidying up afterward, while Qin Mian focused on entertaining the mother and son duo. During their conversation, Qin Mian was astonished to learn that their visit was primarily at the request of Prince Jacques. "Indeed, I have come specifically to congratulate you on your victories at the British Grand Prix and the Austrian Grand Prix," Prince Jacques stated earnestly, perched on Qin Mian's left thigh. The princess added, "After witnessing your triumph at the British Grand Prix, Jacques was absolutely elated and immediately wished to invite you to our home to celebrate your success. However, I intervened, considering you would undoubtedly be quite busy during the British Grand Prix, and following that, you have another back-to-back race to attend." End of chapter. 415. A transaction worth hundreds of billions. Qin Mian bestowed a grateful glance upon the other party, for during that period, he was indeed overwhelmed with a flurry of activities. However, after securing victory in Austria, this individual became utterly insistent, clamoring to meet him. Yet we managed to deter him by citing Qin Mian's obligations to attend post-race meetings and work commitments. At this juncture, Jacques turned to Qin Mian and earnestly inquired, "Do F1 drivers truly have so much work following a race?" While Qin Mian was uncertain about other drivers, he knew that for himself. He could take a day off right after a Grand Prix. Nevertheless, once the brief respite concluded, he devoted the majority of his time to the development of the team's racing cars. Of course, perceiving the inquisitive gaze of Prince Jacques, Qin Mian felt inclined to subtly shield his parents from the full extent of his commitments. Indeed, the responsibilities of an F1 driver are far more intricate and fulfilling than you might imagine. After this week's race, I have indeed been quite busy, conducting several internal meetings within the team to resolve some significant issues. Keep an eye out. You should be able to discover news related to our team. All right. Prince Jacques nodded affirmatively. I will stay attentive. Ever since learning that the royal visit to Monaco bore no political ambitions or desires for immigration, but was simply a whim of Prince Jacques, Qin Mian felt a considerable sense of relief. He understood the nuances of caring for children. Back in his hometown, he was renowned as a child prodigy, fully aware of what delights young ones. He also knew how to interact with children much younger than himself. However, given that Jacques was a member of the Monaco royal family and Qin Mian was himself a public figure, he could not take him on wild escapades. Yet, the two could engage in lengthy conversations, and despite their 13-year age difference, they encountered no barriers in communication. Observing this, the princess sought out Xiaoming, who had just finished tidying the kitchen. After a brief discussion, she commenced learning to prepare Chinese cuisine under Xiaoming's guidance. The exquisite meal shared at Qin Mian's residence that afternoon had left her quite astonished. Initially, the princess held Qin Mian's youthful achievement of becoming an F1 world champion in high regard. But she was equally surprised to learn that he possessed remarkable culinary skills alongside his exceptional driving prowess. However, the aspect that the princess envied the most was Qin Mian's demeanor and his affection for family. Having spent 2 years in the paddock, coupled with his year in F2, Qin Mian had never been embroiled in any scandals. This stood in stark contrast to her so-called Prince of Monaco, whose reputation left much to be desired. In the afternoon, Qin Mian personally drove the prince and princess to the Monaco palace. After bidding farewell, he returned home. Upon arriving, Qin Mian was met by Xiaoming just as he was changing his shoes. He queried curiously, glancing at Xiaoming. What is it? Do you find Prince Jacques endearing? Xiaoming posed a question that left Qin Mian somewhat bemused. Human infants, provided they are not particularly boisterous in temperament or poorly guided by the adults in their lives, are, in Qin Miao's eyes, rather endearing. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Miao nodded and remarked, "They are quite adorable, though I cannot fathom the reason behind those pronounced dark circles under their eyes." Xiaoming shot him an exasperated glare, exclaiming, "I am discussing serious matters with you, yet you divert the conversation to a child's dark circles." Though the child's under-eye shadows were indeed quite striking. Reminiscent of Qin Miao's own during his exam preparation, he remained blissfully unaware. After changing his shoes, he settled onto the sofa, perusing the unfolding discussions surrounding himself and Geely on his phone. Xiaoming took a seat beside Qin Miao, and instinctively, his hand found its way to rest upon her shoulder. "Little Meng, you need to pay close attention to this matter. I sense that Qin Miao is entirely disregarding my words. Keep a vigilant eye." Upon hearing his mother's words, Qin Miao stiffened, casting a glance at Xiaoming, slowly forming a question mark with his expression. At that moment, Xiaoming held her phone, displaying their mother's WeChat conversation. "Mom must have mentioned the subject of children to you, right?" Xiaoming inquired softly. Qin Miao replied, "Neither of us is truly prepared for that." He continued, "Moreover, how old are we? I dropped out of high school, and I fear I would not provide a proper education for a child. Wouldn't that be an irresponsibility toward the child?" Xiaoming, with a stern expression, retorted, "You seem to have channeled all your quick thinking into crafting excuses, haven't you? Besides, we are of legal age to marry abroad. As for education, you need not worry at all. I can stay home to raise the child and oversee everything. I have completed a degree in psychology and am currently studying for graduate school. I am confident I can nurture our child well. You only need to focus on your competitions." Qin Miao expressed, "I feel that having a child at this juncture is somewhat." He was not entirely against the prospect of children, as the natural progression of his relationship with Xiaoming suggested that parenthood was inevitable. Yet, he felt entirely unprepared for such a significant responsibility. When his mother broached the topic, he instinctively sought to evade it. "I am already overwhelmed with work. How can I manage a child?" The mere thought of a lively, noisy child in their home stirred an unsettling feeling within him. However, before Qin Miao could articulate further, Xiaoming had already thrown herself onto him. "Not tonight," she declared. "Hey, wait." Before he could finish his protest, his mouth was silenced. On Sunday, Qin Miao appeared at Leclerc's home, looking somewhat haggard, while Xiaoming beside him radiated a vibrant glow. After welcoming them inside, Leclerc sat beside Qin Miao and, noticing his weary countenance, remarked with curiosity, "Your haggard expression seems rather out of place." Qin Mian cast a fleeting glance at Leclerc, then shook his head with a resigned expression, saying, 3 times in 8 hours, each lasting an hour. If it were you, you'd probably drop dead right there." Leclerc, momentarily bewildered by Qin Mian's words, soon grasped the underlying meaning, for men possess an innate talent for such swift comprehension. His face quickly morphed into one of dawning realization, followed by a scrutinizing gaze directed at Qin Mian, filled with skepticism. Qin Mian rolled his eyes. At this juncture, he had no desire to elaborate. Previously, he had assumed that with his impressive stamina rating of 99, he could easily dominate Xiaoming in their intimate life. However, he was taken aback by the girl's astonishingly rapid recovery. No matter how robust the steel, it cannot withstand the test of time indefinitely. Though it may seem as you think, I have not been defeated. Seeing Leclerc's increasingly peculiar expression, Qin Mian hastily clarified. Leclerc, wearing an understanding look, patted Qin Mian on the shoulder, while discreetly glancing at Xiaoming, who appeared radiant and full of vitality. Subsequently, Leclerc regarded Qin Mian with a strange smile. Rising to leave, Qin Mian was halted by Leclerc's urgent interjection. Wait, you're impressive. I believe you. Your calm demeanor after finishing that Grand Prix speaks volumes about your stamina. I was merely jesting. Leclerc quickly stood to block Qin Mian's exit. The ensuing time saw Qin Mian dining with Leclerc and his family, marking his formal introduction to Leclerc's girlfriend. It was evident that this gathering was orchestrated primarily because she finally had the time to meet Qin Mian. To Qin Mian's surprise, Xiaoming and Leclerc's girlfriend engaged in lively conversation. Having spent considerable time with Xiaoming, Qin Mian could easily discern when she was merely socializing. Her smile, though gentle and beautiful, bore the hallmark of a professional facade. Conversely, he could recognize those moments when she genuinely enjoyed conversing with someone. Yesterday, when meeting the princess and the prince, Xiaoming adhered to the standard social protocol. However, today, in the company of Leclerc's girlfriend, the two young women were animatedly engrossed in each other's company. Nonetheless, Qin Mian had responsibilities to attend to. After dining at Leclerc's home and resting for a while, he boarded a flight back to England. From Monday through Wednesday, he was occupied with work at the racing team. The repercussions of the recent team meeting began to ripple through the organization, as the capricious decisions of the higher-ups left many within the team feeling unsettled and restless. Furthermore, due to the numerous revisions in the development direction, aside from a few minor upgrades initially assigned to the W13, the majority of enhancement plans had come to a standstill. The team needed to reassess the upgrade trajectory for the car's chassis and, based on that, redesign the cockpit and determine its installation position. Furthermore, the existing components necessitate a comprehensive redesign due to modifications in the flooring and alterations in the cockpit's positioning. While the W13 design serves as a reference, the intricacies of fine-tuning and redesigning are far from straightforward. From what Qin Mian has heard, the recent upgrade project is unlikely to commence until after the French Grand Prix concludes on July 24th, and in reality, the timeframe may extend beyond this estimate. After all, the original upgrade plan for the W13 was scrapped due to an assessment that deemed its potential for enhancement insufficient. To safeguard the confidentiality of the racing car, all but a few documents, retained solely for reference and conceptual guidance regarding the overall balance of the W13, were destroyed. Although backups of these files exist, retrieving them necessitates Qin Mian's personal visit to the main server at the parent company, Daimler. Once the documents are recovered, a thorough analysis will be required to discern which files remain applicable and which were fundamentally flawed from the outset. In summary, a plethora of complications lies ahead. Nevertheless, Qin Mian wholeheartedly agrees with Elliott's sentiment. Reviving the W13's design is undoubtedly less arduous than embarking on a fresh design for the W14. Moreover, what brings Qin Mian joy is that these responsibilities do not pertain to him. His sole obligation is to ensure his speed during the race. Although he is eager to assist, his expertise does not lend itself to this particular matter. However, despite the chaos within the team's layout, Qin Mian still has ample work to occupy him. Throughout the week, he devoted his time to the simulator. Wednesday marks the day of the French Grand Prix, the penultimate race before the summer break. Notably, the French Grand Prix is the most convenient event Qin Mian has attended thus far, as the Paul Ricard circuit is adjacent to an airport, allowing his aircraft to land directly beside the track. Upon disembarking, he is merely a 10-minute walk from his hotel, not to mention the shuttle services available within the airport. After settling his affairs and paying a parking fee of €4,000 at the airport hangar, Qin Mian proceeded to his hotel. Soon, Thursday arrived. Upon his arrival at the team's paddock, Qin Mian encountered Elliott. To his surprise, Elliott appeared considerably more haggard than when Qin Mian last saw him at the team meeting the previous week. In his 50s, Elliott's skin had already begun to show signs of looseness, with deep wrinkles becoming evident as he spoke. Now, upon seeing him, Qin Mian noticed an increase in the lines on his face, lending him an even more worn appearance. After greeting him, Elliott merely offered a hurried response before hastily entering the team, Miao's meeting room with the documents in hand. Elliott has recently been under immense pressure, visibly aging as he grapples with the multifaceted demands of developing a new racing car. As Qin Mian observed Elliott's retreating figure, Barbara explained beside her. The crux of the matter is that this is Elliott's second chance. If he falters again, he may well be dismissed, making it exceedingly difficult for him to maintain a foothold in the paddock. Qin Mian nodded slightly, acknowledging the weight of his burden. Indeed, the pressure is considerable. It's nearly time. We must head to the track, Barbara reminded her. Qin Mian glanced at her phone to check the time. Let us go? Chapter conclusion. After completing the track walk, Qin Mian returned to the hotel to rest. Friday marked the beginning of practice sessions. Upon entering the paddock, she was immediately besieged by reporters, eagerly awaiting her arrival like sharks sensing blood in the water. Even the seasoned Qin Mian found herself taken aback by their fervor. Retreating a couple of steps, the hunger in their eyes made her acutely aware of the questions they were poised to ask. Having spent considerable time in the paddock, she knew all too well that until she provided them with a satisfactory response, they would swarm around her like flies, seizing every opportunity to pose their burning inquiries. Resolutely, Qin Mian decided to remain in the paddock, seeking a relatively quieter spot to address their concerns. My collaboration with Mercedes has been exceedingly smooth. Throughout the process, both the team and I have expressed mutual satisfaction, and we have acclimatized to the working environment here. I have no immediate plans to depart from Mercedes. After fielding several questions from the reporters, she finally extricated herself from the throng. Barbara remarked, to be frank, making such statements in this environment could be somewhat detrimental for you. They may very well misinterpret your words. I understand, Qin Mian replied, nodding before gesturing with her hands. However, if I do not provide these reporters with a satisfactory response now, they will inevitably pose similar questions during pre-race or post-race interviews, or even during driver parades. It is more prudent to address them now, giving those sensationalist reporters their news up front, which will ease the burden on me during the upcoming Grand Prix Sunday. Though Barber appreciated Qin Miao's rationale, he felt it was somewhat unwise to bypass Mercedes' official media channels. Having worked with her for nearly a year, he recognized her tendency to avoid complications. Nevertheless, since she had already engaged with the media, further discussion on the matter seemed futile. Shaking his head, Barber chose not to delve deeper. During the first practice session, having not driven a car in some time, Qin Mian displayed commendable speed. From the outset, a promising tone was set. During the qualifying simulation, Qin Miao's single-lap speed surpassed that of his teammate Hamilton by 0.4 seconds. This raises an intriguing question. Why not compare Qin Miao's performance with other drivers, such as Verstappen or Leclerc? The answer lies in the fact that both Ferrari and Red Bull had implemented varying degrees of upgrades for this event, while Mercedes had yet to unify their internal strategies, resulting in Qin Miao's single-lap speed being 0.2 seconds slower than that of his competitor, Ines. Sainz chimed in, "Are you being polite? When did I become a unit of measurement? Moreover, one must acknowledge that I am, after all, the second driver for Ferrari. Respect, young one." Despite the challenges, including the unlikelihood of Qin Mian clinching victory or even securing a podium finish, his opponent's upgrades did not hinder his ability to familiarize himself with the track during practice sessions, nor did they impede his strategy team from collecting essential data. The second practice session unfolded in a similar fashion. Qin Mian remained unconcerned with the performances of Ferrari and Red Bull, as it held little relevance. Watching them would not enable him to compete on the track. Thus concluded the work on Friday. However, after the session, Qin Mian found himself somewhat frustrated by the barrage of similar questions from journalists during the post-race interviews. At that moment, he considered the option of simply walking away, perhaps emulating Kimi's notorious silence and abrupt departures. Yet, he realized that such an act would only reignite the media frenzy, so he chose to patiently address the inquiries instead. Saturday marked the commencement of the third practice and qualifying sessions. There was little to elaborate on regarding the third practice, save for the surprising revelation that Zhou Guanyu clocked the 8th fastest lap, trailing Alonso by a mere 0.3 seconds. However, it must be noted that the practice session results lack any substantial reference value. The true capabilities of drivers and teams are revealed during qualifying. As for Q1 and Q2, there is little to elaborate on for Qin Mian. Despite the diminished performance of the Mercedes cars, they still hold a certain edge. However, the Alfa Romeo team struggled during this race, with both Zhou Guanyu and Bottas failing to advance past Q2. This was primarily due to the persistent gearbox issues plaguing their vehicles. The Paul Ricard circuit is fundamentally a high-speed track, characterized by two lengthy straights. While Alfa Romeo's car, powered by a Ferrari engine, should excel on such straights, the shortcomings of their self-developed gearbox hindered their performance. Consequently, they could not fully leverage the engine's potential on this type of circuit. Zhou Guanyu, having previously raced on this track in F3 and F2, was not unfamiliar with it. However, the inherent limitations of the car ultimately confined him to the cutoff line, resulting in a disappointing 11th place finish, merely 0.14 seconds shy of advancing. The good news is that, despite everything, Zhou Guanyu has triumphed over his teammate Bottas, as if Bottas were destined to be overshadowed by the Chinese driver. When Zhou first joined Formula One, he secured a position on the Mercedes team that Bottas had previously occupied. Now, after a season away, Bottas has regained his seat, and it is evident that his speed remains intact, undiminished by the passage of a year. It is clear that the number 77 is eager to return to racing. However, as Zhou gradually acclimates to the rhythm of F1 and begins to absorb racing knowledge like a sponge, his rate of growth has been nothing short of astonishing. In recent races, Zhou has consistently outperformed his teammate Bottas. The only lament from domestic fans is that Zhou's development seems to be progressing too slowly. Had he advanced a bit faster, and if Alfa Romeo had not encountered issues, Zhou would undoubtedly be ahead of Bottas on the driver's standings. Just imagining both Chinese drivers leading their teammates in the standings brings joy. Moreover, this is not mere fantasy. It holds significant potential for realization. Yet, the world does not entertain what-ifs. As Q3 commenced, Hamilton and Zhou began to utilize the slipstream on the track. Given the length of the straight, the slipstream effect here is particularly potent. Compared to other teams, the two Mercedes drivers clearly possess ample experience in harnessing this effect. Since the Monaco Grand Prix, where Hamilton assisted Zhou in creating a slipstream, they have practiced together on circuits conducive to such maneuvers. With prior experience in aiding each other, the Mercedes duo approaches slipstreaming with far less psychological burden than their counterparts in other teams, exhibiting a calm confidence. After all, the essence of camaraderie is built on mutual assistance. In the first flying lap of Q3, Zhou aided Hamilton by providing a slipstream. The choice to place Zhou in front stemmed from the high threshold of composure exhibited by both Mercedes drivers. In simpler terms, they possess great resilience. Hamilton's mindset has been honed through years of competition, while Zhou is naturally composed. Despite moments of emotion on the track, his driving style has consistently remained steadfast, with no significant errors arising from undue tension throughout his F1 career, excluding his time in F2. On the track, aside from Mercedes, the Ferrari duo was also engaged in assisting their teammate with slipstreaming. However, the approaches of the two teams differed. Although Sainz made it to Q3, he had exceeded the regulatory limits on engine changes for this race. Thus, even if he secured pole position in qualifying, he would face a penalty and start from the back of the grid in the main event. As Q3 commenced, Sainz abstained from retreating to the team's pit for respite. Throughout the entirety of Q3, Sainz remained on the track, assisting Leclerc by providing slipstreaming on 3 occasions. In contrast, both Qin Mian and Hamilton supported each other with slipstreaming once. Compared to Qin Mian and Hamilton, Leclerc enjoyed greater latitude for experimentation during this qualifying session, and his performance was commendable. Ultimately, prior to the cessation of the Q3 timer, Leclerc secured pole position with a time of 1:30.872, surpassing Verstappen by a notable margin of 0.3 seconds. Elated by his achievement, Leclerc jubilantly exclaimed within the team radio, "Let's go." Ferrari's strategy bore no psychological burden, as Sainz's assistance, irrespective of its impact, would not alter his starting position for the race. On the other hand, Mercedes, benefiting from improved relations between their two drivers, had previously engaged in mutual slipstreaming on various circuits, rendering their collaborative efforts in this race quite conventional. Conversely, Red Bull faced a more precarious situation. Under mounting pressure from external competitors, particularly Mercedes, the points gap between the two teams dwindled to less than 10. Sacrificing Perez's qualifying position could potentially allow Mercedes to ascend to the top of the standings before the summer break. Additionally, Red Bull had to consider Perez's sentiments. Despite being the second driver, his contract extended for a considerable duration. If Red Bull were to prioritize Verstappen at Perez's expense, the latter might harbor resentment, which could manifest unfavorably when his contributions were most needed. Despite these complications, Red Bull's cars retained a performance edge over the internally tumultuous Mercedes team. Thus, although they missed out on pole position, Red Bull still secured second and third places. Qin Mian, during the qualifying phase, felt a degree of satisfaction with his performance. However, Hamilton, seemingly possessed by extraordinary speed, recorded a staggering single-lap time of 1:31.435, merely 0.1 seconds slower than Perez in third. Qin Mian's time was 1:31.566, trailing his teammate by 0.2 seconds and Perez by over 0.3 seconds. Many might conclude that Qin Mian underperformed, especially since he failed to outpace his teammate. Nevertheless, Qin Mian recognized that he had performed adequately, perhaps even commendably, though Hamilton's evident superiority overshadowed his own efforts. The final qualifying results are as follows: 1. Leclerc, 2. Verstappen, 3. Perez, 4. Hamilton, 5. Qin Mian, 6. Norris, 7. Alonso, 8. Tsunoda, 9. Sainz. The reason Magnussen is positioned behind Sainz, whose Q3 results were nullified, is that both drivers had to replace their engines for this race. Furthermore, Magnussen's qualifying performance in Q2 was not as commendable as that of Sainz, which resulted in him starting behind Sainz. Despite both drivers utilizing Ferrari engines having their qualifying results annulled, the treatment of the affected drivers differed. After the race concluded, Qin Mian's responsibilities were nearly fulfilled. He participated in a post-race interview, where the journalist had a favorable rapport with the Mercedes team and refrained from posing any awkward questions. Thus, what Qin Mian perceived as a rather unremarkable Saturday came to an end. Sunday marked the day of the main race. Strictly speaking, Monaco is technically within France. Although Monaco was once part of Italy, it later gained independence. Presently, Monaco entrusts its diplomatic and international affairs entirely to France. Therefore, from a certain perspective, Monaco can be considered a part of France, albeit with nominal sovereign independence. Consequently, today's French Grand Prix is akin to a home race for Leclerc of Ferrari. However, compared to Gasly and Ocon, Leclerc's treatment is somewhat less favorable. Nonetheless, due to the current performance issues with Alpine cars, the majority of French spectators still prefer to rally behind Leclerc. In yesterday's qualifying, Leclerc bested Verstappen to secure pole position, and the resounding cheers from the French audience during the post-race interview served as the best testament to this. As the drivers' parade concluded, the main race was on the precipice of commencing. The tire compounds provided by Pirelli for today's race were C4 and C3, the medium hardness trio. Meanwhile, the ambient temperature in the paddock was 31 degrees Celsius, with the track temperature soaring to 60 degrees Celsius. Strictly speaking, the track temperature was excessively high, complicating tire temperature management for the drivers. The scene shifted to the racetrack. Like his fellow competitors, Qin Mian commenced the start using the medium tires. During practice, the normal number of laps for drivers on this circuit typically does not exceed 9. Such durability is inadequate for a 53-lap race. Even Qin Mian could only manage to utilize the soft tires for approximately 13 laps under light throttle, and if he were to conserve, a set of tires could last around 17 laps in his hands. The team still hoped for Qin Mian to continue racing with a strategy focused on tire differentiation. However, if Qin Mian were to start with hard tires, even with a full throttle throughout the race, his lap speed would not surpass that of the neutral tires. Nevertheless, the hard tires would enable Qin Mian to complete 50 laps on the circuit with minimal decline in speed. Hence, commencing with hard tires would be somewhat of a squander for him. After a period of deliberation, the strategy team assigned Qin Mian the tactic of a yellow-red pit stop, requiring him to endure at least 36 laps on neutral tires. The longer he perseveres, the greater the tire durability he would have upon switching to soft tires. This essentially defines Qin Mian's comfort zone, and the team felt no psychological burden in this arrangement. Soon, the tire warming lap commenced. Frankly, as Qin Mian observed the rear of his teammate Hamilton's car ahead, he felt a moment of disorientation. After all, this season, Hamilton had only outpaced him on a few occasions. What Qin Mian earnestly hoped for was that Hamilton's performance during the race would not be as phenomenal as it had been in qualifying. In no time, the warm-up lap concluded, and all drivers parked their cars in their designated spots. Qin Mian gathered his focus, dismissing any thoughts unrelated to the current race. The 5 red lights illuminated, then extinguished, signaling the start of the race. Leclerc exhibited commendable starting speed, securely maintaining his position from the outset. Verstappen's start was also decent, yet when contrasted with Leclerc, it appeared as though he had faltered slightly. On the other hand, Perez's start was not particularly swift. However, both Hamilton and Qin Mian behind him launched exceptionally well. Before reaching turn 1, Leclerc and Verstappen held their positions. But Perez was overtaken for third place by the notably faster starting Hamilton. Qin Mian's starting speed surpassed that of Perez and was even marginally faster than Hamilton's. Unfortunately, the limited length of the straight after the start and the angles of entry blocked by his teammates Hamilton and Perez prevented Qin Mian from gaining a better position, leaving him still in fifth place. After a few corners, the cars began to settle, with Leclerc gradually extending his time gap from Verstappen behind him, while Verstappen quickly pulled away from Hamilton. Prior to the activation of DRS, Qin Mian could only barely keep pace with Perez ahead. However, as Qin Mian followed Perez, the veteran Alonso behind him was quite restless, occasionally posing a threat. Yet, given the time gap between Alonso and Qin Mian, Alonso was unable to mount an offensive to pressure Qin Mian. Naturally, Qin Mian was capable of similar maneuvers, perhaps even executing them better than Alonso. Nonetheless, the sight of the eager veteran behind him did stir a hint of apprehension within Qin Mian. In the event that the old driver activates DRS and takes a sudden gulp of his own slipstream, he may seize the opportunity to execute a late braking maneuver on the inside line while one is caught off guard, leaving little recourse for defense. Thus, in a state of resignation, Qin Mian allocated a portion of his focus to monitor Alonso closely during the ensuing laps. However, the inherent performance disparity of the cars was undeniable. As the race reached the third lap and the DRS was enabled, Qin Mian redirected his attention away from Alonso, for the time gap between them had stretched to 2 seconds. Observing Qin Mian's unyielding stance, even as he refrained from taking defensive lines, Alonso could only lament the superiority of the younger driver, acknowledging that Qin Mian's defensive acumen and composure belied his years. By the fourth lap, the time gap between Hamilton and Verstappen had also widened to 2 seconds, and the Mercedes team could only watch in quiet exasperation as their drivers struggled to maintain pace. Qin Mian managed to keep pace with Perez ahead, yet he found himself confronting a vexing dilemma. Although he had entered the DRS zone behind Perez, the latter was closely tailing Hamilton, maintaining a mere 5-second gap. In the short term, Perez was unable to overtake Hamilton, and Qin Mian, reliant on Perez's DRS, found himself unable to mount an attack. The prevailing circumstances on the track suggested that little would change in the immediate future. Fortunately, this state of affairs did not persist for long. Hamilton's defensive prowess was renowned within the paddock. Throughout Perez's attempts to overtake, Hamilton never faltered or relinquished the inside line, successfully defending against Perez until the fifth lap. However, trailing Hamilton for an extended period, coupled with the high temperatures of the day, inevitably led to overheating issues with Perez's tires. On one hand, Perez was too close to Hamilton, causing his car's intake to draw in the high-temperature exhaust gases emitted by Hamilton's engine. On the straights, Perez's tires were deprived of the cool air necessary for optimal performance, as the vacuum created by Hamilton's car expelled all surrounding air. While this situation reduced the aerodynamic drag on Perez's car, enhancing his acceleration and top speed compared to the Mercedes ahead, it was akin to an athlete holding their breath during a final sprint, sustainable only for a limited duration. Consequently, in the sixth lap, Red Bull instructed Perez to ease off, advising him to create some distance from Hamilton to allow his tires to cool, awaiting the next opportunity to strike. Despite a lingering sense of reluctance and even trepidation towards the formidable Mercedes number 66 trailing behind him, Perez ultimately acquiesced to the team's counsel. Ignoring their advice was not an option, as the tire tread on Perez's vehicle had begun to exhibit pronounced granulation, and he himself felt a growing difficulty in navigating both the entry and exit of corners. Should he neglect to cool his tires, the risk of a catastrophic blowout loomed large. In contrast, Qin Mian harbored no such concerns. He proactively sought to capitalize on opportunities to pressure Perez, thereby allowing his car to benefit from the influx of cooler air during the straights. At last, Perez relinquished his position in front of the DRS, inadvertently affording Qin Mian a chance to strike. On the eighth lap, following 2 laps of intense racing, Qin Mian finally latched onto Perez's slipstream as they exited the main straight and executed a late braking maneuver on the inside line before the T1 braking point, successfully overtaking Perez. The absence of differential tire performance rendered Qin Mian's overtaking maneuver considerably more challenging than it would have been under optimal conditions. Remarkably, by the 7th lap, Qin Mian had already closed the gap to Perez to a mere 0.5 seconds. However, the DRS zone between T7 and T8 provided a significant advantage to the Red Bull team. Those corners predominantly featured medium to low-speed turns, where the Red Bull's grip and cornering speed outclassed that of the Mercedes. Consequently, Qin Mian had to rely on the sheer mechanical grip of his car in T15, rather than aerodynamic effects in the high-angle corners, to complete the overtaking maneuver, albeit with some difficulty. After surpassing Perez, Qin Mian ascended to 3rd place, but found himself 4 seconds adrift of his teammate. Nevertheless, he finally had ample time to focus on long-distance racing, with a clear 4 seconds of clean air ahead. As the race progressed, Qin Mian began to reduce the time gap to Hamilton by 2 seconds per lap. However, in comparison to Leclerc and Verstappen, he found himself gradually falling behind the duo. By the 16th lap, Qin Mian had narrowed the gap to Hamilton to just 2 seconds. The time difference between them was diminishing at a rate of 3 seconds per lap as Hamilton's medium tires began to deteriorate, while Qin Mian's was notably slower than that of all other competitors on the track. At this juncture, Verstappen, who had been shadowing Leclerc without finding any opportunity to launch an attack, could no longer contain his impatience and opted for an early pit stop. At this moment, Hamilton was merely 8 seconds ahead of Verstappen, yet the pit lane at the Paul Ricard circuit was notably lengthy. Assuming no tire change mishaps occurred, the total time required for a pit stop could extend up to a staggering 22 seconds. Upon exiting the pit, Verstappen found himself in 7th place, trailing behind Norris, with little clean air ahead, as Norris occupied the position just 17 seconds in front of him. Verstappen needed to surpass Norris to access a mere 4 seconds of unobstructed air. At this juncture, Leclerc commenced his lead. However, while all the fans turned their attention to other areas of the track, quietly contemplating whether Verstappen could execute an undercut on Leclerc, the 18th lap arrived. Suddenly, the 3rd timing sector illuminated with a yellow flag. At this moment, apart from Leclerc, no other driver had entered the 3rd timing sector. The broadcast swiftly shifted to Leclerc's onboard footage, revealing a wall of tires, with the front end of his Ferrari embedded within it. 5 seconds later, the safety car was deployed. Following its emergence, drivers who had yet to pit found themselves fortuitously benefiting from a free pit stop. Meanwhile, Verstappen, who had only pitted 2 laps prior, felt a jolt of concern upon noticing the yellow flag displayed on his steering wheel. His apprehension intensified upon seeing the safety car, as he realized that directly behind him were Hamilton and Qin Mian, who were undoubtedly poised to enter the pits for a tire change. If they emerged from this safety car period position just ahead of him, he would once again have to contend with Qin Mian's relentless defense and the formidable DRS train formed by the 2 Mercedes drivers. At this stage, it was evident that everyone would be switching to hard tires to complete the remainder of the race, and Verstappen braced himself for the impending struggle against the infuriating tail lights of the Mercedes cars. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Mian's year-and-a-half career had already caused considerable distress among drivers from major teams at the sight of the Mercedes rear diffuser. However, Red Bull's timely communication reached Verstappen via team radio. Max, according to our calculations, after this safety car, Hamilton is highly likely to appear in front of you, while Qin Mian will likely be behind you. Although the prospect of Hamilton being ahead was somewhat disconcerting, at least the relentless presence of Qin Mian was absent, providing Verstappen with a modicum of psychological relief. Now it was Qin Mian's turn to feel the pressure, as he found himself a mere 2 seconds behind Hamilton. In the event of both cars pitting, he would inevitably have to wait behind Hamilton during the tire change, allowing Perez, who was trailing him, the opportunity to pit ahead. Soon enough, every team's drivers unanimously opted to pit for fresh tires. After Hamilton's pit stop, he switched to hard tires, with 35 laps remaining in the race. Considering the few laps under the safety car, the race would effectively restart at the 20th lap, leaving only 33 laps until the conclusion. Most drivers could comfortably complete the race on hard tires. Thus, changing to hard tires at this juncture posed no issues. However, Qin Mian found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. At this point, he had no choice but to switch to hard tires. Opting for medium tires would necessitate another pit stop, as soft tires could not endure the remaining 33 laps, and hard tires felt like a waste for him. Yet, Qin Mian had no alternatives. This chapter concludes with a rather unfortunate incident for Qin Mian during the race. After Hamilton's pit stop, he took 31 seconds to change tires, a tad slow, yet acceptable. In contrast, Qin Mian's tire change took a staggering 52 seconds. Stuck in his car, Qin Mian was taken aback by this delay. However, he restrained himself. After all, even if he wished to express his frustration, the tire crew could not hear him. The dual tire changes had caused a bit of chaos for the Mercedes pit crew, leading to a lapse in securing Qin Mian's rear right tire properly, resulting in the bolts not being tightened immediately. It was only after a second attempt that the bolts were secured. Consequently, a driver already in a precarious position like Qin Mian was overtaken by Perez in the pit lane. Witnessing Perez, who had completed his tire change early, depart in front of him, Qin Mian could no longer contain his frustration and vented within his helmet. Faced with such a situation, it was difficult for anyone to remain calm. Nevertheless, Qin Mian merely expressed his grievances in his helmet without activating the team radio. He understood that having both cars in the pits inevitably carried risks. Moreover, this was not the entirety of Qin Mian's ordeal that day. After finally securing his tires, both Qin Mian and the crew responsible for releasing him were eager for him to exit the pit lane promptly. In their haste, they overlooked the incoming traffic, resulting in Qin Mian inadvertently blocking Zhou Guanyu, who was preparing to pit. Zhou, initially in high spirits as he approached the Mercedes pit, found his path suddenly obstructed by Qin Mian's car. Reacting instinctively, Zhou slammed on the brakes, only accelerating after Qin Mian had entered the pit lane. During this moment, Zhou was about to voice his frustration, but upon realizing it was Qin Mian ahead, he swallowed his words. He could only grumble in the team radio about how Mercedes managed their pit releases. Qin Mian's actions bordered on dangerous, and if Alonso decided to file a complaint, Qin Mian could face at least a 5-second penalty. As of now, however, the FIA had yet to issue a final ruling on the matter. When Qin Mian emerged from the pit area, he returned to the familiar confines of 5th place. It was not only Perez who had overcut Qin Mian during the pit stop. Even Alonso, trailing closely behind, had seized the opportunity to gain a position. Undeniably, Qin Mian faced considerable misfortune during this race, yet when compared to his friend Leclerc, his plight seemed relatively mild, as he had not succumbed to the whims of fate and retired from the race. Only after the drivers from other teams had completed their tire changes did the broadcast provide a replay of Leclerc's incident. The accident occurred at T11, a challenging 180-degree hairpin. During the replay, it became evident that Leclerc's car exhibited notable understeer as he approached T11. Just before entering T12, he oversteered to the right, causing a loss of traction in the rear tires. This initiated a loss of control at the back of the car, which soon cascaded to the entire vehicle, leading to a spin on the track and ultimately crashing into the tire barrier at the entrance of the Matthew section. The spectators in the stands displayed two starkly contrasting reactions. One group, donned in Ferrari colors, radiated joy, barely able to contain their exuberance, while another group, supporting Mercedes, wore expressions of despair, removing their Ferrari caps to beat against the protective barrier in frustration. Shortly thereafter, the race officials released the team radio communication following Leclerc's crash. "Are you all right?" Ideally, after such an incident, the driver should report their physical condition to reassure the team as they begin to address the crash. Yet Leclerc responded with palpable anger, exclaiming, "I'm facing the same problem as in Austria." In the final laps of the Austrian Grand Prix, Leclerc's throttle had become unresponsive. Even after releasing the pedal, the car continued to output approximately 20 throttle. From his words, it was clear that he encountered a similar issue in this race. The distinction, however, lay in the nature of the Red Bull Ring, a high-speed circuit with few heavy braking zones apart from T1 and T3, where maintaining some throttle output would not pose significant problems, allowing him to complete the race despite the malfunction. Conversely, the Paul Ricard circuit was replete with low-speed corners. And under such circumstances, Leclerc could not persevere on the track as he had in the previous race. With Leclerc's explanation, the situation began to make sense. After all, he is an experienced F1 driver, and with no other competitors pressuring him from behind, there was no justification for such a rudimentary mistake. Ultimately, it was evident that the mechanical failure was unrelated to Leclerc himself. The Ferrari team radio then echoed with Leclerc's labored breaths. It remains uncertain whether Charles Leclerc's breathlessness stemmed from the prolonged, high-intensity race or if his frustration with Ferrari's unresolved issues had taken its toll. Or perhaps it was a combination of both. Nevertheless, the team's radio communications were far from concluded. Soon, Leclerc's engineer's voice resonated through the team radio, announcing, "The issue has been resolved. The throttle output has returned to zero." Leclerc retorted, "The engine has stalled. Clearly, there is no issue now. If it were still supplying fuel, I would have to abandon the car. What good are you?" At this juncture, Leclerc's labored breathing intensified, culminating in a heart-wrenching roar over the team radio. No. Subsequently, Leclerc returned to the team's pit on Matthew's scooter while the race continued unabated. During the yellow flag period, the race officials announced their decision regarding Qin Mian's penalty. Due to an unsafe release from the pit, Qin Mian was penalized 5 seconds. This news weighed heavily upon him. The solitary silver lining was that the penalty was merely time added to his final standing, rather than a requirement to return to the pits. At that moment, the standings showed Verstappen in first, Hamilton in second, Perez in third, Alonso in fourth, with Qin Mian in fifth. Ultimately, as the race resumed on the 20th lap, there remained 33 laps until the finish. Most drivers were on hard tires, leading Qin Mian to realize that contending for the race victory was no longer feasible. His focus shifted to overtaking Alonso ahead of him, followed by Perez or Hamilton, in pursuit of a podium finish. On the track, despite Alonso's earnest defense against the young Qin Mian, the disparity in their car performances proved too great. Merely one lap after the restart, in the 21st lap, Qin Mian utilized Alonso's slipstream to overtake him before turn 1. Alonso was genuinely intrigued to gauge the capabilities of this young driver. Yet the performance gap between their cars rendered the driver's skill almost irrelevant. After surpassing Alonso, Qin Mian set his sights on catching Perez ahead. In the initial laps, he struggled to close the gap, occasionally finding himself losing nearly a second per lap to Perez. Thus, he maintained a steady distance of approximately 27 seconds behind Perez. In terms of average lap speed, Qin Mian's was comparable to Perez's at that point. Meanwhile, Perez himself was unable to close in on Hamilton ahead, while Verstappen steadily increased the time gap between himself and Hamilton behind. Finally, by the 30th lap, Qin Mian's speed began to show a marked improvement, transitioning from matching Perez's pace to consistently outpacing him by about a second per lap. He entered the DRS zone behind Perez by the 35th lap. Perez was acutely aware that the soaring temperatures today, particularly on the racetrack, posed a significant challenge. He understood that his primary objective in this race was to defend against Qin Xiao for 3 laps, as the high heat would inevitably degrade Qin Xiao's tires. Once that occurred, he could comfortably hand over the pursuit to Sainz, who had already ascended to 5th place, while he himself basked in the glory of a podium finish and relished the opportunity to set the fastest lap. However, while Perez's aspirations were lofty, the reality was that Qin Xiao had amassed a full battery charge of 100 before launching his offensive. Furthermore, Qin Xiao's hard tires were in a superior state compared to Perez's, who had been focused on tire preservation. Thus, when Qin Xiao overtook Perez, it was achieved with relative ease. As they exited turn 6 on lap 36, Qin Xiao unleashed the full power of his car, aided by the slipstream and DRS provided by Perez. By turn 8, Qin Xiao seized the inside line and executed the overtaking maneuver on Perez without undue exertion. However, after surpassing Perez, Qin Xiao recognized the necessity of cooling his car, especially since he was burdened with a 5-second time penalty. Although he was aware that his speed was greater than Perez's, he pondered the possibility of Perez regaining momentum later in the race. To avert the risk of losing a podium position to Perez, Qin Xiao employed a subtle strategy, maintaining his pace approximately 0.7 seconds ahead of Perez while his lap times were consistently 0.3 seconds quicker. Moreover, he directed the high-temperature airflow from his car's exhaust onto Sainz's tires and air intake, mirroring Perez's strategy to exploit the track's heat to wear down Perez's tires. Given the difficulty of reducing tire temperatures once they had risen on this circuit, Qin Xiao anticipated that once Perez's tires succumbed to the heat, he could easily extend his lead to a 5-second margin. Nevertheless, due to his existing 5-second penalty, despite Qin Xiao's lap times now exceeding Hamilton's, and a mere 3-second gap separating them, his focus remained squarely on thwarting Perez behind him. By lap 39, Perez found himself overtaken by Sainz due to tire overheating and degradation. Concurrently, upon witnessing Perez's decline, Qin Xiao resumed accelerating, unperturbed by Sainz's potential threat. This was largely because Sainz was on medium tires. Unlike Qin Xiao, while it was conceivable for Sainz to complete the remaining laps on this tire compound, his pace would inevitably decline significantly as the race progressed. To mitigate such a scenario, a pit stop for tire change would be necessary. Regardless of the circumstances, Sainz posed no threat to Qin Xiao as current standing. Indeed, during the 43rd lap, Sainz made a pit stop to switch to a fresh set of medium tires. Upon exiting the pits, he found himself positioned behind Ocon. At this juncture, Sainz's sole advantage lay in his new set of medium tires. The Ferrari team likely harbored hopes that Sainz possessed an offensive prowess akin to that of Qin Mian, allowing him to ascend the rankings through such capability. However, regardless of his efforts, there remained a 25-second time disparity between Alonso and Perez ahead, with merely 10 laps remaining in the race. No matter how formidable the performance of the Ferrari car or how extraordinary the grip of Sainz's tires, it was implausible for him to close a 25-second gap in just one lap, especially with additional drivers obstructing his path. Thus, since Ferrari summoned Sainz to the pits, his fate was sealed at 5th place. In truth, given the current degradation rate of Sainz's tires, even without the pit stop, he would have likely secured 5th position. Before the race concluded, a minor incident occurred when Zhou Guanyu, who was in 10th place, encountered a mechanical failure on lap 49. With just 4 laps remaining, he regrettably had to retire at the entrance of the pits. Zhou Guanyu, in this race, had the potential to secure points, yet ended up with a result that surprised his fans. Nevertheless, Zhou expressed a sense of emotional stability, as such incidents had become somewhat commonplace for him this season. There was also a silver lining for Zhou, as he was not alone in his misfortune this day. Both Leclerc and Qin Mian also faced their share of troubles. Qin Mian, burdened with a 5-second penalty, was initially in contention for 2nd place. To prevent Perez from closing the gap to within 5 seconds, he resorted to overheating his tires in front of Perez, ultimately missing the best opportunity to challenge his teammate Hamilton. By the time Qin Mian was free to act, even if he overtook Hamilton, the latter was confident in maintaining a 5-second lead until the race's end. Thus, realizing this, Qin Mian refrained from attacking his teammate and completed the race in Hamilton's wake. Leclerc's situation was far more dire than Zhou's, as he retired while leading the race. In contrast, Zhou's minor point loss paled in significance. In the end, Verstappen took the lead following Leclerc's retirement and ultimately clinched victory, while the 2 Mercedes drivers finished in 2nd and 3rd place. The scoring and rankings of other drivers are as follows: P1, Verstappen 25 P2, Hamilton 18 P3, Qin Miao 14 P4, Perez 12 P5, Sainz 11, fastest lap, P6, Alonso 8 P7, Norris 6 P8, Ocon 4 P9, Ricciardo 2 P10, Stroll 1. Sainz's fastest lap in this race is hardly worth elaborating on, as he was the only one to pit for new tires in the latter stages of the race. Achieving the fastest lap on a brand new set of medium tires in the closing laps is, quite frankly, to be expected. Meanwhile, Stroll certainly owes a nod of appreciation to the mechanics of the Alpine team. Without their assistance, he would likely have languished outside the points. Following this race, the Drivers' Championship standings are as follows: 1. Qin Miao 199-2, Verstappen 181-3, Leclerc 156-4, Perez 1505, Sainz 1056, Hamilton 95-7, Norris 58-8, Ocon 54-9, Bottas 38-14, Vettel 14. The Constructors' Championship standings are as follows: 1. Red Bull 351-2, Mercedes 337-3, Ferrari 284-4, Alpine 895, McLaren 726, Alfa Romeo 64-7, Haas 25-8, AlphaTauri 24-9, Aston Martin 17. After this race, the gap in points between Mercedes and Red Bull has widened, as a champion's 25 points hold significant weight, compounded by Perez's 12 points from his finishing win. The widening of the points gap was inevitable. After the race, Qin Miao felt a tinge of disappointment. Despite his commendable performance today, he found himself at a disadvantage due to his teammates' misfortune in qualifying, resulting in a less favorable starting position compared to Hamilton. However, in the latter part of the race, Qin Miao had a chance to reclaim 2nd from Hamilton. Unfortunately, his luck was not on his side this time. His team's tire change was hampered by a 3-second hold, and during the release, he incurred an additional 5-second penalty for an unsafe release. Without those 5 seconds, It is conceivable that Qin Mian could have snatched second place from Hamilton. Nevertheless, it is futile to lament the past. Despite everything, Qin Mian has secured a podium finish. At the very least, the performance of the car is significantly improved compared to the beginning of the season. After parking the car, Qin Mian prepared to participate in the post-race interview, where he encountered a beaming Hamilton. Today, Hamilton was genuinely elated, even more so than Verstappen, who had clinched the race victory, as this marked Hamilton's first triumph over Qin Mian during the race phase of the season. Indeed, a season has unfolded with 12 Grand Prix races, marking Hamilton's first victory over Qin Mian. While fortune played a significant role in this outcome, it is also true that prowess is an integral facet of luck. After exchanging pleasantries with Hamilton, Qin Mian, along with Verstappen and Hamilton, proceeded through the post-race protocols. Notably, after the post-race interview concluded, as Qin Mian and Hamilton returned to the waiting area behind the podium, Hamilton took a sip from a water cup and then collapsed onto the floor. Qin Mian looked on in surprise, only to recall that the average track temperature for today's race exceeded 60 degrees, with the cockpit of the race car reaching a similar temperature. While he had merely broken a light sweat, it was understandable that Hamilton felt overwhelmed. The subsequent procedures continued smoothly, and there is no need to elaborate further on that. Although the Mercedes team secured a commendable second and third place finish, the atmosphere in the team's hospitality area shifted to one of apprehension as Qin Mian entered. Everyone instinctively glanced at Qin Mian's expression, concerned that he might erupt in anger due to the obstacles the team had presented him during the race. It would not have been surprising if Qin Mian had chosen to vent his frustrations. However, to the astonishment of the team staff, Qin Mian maintained a calm demeanor, smiling and nodding at the personnel before retreating to his dressing room to change attire. Subsequently, he joyously posed for a photograph with everyone, holding the P2 and P3 trophies. Though Qin Mian was indeed upset, he recognized the futility of further anger and opted to adopt a more relaxed outlook. With this, the French Grand Prix drew to a close, paving the way for the Hungarian Grand Prix a week later. Following the Hungarian event, all F1 teams, along with their staff and drivers, eagerly anticipated the summer break. During this respite, the team and Xiaoming had arranged numerous commercial activities for Qin Mian, consuming nearly half of his downtime. Strictly speaking, such a distribution of time is considered quite lenient for an F1 driver. For instance, high-profile athletes like Hamilton often find no time to rest during the summer hiatus. Yet, Qin Mian firmly declined, expressing a preference to stay home and play video games during the 2 weeks. Xiaoming was rather indifferent, as their family did not rely on Qin Mian's management company for profit. However, the publicity department of the Mercedes team found themselves in a challenging predicament. They had indeed scheduled ample work for Qin Mian, but he had signed a contract that now caused significant distress for the team's promotional staff. Thus, they had no choice but to accept the reality of the situation. After the race concluded, Qin Mian did not return to the UK that week. Although the races of this week have concluded, the team headquarters is expected to formulate an upgrade plan for the car, and it is possible that new enhancements are already in the design and development phase. However, for the upcoming Hungarian Grand Prix next week, the team will undoubtedly be unable to implement any upgrades in time. Moreover, it is evident that Hamilton is more invested in the new W13 than Qin Mian is. Indeed, the W13, with its upgraded floor and cockpit, has undergone significant modifications, prompting the team to designate it as W13B, symbolizing a fresh start. As for the summary of early April, there are still 5 chapters owed from last month, which, strictly speaking, is not an excessive amount, right? The monthly ticket count has reached 2070 chapters, allowing for an additional 10 chapters this month, which brings the total owed to 15 chapters. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the generous readers who have offered their support. Thank you to RexLipNew, 31500, Bookfriend 201906 518 403 302 7600, Min Bu Shan Yen Ci 1666, Xing Shi Yi 100, and Bu Su Yao Lai 100, totaling 33,966 starting coins and donations. This equates to 3 additional chapters. Therefore, the total owed for April stands at 15,317 chapters. Such a significant backlog cannot be ignored. I am determined to repay these debts this month. In a related note, after the race, Qin Mian returned directly to Monaco. Given that Monaco is adjacent to France, The journey home post-race is less than an hour by plane. Additionally, there is not much work awaiting Qin Mian at the team factory this week, as Hamilton will undoubtedly remain with the team and can handle any pressing matters. On his way home, Qin Mian took out his phone and engaged in a conversation with Zhou Guanyu and others in their group chat, thereby learning the specific reasons behind Leclerc's retirement from the race. With only 4 members in the chat, Leclerc did not hold back, openly stating that Ferrari's car faced a throttle control failure. However, during the post-race interviews, certain team officials, concerned about their reputation and positions, instructed Leclerc to attribute the failure to a driving error. Given Leclerc's solid standing within Ferrari and his background as a product of their youth program, he enjoys a revered status among Ferrari fans. Should he admit fault, there might be some complaints, but certainly no one would criticize Leclerc or demand a driver change. They would merely express frustrations, as in what a disappointment. Naturally, this would prevent speculation about the true culprit behind the incident. Most importantly, Leclerc owes a favor to the other party, thus this can be seen as a repayment of sorts. However, to be candid, had the roles been reversed, with Qin Mian in Leclerc's position, he would find it intolerable to bear the blame for an issue that was not his own. It could very well lead to an explosive confrontation, with both parties facing dire consequences. Indeed, Qin Mian is certainly not Leclerc. However, it appears that appointing Binotto as the team principal for Ferrari may be somewhat of a burden for him. Binotto, being an engineer with a background in engine design, has not followed the conventional path of most team principals who have spent time across various departments within an F1 team, fully grasping the operational intricacies before assuming leadership. Instead, he transitioned directly from over 2 decades as an engine design engineer to the role of team principal. While his extensive experience has afforded him some understanding of the workings of other departments, the adage holds true: without the necessary expertise, one should refrain from tackling intricate tasks. Binotto has merely observed these departments rather than having hands-on experience. Consequently, Ferrari's current state is visibly chaotic. Be it the car's reliability, strategy formulation, logistics, tire changes, or personnel management, there is a sense of disorderly growth. This season, aside from the engine, which impresses, other aspects of the team evoke the impression that the personnel are merely going through the motions, often executing absurd maneuvers that leave fans astounded. In essence, Ferrari has managed to suppress the external ramifications following Leclerc's retirement from the race. During a chat in the group, Qin Mian noted that Leclerc had already arrived in Monaco. He initially intended to invite Leclerc for a fishing outing on Monday afternoon to help him unwind, but was declined. Qin Mian did not dwell on it, assuming Leclerc had other matters to attend to. Yet, with no company, venturing out to sea alone seemed cumbersome, so Qin Mian opted to remain home, rejuvenating himself in preparation for the final Grand Prix before the summer break. Previously, Qin Mian believed that becoming an F1 driver was an impressive feat, offering both financial gain and fame. His sentiments remained unchanged during his inaugural season. At that time, his focus was primarily on familiarizing himself with the car and the circuits while striving for commendable results. He felt little else, but now, after numerous races, he finds himself quite fatigued. This may be a downside of achieving a world championship in one's rookie year, as it places one atop a pinnacle that others may struggle to reach throughout their careers. Having witnessed the view from the summit and tasted the sweetest fruit, there seems little left to anticipate within the paddock. Consequently, Qin Mian has inevitably experienced a decline in enthusiasm for racing. However, it is merely a dip in fervor. His love for motorsport remains profound, and he harbors no intentions of changing his career path in the near future. Additionally, adding to the pressure that Qin Mian is feeling as he recuperates is the return of Qiu Meng on Tuesday. From Tuesday until Qin Mian's departure for Hungary, he was required to submit his daily quota without fail. As time passed, he became accustomed to this routine, feeling no resistance. Weariness had set in, and he wished for it to conclude swiftly. This frequency was manageable for him, posing little strain on his body. On Thursday, he boarded a morning flight to Hungary. Familiarity with the Hungaroring meant he did not feel the need to arrive at the track early this week. The circuit felt like an old friend, having witnessed countless memorable moments. Most notably, apart from Monaco, the Hungaroring is regarded as the most challenging track for overtaking this season. Given Qin Mian's defensive prowess, he had a solid chance of achieving a commendable position. His only concern was that Mercedes had not provided any upgrades for their 2 drivers for this race. Qin Mian's familiarity with this circuit began with his entry into Formula One, with last year's Hungarian Grand Prix marking his inaugural competitive experience there. Normally, the Hungaroring also hosts F2 and F3 races, but due to the pandemic during his entry into F2, many circuits were suspended, leaving Qin Mian to only encounter them after entering F1. In contrast, Zhou Guanyu, who entered F2 in 2019, had already raced on this track that year. However, as a rookie, Zhou did not exhibit the same exceptional talent as Qin Mian, resulting in performances that were merely commendable for a newcomer. Upon landing, Qin Mian first proceeded to the hotel arranged by the team. After settling in, he then made his way to the paddock. Throughout Thursday and Friday, he focused intently on his work. Soon, Saturday afternoon arrived, signaling the imminent start of qualifying. Unfortunately, it seemed that Qin Mian's misfortune from the previous race had carried over, as the weather on Friday had been pleasant, but rain began to fall on Saturday. Although it was light and ceased shortly after, intermittent showers continued to dampen the track, causing the temperature to drop significantly. By the time the first practice session for qualifying commenced, clear water stains were visible on the track. Fortunately, when qualifying began, although the temperature was low, the rain had stopped, allowing drivers to use soft tires to set their lap times. During the qualifying phase, both Qin Mian and Hamilton exhibited stability, with their first flying laps sufficient to secure a place in Q2. Qin Mian even had time to return to the team's garage for a quick restroom break. Ultimately, the drivers eliminated in Q1 included Stroll, Tsunoda, Albon, Vettel, and Gasly. Zhou Guanyu and Bottas both advanced comfortably to Q2. In Q2, the most notable characteristic of both Qin Mian and Hamilton this season has been their remarkable consistency, which allowed them to effortlessly advance to Q3. Meanwhile, during the race, Perez's fastest lap time was invalidated due to exceeding track limits, and his first flying lap was hindered by slower traffic, resulting in an unsatisfactory performance. Consequently, Perez was ultimately eliminated, finishing in 12th place. The drivers eliminated in Q2 included Bottas, Perez, Russell, Magnussen, and Mick. Indeed, in today's race, Zhou Guanyu progressed to Q3. However, it must be noted that it was Perez's misfortune that afforded Zhou the opportunity to advance. Without Perez, Zhou would have remained the familiar gatekeeper of Q3. As everyone anticipated a fierce Q3 showdown between Red Bull and Ferrari, with Mercedes in the mix, the session commenced. However, Verstappen's car was called back to the pits after just one lap due to the telemetry team detecting an abnormal engine temperature. Upon inspection, no issues were found, and Red Bull released Verstappen once more. Nevertheless, his pace faltered, rendering him unable to produce a competitive lap time, ultimately placing him last in Q3. Thus, the stage was set for a contest primarily between Mercedes and Ferrari. During the final flying lap of Q3, while Qin Mian was still warming his tires, Frankie relayed some disconcerting news. Hamilton's DRS system had malfunctioned and could not open during his last flying lap. Qin Mian inquired about his own car, to which Frankie assured him that it had been checked and was in perfect condition, allowing him to confidently complete his final flying lap. Hamilton's technical failure did not impede Qin Mian's performance. In his concluding lap, even without the benefit of Hamilton's slipstream, Qin Mian managed to set his personal best on all three flying laps, notably achieving a purple sector in the third timing segment, ultimately clocking a time of 1:17.287. This time was a full 0.2 seconds faster than Sainz, who secured second place. The final qualifying results for the Hungarian Grand Prix were as follows. 1. Qin Mian 2. Sainz 3. Leclerc 4. Norris 5. Ocon 6. Alonso 7. Hamilton 8. Zhou Guanyu 9. Ricciardo 10. Verstappen. After achieving this result, Qin Mian felt a moment of joy. However, in truth, this achievement was not one to celebrate extravagantly, as he had grown accustomed to such accolades. After expressing his gratitude to the team staff and the Team TR, Qin Mian had nearly completed his primary responsibilities for the day. The remaining tasks included post-race interviews, award ceremonies, and attending the subsequent press conference, all of which he handled with remarkable ease. Sunday marked the day of the main race. The weather on Sunday is quite similar to that of Saturday. On Friday, one could feel the warmth even while wearing long pants on the track. Yet today necessitates a jacket. Although the weather conditions are not particularly favorable for the tires used in racing, the drivers remain in high spirits. The cool climate implies a more comfortable temperature within the confines of the racing chassis. During the pre-race driver parade, there was a noticeable lack of boundary awareness. Drivers participated in the parade in pairs, with teammates sharing a single car for the post-race procession. While Qin Mian and Hamilton were in the vehicle, they scarcely acknowledged the spectators, engrossed in discussion about the potential challenges posed by today's weather on tire selection. Hamilton had planned a one-stop strategy using yellow and white tires to complete the race. However, if the weather were to affect tire durability and lap time, he would need to reconsider his approach. Thus, despite the smile that adorned Hamilton's face throughout the parade, his mind was evidently elsewhere. In contrast, Qin Mian actively engaged with the audience, displaying a warm enthusiasm. As the parade concluded, the time swiftly approached for the main event to commence. Today, Qin Mian opted not to start on medium tires. After all, he had secured pole position in yesterday's qualifying session, and behind him were two Ferrari drivers, renowned for their formidable engine performance. Therefore, during the race's commencement, Qin Mian's primary focus was to maintain his pole position. It is well known that the Hungaroring is a track that favors defensive driving, and although it features two DRS zones, their impact is minimal. Given Qin Mian's demonstrated speed and defensive prowess this season, if he could safeguard his lead at the start, it was likely that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could leverage his tire strategy and exceptional defensive skills to secure a victory. Soon, the camera panned to the track, where Qin Mian sat within his racing chassis. The atmosphere was anything but tranquil. The sound of engines idling, the loud communication of the pit crew, the excited chatter of the spectators, and the announcer's voice through the loudspeakers all intertwined, creating a chaotic environment. Yet, amidst this cacophony, Qin Mian removed his gloves and, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, extended his palm toward the sky, as if hoping to catch a raindrop. Coincidentally, shortly after he opened his hand, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the heavens. Although the rain soon passed, Qin Mian's palm collected a fair amount of water. Observing the droplets, he let out a resigned sigh, knowing that all he could do was silently pray in his heart. Heavenly Father, if it is to rain, please let it pour abundantly now. But do not let a single drop fall once the race commences. Soon, all personnel on the track withdrew, and the warm-up lap began. During this warm-up, Qin Mian distinctly sensed that his set of soft tires was struggling to reach optimal temperature. He understood that until he increased his speed, the temperature of his soft tires would likely remain at the level they were when first removed from the warming blankets. Nevertheless, as long as there was some warmth, it would not significantly impede his starting rhythm. As the medical car took its position at the rear, the green flag waved, signaling the imminent start of the race. In the initial phase, Qin Mian had not faltered throughout the season, especially now with a brand new set of soft tires at his disposal. Although the necessity to wait for the cars behind to settle into their designated positions had caused a slight drop in tire temperature, it would not affect Qin Mian's reaction time. In a flash, the 5 red lights extinguished, and the race commenced. Qin Mian maintained his starting line without deviation, for any alteration would prevent the car from fully utilizing the engine's traction for acceleration, thereby plunging his already disadvantaged Mercedes deeper into trouble against the 2 Ferraris behind. However, Ferrari is Ferrari. Despite Qin Mian pushing the limits of his car's engine and tire grip, Sainz managed to slipstream behind him, preparing to overtake on the inside before turn 1. Naturally, Qin Mian would not grant such an opportunity. He swiftly moved to block Sainz's intended line as the latter attempted to exploit the inside. Left with no choice, Sainz had to revert to the outside line, which sealed the fate of his attack. With DRS not yet activated, even crossing lines would not afford Sainz the acceleration needed to succeed. Thus, Qin Mian defended his position at turn 1, forcing Sainz off the track, disrupting his exit rhythm. Consequently, Qin Mian not only secured his standing, but also gained a time advantage of 0.7 seconds, widening the gap between himself and Sainz to 0.9 seconds. From an aerial perspective, Qin Mian's defensive maneuvers were truly remarkable. Each action was impeccably executed, effectively stifling Sainz's attempts while adhering to all FIA regulations. Words fail to encapsulate the elegance of Qin Mian's performance. For him, this was merely a standard defensive line. Meanwhile, in the starting phase, Ocon, in an attempt to defend against Alonso, who was faster both off the line and on track, inadvertently allowed Hamilton, trailing Alonso, to slip past. Although he successfully defended against Alonso, both he and Alonso saw their positions drop by 1 place, with Hamilton moving up to 5th. leaving Alonso and himself in 6th and 7th respectively. The few French fans witnessing this moment were filled with mixed emotions. Following the conclusion of this season, Alonso's contract with Alpine will expire, and the same applies to Ocon on the other side. At this juncture, the team's interests take precedence over all else. By triumphing over his teammate on the track, Ocon could bolster his position when negotiating contracts and salaries with the team, thereby affording him greater leverage to demand a higher salary. This explains why Ocon was so determined to keep Alonso at bay today, even allowing Hamilton to pass in order to ensure his teammate did not surpass him. While racing, the focus is unwavering, and the adrenaline rush is a fundamental aspect of the experience. Thus, when Alonso observed Ocon's defensive maneuvers, he couldn't help but express his grievances over the team radio, stating, "I have never seen Ocon defend so rigorously, never." However, having weathered many storms throughout the years, Alonso has come to see things with clarity and understanding. Despite lacking any prior preparation, he easily surmised Ocon's motivations for his actions. Yet, at that moment, Alonso was powerless and could only continue to seek opportunities behind Ocon. In the second lap, a virtual safety car was deployed on the track. This decision was primarily due to a collision between Albon and Vettel, which left debris on the circuit. The race resumed in the third lap, during which Qin Mian began to exploit the advantage of his soft tires, gradually increasing the time gap between himself and Sainz behind him. During the virtual safety car period, Sainz misjudged the time difference between himself and Qin Mian, leading to a widening gap of 23 seconds once the race restarted. Subsequently, Qin Mian steadily increased the distance from Sainz by 2 seconds per lap. By the 10th lap, the time gap between Qin Mian and Sainz had grown to 4 seconds. Sainz, feeling somewhat helpless, realized that the gap in lap times between him and Qin Mian had not only failed to diminish as the race progressed, but had instead continued to expand. By the 14th lap, all drivers utilizing the C4 soft tires began to experience varying degrees of tire degradation, while Qin Mian set the fastest lap of the race, snatching it away from Sainz. This remarkable lap time caused the 2 Ferrari drivers behind him, as well as everyone in the Ferrari pit, to perk up in surprise. In the 16th lap, Leclerc, who had been patiently trailing Sainz, finally caught up to the DRS zone behind him. In order to avoid impeding the faster Leclerc and to prevent a repeat of the British Grand Prix debacle, Ferrari called Sainz into the pits to switch to medium tires. This tire strategy clearly indicated that Ferrari was preparing for a 2-stop race. After all, Sainz began on medium tires. This chapter concludes with Ferrari's standard operations. Meanwhile, even if Mercedes were to notice Ferrari's actions, they would remain unperturbed. Setting aside the fact that Qin Mian's soft tire lap times remain consistently stable, even if Sainz, emerging from the pit, manages to clock faster lap times than Qin Mian. The 57-second time advantage that Qin Mian has accumulated over 16 laps is sufficient to momentarily diminish the intelligence of the Mercedes strategy team to a level comparable to that of Ferrari's, potentially leading to a mistake. Nonetheless, even under such circumstances, Qin Mian has ample time to maintain his lead after exiting the pits. Not to mention that the Mercedes team, after the previous Grand Prix, faced a rigorous interrogation from Toto, leaving all team members in a state of trepidation. Thus, Qin Mian's pit stop on lap 22 was executed flawlessly. Upon exiting the pit, his position remained intact, as he was the last among the front-runners to make a pit stop. After his exit, he found himself 17 seconds ahead of Leclerc, who was trailing behind. Following Sainz's pit stop, Leclerc displayed a significantly faster pace than Sainz, thereby making Leclerc the car directly behind Qin Mian after they both exited the pits. At this juncture, Leclerc had already made one pit stop, but like Sainz, he had only switched from medium to medium tires, indicating that he would need to pit once more. Subsequently, Qin Mian's speed exhibited a notable decline, allowing Leclerc to close in on him and enter the DRS zone behind Qin Mian. It is only a matter of time before Leclerc mounts an offensive against Qin Mian. On lap 24, a remarkable scene unfolded on the track. Ocon, in 11th place, fiercely defended against all of Alonso's attempts to overtake, to the extent that Ricciardo, positioned behind Alonso, found himself in a prime position to launch an attack on both. Ocon appeared indifferent to this. Consequently, Ricciardo executed a daring maneuver, overtaking both Ocon and Alonso, soaring from 12th to 10th place. Throughout this process, Ocon showed no intention of obstructing Ricciardo. His focus was solely on his teammate Alonso. As a result, Ricciardo entered the points zone, sitting in his McLaren. Ricciardo could hardly fathom the sudden turn of fortune after a season of misfortune since joining the team. Alonso, on the other hand, remained utterly frustrated. From the start of the race until now, he had attempted numerous overtaking maneuvers, all of which had ended in failure. The most distressing situation for F1 drivers on the track is the realization that, despite being faster than the car ahead, various factors prevent them from overtaking. If this scenario isn't painful enough, the situation becomes exponentially more torturous when the car in front is a teammate, as it signifies that both drivers are wielding cars of identical performance. In such cases, even the most exquisite overtaking skills become futile against the negligible performance disparity between their vehicles. This process is colloquially referred to as misfortune opening the door to misfortune. Misfortune at its peak. What is most outrageous is that Alonso reported this matter to Alpine, yet Alpine chose to remain indifferent, allowing both drivers to compete freely on the track. Upon learning this, Alonso could only laugh in exasperation. Meanwhile, in the 30th lap, Qin Mian was overtaken by Leclerc. However, upon witnessing Qin Mian's overtaking, the emotions of the entire Mercedes team remained remarkably composed, as they had planned for Qin Mian to execute a long stint of 48 laps on the track. At this juncture, Qin Mian being overtaken was inconsequential, as he was merely conserving his tires. Even the usually excitable commentators from 5-Star Sports maintained an unusual calm, explaining to the viewers in the live broadcast, Qin Mian being overtaken at this moment is not a significant issue. After all, his strategy for this race is a single pit stop, and he intends for this set of tires to last the entirety of the race, while Leclerc and his competitors will undoubtedly require another pit stop. By then, the 22-second time advantage will be sufficient for Qin Mian to finish the race without being caught by the Ferraris behind him. In the 32nd lap, other drivers began to pit for hard tires. Although Qin Mian had no intention of switching to hard tires throughout the race, he still took note of the lap times of those employing hard tires. To his astonishment, he discovered that his soft tires were yielding lap times of approximately 1 minute 23 seconds under heavy fuel conditions, while the medium tires clocked 1 minute 24 seconds. In contrast, those who had switched to hard tires saw their lap times plummet to 1 minute 26 seconds. It is important to note that by this point in the race, 32 laps had elapsed, and most cars had consumed over half of their fuel, which significantly lightened their weight by at least 20 kilograms compared to the beginning of the race, thus impacting lap times considerably. Not long after, Frankie relayed this observation to Qin Mian. Qin Mian, based on our analysis, the performance of the hard tires is currently subpar and entirely unsuitable for the current track conditions. Qin Mian remained unfazed, as he had no intention of switching to hard tires. Then, in the 40th lap, Leclerc was summoned into the pits by Ferrari. Simultaneously, Ferrari presented a brand new set of hard tires from the team's pit. It is worth noting that both Aero and Alpine, who had pitted early for hard tires, had already validated that such a strategy was ill-suited for the current track conditions. Nevertheless, Ferrari proceeded to call Leclerc in for a tire change. The rationale behind the Ferrari strategy group was straightforward. During practice, they had concluded that the lap times of the hard tires would initially be slightly slower than the mediums for the first 10 laps, but thereafter, each lap on hard tires would be faster by 0.2 to 0 for seconds compared to the mediums. That would be Leclerc's moment to retaliate. One can only say, this is Ferrari. They completely disregarded the temperature issues that arise during the race. At this moment, not only was a cold wind blowing on the track, but there were also occasional light rain showers in certain areas, causing the track temperature to be significantly lower than during their practice testing sessions. After switching to hard tires, Leclerc was unable to maintain his position for even a single lap, as he was swiftly overtaken by Verstappen, who had just surged past him. Not long after this maneuver, Verstappen executed a 360-degree spin at turn 4, inadvertently allowing Leclerc to reclaim his position. However, on lap 45, Verstappen regained his place once more. Leclerc found himself with no resistance against Verstappen, who easily established dominance behind him. By lap 48, Ferrari realized that Leclerc's lap times not only lagged behind Verstappen's, but were also slower than those of Perez, who was trailing him. At this juncture, Leclerc had just exited the pit, making it unfeasible for him to pit again. Doing so would incur excessive losses. Consequently, the Ferrari team called Sainz in for a tire change to soft tires. Upon hearing this news, Qin Mian began to question whether Ferrari truly operated without distinguishing between their two drivers. To Qin Mian, it seemed that Sainz had assumed the role of Ferrari's primary driver, while Leclerc appeared to be merely a test driver for Sainz, assessing the risks. After Sainz's pit stop, Qin Mian's closest competitor became his teammate Hamilton. Both Leclerc and Sainz had entered the pits for tire changes, initiating their three-stop strategy. Although Qin Mian's lap speed was not as swift as when he first emerged from the pits on medium tires, his pace remained remarkably stable, consistently within the team's expected range. Meanwhile, Verstappen, currently in third, was rapidly closing in on Hamilton in second, reducing the time gap by 0.4 of a second each lap. At this point, it was nearly time for Hamilton to pit as well. However, considering that Qin Mian was still ahead, running his long stint, Hamilton, aware of Qin Mian's tire conservation capabilities and the potential for a victory, inquired with his team about whether Verstappen would pose a threat to Qin Mian's position given his increasing proximity. The team responded candidly. If Qin Mian maintained his current pace, without significant deviation, Verstappen would catch up to the DRS zone behind Qin Mian by lap 64. At that stage, Qin Mian would have to rely solely on his defensive skills. Hamilton did not deny Qin Mian's formidable defensive capabilities. In fact, he had previously trained with Qin Mian in offensive and defensive maneuvers, during which Hamilton had begun to question his own abilities, as he found it challenging to breach Qin Mian's defenses. It is worth noting that at that time, both drivers had identical car performance, making Qin Mian's defense considerably easier. Following that session, Hamilton was left with the impression that, should Qin Mian desire it, he might never be able to surpass Qin Mian's defenses throughout his lifetime. As Hamilton's understanding of Qin Mian deepened, he gradually came to realize that his initial intuition might not have been mere illusion. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. Verstappen's speed behind him was evidently superior to that of Qin Mian. Although Hamilton had profoundly experienced the formidable challenge of overtaking on the Hungaroring circuit last season, he still harbored concerns that Qin Mian might struggle to fend off Verstappen's advances. Thus, he resolved to assist Qin Mian in defending against Verstappen to the best of his ability, at least ensuring that when Verstappen closed in on Qin Mian, the latter would experience significantly less pressure. Consequently, Hamilton deliberately missed his pit window, employing a set of tires that had nearly reached their limit of grip to defend against Verstappen for 2 laps, from lap 52 to lap 54. Thereby securing a 2-second advantage for Qin Mian. It was only after being overtaken by Verstappen that Hamilton finally pitted for fresh tires. With 16 laps remaining in the race, he naturally opted for soft tires. Upon exiting the pits, Hamilton found himself in clean air, with Sainz ahead and Perez trailing behind, both of whom were over 5 seconds away from him. This was precisely why Hamilton was willing to assist Qin Mian in fending off Verstappen. After all, his actions would not result in any substantial loss of speed. After Hamilton was overtaken, Qin Mian received word from the team via radio. Hamilton has secured a 2-second advantage for you. It is anticipated that Verstappen will enter the DRS zone behind you in the final lap. How are your tires holding up? Surprised by the team's report, Qin Mian had not expected Hamilton's assistance during the race. He had already mentally prepared himself for a fierce battle with Verstappen in the final 2 laps, maintaining his ERS charge around 70. However, Hamilton's unexpected support caught Qin Mian off guard. In truth, Qin Mian had been overly protective of his tires. To put it succinctly, the wear on his tires was less than he had anticipated. Given the current state of his tires, Qin Mian could afford to improve his lap time by 2 seconds per lap to complete the race. If he pursued this strategy, Verstappen would be unable to catch him before the race concluded. Initially, Qin Mian had entered a state of harmony with his vehicle, focusing solely on running long-distance laps at his most comfortable pace. Yet, upon regaining his focus, he ceased to conserve his tires and began to enhance his lap speed. This shift left Red Bull's strategy team in disarray, as they realized that, at Qin Mian's current pace, even by the end of the race, the time gap between him and Verstappen might stabilize at merely 3 seconds, far too insufficient for an overtaking maneuver. On lap 55, Ferrari called Leclerc into the pits to switch to soft tires. Ferrari has finally acknowledged that Leclerc's performance on hard tires was suboptimal. Despite having only completed 15 laps on this set of tires, they summoned Leclerc into the pits. Consequently, Leclerc, who was once in a commanding position, saw any chance of contending for the race victory evaporate. It is noteworthy that Ferrari's car was the fastest on the track today, unparalleled by any other competitor. It is truly astonishing how such a promising situation could be squandered by Ferrari. To put it bluntly, even a dog could devise a better pit strategy than the current strategy team at Ferrari. As the race progressed, Verstappen, in second place, relentlessly pursued Qin Mian, who was leading, while Hamilton, in fourth, fervently chased down Sainz in third. By the 60th lap, Hamilton had managed to reduce the gap to Sainz to a mere 27 seconds, while Verstappen was trailing Qin Mian by 5 seconds. However, the rate at which Verstappen was closing in on Qin Mian was not sufficient, even if it were a margin of 0.5 seconds per lap. There would be no time left for Verstappen to mount an offensive before the race concluded. The prospect of overtaking Qin Mian seemed increasingly unlikely. At this moment, Verstappen was never more desperate for Hamilton to falter. Without Hamilton's defensive maneuvers in those 2 laps, Verstappen might have genuinely been able to catch up to Qin Mian. In this chapter's conclusion, Qin Mian expressed surprise. After all, Verstappen had quietly diminished the time gap between them. It appeared that the competitor had been concealing considerable speed. As the race neared its end, light rain began to fall on certain sections of the track. However, this drizzle was insufficient to create any significant disturbance in Qin Mian's driving, despite Verstappen's numerous silent prayers for a downpour. The only response he received was the increasingly darkening sky. While rain continued to fall, it never escalated into a heavy downpour. By the 64th lap, Hamilton overtook Sainz, moving into third place. Following this maneuver, the podium positions were all but secured. Mercedes was poised for a triumphant return, securing a remarkable victory. Simultaneously, the broadcast team adeptly shifted the camera focus to the Mercedes pit, where Toto Wolff wore a broad smile of satisfaction. Yet, as the race was not yet concluded, he maintained a composed demeanor, refraining from overly exuberant expressions. After all, the sky above the track was growing ever darker, and meteorological charts indicated a vast expanse of rain clouds advancing toward the circuit, making rain a very real possibility. Aware of Qin Mian's vulnerability to light rain, Toto couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern that the weather might jeopardize Qin Mian's chances of securing the race victory. Despite the meteorological officials explicitly informing Toto that rain was unlikely before the conclusion of the race, as the event drew to a close, the upper echelons of all teams were fixated on the weather radar, either anticipating a last-minute downpour or fervently wishing that the skies would remain clear. However, neither scenario materialized on the track. Instead, during the 68th lap, Bottas's car succumbed to a power unit failure, halting on the circuit. Given that the issue arose at the congested junction of the second and third timing sectors, Bottas's vehicle lacked sufficient inertia to maneuver it to the entrance of the pit. Moreover, the location where he parked was rather distant from the pit lane. Consequently, to avert a secondary incident, the race officials deployed a virtual safety car, despite the yellow flag being a viable solution. With merely 2 laps remaining, the outcome of the race appeared predetermined. Ultimately, the final standings mirrored the positions of the drivers at the time of the virtual safety car's deployment. The race resumed on the 69th lap, coinciding with an increase in rainfall on the track. Nevertheless, the positions of the drivers crossing the finish line remained unchanged relative to one another. Qin Mian, starting from pole position, triumphed, marking the 5th time in his career that he transitioned from pole to victory. Following the conclusion of the race, the driver rankings and points were as follows: P1, Qin Mian 25, P2, Verstappen 18, P3, Hamilton 15, fastest lap, P4, Sainz 12, P5, Perez 10, P6, Leclerc 8, P7, Norris 6, P8, Alonso 4, P9, Ocon 2, P10, Vettel 1. Qin Mian's championship victory is a testament to his exceptional tire management and consistent long-distance speed. Steady and swift, he once again elevated the Mercedes car to an echelon it did not rightfully belong to. Hamilton, benefiting from the performance of his soft tires during the latter stages of the race, secured the point for the fastest lap. Ocon, who defended his position against Alonso throughout the race like a lion, ultimately fell short of his aspirations, finishing behind Alonso in 9th place, thus earning a mere 2 points. Zhou Guanyu, in this race, did not exhibit his usual prowess. This was not exclusive to Zhou. Bottas's pace was also lackluster, and neither of the Alfa Romeo drivers managed to enter the points. Casual spectators might find this puzzling, But seasoned F1 aficionados recognize that the competitive advantage enjoyed by Alfa Romeo has expired, as other teams' upgrades began to yield results. Alfa Romeo's incremental improvements proved insufficient to match the enhanced speed of rival teams, consequently diminishing their competitiveness. Meanwhile, following this race, the driver standings are as follows. 1. Qin Mian 224-2, Verstappen 199-3, Leclerc 164-4, Perez 1605, Sainz 1176, Hamilton 110-7, Norris 64-8, Ocon 56-9, Bottas 38-14, Vettel 15. The team standings are as follows. 1. Red Bull 379-2, Mercedes 377-3, Ferrari 3044, Alpine 955, McLaren 786, Alfa Romeo 64-7, Haas 25-8, AlphaTauri 24-9, Aston Martin 18-10, Williams 1. After this race, the gap in points between the Mercedes and Red Bull teams has narrowed to just 2 points. Entering the summer break with such a slender margin, it is likely that the engineers at Red Bull will find themselves sleepless. During this period, it is expected that senior figures like Horner and Newey will be quite anxious about the situation. However, these matters are not of concern to Qin Mian and the Mercedes team at present. As the checkered flag waved and he crossed the finish line, Qin Mian, whose adrenaline had surged throughout the race, finally found a moment to exhale. Well done, Qin Mian. This marks yet another pole to win in your career. And if memory serves me right, it should be your 5th. Revel in this well-deserved moment of glory. Frankie's voice always resonates after each of Qin Mian's victories, like a background score. Let's go. Haha, what a thrill. Despite knowing he had a significant chance of victory today, the reality of securing the win evokes an entirely different emotion. Though familiar with such feelings, Qin Mian cannot help but feel elated each time he truly claims victory. Perhaps this is why so many are relentlessly drawn to the pursuit of an F1 championship. Toto also timely interjected with a conversation between Qin Mian and Frankie. An incredible race. You performed exceptionally well today, Qin Mian. We are proud of you. Thank you, boss. Today's race was indeed flawless. Haha, and please extend my thanks to Lewis. After conversing with the team's leaders, Qin Mian drove his car, trailing Hamilton, back to the post-race inspection area. At that moment, light rain began to fall on the track. Although Qin Mian has always harbored a distaste for rain, upon witnessing this downpour, a smile graced his face. The rain was perfectly timed, arriving only after the race concluded. Soon, Qin Mian's Mercedes came to a halt in the designated parking area for the Hungarian Grand Prix champion. As his car settled, a thunderous cheer erupted from the gathered Mercedes team personnel, who had been eagerly awaiting his return, showering Qin Mian with applause and well wishes for his outstanding performance today. Upon exiting the vehicle to celebrate, Qin Mian diligently ensured that his steering wheel was securely fastened. Only after this did he indulge in a moment of jubilation with his team, turning to embrace the enthusiastic staff members. Radiating joy, he exchanged hugs and greetings with everyone present. Following this, Hamilton descended from his car and approached Qin Mian. The two shared a brief embrace, after which Qin Mian, with his white helmet pressed against Hamilton's yellow one, exclaimed, "Thank you, my friend. Without your assistance, my victory today would not have been as effortless." Hamilton, leaning in similarly, retorted, "Oh come on, don't put on a show in front of me." He then gestured towards the tires of Qin Mian's car, adding, "With the condition of your tires, you could continue racing for 10 more laps without any concerns about wear." Qin Mian inspected his tires, noting their pristine surface, albeit speckled with small bits of rubber. Overall, the tires were in excellent condition and merely required a specialized scraper to remove the residue, making them perfectly suitable for data collection during practice. Shrugging, Qin Mian conceded, "All right, you've caught me. Your assistance was indeed a bit unwarranted." Hamilton, unfazed, playfully patted Qin Mian's helmet and remarked, "Regardless, you owe me a meal." Qin Mian raised an eyebrow, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Didn't you say your help was ineffective? How is it that I still owe you a dinner?" The effectiveness of the assistance was one matter, but the debt for a meal was another. Hamilton chuckled and released Qin Mian, heading off to celebrate with the team. With a resigned shrug, Qin Mian acknowledged the situation. He then greeted Verstappen, who was undergoing weighing, and completed his post-race weigh-in. The subsequent interviews were swiftly bypassed, as there was little of note in Qin Mian's post-race commentary. His victory was clearly a testament to his individual prowess. However, in the preparation room, as Qin Mian wiped away sweat and prepared to don his cap for the podium. A monitor displayed Hamilton's defensive maneuvers against Verstappen on behalf of Qin Mian. To offer a professional assessment, Qin Mian mused that Hamilton's defensive tactics still had considerable room for improvement. Had their positions been reversed, he believed he could have defended against Verstappen for at least 4 laps. Beyond that, it was uncertain, as Hamilton's tires were indeed struggling at that point. "How much time did your defense gain me?" Verstappen inquired, glancing towards Hamilton. "About 2 seconds, but I didn't confirm with the team," came the response. With a hint of resignation, Verstappen added, "Without your defense, I might have posed a serious threat to Qin Mian's championship today." Hearing this, Qin Mian merely smiled in response. Hamilton glanced at the smiling Qin Mian with an inscrutable expression and remarked, "It is indeed possible. Qin Mian's speed has noticeably declined towards the end." Internally, Hamilton couldn't help but ridicule the younger generation. One was as naive as a simpleton who could merely drive a racing car, while the other, ostensibly gentle and humble, harbored a wealth of cunning once on the track. Take, for instance, Qin Mian's set of soft tires that lasted for 48 laps. With the remaining endurance of those tires, he could run for over 10 more laps. Can you believe it? He was utterly perplexed as to how Qin Mian managed to extend the durability of his tires beyond that of his competitors. After a brief conversation, the event organizers approached to inform the 3 drivers that it was time to ascend the podium. Consequently, upon this notification, Hamilton, Verstappen, and Qin Mian took their turns to receive their awards. When Qin Mian emerged, the once spacious starting straight was now entirely occupied by fervent fans. The phrase shoulder to shoulder scarcely encapsulating the scene he beheld, as it resembled sardines packed in a can. Strangely, Qin Mian noticed someone holding a white foam board emblazoned with DRS, and he couldn't help but chuckle, as this was the second occasion he had seen such a novelty item at the podium. While this souvenir was undoubtedly special for fans attending the F1 Grand Prix, Qin Mian found himself questioning the practicality of such a large item. Wouldn't it take up considerable space at home? Did they truly have enough room to accommodate it? Regardless, once Elliott took the stage and settled into his position, Qin Mian composed his expression, maintaining a solemn demeanor until the national anthem concluded. Following this, during the interval between the anthem and the awards ceremony, Fei Gu from 5-Star Sports remarked with a smile, "Though this is not our first time hearing this song during the post-race podium ceremony, I cannot quite explain why I never tire of it." As his words hung in the air, the other 2 commentators chuckled in agreement. Indeed, this anthem never grows stale, especially amidst the fervor of an F1 circuit. "It feels as though I would relish hearing it at every Grand Prix," chimed in Bingo. After the awards ceremony concluded and Qin Mian and his companions celebrated on the track, the Hungarian Grand Prix officially came to a close, marking the conclusion of the first half of the F1 2022 season. Following this, the teams would enter a month-long break. Technically speaking, the break lasts merely 2 weeks, 14 days, to be precise. However, this period is mandated as a compulsory holiday by the FIA, during which all team personnel are granted leave and overtime is strictly prohibited. The FIA even sends representatives to oversee this period, ensuring that no teams engage in clandestine research and development that might allow them to gain an unfair advantage over their competitors during this hiatus. However, aside from these 2 weeks, the team still has an additional 2 weeks during which they can engage in regular research and design activities. For Qin Mian and his fellow workers, any respite is preferable to none, and the development of the racing car can wait until the end of the summer break. Chapter End 422, the summer break commences. Due to the commendable performance of the racing team in the final race prior to the summer hiatus, everyone received a substantial bonus after the event concluded. Following the race, Qin Mian handed over his responsibilities and returned to Monaco. While on the plane, his work phone incessantly flickered to life, lighting up and dimming repeatedly. Everyone was aware that post-summer break, Qin Mian, the highly sought-after F1 world champion, would have some free time, prompting numerous domestic and international programs to extend invitations for him to appear as a guest. Additionally, several sponsors sought to engage Qin Mian for endorsements. However, with Xiaoming absent and Qin Mian unwilling to squander his time replying to each individual request, he opted to silence his phone and set it aside. At that moment, Qin Mian was not preoccupied with such trivial matters. Rather, he was engrossed in reading the audience's comments about him on Hupu. Given the current surge of interest in F1 due to the efforts of both Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu, though primarily Qin Mian, the domestic audience had grown significantly, particularly since Qin Mian was well known for his fondness for gaming and often streamed gameplay during his leisure time. Consequently, there was an overlap between the gaming community and F1 enthusiasts in the country. Hupu subsequently launched an F1 section, which, like its traditional domains, featured a variety of sharp critiques. Recently, Qin Mian had developed a genuine fondness for this section, as domestic netizens displayed remarkable wit, frequently offering incisive and original insights that often elicited a knowing smile. For instance, a sharp commentary on Leclerc's performance in the latest race posed the question, if you were in Perez's position, would Qin Mian dare to race so comfortably for the entire duration? Of course, Qin Mian's favorite commentary pertained to the Ferrari team. No worries. Leclerc is still in the points. Ferrari can allow him to pit once more. Upon returning home, Qin Mian promptly handed his phone to Xiaoming and indulged in a relaxing shower before retiring to bed. The following morning, he forewent his usual workout, instead grabbing his fishing gear and some snacks before heading downstairs with the spare key to Leclerc's yacht, which was kept at Qin Mian's residence. Although the Mercedes team had yet to issue an official holiday notice, technically, Qin Mian remained in a work status. However, if Qin Mian chose not to work, the team would not assign him any tasks, rendering him effectively on holiday. After a hectic 6 months, what Qin Mian yearned for most was not to reunite with family, engage in gaming, or enjoy a comfortable slumber. Currently, what Qin Mian truly desires is to find a secluded and tranquil place, where he can relish the serenity of solitude. It is indeed true that humans are social creatures. However, as the ancients wisely stated, excess is as detrimental as deficiency. Having spent an extensive duration in the bustling environment of Formula One, he finds himself yearning for the peaceful ambience of his childhood. Beyond the fatigue that accompanies being an F1 driver, the discomfort arises from the constant presence of people around him, with both visible and invisible cameras scrutinizing his every move. Every action is magnified under the glaring spotlight, a fate that befalls all F1 drivers. Although Qin Mian remains indifferent to this reality, over time, it inevitably becomes burdensome. Thus, after the conclusion of the race, he seeks to evade all responsibilities, yearning only to sail alone to a remote part of the sea, where he can fish and listen to music in peace. Around 8 in the evening, after drifting on the sea throughout the day, Qin Mian finally returned to the Monaco dock. In his hands, besides the fishing gear he had taken with him, he also carried the remnants of his snacks. Upon disembarking, many recognized him, yet most merely greeted him from a distance, refraining from approaching for a conversation. To put it bluntly, while Qin Mian is indeed famous, when it comes to wealth, the locals of Monaco are unperturbed. He responded with a composed nod, subtly concealing the box he held behind him. Throughout the entire morning and afternoon, he had not caught a single fish. Should this be exposed, even Qin Mian's seasoned composure would falter in embarrassment. Upon returning home, he found Xiaoming busy in the study, while his mother sat on the sofa watching a movie, deftly knitting a sweater with 2 long chopsticks. Honestly, it was the first time Qin Mian had witnessed his mother engage in such an activity. In the past, she had a formal job, and her leisure time was devoted to relaxation rather than such pastimes. However, Qin Mian was not unfamiliar with knitting, having seen female classmates bring their knitting projects to school, multitasking between lectures and their crafts. Curiously, he approached his mother and inquired, "Mom, when did you come back? Weren't you in France? And what are you doing? What prompted you to start knitting?" His mother glanced at him before returning her gaze to her work, responding lightly, "I'm making some clothes for my grandson." Qin Mian was taken aback, mentally chiding himself for his indiscreet question. He discreetly prepared to rise. Just then, his mother's voice floated toward him. "The yarn I'm using is of the finest quality, both in texture and comfort. The only drawback is that its quality diminishes over time if not used." Qin Mian was well aware of the underlying meaning behind her mother's words. It was a subtle hint directed at herself. Thus, she promptly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are right." Following that, she hurriedly made her way to the study. At that moment, Xiaoming sat at her desk, adorned with a pair of blue light-blocking glasses that accentuated her intellectual beauty. However, Qin Mian had grown accustomed to this version of Xiaoming and did not feel the same impulse to rush toward her as she had the first time she encountered her in such a state. Upon noticing Qin Mian's entrance, Xiaoming looked up with curiosity and asked, after a whole day, I presume you caught quite a few fish? Qin Mian replied, what is it with the two women at home today? Why are they both trying to pierce my heart? After a light cough, she continued, indeed. I caught quite a few fish, but they were mostly inedible. While docking at the pier, I encountered several fans visiting Monaco, and I ended up giving those fish to them. She shrugged her shoulders in response. Xiaoming, slightly taken aback, regarded Qin Mian with a raised eyebrow before nodding and saying, I see. It seems your fishing skills have improved significantly lately. After complimenting her, she shifted the topic by handing a folder from her desk to Qin Mian, stating, here, take a look at this. Qin Mian's lips twitched in annoyance. Can I not enjoy a leisurely summer break without any responsibilities? Xiaoming mimicked her gesture and shrugged. If that's what you desire, it's certainly possible. But are you certain you don't wish to see who has been trying to reach you? Ultimately, Qin Mian accepted the folder from Xiaoming and settled into her seat to peruse its contents. The first matter was from Jili, where Li Shufu wished to invite Qin Mian to dinner. Her brow furrowed. This was indeed an invitation she could not refuse, and it would likely necessitate a trip back to the homeland. The second item was from CCTV, which wanted to invite Qin Mian to participate in a talk show. Given her substantial influence among the youth in the country, this request was not surprising. Qin Mian felt a sense of helplessness. While she had achieved a modest level of success in F1, she was acutely aware of her limitations and felt she lacked the experience to share insights with a national audience. She had no inclination to participate in the discussion, as her knowledge was limited to the diligence that had brought her this far. Thus, she extracted the paper from the folder and handed it back to Xiaoming, saying, please decline politely. I genuinely do not wish to attend. You know as well as I do that, if I were to participate in interviews post-race, I could discuss the nuances of today's competition for hours. However, when it comes to topics beyond my expertise, I might struggle to articulate even a single thought. Xiaoming, unfazed by this, accepted the document and placed it aside, awaiting the next set of materials. The subsequent items were primarily invitations to various entertainment events, urging Qin Mian to make appearances or participate in assorted activities, all rather unremarkable. However, a common thread ran through these invitations. They offered substantial compensation and were all based domestically. In the end, the activities left for Qin Miao were not particularly numerous. For these engagements, Qin Miao had no other demands. He simply wished to assess his own interest or, perhaps, felt compelled to accept due to the generous offers presented. The first was a dinner invitation from the owner of Jili. This was a private meeting, and Qin Miao was indeed eager to converse with Jili, curious about their forthcoming strategic plans. The second was an invitation to participate in a recording of the program Want to Live upon returning to the country. The production team had reached out to Qin Miao, who had previously watched the show while in the country and had quite enjoyed it. However, since moving abroad, he had neither the time nor opportunity to view it. Nevertheless, the memories of the show lingered in his mind, igniting a sense of curiosity about how the program was actually produced. The third was an internal gathering for the owners of a Mercedes-Benz dealership in the country, who wished to invite Qin Miao to deliver a speech. Indeed, it was merely a matter of making an appearance, saying a few words, and possibly taking a group photo with the attendees. Following this standard procedure, they offered Qin Miao a staggering appearance fee of 5 million RMB, post-tax. Upon receiving this offer, Qin Miao was momentarily taken aback, even suspecting that it might be a scam, fearing he could be denied payment after attending. It wasn't until Xiaoming presented a detailed contract, outlining Qin Miao's obligations and the compensation he would receive upon fulfilling them, that his concerns were alleviated. They even provided half of the payment as a deposit. To be honest, although Qin Miao had begun to lose track of the value of money, the sheer magnitude of a 5 million RMB appearance fee profoundly reshaped his understanding of the wealth possessed by the affluent. Was their money truly as if blown in by the wind? Aside from these 3 engagements, Qin Miao had no further commitments in the country. He dined with 3 commentators from 5-Star Sports, met with Boss Zhou, and brought some gifts. Thus, he completed nearly all the tasks he had planned for this summer break. Beyond these obligatory or desired activities, what Qin Miao truly anticipated during this summer hiatus was an invitation from the organizers of Blast. They wished to invite him to participate in the exhibition match preceding the Blast Summer Finals. Blast is one of the organizers of the CSGO gaming competitions. Unlike F1 or LOL, which are overseen by official organizations. CSGO tournaments are organized by various independent entities. They merely need to report to the game's developer, Valve, and obtain a permit before hosting an officially recognized CSGO event. The invitation extended to Qin Mian was primarily for him to attend the exhibition match before the finals and play a game to help warm up the atmosphere. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mian readily accepted the invitation upon reading this. It is widely acknowledged within the CSGO community that Qin Mian has a penchant for playing CSGO. Many players, lacking a CSGO match to watch, would turn their attention to F1 if Qin Mian were competing. In fact, a considerable number of CSGO enthusiasts began following F1 due to their admiration for Qin Mian. However, due to his involvement in the F1 industry, Qin Mian finds it challenging to step onto the professional CSGO stage. Now that he has the opportunity to play CSGO live, he eagerly anticipates the magnitude of applause that the audience might bestow upon him following his stellar performance. Moreover, Qin Mian has not made any other arrangements for his summer break, as this period is fundamentally intended for drivers to recuperate. While a modicum of work is understandable, excessive commitments would be counterproductive. After spending 2 days in Monaco, Qin Mian returned to the team for the final meeting before the summer break, which served to finalize the development direction of the car for the end of the season. Subsequently, the Mercedes team officially commenced their summer vacation the Friday following the conclusion of the Hungarian Grand Prix. On the first day of his holiday, Qin Mian declined Toto's invitation to visit his home and instead took a flight back to his homeland. He first brought gifts to visit Zhou, and his arrival did not come as a surprise. The two engaged in conversation for the entire afternoon. The following day, Qin Mian traveled to Shanghai. Chapter End 423. Binggu Canteen. The trio of commentators from 5-Star Sports has consistently hosted a live broadcast program known as Binggu Canteen. Given that F1 races predominantly take place abroad, particularly in Europe, it is often the case that a Grand Prix concludes around midnight or even 1 or 2 in the morning. At such times, the most instinctive human reaction is to feel both exhausted and hungry, prompting a desire for sustenance. This is the ideal moment to venture out for a late-night snack, during which the commentators engage in a live broadcast, interacting with the viewers while discussing the drivers' performances on the track, all while enjoying a meal. Surprisingly, the response has been quite positive, achieving a trifecta of success. However, the Binggu Canteen following the Hungarian Grand Prix was postponed, waiting until the day after Qin Mian returned to his country, specifically the first evening after his arrival in Shanghai. Very few people were aware of Qin Mian's return. On one hand, he possesses his private jet, which allows him to depart at his convenience without needing to book through commercial airlines. Although it cannot be claimed that his itinerary is impervious to leaks, it is certainly more discreet than traveling on a commercial flight. The postponement of Binggu Canteen was intended to await Qin Mian, delivering a modest surprise to the viewers in the live stream. Hello? Is there sound? The live stream of Binggu commenced, revealing Ran Ji's face as they stood at the entrance of Shanghai Broadcasting. After all, 5-Star Sports is considered a subsidiary channel of Shanghai Broadcasting. Thus their office building shares the same premises as that of Shanghai Broadcasting. Once the microphones were adjusted, Brother Bing and Brother Fei emerged from the studio. Is everyone here? Let us set off. Confirming that everyone had arrived, they all boarded Brother Bing's Porsche. Throughout the journey, they refrained from revealing the streets they traversed, and the same applied to the restaurant they were heading to. It wasn't until they entered the restaurant and settled into their private room that the live broadcast resumed its normalcy. Although the broadcast had an unusual feel today, the audience in the streaming room remained oblivious, engaging in casual conversation. What are we eating today? Where's Li Bao? I want to see Li Bao. The cameraman should be docked pay. I almost got motion sickness. Why are there no advertisements in the restaurant today? Is it just the 3 of you? As some viewers noted, previous episodes of Brother Bing's Cafeteria typically included advertisements, whether for car merchandise or sponsorships. After all, the costs associated with dining and filming necessitated financial recuperation from other sources. However, today lacked such promotions. Upon arrival, the trio began ordering while speculating on the current state of the F1 paddock and forecasting the next season's outcomes. Qin Mian was currently in excellent form. The question arose whether he could leverage his personal prowess to successfully defend his title. After chatting for over 10 minutes, their orders were placed but not yet served, leading some astute viewers to sense something amiss. Is there another guest coming? Why aren't we touching our chopsticks yet? Is there a beauty? Li Bao, my Li Bao. Can you stop being ridiculous? Get lost, delusional person. For chairs, I bet someone else is coming. Who could it be? Who knows? Maybe it's Qin Mian. Don't joke. He is probably still in England at this hour. To be fair, netizens had some insight. And they indeed guessed who the guest for today might be, though they dismissed their own conjectures. However, the answer soon revealed itself when a knock resounded at the door of the private room. Zhou Haoran, seated closest to the door, rose to open it. Upon doing so, he beheld a man clad in simple short sleeves and shorts, yet his head was enveloped in a meticulous covering. He has arrived. Zhou Haoran, undeterred by the obscured face, greeted the newcomer with warmth. Qin Mian nodded, and as he entered, he began to remove his mask, hat, and sunglasses, while exclaiming, "Shanghai is incredibly congested, even at night. It's a mess. I was stuck in traffic for nearly half an hour." At this moment, the staff responsible for filming had already directed the camera towards the entrance where Qin Mian stood. In fact, many of the viewers in Bing Ji's live stream were ardent fans of F1. One could even assert that the majority tuned in to Bing Ji's canteen primarily to witness F1. Consequently, this group was relatively familiar with Qin Mian's voice. After all, whether in the previous season or the current one, Qin Mian had frequently graced the podium post-race, leading to numerous interviews, and thus, his voice had been etched in the memories of many racing enthusiasts. However, at this juncture, Qin Mian had not completely shed his disguise, so despite the viewers' suspicions, they still found it hard to believe that the person who had arrived was indeed Qin Mian. It was only when he finally revealed his true self that the realization dawned upon them. Wow. Huh. Qin Mian? What on earth? Is it really Qin Mian? Wow, I guessed it right. This might be the most illustrious guest ever to grace Bing Gu's canteen. A world champion. Indeed, the evening traffic in Shanghai could be a bit troublesome. Fei Gu and Bing Gu also stood up to greet Qin Mian. In the presence of the sole F1 world champion in the country, the three commentators showed ample respect, even rising to welcome him. After entering, Qin Mian shook hands and greeted each person, even extending his hand to the photographer who was capturing the moment, leaving the photographer feeling somewhat bashful. The gaze directed at Qin Mian was filled with warmth, and he realized he had gained yet another devoted fan. Now, the audience understands why we postponed Bing Ji's canteen after the Hungarian Grand Prix. After Bing Gu led Qin Mian to his seat, he cheerfully winked at the camera and said, "We were just waiting for this heavyweight guest. How about that? I hope it was worth the wait." Wow, not at all. This surprise is quite overwhelming. Bring him back more often. Next time, invite Xiao Zhou and Qin Mian together. Please keep the camera focused on Qin Mian's face. It's urgent, thank you. Upon hearing Bing Gu's words, Qin Mian curiously leaned closer to the camera and asked, "Are we live? I thought you were filming a documentary." Fei Gu nodded and replied, "Indeed, we are live, and it seems the audience is quite eager to chat with you. How about we keep the camera on you for today's meal?" "Sounds good. Fei Gu, you must not hit traffic on your way to work. You must have no cues. Fei Gu, your instant noodles never break." Without much thought, Qin Mian allowed the photographer to focus on him. Bing Gu then inquired, "Qin Mian, I remember you also go live during your breaks, right?" Qin Mian nodded and remarked, "During my leisure time, I often indulge in video games. One day, I discovered that a car enthusiast recognized me and requested a live stream while I was playing. Thus, I commenced the stream, primarily to establish an additional avenue for interaction with my fans, and I must say, the comments they sent were quite entertaining." Brother Bing, smiling, handed a phone to Qin Mian and said, "I can rest easy now. Tonight, this live stream is in your capable hands." Qin Mian responded, "Huh?" Although still somewhat bewildered. He greeted the audience with a smile. "Good evening, viewers of Brother Bing's Canteen. I trust one need no introduction. For those unfamiliar with me, you may refer to the Qatar Grand Prix of 2021. Upon hearing this, Brother Bing and the others chuckled. For Qin Mian was the world champion following the conclusion of that very race. However, his self-promotion did not come off as forced in this relatively relaxed setting and was not off-putting to the audience. "Pleasure to meet you. Greetings, world champion. Qin Mian. Alive and well. Returning to play during the summer break?" Qin Mian was quite adept at engaging with the viewers in the live stream. Although he had been entrusted with the stream, he primarily engaged in conversation with Brother Bing and the others, occasionally responding to questions from the comments. Before long, the food arrived, and they were enjoying hot pot. As Shanghai locals, Brother Bing and his companions typically did not consume overly spicy dishes. But today was special as they were treating Qin Miao. Naturally, the atmosphere was joyous. After a comfortable meal at Brother Bing's place, they each received an autographed photo from Qin Miao, and as the time approached for them to disperse, Qin Miao initially intended to leave after the meal. However, he occasionally underestimated the prowess of the public. Despite Brother Fei and Brother Bing's efforts to conceal their whereabouts on their way here, even avoiding revealing the restaurant's name. As Qin Miao and Brother Fei finished their meal and stepped outside to settle the bill, they encountered a gathering of 5 or 6 individuals at the entrance. It was evident that these individuals were not there for a meal, but rather seemed to be waiting for someone. Qin Miao even spotted someone wearing the black team uniform of the Mercedes-Benz racing team. Recognizing the intent of these individuals, the 4 friends instantly understood they were there to seek out Qin Miao. After all, while Brother Fei and the others possessed a modicum of fame within the racing community, it had not yet reached a level where fans would gather specifically to confront them during a meal. Realizing the purpose of their visitors, Brother Bing and the others were taken aback. They distinctly remembered that throughout their journey, they had not revealed any notable characteristics or landmarks. How had these individuals managed to track them down? As soon as the fans spotted Qin Miao, those who had been waiting for quite some time naturally rushed forward to greet him. However, the crowd here is not particularly large, and at this hour, those who remain awake are few and far between, primarily consisting of the youthful. Thus, they exhibit a certain decorum, refraining from rushing forward en masse. They merely approach within a couple of meters of Qin Mian. Upon realizing that these individuals were specifically seeking him out, Qin Mian naturally stepped forward. Initially taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. Handling interviews seemed quite cumbersome in his view, yet interacting with his fans was an entirely different matter. His admirers viewed him through a lens of admiration, allowing for a more relaxed engagement without the encumbrance of excessive considerations. Curiously, Qin Mian inquired, "How did you all find your way here? I remember that Fei Gu and the others did not disclose the location during their live broadcast, did they?" The trio of commentators from Wuxing Sports also cast curious glances in that direction. One young man clad in a Mercedes-Benz team uniform scratched his head and chuckled. "Actually, it wasn't too difficult. I often come here for hot pot, and I happen to be quite familiar with the ambience of the private room you all are occupying today. So, I thought I'd take a chance, and, to my surprise, I guessed correctly." Qin Mian shook his head in resignation. "You certainly have your skills." He then turned to the other fans, whose faces were alight with excitement, asking, "Do you all frequently dine here?" One fellow shook his head, saying, "Not really. I was watching the live broadcast and saw him waiting here as I passed by. When he heard that I was playing Bing Ji's canteen on my phone, he stopped me." He gestured towards the fan in the Mercedes-Benz uniform. Qin Mian was left speechless. Was his influence truly so profound that a random passerby could be drawn in by the allure of Bing Ji's canteen? "You must treat this fellow to a meal tonight." Qin Mian jested. "A meal? No. I will directly recognize him as my godfather," the young man declared, clasping his fists and kneeling before the fan in the Mercedes-Benz uniform, reciting, "Lu Bu, having drifted for half a lifetime, laments not having encountered a worthy master. Should you not abandon me?" Hey, that's enough." The other quickly interrupted, for being recognized as Lu Bu's godfather was hardly a commendable title. Each individual had their own unique reason for being there, resulting in a myriad of whimsical explanations. After the jovial banter, Qin Mian took out his phone to check the time. It was getting late, but fortunately, the crowd was still manageable. He surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Since there aren't many fans here yet, let's swiftly get through the autographs and photos. Once more people arrive, I fear I might find myself unable to leave." Upon hearing this, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. After all, Qin Mian's fame was considerable, and lingering too long could indeed lead to crowd congestion or even a stampede. Thus, the fans cooperatively lined up, and Qin Mian took their phones, posing for photos with them. Being surrounded by male fans, he felt no psychological burden. Amidst their excited and nervous expressions, he embraced their shoulders, smiling for the camera before moving on to the next person. Within 2 minutes, he had completed the signing and photo session with all the fans who had sought him out, just as Bingu arrived with his Porsche. Qin Mian hurriedly got into the car and waved to the fans who remained in place, holding their phones to capture the moment. "You all should disperse now. Please take care on your way back." With that, Qin Mian naturally departed. The fervor of the fans was truly unexpected. "I never imagined that despite our efforts to conceal ourselves, there would still be individuals seeking us out." At this moment, the live broadcast had concluded, allowing Fei Ge to speak more casually. Qin Mian nodded in agreement. Who can deny that? It's fortunate that you didn't announce my arrival in advance. Had you done so, I fear I would have been trapped in that restaurant until dawn, and the police would likely have had to come to maintain order. Binga nodded. Indeed, there are many talented individuals among the crowd. It's entirely possible someone could easily pinpoint our location. Chapter End 424. The future of Zhou Guanyu. After enjoying dinner with the commentators from 5-Star Sports, we all indulged in a literal foot bath in the evening. Nothing untoward implied. Subsequently, Qin Mian returned to his residence in Shanghai, a gift from Boss Zhou, a fact he recalled vividly. It seemed, however, that this was Qin Mian's first visit to this place. The decoration and arrangement of the apartment had all been managed by Qiu Meng, and even the property was registered under her name. Qin Mian didn't take a careful look at the interior layout. After refreshing himself in the bathroom, he simply laid down on the bed to sleep. F1 drivers possess a rather unique skill, an ability to sleep anywhere. As long as there is a bed, one can find comfort and easily drift into slumber. At least, that was the case for Qin Mian. However, having gone to bed late, and with the holiday in full swing, he felt devoid of his usual sense of urgency. When he finally awoke, it was nearly 11 o'clock in the morning. This marked the first time since entering the F1 circuit that he had risen to find the hour so late. Rubbing his head, he surprisingly found this sensation rather pleasant, and his overall spirit was notably vibrant. His late-night slumber had not adversely affected his state. Soon, however, his attention was drawn to a missed call on his phone. The call had come in at 10 o'clock from Li Shufu. Qin Mian paused for a moment before realizing that he had overslept and missed the call from Mr. Li. Yet, he felt no urgency. The opportunity had already passed, and there was little to be gained from fretting. Thus, after getting up and freshening up, he engaged in a brief workout to awaken his muscles before returning the call to Li Shufu. The call connected swiftly, and Li Shufu's voice came through. Hello? Qin Mian. It's me, Mr. Li. I sincerely apologize. I stayed up late last night and overslept this morning, missing your call. It's quite all right. F1 drivers often operate under immense pressure. It's rare to have a moment to relax. A little indulgence now and then is harmless. After all, as the saying goes, one must balance work and rest to achieve peak performance. Indeed, after a polite exchange, Qin Miao smiled and remarked, it seems that Mr. Li must have quite a workload lately. It's not too bad really. I primarily provide suggestions and insights, as there are other shareholders involved. Most matters are decided collectively, and there are dedicated personnel to handle them, Li Shufu replied. After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation, asking, I heard you returned to the country? Oh. Qin Miao nodded with a hint of resignation. Yes, I sneaked back the day before yesterday, and very few people know. I honestly don't understand how it happened. I was merely at the restaurant entrance when I was surrounded by fans. To be honest, I now greatly admire the investigative skills of car enthusiasts. They can find me no matter where I hide. This just goes to show that our country is full of hidden talents. Are you still in Shanghai? Yes. I am at home, Qin Miao replied without much thought. That's perfect. I'm also in Shanghai, and it's nearly mealtime. Shall we go out for a meal together? Li Shufu invited. Then, as if to ease Qin Miao's concerns, he added, Don't worry. This time it will be quite discreet, and no one will disturb us. Qin Miao could only smile helplessly. Please, don't tease me. The disturbance yesterday was mainly due to the live stream during dinner. If you wish, we can also live stream our meal. I never noticed that Mr. Li had such a playful side before, Qin Miao mused. After receiving the address and confirming the meeting time with Li Shufu, she ended the call. However, just as she was about to change her clothes and head out, her phone rang again. Upon checking, it was Zhou Guanyu calling. Hey, what is up? Spit it out. I'm busy, Qin Miao said, not feeling particularly courteous towards Zhou Guanyu. Once the call connected, she switched her phone to speaker mode and tossed it aside as she began to dress. When did you return to the country? You didn't even inform me, Zhou Guanyu questioned immediately. Qin Miao was unperturbed, replying, You're not my father. I don't need to inform you of everything. I could be. Zhou Guanyu seized the opportunity to tease her. Upon hearing his words, Qin Miao felt a pang of annoyance. They say that those who associate with the wicked become wicked themselves. After spending time with Zhou Guanyu, he too had begun to adopt a rebellious attitude. Get lost, she retorted. All right, no more jokes. I'm currently at Pudong Airport in the country. Treat me to lunch. Sure, but only if you call me Dad first. I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food. Zhou Guanyu swore at her, then said, seriously, no jokes. I'm at the airport parking lot, and my tire is flat. Are you close to Pudong Airport? If you can, come pick me up, and I can join you for lunch. I'll buy some ingredients, and you can cook. Wouldn't that be delightful? Qin Miao scratched her head. Her home was indeed near Pudong, and while it wasn't far, the straight-line distance was still about 10 kilometers, taking at least an hour and a half to drive there. However, she had already promised Li Shufu to meet for lunch, and at this moment, Qin Miao knew she could not go back on her word. After some contemplation, Qin Mian remarked, I truly do not have time for lunch. Would it be feasible for you to take the subway to my location? On the other end of the line, Zhou Guanyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. While his influence in the country may not rival that of Qin Mian, he is nonetheless a relatively well-known public figure. The repercussions of being recognized while taking the subway could indeed be somewhat severe. As if sensing Zhou Guanyu's apprehensions, Qin Mian suggested, just cover yourself well with a mask, sunglasses, and a hat. It's unlikely anyone will recognize you. After all, nowadays, when people are on the subway, they tend to be engrossed in their phones, not paying much attention to the individual's boarding. It's not that I'm being inconsiderate, but Li Shufu has invited me to lunch, and I've already committed to it. There's simply no way I can cancel now. If only you had called me 10 minutes earlier, I could have come to pick you up. Hearing Qin Mian's words, Zhou Guanyu's previous irritation and other emotions dissipated instantly, replaced by a sense of anticipation. He inquired, did Mr. Li mention what he wishes to discuss with you? Qin Mian pondered briefly. It's likely to revolve around the issue of positions. Given their assertive entry into F1, they must be aiming for significant achievements. While they may not expect to contend for podium finishes in their first year, nor secure the championship in the second, they certainly do not wish to remain in the Earth group. That would be quite embarrassing. Zhou Guanyu responded. How can you articulate such cold and piercing words? Oh, my apologies, I forgot you were part of the Earth group. I'll be sure to speak behind your back next time. Indeed. At any rate, he is the owner of Geely and initiated the invitation, so I cannot simply decline. Moreover, Pudong Airport is quite far from our dining location. At this point, you would hardly make it in time for the meal. Although taking the subway is quicker, Zhou Guanyu felt a flicker of desire to attend. He was genuinely curious to see Geely's involvement, especially since insiders are often more aware of the intricacies. As the season progresses into its latter half, Aero Racing's advantages have gradually been matched by other teams. The lightweight benefit that Aero once enjoyed is no longer as pronounced, and they are poised to return to their rightful place. While discontent is inevitable, it is a reality. The team is fundamentally part of the Earth group. Their excellent performance at the season's outset was purely due to their allocation of all resources to develop this season's car. Furthermore, Aero Racing is correctly focused on reducing the car's weight to the minimum allowed by regulations. Upon hearing Qin Mian's comments, Zhou Guanyu tentatively inquired, if I managed to arrive, would my unexpected presence at lunch offend Mr. Li? Not at all. Your status as a friend still holds some weight, and I can surmise Mr. Li's intentions in inviting me. The discussions won't be extensive, primarily aimed at strengthening relationships for future endeavors. Shall I come over now? How do you plan to get here? By plane? Don't worry about that. Just send me the address. Qin Mian hesitated for a moment before adding. And about taking the subway, I was just joking. Don't actually go and do it. I'm certainly not foolish. Zhou Guanyu retorted with a hint of annoyance. After hanging up the phone, Qin Mian shrugged, donned a pair of sweatpants, a black tank top, and an outer jacket, and topped it off with a black cap and mask before heading out. By the time Qin Mian arrived at the hotel lobby at the address provided by Li Shufu, the clock had struck 12:30. Upon entering the hotel and ascending the stairs, he was guided by a staff member to a private room. Inside, there was a wooden square table that could seat four. Li Shufu sat alone, smoking a cigarette while engrossed in his phone. Upon hearing the door open, he looked up, and, upon recognizing Qin Mian, his face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. Qin Mian, you've arrived. Please, have a seat. Li Shufu gestured to the spot beside him, then signaled to the waiter, indicating that they were ready for the meal to be served. Once seated, Qin Mian addressed Li Shufu. Mr. Li, there's something I need to mention beforehand. Zhou Guanyu just returned to the country and called me right after landing, so I invited him to join us. Li Shufu's eyes brightened at this. That's excellent. I had intended to wait for Zhou Guanyu to return so we could have a meal together. This saves me the trouble of reaching out to him later. It's fortuitous that he could come along. You needn't worry about my taking the initiative. I am grateful, he added. Why would I mind? Besides, it's merely a meal. I have matters to discuss with him as well, Li Shufu responded with a smile. The two began conversing about the happenings on the racetrack while awaiting Zhou Guanyu. Most of the time, it was Qin Mian sharing insights about the racing environment, while Li Shufu listened attentively, gaining an understanding of how an F1 team operates from the perspective of its drivers. After approximately another half hour, there was a knock at the door, and Zhou Guanyu entered. Qin Mian waved to him in greeting. Ah, you're here. However, Zhou Guanyu ignored Qin Mian and approached Li Shufu with a smile, extending his hand. Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Hearing of you is one thing, but to see you in person is another. Li Shufu also stood to shake Zhou Guanyu's hand, saying, It's quite the honor for me to meet you, one of the F1 drivers who brings glory to our country on the racetrack. Zhou Guanyu gave a wry smile and gestured toward Qin Mian, who was pretentiously attempting to savor tea despite having no understanding of it. The one truly bringing glory to the nation is him. Stepping onto the podium is as simple as having a meal or drinking water for me. I'm still struggling with points and finishing rates, while he has already secured the championship in his first year. Zhou Guanyu's statement felt somewhat forced. Yet Li Shufu did not mind. Instead, he turned to Qin Mian and nodded. Qin Mian indeed possesses great talent. Despite the underperformance of the Mercedes cars this season, he has managed to secure numerous podium finishes through his tire management skills. Qin Mian nodded in agreement. I believe so too. Zhou Guanyu and Li Shufu, along with a third companion, naturally settled down to engage in the traditional dining culture of the Chinese. However, due to Qin Mian's abstention from alcohol, a segment of this cultural practice was intentionally bypassed. After their meal, the trio found themselves in a private room, sipping tea while discussing matters pertaining to the racing circuit. Eventually, the conversation gravitated towards Geely's potential entry into Formula One. Both Zhou Guanyu and Qin Mian sought confirmation from Li Shufu regarding the authenticity of this prospect. Indeed, this matter holds true. We are currently in negotiations with Old Stroll, but the price proposed is untenable for us. The discussions are ongoing. However, our desire to enter F1 is genuine, and you need not doubt that, Li Shufu affirmed. Zhou Guanyu visibly exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing this, while Qin Mian remained indifferent, embodying the demeanor of someone with considerable talent. Though Zhou Guanyu could certainly secure a position among the mid-tier drivers, he lacks the extraordinary dominance and irreplaceability exhibited by Qin Mian, thus perpetually maintaining a sense of urgency. If Zhou Guanyu were less capable, it would be inconsequential. He could simply serve as a paid driver in F1, continually honing his skills, and later transition to a different team, leveraging his accrued experience. Yet, Zhou Guanyu possesses a modicum of skill, enough for a team like Alpha to consider him without necessitating payment, as his current abilities justifiably align with Alpha's present standing, rendering them somewhat unworthy of his talent. A driven Zhou Guanyu harbors aspirations of not merely being a paid driver on the racetrack. Yet he fears that if he does not take that route, he may be left without a team. Thus, he holds immense expectations for Geely. Observing Zhou Guanyu's expression, Li Shufu raised his hands in a gesture of assurance, stating, We will certainly prioritize Chinese drivers, and given your current contract and capabilities, you will undoubtedly be among our top choices once we enter F1. The only uncertainty lies in your own thoughts on the matter. Zhou Guanyu hesitated momentarily before nodding earnestly. I would certainly welcome the opportunity to drive for our national team. It is something I have long desired. As for Qin Mian, he interjected, Mr. Li, please do not jest. I still have the potential to contend for the championship this season, and I have yet to reach my peak. I need to learn and grow within a more experienced team. Thus, my stance remains unchanged. I will not consider switching teams until Geely possesses a sufficiently competitive car. Li Shufu sighed, feeling a touch of helplessness. His passion for racing is genuine. He could never confine a gifted driver to his team solely for the sake of expediency and improved performance, especially when the driver does not intend to join until sufficient competitiveness is established. As for the disparity in Qin Mian's statements compared to those made in the presence of Qiumeng, when with Qiumeng, Qin Mian expressed readiness to join Geely once they demonstrated competitiveness for points. However, in front of Li Shufu, he stated that he would only consider joining if Geely consistently secured podium finishes. This is the pressure that Qin Mian is exerting on Geely, and he has also judiciously applied Mr. Lu Sun's theory of opening windows. In due course, he will assertively enter Geely, wielding his own strength and accomplishments, effectively rendering the team a realm of his own dominion. After acknowledging Qin Mian's intentions with a nod, Li Shufu redirected his focus predominantly onto Zhou Guanyu, as Zhou is evidently the one with a greater likelihood of joining Geely compared to Qin Mian. As the discussion progressed, it became apparent that Qin Mian was merely a supporting character in the backdrop. However, Qin Mian remained unconcerned, and one could even argue that this was his deliberate strategy. Having been around the paddock for quite some time, Qin Mian had discerned the unreliability of the Alfa Romeo team even during his F2 days. Kimi, a world champion known for his minimal emotional fluctuations, had found his patience tested within the confines of the Alfa Romeo cockpit, resulting in an outburst of frustration directed at the team. This illustrates that Alfa Romeo is not a favorable environment. Nonetheless, Zhou Guanyu, in his rookie year in F1, had limited options, and the unexpectedly commendable performance of Alfa Romeo in its inaugural season added an attractive facet. Yet, beyond these points, the team was plagued by numerous issues: recurrent gearbox malfunctions, mechanical failures, tire change errors, and bewildering pit strategies. It could be said that Alfa Romeo committed every blunder that Ferrari could make and even seemed to amplify them. Consequently, to prevent Zhou Guanyu from losing his drive within Ferrari's second generation, Qin Mian effectively nudged him towards Geely. After their meal, the two bid farewell to Li Shufu. As Zhou Guanyu had left his luggage at the hotel lobby to avoid traffic, Qin Mian offered to drive him home. However, upon descending, Zhou Guanyu's expression twitched at the sight of the red Mimi that Qin Mian had emerged from the parking lot in. A world champion driving a Ferrari, a Mercedes, or even an Aston Martin or Alfa Romeo would elicit no reaction from me. Yet, witnessing him in a Mimi seemed somewhat incongruous with his racing persona. As Zhou Guanyu placed his luggage in the trunk and settled into the car, his demeanor suggested his thoughts were elsewhere. Recognizing this, Qin Mian quipped, "It's Xiaoming's car. I didn't bring one to Shanghai, so I borrowed hers. It carries cargo, is compact, and accelerates adequately for urban commuting. Most importantly, it's far more comfortable than those sports cars, both in terms of suspension and sound insulation." Buckling his seatbelt, Zhou Guanyu replied, "No, I harbor no discriminatory feelings. I was merely taken aback. The contrast between this car and your persona is rather stark, and I found it difficult to reconcile." Qin Miao started the car and activated the navigation system, remarking, "What is the big deal? It's merely a tool. Whether it's an ordinary kitchen knife or one adorned with a pink bow, both can chop meat into mince with equal efficacy." Indeed, Zhou Guanyu nodded in agreement and added, "However, it must be said that Geely is encountering considerable resistance at the circuit. Old Stroll's asking price is rather exorbitant, an astounding $2 billion. How could he even propose such a figure? The valuation of the Martin team is currently around $1.2 billion, making Stroll's demand of $2 billion seem rather excessive." Qin Miao replied, "But in business, we Chinese often find ourselves negotiating with these Westerners who, in their earlier days, were pirates on the seas, plundering and pillaging. It's unlikely that Geely will suffer a loss in this matter. Moreover, in commerce, it's customary to ask for sky-high prices and settle for less." Zhou Guanyu, whose residence in Puxi is significantly more advantageous than Qin Miao's, lived in a lavishly decorated home at the heart of Shanghai, offering views of the Huangpu River, the Oriental Pearl Tower, and even the Shanghai Tower, along with that suitcase. As Qin Miao gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Zhou Guanyu's home at the scenic vista across the river, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the joy of the affluent?" At this moment, I felt the profound disparity between wealth and poverty pressing upon me like a mountain. A cushion was hurled at him from Zhou Guanyu, who retorted, "What nonsense. The earnings I've made this season don't even match what you make in a month. I've been preoccupied with commercial endeavors and various events, while you've mostly been resting. Wealth? What I possess is merely the inheritance of my forebears, while you are the true embodiment of fortune. Damn it, I wonder where your exceptional talent originates." The chapter concludes here. Qin Miao chuckled, bent down to retrieve the pillow Zhou Guanyu had tossed at him, and tossed it onto the sofa. "Do you have plans for the evening?" he inquired. "Of course. How could I not? I'm taking you to a gathering tonight," Zhou Guanyu responded. "No thanks, you know I'm not fond of such environments. Why not just cancel it? Let us spend the night together. I'll treat," Qin Miao suggested. Zhou Guanyu dismissed Qin Miao's invitation for an all-night outing calmly, stating, "There will be beautiful women present. You know me, my heart has always belonged to Xiaoming," Qin Miao replied. Zhou Guanyu changed the subject. There will be celebrities. Qin Miao scoffed at this. Finally, Zhou Guanyu remarked, I remember you have a model of the lander from the Wandering Earth, right? It's quite large. Qin Miao nodded. Yes, I fell in love with the Wandering Earth after watching the film, and after earning some money in F2, I bought one. The shipping cost from China to the UK was nearly more than the cost of the lander itself. Director Guofan from the Wandering Earth will also be there. Let us go. Zhou Guanyu grinned, clearly eager for Qin Miao's company at the event. Despite the presence of his hired staff during these customary activities, Zhou Guanyu found it somewhat difficult to fully relax in their company due to the disparity in their statuses. However, when he was with Qin Mian, such concerns dissipated entirely. Zhou Guanyu appeared markedly more at ease in Qin Mian's presence, free from the anxiety of uttering the wrong words. Qin Mian, with her carefree demeanor, embodied the essence of lightheartedness typical among friends, always ready to share a laugh. In any setting, they could engage in candid conversation without reservation. Qin Mian entered the gathering as a friend of Zhou Guanyu, akin to a family member invited into this exclusive event. Upon arrival, she quickly recognized that it was a fashion show with a prominent runway taking center stage. Although the gathering was private, it attracted a plethora of celebrities from the entertainment industry, as well as influential figures from various circles, clad in casual athletic pants and a loose-fitting t-shirt. Qin Mian's attire might have seemed inconspicuous among the crowd. However, it stood out strikingly in this particular environment. Many attendees noted her presence, especially since she wore a mask and sunglasses, which made her even more conspicuous indoors. The combination of her casual demeanor and an air of composure, as if she were accustomed to grand occasions, ensured that no one questioned her appropriateness at the event, particularly given that entry was typically restricted without an invitation. After bringing Qin Mian, Zhou Guanyu excused himself to the backstage to change outfits, as he was also participating as a model. With the crowd not yet fully assembled, Qin Mian lowered her mask slightly and began to indulge in the delectable cantaloupe available at the buffet. To be honest, the cantaloupe was quite delightful, crisp, tender, sweet, and juicy. Observing Zhou Guanyu communicating with the staff below the runway, Qin Mian found it challenging to comprehend his current lifestyle. Just the night before, he had returned from a flight from England, landing in the morning, having a brief meal, and now he was already engaged in another event. Was he not exhausted? Yet. This was his choice, and in this moment, Qin Mian respected her friend's autonomy, allowing him to be occupied while she savored her meal, all the while discreetly scanning the crowd. Qin Mian held a deep admiration for Guofan, the visionary who had propelled Chinese science fiction cinema into the limelight. After all, in a sense, both Guofan and Qin Mian were trailblazers in their respective fields, and they shared common ground to some extent. At the same time, she was particularly eager to request an autograph from him. With her keen eyes and the relatively small gathering, it didn't take long before she spotted Guofan entering through the entrance. Today, Director Gu donned a perfectly tailored black suit, exuding an air of elegance and poise. The addition of half-rimmed glasses lent him an intellectual charm, rendering him undeniably dashing. Qin Miao's gaze followed Guofan closely until he settled into a relatively peripheral seat. Excellent. There is no one around the target. Qin Miao promptly set aside the food in his hand, took a napkin from a nearby server's tray to wipe his hands, and, while adjusting his mask, hurried over to sit beside Guofan. As the only individual in attendance wearing a mask, Qin Miao naturally drew attention, and soon everyone noticed him occupying the seat next to Guofan. Though Guofan occasionally encountered fans who recognized him, such instances were rare. After all, as a director, his visibility paled in comparison to that of actors. Yet, there were moments of recognition, and he certainly did not anticipate encountering such a person in this setting, especially one who would sit right beside him. Judging by the individual's appearance and attire, it was evident they were not an invited guest. Just as Guofan contemplated saying something, Qin Miao, under the curious gaze of Guofan, pulled down his mask. Although Formula One was once considered a niche sport in the country, one should never underestimate the attention garnered by a Chinese individual achieving world champion status in a realm long dominated by foreigners, especially under the pressures of an exam-oriented education system. Particularly, in 2021, Qin Miao frequently made headlines whenever he clinched a championship at a leg of the race. He was mentioned on the evening news. While he may no longer grace the broadcasts of CCTV, he remains a frequent feature on their sports segments. Thus, the moment Qin Miao appeared, Guo Fan recognized him instantly. Qin Miao. Oh, Director Guo, it's me. I never expected to see you here. Since there was nobody beside you, I took the liberty of coming over to greet you. I hope this isn't too forward, but I absolutely adore your film The Wandering Earth. Would you be so kind as to give me an autograph? Upon encountering Guo Fan, Qin Miao immediately launched into an enthusiastic monologue, clearly brimming with excitement. Unlike his former self, after gaining experience within the racing circuit, Qin Miao no longer exhibited the shyness he once had when meeting celebrities. Upon seeing Guo Fan, he confidently approached, warmly greeted him, and requested an autograph, all in a manner that felt entirely natural and devoid of any clumsiness or lack of decorum. You are too kind. You've made me quite flustered. It is truly an honor to receive recognition from a world champion. I also enjoy watching your races, particularly when the three commentators from Wuxing Sports praise you. It creates a strong sense of immersion, Guo Fan remarked. Though it was uncertain whether he was genuinely being polite or had indeed watched Qin Miao's races. Is that so? I hope my performance this year hasn't disappointed you. Although Mercedes lacks a bit of competitiveness in the team standings this season, from a personal perspective, I still possess overall competitiveness and have avoided major mistakes on the track. Guo Fan gave Qin Mian a thumbs up, exclaiming, just 2 words, impressive. Qin Mian chuckled softly and then retrieved his phone from his pocket, saying, Director Guo, shall we take a picture together? Of course, Guo Fan replied with enthusiasm, though he soon expressed a hint of concern, asking, isn't it a bit too dark here? No worries, the phone has a night mode, Qin Mian reassured him. After capturing their moment, Qin Mian produced a well-prepared art book for The Wandering Earth. He had sourced it from Xinyu, arranging for it to be delivered via SF Express, and although it cost him a bit, Qin Mian deemed it worthwhile. As anticipated, when Guo Fan laid eyes on the art book, his expression morphed into one of surprise and delight. It appeared that Qin Mian's fondness for him and his work was genuine, not mere flattery. Given this, Guo Fan pondered whether he could procure some investment from Qin Mian for the sequel to The Wandering Earth. While there was already significant funding for the project, who wouldn't want more budget for a film? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Guo Fan's demeanor brightened, and he received the book from Qin Mian with a warm, congenial smile. After taking the pen that Qin Mian had prepared, he inscribed his name on the title page. Had I known you were also a fan of The Wandering Earth, I would have gifted you a set of our promotional art books. Perhaps even getting teacher Wu Jing to sign one. Qin Mian responded without hesitation, we can still do that. Guo Fan looked at him in surprise. Moments ago, he had been racking his brain for an opening to engage Qin Mian in conversation about the film and potential investments. And now Qin Mian was practically offering him a chance to build goodwill. Then I shall not hold back. Guo Fan exclaimed. Let us exchange WeChat and phone numbers. Once I have everything ready, I'll send it to your address. Then I shall accept graciously. Qin Mian smiled and inquired, by the way, with the first film being so profitable, are there plans for a sequel? Hearing this, Guo Fan's smile deepened. Yet internally, he felt even more elated than his outward appearance suggested. Leaning in closer to Qin Mian, he lowered his voice, sharing, we haven't begun promotions. And the project is still under wraps, but the film is indeed in production, and some scenes have already been shot. Qin Mian's eyes sparkled with interest. Does that mean the quality of the sequel will surpass that of the first? Guo Fan scratched his head thoughtfully. To be honest, I can't say for certain. Just like in a race, you never know what unexpected occurrences might arise. We won't truly know if the audience will like it or if it's visually appealing until it's finished. All we can do is present everything we wish to convey and ensure that we tell a complete story to our viewers. The only assurance I can provide is that the number of visual effects shots in the second installment exceeds that of the first. Qin Miao nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Initially, I had little anticipation for the new The Wandering Earth, but now I find myself genuinely looking forward to it. Could you share the specific release date for the second part? To be frank, we haven't determined that ourselves. It's likely to be at the end of 2023, but it largely depends on when the film's post-production is completed. Once it is ready, I could send you an advance copy, provided you sign a confidentiality agreement. However, at this moment, there are still numerous issues with the visual effects that need addressing. Upon mentioning this, Guo Fan rubbed his temples, visibly troubled. Qin Miao casually inquired, what challenges are you facing? It pertains to the costs of the visual effects. As you know, for the first film, a significant portion of our budget was allocated to the visual effects shots, and with even more effects in this sequel, the expenses have naturally escalated. Although there was a hint of leading the conversation, Guofan's statement was indeed grounded in reality. Qin Mian nodded in understanding. So, the issue is a lack of funds. Simple enough. Do you still have investment gaps? Guofan's eyes brightened, yet he stifled his inner excitement, responding with apparent calmness. Indeed, there remains a substantial funding shortfall. With thousands of crew members on set, even the cost of meals poses a considerable challenge. How much are we short? Guofan realized that, judging by Qin Miao's demeanor, he was genuinely interested in investing. In truth, Guofan does not frequently watch F1 races. He has only truly experienced qualifying and the main event at the Qatar Grand Prix in 2021, a historically significant race, a once-in-a-century event. Notably, the Qatar Grand Prix holds the record for the highest viewership in F1 history, with at least 200 million viewers globally, predominantly from China. Returning to the matter at hand, Guofan does not watch Qin Miao's races as often as he claimed. Being a director, particularly the only science fiction director in the country, he simply lacks the leisure to indulge in entertainment. Those familiar with him know that during the filming of The Wandering Earth, Guofan typically slept only 4 hours a day. He was not merely directing a film. He was also navigating the intricate processes and pathways of science fiction cinema. His schedule was indeed demanding. Nevertheless, Guofan was aware that Qin Miao owned a private jet. This alone suggested that this world champion was not lacking in financial resources. Upon hearing Qin Miao's comments, Guofan wished to express that the more investment, the better. Whatever amount he had, he would gladly accept. Ultimately, however, he restrained himself and provided a precise figure. If I aim to achieve perfection in every aspect, we might require an additional 30 million for the visual effects. Upon hearing this, Qin Miao pulled up the assets section within his system. Host, Qin Miao. Total assets, 7 billion US dollars. Cash, 3 million US dollars, 2 million euros, 500,000 RMB. Bank deposits, 1 billion US dollars, 20 million euros, 7 million renminbi. Other assets, customized Ferrari 488, Mercedes AMG 1, AMG GT. Qin Miao was taken aback. When had he accumulated such wealth? Moreover, he hardly ever saw any money at home. Where did all this cash come from? Was it an Alipay? In truth, this recent influx was primarily due to the generous rewards from the system tasks and the bonuses from the racing team. Aside from the maintenance of his residence and daily travel expenses, he only had a plane to upkeep, which was a minimal expenditure compared to other racers. Scratching his head, Qin Miao did not lose sight of the matter at hand. Having confirmed his wealth, he turned to Guofan and said, "Fortunately, it's not too much. I shall invest." Guofan exclaimed, "Huh? You're agreeing just like that? You didn't even inquire about the risks, how much profit you could earn after investing 30 million, or how long it would take to receive the money once the box office is out. You're just investing?" Before Guofan could fully process this, Qin Miao continued, "Director Gua, please send me an account number, and I will have my company transfer the funds. My management agency will handle the contract discussions with you." Oh, all right." Guofan nodded, somewhat dazed. Although he was adept at fundraising, he had never experienced such an effortless solicitation before. Were F1 drivers truly this unpretentious? Of course, Guofan would be even more astonished once he actually received the funds. For the 30 million Qin Miao offered was not the same as the 30 million he had envisioned. Once Qin Miao expressed his clear intention, Guofan's attitude towards him naturally became much more enthusiastic. After all, Qin Miao was the financial backer. It was impossible for Guofan not to be enthusiastic. As they continued their conversation, they inevitably broached the subject of the film's cast. After securing Qin Miao's investment, Guofan no longer harbored any grand aspirations regarding the world champion. Despite the current influence of the world champion, Qin Miao's time was limited, at most. Guofan could invite him for a cameo role. Since it was merely a cameo, Qin Miao's star power could not be leveraged for promotion. Hence, Guofan no longer entertained any ulterior motives regarding Qin Miao. Nevertheless, Guofan silently hoped for Qin Miao to make a cameo, as he was curious about the audience's reaction upon seeing an F1 world champion on screen. However, this was somewhat pushing the envelope, and Guofan would inevitably owe Qin Miao a favor. Just as their conversation pivoted towards the casting, Qin Miao suddenly inquired, "Hey, Director Gua, have you finished filming the scenes for your movie? If not, might I be able to come over for a cameo?" Guofan, huh? What? Inviting Qin Mian to make a cameo in his film would not only spare him from owing anyone a favor, but would, in fact, placed Qin Mian in a position of indebtedness. Does this individual truly remain oblivious to the magnitude of his influence within the country? Has the world grown excessively surreal? After all, the counterpart in question is a world champion in F1. How effortlessly could one secure such a presence? Ultimately, both Qin Mian and Guofan scarcely paid heed to the happenings on stage. Once their conversation commenced, Guofan promptly retrieved his compact tablet to show Qin Mian some pre-captured photographs. Consequently, when Zhou Guanyu descended from the stage and approached Qin Mian, inquiring about his appearance, Qin Mian was completely unaware of the color of Zhou Guanyu's attire that day. Nevertheless, he managed to navigate through that moment seamlessly. However, Guofan's gaze towards Zhou Guanyu harbored an unmistakable peculiarity. Qin Mian hastily interrupted any unrealistic notions. He might be rather occupied, lacking the time. This was indeed the case, as Zhou Guanyu's entire summer break amounted to a mere 4 days of rest, with the remainder consumed by various engagements throughout the country. Strictly speaking, Zhou Guanyu's busyness partially stemmed from Qin Mian, for the domestic F1 frontrunner seldom participates in such events. With Qin Mian unavailable, Zhou Guanyu undoubtedly emerged as a more cost-effective option. Following this, they exchanged farewells. After parting ways, Qin Mian did not rush to his cameo. The summer break stretched ahead, and he had prior commitments. After a night of rest at home, Qin Mian attended a car owners' gathering the next day. The day unfolded pleasantly, although the muscles in his face bore the stiffness of a forced smile. Having experienced this once, Qin Mian resolved never to accept such work again, regardless of the financial incentive, particularly after glancing at his savings. Indeed, he was quite affluent, even having enough for his child's formula. After completing this task, on the third day, Qin Mian recorded an episode of Yearning for Life. Though his thoughts were consumed with the desire to appear in the wandering earth, he was bound by contract and had to attend. Fortunately, the recording of a single episode was not overly demanding, totaling around 8 hours. He arrived at the mushroom house at 7 in the morning to meet teacher He and the other permanent guests, followed by a day filled with dining, conversation, sharing his experiences abroad, and engaging in what seemed like somewhat childish games. After wrapping up, Qin Mian departed that evening. One could only say that Qin Mian was merely a transient visitor. This excursion to the mushroom house satiated his curiosity while shattering the filters of his childhood. Although Qin Mian had grown accustomed to living under various lenses, it was always within the confines of the racetrack, where the essence of his work revolved around being in the spotlight. However, in this place, every meal and every moment of rest is captured on camera, making Qin Mian feel as if she were confined within a prison, constantly scrutinized by guards, where even a simple breath must be cautiously taken. She could not fathom how teacher He and the others managed to maintain such composure. Of course, despite the shattering of several childhood illusions, Qin Mian found her interactions with teacher He to be quite delightful and relaxing. Moreover, sharing a hometown with teacher He provided them with an abundance of conversational topics. Nevertheless, Qin Mian had successfully completed all her tasks during this summer break. The chapter concludes with the Belgian Grand Prix. What? A cameo in the Wandering Earth? The opening of a CSGO tournament? Those were not Qin Mian's responsibilities. They were mere hobbies, akin to her enjoyment of playing CSGO. For casual players, CSGO serves as a means of entertainment and relaxation. However, for professional gamers, it constitutes a vocation. The same applies to racing. This theory can be mirrored in Qin Mian's experiences with filmmaking, albeit in reverse. When one engages in an activity infrequently or for the first time, it becomes a novel experience, and despite the fatigue it may entail, it remains intriguing. Qin Mian currently found herself in such a state. Thus, after completing her work, on the 4th day, Qin Mian applied for a direct flight to Qingdao and promptly embarked on her journey. Upon her arrival, it was merely 10 o'clock in the morning. Guofan had already entered work mode and was unable to come to fetch her. However, the individual who came to greet Qin Mian surprised her greatly, Wu Jing. While he likely did not remember her, Qin Mian distinctly recalled him. This was not their first encounter. She remembered meeting him at the airport before she joined F2, alongside Xiaomeng. At that time, she and Xiaomeng were probably just seen as passers-by in Wu Jing's eyes, making it unlikely for him to retain any memory of her. To Qin Mian's astonishment, after Wu Jing welcomed her and exchanged pleasantries, he paused, gazing at her in silence. Is something wrong? Qin Mian inquired, puzzled. Wu Jing furrowed his brow and asked, Qin Mian, Have we met somewhere before? Qin Mian raised an eyebrow. I feel as though your face is quite familiar, but not in the way of someone I often see on television. Rather, it's as if I have seen you in real life, and you left a significant impression on me, Wu Jing stated, still deep in thought. Ah, you actually remember. Qin Mian exclaimed, taken aback. Now it was Wu Jing's turn to be surprised. Really? We have met. Qin Mian nodded. Indeed. We met before I entered F2 and became well known. I believe it was at Hangzhou Airport. You were recognized by someone as you exited. And while you were about to shake hands with them, I inadvertently interrupted. Oh, now I remember. It was you. Wu Jing's face lit up with a look of realization. Subsequently, his face reflected a profound sense of nostalgia, the poignant realization of the passage of time and the inexorable changes it brings. Observing the young man before him, whose countenance radiated confidence and epitomized the exuberance of youth, Wu Jing shook his head with a sigh, remarking, at that time, you appeared to be just an ordinary university student. Who could have foreseen that merely a few years later, you would rise to become the F1 world champion? Perhaps this is fate, but who can truly say? Qin Mian shrugged, adding, as a fan of the Wandering Earth, I never anticipated that the door to Chinese science fiction, which had just begun to open, would be abruptly shut by the Shanghai canon. The mention of the Shanghai canon left Wu Jing momentarily perplexed. Before he chuckled and shook his head, responding, this time, you might feel as if the domestic science fiction gate has been forcefully kicked open, the door itself shattered. I shall await the spectacle, Qin Mian replied. Upon entering the vehicle driven by Wu Jing, the two made their way to the filming base established by Guo Fan in Qingdao. As soon as Qin Mian arrived, he instantly drew a crowd. Typically, in such a setting, the crew members are accustomed to encountering celebrities, and it has become a routine occurrence. However, in this instance, Qin Mian, while not precisely a star, but rather an athlete of considerable renown, elicited a sense of wonder even among the seasoned crew members. After managing to engage with the excited staff, Qin Mian departed with a designated crew member who guided him around the filming base. Initially, Qin Mian had assumed that domestic science fiction films often relied heavily on green screens. However, upon arriving at the film studio, he discovered that many elements were constructed as practical sets. He observed rows of door frames, exoskeleton suits, and trucks adorned with white UG paint. Most notably, he realized that these items were functional. Honestly, witnessing such a plethora of practical equipment instilled in Qin Mian a genuine sense of assurance that Guo Fan and his team were indeed committed to their craft. The sight of various impressive, futuristic armored vehicles and engineering machinery before him, coupled with the earnest expressions of the staff diligently absorbed in their tasks, conveyed a palpable enthusiasm for their work. Regardless of the outcome, Qin Mian felt confident that his 30 million would not be squandered. He was prepared to accept the loss if it came to that. Before long, Qin Mian ventured into the interior of the filming base, where he met a harried Guo Fan and received the script for his cameo role. Given that Qin Mian had no prior acting experience, Guo Fan understandably refrained from assigning him any particularly demanding scenes, and the dialogue was minimal. Even when present in scenes, he would occupy the periphery. His character, primarily focused on the experience of a trainee who trains alongside Wu Jing, but ultimately faces elimination, was designed to reflect this narrative arc interestingly. The character Qin Mian was ultimately eliminated due to his inability to withstand high G forces. He fainted while ascending the space elevator because of excessive gravitational pull. In reality, however, Qin Mian could easily endure 4G forces as if it were a mundane act of eating or drinking, and he could even attempt to withstand peak forces of 67G. This rationale for his elimination seems primarily influenced by the fact that Qin Mian was merely a guest star. Once his identity was revealed, the audience would undoubtedly recognize his profession and the accolades he has garnered therein. Such an incongruous elimination, starkly at odds with reality, provides the audience with a sense of surprise and contrast. Of course, whether this scene will be preserved in the final cut remains uncertain, as Guo Fan himself has stated. In essence, Qin Mian spent 3 days in Qingdao, entirely devoted to filming his scenes. Throughout this process, he found great joy and also made the acquaintance of several actors, including Xia Yi, Wang Ji, and Li Xuejian. Regrettably, due to scheduling conflicts, he did not have the opportunity to meet Andy Lau. In summary, after 2 days, Qin Mian received a bouquet from Guo Fan and completed filming amidst the sound of firecrackers. Following the wrap, Qin Mian generously treated the entire crew to a meal, spending a staggering 500,000 yuan for just one dinner. Indeed, that amount barely sufficed for a single meal. Given the large crew assembled, over 2,000 individuals laboring at a filming site for the sake of one film, which certainly required considerable effort. Qin Mian also enjoyed a novel experience that would be challenging to attain in ordinary circumstances, and he was genuinely pleased. However, he resolved not to pursue film acting any further, as he felt his performance skills were somewhat lacking, and the numerous retakes had begun to irritate him. Subsequently, Qin Mian returned to Shanghai. In the following days, his only remaining commitment was to attend the opening ceremony of a CSGO competition, which coincided with the conclusion of the summer break. Following that, Qin Mian had a full 7 days entirely at his disposal. During this week, he returned to his hometown, where his mother and Xiaoming also came back. Upon returning home, Qin Mian briefly enjoyed the treatment befitting a celebrity, with family members, both young and old, surrounding him as if he were a giant panda. However, after half a day, their enthusiasm waned, and they dispersed with murmurs such as, "He-s still the same kid." Aside from appearing more polished and spirited, there's no significant difference. Qin Mian was left speechless. After all, he had only been away for 3 years, and it seemed entirely reasonable that his appearance had not changed drastically during that time. What more could they possibly expect of him? Thereafter, Qin Mian's daily life resumed its leisurely rhythm, akin to what it had been prior to his departure from home, with the only difference being the addition of Xiaoming. The news of Qin Mian's return remained confined to those within his household, as no information about his arrival was disseminated outside. After all, it is well known that the current public opinion environment is quite tumultuous. If it becomes known that Qin Mian has returned, the tranquility of the courtyard belonging to the Qin family will be utterly disrupted. It can be said that the residence where Qin Mian dwells is more rare than many upscale apartments. At the very least, the residents here possess a clarity of mind, unlike those who are solely preoccupied with their own petty gains and losses. Of course, Qin Mian's daily life has changed somewhat compared to the past. Ever since Xiaoming moved in, Qin Mian's status has plummeted. The once illustrious world champion now finds himself responsible for cooking and washing dishes at home every day. It wasn't until after Qin Mian had spent 2 days at Xiaoming's residence that he truly understood what it meant for a mother-in-law to grow increasingly fond of her son-in-law. In any case, this has been one of the most leisurely periods Qin Mian has experienced. His days consist of cooking, playing games, live streaming, chatting with friends in the streaming room, and liking and commenting on posts from colleagues, while also making sharp remarks about Leclerc's weight gain and how he has lost at least 0.5 seconds of speed on the track. He even made plans with Pansy to go skiing in the Alps. Although his invitation to Verstappen on Twitter was swiftly rejected by Red Bull, many fans found amusement in the situation. Naturally, this process was not without its controversies, despite Qin Mian merely suggesting, "Let us go skiing together when you have time." Numerous detractors seized upon this topic to accuse him of disrespecting the deceased, mocking the tragic fate of Michael Schumacher. Whether Qin Mian's intention was simply to invite Verstappen for a ski trip was of no concern to them. Although the racing industry has indeed become somewhat at odds with snow-related activities since Schumacher's accident, the vehement criticism directed at Qin Mian seems excessively harsh. Nevertheless, Qin Mian himself remains largely indifferent to such matters. He has long since grown accustomed to the cacophony surrounding him, since winning the F1 World Championship. His detractors have multiplied at an exponential rate, much like his supporters. Regardless, these days have been relatively peaceful and comfortable for Qin Mian. However, leisure is often fleeting, and before long, the entirety of the summer break slipped away unnoticed. Qin Mian knew it was time to return to the bustling rhythm of life at the racetrack. After bidding farewell to his neighbors and boarding his plane with a bounty of homemade delicacies and various gifts, Qin Mian returned to the United Kingdom. Upon his arrival, he promptly reported to the team, only to be met with an unexpected revelation. Ricciardo would be leaving McLaren next season. If memory serves correctly, Ricciardo had signed a 3-year contract with McLaren, meaning their collaboration was supposed to last until 2023. It was surprising to learn of the early termination. The reason, however, was not difficult to surmise. Due to Ricciardo's performance over the past 2 seasons falling drastically short of McLaren's expectations, he has scarcely managed to outpace his teammate Norris throughout the entire year, despite earning a higher salary. McLaren, understandably, could no longer tolerate this situation. Consequently, They opted to terminate Ricciardo's contract a year early, compensating him with the stipulated $30 million salary for 2023. Ricciardo is required to depart from McLaren following the conclusion of the 2022 season. In truth, this may not be an unfavorable turn of events for Ricciardo. After all, he will receive the remuneration from McLaren while also seeking a new team to secure another contract. The key factor, however, is whether he can find a team willing to take him on. Although this news surprised Qin Mian, it is worth noting that McLaren did not dismiss Ricciardo mid-season, which can be seen as a somewhat positive outcome given the circumstances. One can only hope he has already secured a new opportunity. After returning the tablet to Barber, Qin Mian remarked on the situation. Barber nodded in agreement, though he scratched his head in confusion, stating, "To be honest, Ricciardo was an undeniably competitive driver during his time at Red Bull. It's perplexing how he has struggled so much at McLaren against Lando." Qin Mian shrugged. "I can't say for certain. Perhaps Lando's skill is simply exceptional, or maybe the McLaren car aligns better with his driving style. If all else fails, I might make a call to inquire further." As they conversed, Toto and others entered, signaling the beginning of the team meeting. The agenda primarily focused on budget allocation for the latter half of the season, vehicle research and development strategies, and logistical concerns. While Qin Mian could have opted not to attend, having been idle at home for so long, he felt an itch to return to the Team Factory S simulator to regain the sensation of driving an F1 car. He also wished to partake in the team meeting. Following the conclusion of the meeting, he spent over 4 hours in the simulator department, relishing the experience. The next day, he flew to Stockholm to participate in a CSGO exhibition match. Prior to this event, no one was aware of his attendance, so when Qin Mian emerged from backstage, the audience was momentarily stunned. Just as he wondered whether his fame was insufficient for this crowd, an overwhelming cheer erupted, remarkable in its intensity. Even the domestic viewers preparing to watch the exhibition match were taken aback for a considerable time upon seeing him. Subsequently, every live stream covering the event was inundated with question marks. Though Qin Mian had experienced applause before, particularly during Grand Prix weekends, the fervent cheers in this confined setting were unlike anything he had encountered. It was indeed his first experience of such overwhelming appreciation. Frankly, it was astonishing and quite gratifying. The time for the exhibition match has arrived. Qin Mian, an F1 driver, undoubtedly possesses exceptional psychological resilience. Competing in front of a vast audience does not induce tension in him, especially since this is merely an exhibition where victory or defeat holds little significance. His teammates comprise professional players who had been eliminated prior to the finals. Concurrently, the match featured a variety of entertaining modes, such as low gravity, rapid movement for all participants, reversed mouse controls, and unlimited projectiles. Overall, Qin Mian thoroughly enjoyed this pre-match exhibition. Upon its conclusion, his performance was commendable. He engaged in 24 rounds, achieving 20 kills and 19 deaths. Although many of these kills were facilitated by teammates providing him with sniper rifles, it is worth noting that his performance was not negative. After the exhibition, Qin Mian gained numerous friends among professional gamers on Steam, and after taking pictures with many fans, he departed contentedly. Throughout this process, Barber remained by Qin Mian's side. In his daily life, Barber does not engage in gaming. He prefers watching football, which is a beloved sport among many Europeans. However, witnessing Qin Mian's popularity at the event prompted Barber to reflect, is this the allure and charisma of a world champion? Qin Mian, too, felt a sense of surprise. He was aware of his modest fame domestically within the CSGO community, but he had not anticipated such a claim abroad. The astonishment and delight on the faces of the audience upon seeing him were genuine, as many were truly taken aback by his presence. "I am quite surprised to have garnered so many fans. You did not know you had such support before attending this event," Barber remarked. Qin Mian glanced at Barber and responded, "I participated in this event not for any other reason, but simply because I found it enjoyable." Barber paused, then shook his head in amusement. "I did not expect such a reason from you, yet it is indeed something you would do." As time passed, life continued as usual. However, Qin Mian noticed something peculiar about the feedback from the racing simulator during testing. The car exhibited significantly weaker mechanical grip, particularly in low-speed corners, making it more prone to oversteer than before. This was not merely understeer. It was a more severe form of oversteer. After consulting with Frankie and others, he learned that the FIA had issued new technical regulations, known as the TD039 directive, prior to the summer break. While this technical directive sounds quite sophisticated, its actual content is straightforward and rather harsh. In essence, it mandates that all F1 teams must reduce the amplitude of porpoising on the track to a specified frequency, with the number of bounces not permitted to exceed this frequency, lest they incur penalties. The FIA imposes no restrictions on the methods employed by teams to mitigate the phenomenon of porpoising within the permissible regulations, whether it be by elevating the floor, enhancing suspension rigidity, or regulating speed. Any approach is valid, but the bouncing must cease. Upon learning this, Qin Mian expressed his perplexity, inquiring why this information had not been communicated sooner, as it led him to believe the team was facing some detrimental downgrade. Frankie, taken aback, responded that they had been sending emails to his inbox weekly, primarily detailing the modifications and upgrades made to his car. "You can't tell me you haven't seen them," he remarked. Qin Mian replied, "What? There are emails? I haven't checked my work inbox since I started." Frankie, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging that it ultimately bore little impact on Qin Mian's performance during the race, given his remarkable consistency. Subsequently, Barber mentioned, for the upcoming Belgian Grand Prix, the team has prepared new chassis optimizations for both you and Hamilton. However, this is not an upgrade per se, it is merely an enhancement of the existing chassis, laying a foundation for future improvements. The team had dedicated the entire summer break to developing this chassis, reflecting the considerable effort involved. Future upgrades would be built upon this new platform, promising a more rapid progression for the team. Although there were upgrades, this particular enhancement was intended to establish groundwork for subsequent restructuring, meaning the immediate effects would be minimal, possibly even counterproductive, so mental preparation was essential. Upon hearing this, Qin Mian nonchalantly waved his hand, stating, "It's all the same. I will rely on my tire advantage to score points in the race." Indeed, he now anticipated that the TD039 directive might exert some influence on Red Bull and Ferrari. On the morning of August 25th, Qin Mian arrived in Belgium. He held a fondness for the Spa circuit, the longest track on the calendar. The difficulty of the track was appealing, as was its inherent danger, particularly the exhilarating challenge posed by the Eau Rouge corner. Each passage through it represented a dual challenge to both body and mind. The high-speed uphill blind corner demanded not only adherence to familiar lines, but also a fierce resolve. However, prior to the commencement of the race, Qin Mian, like all other drivers, took a moment to commemorate F2 driver Antoine Hubert, who tragically lost his life at that very corner. The track at Spa has witnessed numerous racing incidents, with cumulative losses amounting to hundreds of millions. Hubert remains the sole F2 driver to have perished here, and this occurred in an era where the FIA has enacted a series of regulations aimed at safeguarding driver safety. Nonetheless, such tragic events are universally unwelcome, serving as a somber reminder for all. Aside from Qin Mian, there were other drivers who came to pay their respects. However, they brought flowers and similar offerings. In contrast, Qin Mian brought 2 packets of spicy strips from his homeland, not the well-known Wei Long brand, but rather the kind that could be purchased for 50 cents a pack at a local convenience store. He found them quite palatable and believed the deceased would appreciate them. Even if they didn't, it was of little consequence, as the individual was already gone. After paying his tribute, Qin Mian resumed his daily routine. On Thursday, following the conclusion of his regular marketing duties, he attended a pre-race press conference. On Friday, he participated in the first and second practice sessions. However, on that Friday, Qin Mian received excellent news, not just for himself, but for all F1 enthusiasts in China. The Alfa Romeo team had renewed their contract with Zhou Guanyu, signing a 2-year agreement that would extend until the end of 2024. This clearly demonstrated the team's acknowledgement of Zhou Guanyu's capabilities. Nonetheless, one must candidly admit that despite Alfa Romeo's strengths, their strategy team and tire changers inherited the same shortcomings as those associated with Ferrari. Thus, if Qin Mian were to occupy Zhou Guanyu's position next season, he could contemplate transferring to another team. Even Haas, at the very least, had a more competent tire changing and strategy team compared to Alfa Romeo. However, Zhou Guanyu did not dwell on such thoughts. Geely was still negotiating with Martin, yet an agreement had yet to be reached. Geely faced substantial obstacles, and despite Zhou Guanyu having met with Geely's chairman and receiving a response, he could not ascertain that Geely would enter the competition in the near future. Zhou Guanyu could not gamble his career on uncertainty. If he possessed Qin Mian's skill, He would not have to worry about not having a drive. Yet, although Zhou Guanyu had talent, he had not yet reached the point where he could afford to be overly ambitious. Faced with a 2-year contract, he had no justification to decline. Consequently, Zhou Guanyu ultimately renewed his contract with Alfa Romeo. Time swiftly passed to Saturday, the third practice session. At its conclusion, the two Red Bull drivers secured the first and second positions. Qin Mian and Hamilton primarily focused on long-distance testing. Ferrari only took to the track in the final 24 minutes. However, before the conclusion of the third practice session, Leclerc made a mistake at T12, crashing into the wall. Fortunately, the incident was not severe. Leclerc only damaged the front right wing of the car, while the suspension and rear wing remained relatively intact. Nonetheless, his accident scattered a considerable amount of gravel onto the track, leading to a red flag in the final phase of the third practice. When the session resumed with 4 minutes remaining on the clock, Qin Mian opted not to go back out, as he had already collected all necessary data. By the time the broadcast shifted to the Mercedes garage, Qin Mian had already vacated the car. 2 hours later, it was time for qualifying. Although the sky over Spa remained ominously overcast, fortunately, it did not rain. Meanwhile, in today's race, numerous drivers opted to replace the engine components of their cars, incurring varying degrees of grid penalties. Among them was Bottas, who, despite his performance in qualifying, was destined to commence the race from the 14th position. Nevertheless, Bottas successfully advanced to Q2 and, during this session, assisted his teammate Zhou Guanyu by providing 2 slipstreams, thus propelling him into Q3. Ricciardo, too, met McLaren's expectations, halting at Q2 while Norris proceeded to Q3. Following the summer break, the first qualifying session's Q3 saw Ferrari captivating the audience. Initially, Ferrari's strategy in Q3 was to emulate Mercedes' slipstreaming tactics. Leclerc was to first don old soft tires to assist Sainz in achieving a flying lap, after which Sainz would switch to old soft tires to help Leclerc, who had donned new tires, complete a flying lap. Everything appeared meticulously arranged, and Sainz had begun his flying lap on the track. However, when Leclerc emerged from the pit, the tire changers mistakenly fitted him with a brand new set of soft tires. Leclerc, bewildered upon seeing the tires on his car, hurriedly inquired with the team staff about how to rectify the situation. Leclerc's track engineer, Harvey, could only resignedly suggest that he complete a flying lap. Naturally, without Leclerc's assistance for a slipstream, Sainz could not sacrifice his own flying lap to aid Leclerc, and thus Ferrari's dual slipstream strategy was doomed before it even commenced. However, for Ferrari fans, such occurrences were neither unexpected nor surprising. Conversely, Mercedes' 2 drivers did not perform exceptionally well during qualifying. Although Qin Mian managed to set personal bests in both flying laps, he ultimately finished a staggering 14 seconds slower than Verstappen. This discrepancy stemmed from Qin Mian utilizing an old engine, while Verstappen had upgraded to a new internal combustion engine, alongside the evident superiority of Red Bull's car in adapting to the Spa circuit layout. Nonetheless, this 14-second gap left Qin Mian's team in a state of alarm. Hamilton's situation was even more alarming, as he lagged an astonishing 18 seconds behind Verstappen. The upper management at Mercedes was left dumbfounded upon witnessing this time differential. Ultimately, the results of Q3 in the qualifying session were as follows: 1. Verstappen 2. Sainz 3. Perez 4. Qin Mian 5. Leclerc 6. Ocon 7. Alonso 8. Hamilton 9. Norris. Following the race, everyone was astonished to observe that after the summer break, the originally closely matched trio of teams, whose time differences were within 5 seconds, had experienced a dramatic decline. No, it could be said that Red Bull's progress during the summer break had reached an incomprehensible magnitude. A 14-second time gap. This is indeed the qualifying round. Is it not somewhat excessive? After the qualifying session concluded, Qin Mian could not help but inquire within Team TR. Well, we assessed that this might not be our issue. Our lap times are, in fact, quite in line with our own expectations. Following the race, whether it be on 5-Star Sports, Sky Sports, or within the fan community, all were astonished by the significant time disparity. Soon, the discussions yielded results. Throughout the summer break, the paddock experienced minimal changes, aside from the upgrades from each team and the technical directive TD039 issued by the FIA. Thus, it is clear that the sudden time gap between Mercedes and Ferrari compared to Red Bull is attributed to this TD039. However, one cannot dismiss the remarkable impact of Red Bull's own upgrades brought about during the summer break. Consequently, after the qualifying session, Qin Mian and most of the heads of the R&D department were summoned for a meeting to deliberate on why the performance of their car diverged so drastically from Red Bull's. Meanwhile, due to a significant number of drivers having replaced their components, the starting positions for the upcoming race would differ from the qualifying results. The accurate starting positions for tomorrow's race are as follows: 1. Sainz, 2. Perez, 3. Qin Mian, 4. Alonso, 5. Hamilton, 6. Zhou Guanyu, 7. Albon, 8. Ricciardo, 9. Gasly. This may well be Zhou Guanyu's best starting position since entering F1. However, the persistent issue remains that Alonso's car this season is underperforming, compounded by the fact that overtaking has become easier this year compared to the last. Thus, it is highly probable that Zhou Guanyu may not retain his position and could be overtaken one by one during the race. Nonetheless, Qin Mian only briefly contemplated Zhou Guanyu's predicament. Post-qualifying, his focus shifted predominantly to Red Bull. The disparity was alarming, and he was at a loss as to how such a terrifying time gap was achieved. Upon returning to the team's headquarters, Qin Mian and Hamilton devoted their time to analyzing the Red Bull car's astonishing speed and the reasons behind Mercedes' relative slowness, repeatedly scrutinizing the data in the conference room. Yet, despite their efforts, they were unable to ascertain a definitive explanation. Moreover, the time allotted for the Mercedes team to investigate this matter was scant, as the race was set to commence the following day. On Sunday, at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, the weather was unusually splendid, with bright sunshine and clear skies, and the meteorological report indicated a less than 30% chance of rain during the race. The drivers and team engineers, having rested for a month, were eager to seize the opportunity to demonstrate their skills on the track. However, it was evident that a select few within the paddock had anticipated the eventual outcome of the race well in advance. On the circuit, at that moment, Qin Mian and Hamilton convened to discuss the current challenges facing their vehicles. Amidst their shared bewilderment regarding the considerable speed disparity between the racing cars and the Red Bull, both drivers awaited the call from their respective track engineers to return to their vehicles, yet they could not arrive at any conclusions. We were equally astonished by the gap between our car and the Red Bull, and we shall investigate and resolve the specific issues at hand later. For now, maintaining focus and securing victory in today's race is my paramount objective. It was as if they were acutely aware of Qin Mian and Hamilton's distracted state. Just as Qin Mian settled into his car, Toto's voice resonated through the team's radio communication, reaching Qin Mian. "All right, boss, but all I can do is give my utmost effort in this race. As for my position, I hope to contend for a third place, but I cannot guarantee more than that," Qin Mian responded. Toto understood that it was not the time to exert pressure on Qin Mian, so he reassured him over the radio. "Just do your best. We believe in you." After this, he terminated the conversation to tend to Hamilton's emotions. Before long, the moment for the race's commencement approached. All team personnel vacated the track, and as the lights illuminated, the warm-up lap for the 2022 Belgian Grand Prix was about to commence. In the initial phase, Qin Mian, like Sainz ahead, opted for the soft tires. This week, Pirelli had provided 3 tire compounds of medium hardness, C2 and C4, based on Qin Mian's tire durability tests during qualifying. He anticipated that his set of soft tires could endure for at least 20 laps. Furthermore, although the redesigned chassis did not enhance the car's speed, it significantly aided in tire warming. After the practice session, Hamilton noted in the team meeting that tire management was now more manageable than ever. Consequently, during the main race, the strategy group responsible for pit stop tactics at Mercedes encountered a fortunate dilemma. If Qin Mian were to execute a one-stop strategy with red and yellow tires, he would not fully utilize his tires during the race. Perhaps after the race, his medium tires could allow him to continue on the track for an additional 5 or 6 laps. On Hamilton's side, there was no need for a two-stop strategy. A one-stop with yellow and white tires would suffice for the entirety of the race. However, if a two-stop strategy were mandated, Hamilton's tires could be used without concern for consumption, discounting the astonishing speed displayed by Red Bull during qualifying. Mercedes perceived their pace in this race as exceptionally favorable and commendable. Soon, the warm-up lap concluded, and all drivers returned to their designated starting positions. Qin Mian positioned himself at the forefront of the second row, with his teammate Hamilton directly behind him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mian readied himself for the illumination of the 5 red lights. In a swift moment, the 5 lights lit up and extinguished. The race commenced. The 2022 Belgian Grand Prix officially began. Qin Mian. The start was promising. Prepare to overtake Perez. Perez's initial pace was subpar, as he sought to compress Qin Mian's space. However, Qin Mian's launch was remarkable, swiftly advancing on the outside line. Hamilton and Alonso also exhibited impressive speed, taking advantage of the situation to surpass Perez. After the start, Qin Mian ascended to second place, presenting an opportunity to challenge Sainz. Indeed, he closely shadowed Sainz, biding his time for the right moment. Suddenly, a collision occurred between Hamilton and Alonso, with Hamilton's car soaring into the air. The trio of commentators from 5-Star Sports had been intently monitoring Qin Mian's performance on the track since the race commenced. Thus, they were well aware that the Mercedes involved in the accident was not being piloted by Qin Mian. On the track, the primary cause of the incident stemmed from Hamilton's late braking on the outside line while trailing Alonso at T5, allowing him to edge ahead. However, the sequence of corners at Spa, T5, T6, and T7, constitutes a series of interconnected turns. Following the right turn at T5, the left turn at T6 follows immediately. In pursuit of a better entry angle and speed for T6, Hamilton squeezed towards the track's outer edge, aiming for a wider line. At that moment, Alonso had not been completely overtaken by Hamilton's late braking. He remained side by side with him. Alonso did indeed yield some space to Hamilton, to the extent that just before the collision, Alonso's right front tire was nearly on the green paint beyond the outside curb at T5. Nonetheless, as they exited the turn, a lack of space resulted in a collision between the two. The incident was a classic one, with the right front tire of Hamilton's car striking the left rear tire of Alonso's. Hamilton's car was launched into the air as a result, reaching an estimated height of around 17 meters. However, both drivers, being world champions, possessed a commendable level of control over their vehicles. Although not extraordinary, their skill ensured that despite the collision, both drivers managed to stabilize their cars swiftly, preventing them from spiraling out of control. Following the incident, both drivers lost significant positions, with Hamilton's car exhibiting a noticeable fluid leak, quickly obscuring the camera's view of Alonso, who was following closely behind. Hamilton's already slim chances of contending for the championship vanished entirely after this collision. After a lap, Hamilton's car succumbed to engine issues due to the heavy impact, forcing him to retire at the side of the track. Subsequently, the race officials deployed the virtual safety car. In a poignant moment, the broadcast captured Hamilton, evoking a sense of a hero in decline. During the virtual safety car period, numerous drivers opted to pit for fresh tires, including Leclerc, whose car had a visor film lodged in its ventilation duct. The membrane that became lodged caused a significant reduction in airflow to Leclerc's brake ventilation ducts, resulting in elevated temperatures. To prevent the brake discs from exploding, Leclerc was compelled to pit and clean the brake ducts while also changing his tires. However, due to Hamilton's earlier misstep, the loss incurred during Leclerc's pit stop was not catastrophic. Once the race resumed, Verstappen demonstrated his formidable performance from qualifying, maintaining an astonishing pace during the race. Starting from 14th, he had already surged to 6th place within just 6 laps, gaining 8 positions in that brief span. Even Qin Mian, who had the most overtakes and the fastest speed in the 2021 season, could not match Verstappen's remarkable ascent. By the 7th lap, he had reached 4th place, and on the 8th lap, he overtook his teammate Perez, positioning himself behind Qin Mian. Qin Mian was utilizing the slipstream from Sainz while taking advantage of the DRS, all the while keeping an eye on Perez behind him. Suddenly, Perez was replaced by Verstappen. Upon seeing Verstappen's car, Qin Mian felt a tightening in his chest and, puzzled, remarked, "How is this guy, who started in 14th, already behind me after just 8 laps?" Frankie remained silent for a moment, replying, "We also wish to know why." Qin Mian merely expressed his confusion to the team staff after spotting Verstappen behind him, without genuinely seeking an answer. After all, once the qualifying results were revealed, Qin Mian had already anticipated that Red Bull's car would be unreasonably fast, mentally preparing himself for the possibility of being overwhelmed by their sheer speed. In the 12th lap, leveraging the DRS provided by Sainz ahead, Qin Mian found himself engaged in an exhilarating battle with Verstappen on the track once more. Despite possessing numerous advantages, such as the DRS from the car in front, the superior grip of his soft tires compared to Verstappen's, and the limited ERS energy reserves of Verstappen after his overtaking spree. Qin Mian still found it challenging to fend off Verstappen. While Verstappen's driving was both precise and effective, Qin Mian matched him in driving skill and stability. Yet, the sheer speed of Verstappen's car was indisputable, unreasonably fast. He was quick through corners, rapid in acceleration, and astonishingly swift on the straights, particularly with DRS efficiency. When Qin Mian activated his DRS, it might have added a mere 15 km per hour to his speed, whereas Verstappen's car gained at least 24 km per hour. Had it not been for Sainz's cooperation in blocking Verstappen's late braking line, both he and Qin Mian would have been overtaken long ago. However, this defense could not endure for long. Despite Verstappen's speed, he was not invincible. After 12 laps, the performance of his soft tires began to decline. And the same was true for Sainz ahead of Qin Mian. During the 12th lap, Sainz was compelled to pit for tire wear issues. At this juncture, Verstappen's speed had diminished, lacking the advantage he previously held while pursuing Qin Mian, allowing Qin Mian to fend off Verstappen with relative ease. By the 15th lap, the time gap between Verstappen and Qin Mian had shrunk to a mere 0.9 seconds, thereby reducing the difficulty of Qin Mian's defense. Eventually, Verstappen could no longer endure the situation. Driving such a rapid car while being hindered by Qin Mian was simply unacceptable. He pitted for medium tires and emerged in third place, trailing Sainz by 4 seconds. Meanwhile, Qin Mian maintained a commendable pace, opting not to pit for new tires. By the 18th lap, Verstappen, now equipped with fresh tires, overtook Sainz within 2 laps, highlighting a staggering 18-second disparity in lap speed between Red Bull and Ferrari. Thus concluded this chapter. Ferrari. FIA, this is my final ripple. Qin Mian momentarily retained his lead, but by the 19th lap, Verstappen had effectively taken the actual lead. Once Qin Mian pitted, he would inevitably fall behind. Qin Mian's soft tires lasted 22 laps before he finally pitted, surpassing the team's expectations by 2 laps. The team's strategy regarding Qin Mian's tires was straightforward. As long as his speed exceeded their projections, there was no reason to consider a pit stop. Therefore, Qin Mian was to remain on the track until his performance waned, as a later pit stop would enhance the durability and speed of his medium tires, ensuring he would not suffer losses. However, when Qin Mian pitted on the 22nd lap, the usually flawless Mercedes team, having navigated tire changes without error for nearly half a season, experienced an unusual blunder. Both the right front and left front tires were not secured properly at first, requiring a second attempt to complete the tire change. Consequently, Qin Mian's pit stop extended to a staggering 49 seconds. For Mercedes, such a duration was utterly unacceptable. Though Qin Mian, despite his frustration, showed understanding. Nevertheless, even this atypical pit stop speed for Mercedes was considered swift compared to certain other teams. On the track, the 5-second delay in the pit stop had a direct and immediate consequence. Qin Mian dropped to 4th place, positioned behind Sainz. Had it been a standard stop of under 3 seconds, Qin Mian would have emerged 19 seconds ahead of Sainz. Although Qin Mian had managed to prolong his stint on the track, it was evident that it was insufficient. Upon returning to the race, Qin Mian steadied his mindset and began to seek opportunities to overtake Sainz. He did not have to wait long. On the 26th lap, both Sainz and Leclerc entered the pits simultaneously, initiating their second pit window. Once they emerged from the pit area, they would no longer return for repairs during this race. Qin Mian, having gained a remarkable advantage of 175 seconds over Ferrari simply through a single pit stop, found himself in a state of cruising alongside the top 3 drivers. He had little hope of catching up with Verstappen ahead, who consistently increased his lead by over a second each lap. The 175 seconds Qin Mian had earned through his pit stop seemed trivial in the face of such a staggering performance disparity. Nevertheless, he could still attempt to challenge Perez, who, while not slow, lacked the extraordinary pace of his teammate. Perez's speed was merely 0.4 seconds quicker than Qin Mian per lap, although catching up was unlikely. If Perez were to pit a second time, Qin Mian might seize the opportunity to position himself ahead and leverage his defensive skills to reclaim a second-place finish. As for Perez, his strategy of not pitting and relying on his early race advantage to endure on the track was not without merit, especially given his reputation as a tire-saving maestro. However, this race presented a different scenario, as Perez had already made 1 pit stop and was currently on the same set of medium tires he had used during his first stop. Therefore, he was certain to pit again. Yet, not all matters are swayed by human intention. Indeed, Perez did pit on lap 29 and emerged behind Qin Mian. However, the speed differential between the Mercedes and Red Bull was insurmountable. Perez, having benefited from 2 laps of slipstreaming behind Qin Mian, replenished his car's ERS battery and, utilizing the DRS zone on the long straight between T4 and T5, overtook Qin Mian with sheer velocity. Despite Qin Mian's skills, he found himself powerless to counter this maneuver, helplessly watching as Perez passed him with absolute speed on the straight. The commentators from 5-Star Sports, witnessing this scene, expressed their resignation. Qin Mian had performed admirably today, giving his all. He consistently improved his lap times throughout the race, with Zhou Hauran nodding in agreement. Bingo, however, expressed confusion regarding how Verstappen and Red Bull had suddenly become so fast after the summer break, noting the 18-second gap was quite extraordinary. In the latter stages of the race, Qin Mian found himself unable to advance from his current position. He could not close the gap to Verstappen and Perez ahead, nor could he be caught by Sainz behind. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it appeared the race would conclude in this manner. However, just when everyone shared the same sentiment as Qin Mian, believing that the latter stages of the race would conclude in a rather mundane fashion, Ferrari was unwilling to allow such a classic circuit as Spa to finish without flair. In the 42nd lap, Ferrari strategy team instructed Leclerc to pit and switch to soft tires in pursuit of the fastest lap, thereby securing an additional point for the team. Leclerc was somewhat reluctant. Yet despite his lack of strategic acumen, he complied with the directives of Ferrari strategists. His decision was not inherently flawed. Had he been with any team other than Ferrari or Alfa, he would have had a genuine opportunity to claim that extra point once summoned by the team's strategy. Alas, he was bound to Ferrari. As anticipated, misfortune struck during the execution of the tactic. Emerging from the pits in the 43rd lap, Leclerc found himself just a second ahead of Alonso, with his tires not yet warmed. He soon fell victim to Alonso's slipstream as they approached the DRS zone between turns 4 and 5, where Alonso overtook him seamlessly. With Alonso having passed him, Leclerc's hopes of securing the fastest lap point evaporated. Nevertheless, Leclerc remained the brilliant driver he is, and although the TD039 regulations had impacted Ferrari's performance, their car still possessed greater strength than that of Alpine. Consequently, Leclerc managed to reclaim his position in the final lap, seemingly unaffected by the team's ill-conceived strategy. Then came the twist. While changing tires in the pit, Leclerc exceeded the speed limit by 1 km/h, leading the FIA to impose a 5-second penalty. At this point, Leclerc was still behind Alonso, even if he had the speed of a Red Bull and fresh soft tires. It would have been impossible to create a 5-second gap within a single lap. Thus, Ferrari's efforts amounted to naught. What could have been a stable 10 points for Leclerc turned into a loss of 2 points due to the pursuit of the fastest lap, leaving him with a mere 8 points in 6th place. Leclerc's pit lane speeding was not born out of impatience. After all, one cannot exceed the speed limit within the pit area regardless of urgency. It was only after the race that the investigation revealed the cause. At the beginning of the race, a protective film from a pair of goggles had lodged in Leclerc's brake ventilation duct, which subsequently burned out the speed sensor on his front wheel, resulting in the pit lane infraction. One must say, misfortunes rarely come alone. Leclerc's streak of bad luck was not merely a singular incident, but rather a series of unfortunate events, akin to a sow wearing a bra, one calamity after another. It seems that whether it involves the team, the race cars, or any other aspect, there is a deliberate focus on Leclerc. Ultimately, Alonso, who benefited from Ferrari's bewildering tactics, was all smiles during the post-race interview. As a former victim of the Scuderia's misadventures, and now a beneficiary of their habitual blunders, Alonso undoubtedly stands as one of the finest commentators on Ferrari's current perplexing strategies. When a reporter posed a question regarding this, Alonso chuckled and remarked, "Ferrari often employs some peculiar strategies. This is merely one of them." The race concluded with a resounding triumph for the Red Bull team. Despite Qin Mian exerting his utmost effort and executing an extraordinary long stint, even achieving his fastest lap in the final circuit before the race concluded, the absolute speed advantage rendered all of Qin Mian's struggles and tire conservation somewhat ludicrous. After crossing the finish line, although he noticed his team's staff cheering for him from the pit wall, Qin Mian could not muster any joy. Whether due to a performance gap or his own inability to deliver, he would not voice any complaints nor harbor significant negative emotions. However, an 18-second gap in lap time with a staggering 24 seconds separating him from Verstappen at the race's end, was undeniable. Had the race continued for a few more laps, would Verstappen not have lapped him? Who was in second place? Having encountered smooth sailing throughout the season, Qin Mian now felt somewhat withdrawn. We know this outcome is rather unbelievable, but trust me, we will uncover the reasons promptly. Regardless, your performance today was commendable. There is no need for guilt. Toto's voice resonated in Qin Mian's ears. Yes, I understand. I just did not anticipate the disparity would be so vast. Toto echoed the sentiment of surprise, but acknowledged that the situation had transpired, and all they could do was accept it and strive to catch up. Amidst the orange smoke ignited by the spectators, Qin Mian navigated his car back to the pit area. Meanwhile, the two Red Bull cars had already parked in first and second positions. Verstappen stood on his car, celebrating exuberantly with the team personnel and fans. As Qin Mian emerged from his vehicle, having fitted the steering wheel, he shared a handshake and embrace with Perez, who had approached to greet him. Rather than joining in the celebrations, he stood with hands on hips beside Verstappen's car, gazing at the RB18. His mind consumed by a singular question. How could this car possibly be so fast? On the other side, the broadcast camera remained fixed on Qin Mian, capturing the image of the reigning champion, perplexed in front of his rival's vehicle after a race that had seen him outpaced. The commentators from 5-Star Sports naturally noted Qin Mian's presence beside the Red Bull car. Qin Mian is understandably puzzled after the race, remarked the commentator with a hint of sympathy. Feiga shook his head and remarked, "There's nothing to be done." Before the summer break, everyone was competing fairly evenly. Who could have anticipated that after the break, Mercedes would no longer even catch a glimpse of your Red Bull's taillights? This abrupt disparity is indeed difficult to accept. Zhou Hauran responded, "Of course, we are not overly concerned about Qin Mian. His mindset is perhaps the most stable among his peers." Qin Mian did not linger for long. As Verstappen approached, extending his hand, Qin Mian greeted him, "Congratulations. You executed an impressive performance today, despite not achieving a commendable result himself." Qin Mian was filled with negative emotions and perplexed by the sheer speed of the Red Bull cars. Nevertheless, he smiled and acknowledged Verstappen. At the race's inception, "I believed I could surpass you swiftly, but your defensive prowess is truly formidable. I have great respect for that." Verstappen genuinely praised Qin Mian in return. Indeed, at the beginning of the race, Verstappen sensed his own extraordinary speed, almost beyond belief. In actuality, the Red Bull's lap time was approximately 0.5 seconds quicker than the second fastest Ferrari and 0.8 seconds faster than Mercedes. With such a significant time advantage, Verstappen was mentally prepared to redeem himself by decisively overtaking Qin Mian on the track. After all, throughout the previous season, Qin Mian had become the driver Verstappen dreaded seeing ahead of him during races. Verstappen had hoped to vanquish this nightmare today. However, despite his confidence, he found himself unable to overtake Qin Mian for 3 consecutive laps, who had him firmly locked behind. It was the same familiar scenario, with the same familiar outcome. And these 3 laps depleted the durability of Verstappen's soft tires, forcing him to rely on a pit stop to undercut Qin Mian. Although he felt somewhat nauseated by yet another encounter with Qin Mian, the exhilaration of victory made it worthwhile, leading Verstappen to acknowledge Qin Mian's racing skills. After all, the higher he elevated Qin Mian, the more impressive his own triumph over him would appear. In the face of such a stark speed disparity, "My defensive abilities truly pale in comparison," Qin Mian said, shaking his head with a wry smile. Yet, he extended his hand to Verstappen and added, "Regardless, congratulations once again. Enjoy your well-deserved victory." The two had already conversed enough after the race, and Qin Mian noticed Frankie and Reyes awaiting him. "Thank you," Verstappen replied politely.